Mic check, mic check. I believe we are live. And guys, this is a day 2 scenario of 2 regional qualifiers, one in China, one in Sydney. I can't remember a more exciting weekend. Welcome on through for anyone popping up in here already. I was trying to get on a little earlier, but honestly, guys, from a little bit of a headache from a long night yesterday, I was kind of just chilling and watching the RQ in my bed. And for anyone that's in here, if you guys been watching the RQ, which I would imagine you guys are, because you'd be crazy to not to, they're starting off day 2 with some heater of a matchup. So it's going to be a tough follow-up for China, but we'll see what they have. For the China side of things, I believe it is still 30 minutes away. So I did end up popping up a little bit earlier to see, because I wanted to finish at least the Prismaticism game. But if you didn't catch the opening round for Sydney, it was LeBlanc at the hands of the CTG boy Daniel, the runner-up from Houston. So Daniel ended up winning with a LeBlanc. And that LeBlanc list, I feel like he's going to be in the finals for sure. And I did see on Twitter that Prismaticism took his first L at the hands of an Aurelia. So guys, we're just gonna chill for about 30 minutes or so. I thought since I was watching in a bed, I might just kind of warm things up, warm up the vocal cords for today's cast, because it's gonna be another long night. But this time around, it will be 6 rounds rather than 7, so not the worst. But I still have a weird, funny feeling that with no overtime rules, granted just top 8, but with no overtime rules, maybe they find a way of kind of finishing at the exact same time. But we'll see. We'll see. I know in this game, Prismaticism is up a game. But chat, for anyone in here, why'd they take away the overlay? Did they kind of catch a glimpse of the China regional and they're like, wait a second, we don't need the borders on the sides, right? Because this is what China does, right? They kind of taken a page out of their book. I don't know how I feel about it. Let me know if you guys prefer the no borders on the side, because it kind of does look a little bit more spacious, a little bit cleaner. But I don't know. I'm definitely not used to it from like the Western regionals. But guys, let's go ahead and tune in on this side. I'll turn up a little bit of volume. We're not going to go caster mode just yet. We're going to save our energy for the late night session. So let me know if you guys can hear it. And for anyone just popping in here, we still got about 30 minutes until China starts in. So I'll start tagging the casters in like 20 minutes or so.
He's just only drawn units. I'm looking at the board. He has not played any spells. Literally every single one he has drawn.
The one downside, if you're gonna go ahead and take away the overlay, at least give us some way of tracking the scores, because I'm just tuning in. I'm not seeing dice on the legend, so like I have no idea what the score is, but it looks like Prismaticism is not too far behind. If you guys saw Prismat's deck list, he is full on the ambush game plan, right? Triple Inferno, triple Grim. He has the classic Rangars that won him the game. And I even think there's another ambush in there. What was the other ambush? It looked good though. This Annie list, I can totally see why he's X1 going into day 2. We'll see how far he can take it. If he does manage to go all the way in 2 time. Something's telling me though, I feel like LeBlanc is his time to shine, because Daniel was playing so sharp, and that baited hook, it just feels like it's operating at a different type of wavelength, honestly.
That was what I was thinking. Is he going to be playing that Inferno onto that battlefield with that ambush ability? And also has that +2 as an assault.
Oh, I see how they're keeping track of the scores. It's 5-4, chat. Guys, what's going on? Why did they cancel the overlay like that? That's so weird to me. That, day 1 they had a nice little overlay set up, and then day 2 they're going to be tracking the scores unless they had some kind of production issues, which is really hard to believe given it's Riot/Riftbound. I do like this a little bit more, but I think if they had at least one bit of like a top overlay, like a little bit of a line up top for the points/names would be nice too.
That was, I believe, in base is now in play, and out comes another Ranger. And so this is quite
after this match, if it ends before, we could take a look at who's still in the running, who's still undefeated, because I believe at the start of day 2 there was 5 undefeated players. It was 3 Aurelias, Prismaticism, and LeBlanc. Those were all the undefeated. But Annie lost, LeBlanc won, Aurelia lost, So maybe there's still only 2 or 3 undefeateds at this point.
More times I can say Rengar here, but that Rengar pouncing, obviously contributing a total of 5 might. That longsword with +2 for 7, and that Inferno being at least the 1 plus its assault.
Yeah.
That is a minimum of 8 might. So they will be trading here. That Rengar Trophy Hunter will go down unless there is something that Minju is able to do. They're mathing it out.
Yeah, that Rengar Trophy Hunter will be taken out.
Inferno's assault too, right? So it's 3, 4, 5, 5, 10 to 8.
You agree with me? And so with that, Inferno is of course the one that is going to be left behind. It makes sense. She doesn't have assault when she is defending.
Man, if Annie is able to take down Master Yi on the play, well, Master Yi's on the play, that's just so impressive. Okay, another little trophy hunter though is going to pose a bit of a problem. I don't know what's left in Prismat's hand because it looks like he's running a little bit low, and by low I mean just a single card. I think this is where Master Yi just kind of runs away with it. With a single card in hand, you're going to top deck 1 card. I don't think that's enough. You're at 6. Ferris Forerunner's a pretty good card though if you're going to draw 1.
We've seen this one before in his hand, and he's going to play it immediately.
Yeah, Ferris Forerunner.
You know, as it stands, it's 8 to 8, so you're relying on something like an ambush, but we just saw him get the top deck punch first, so I think this is pretty much solidifying. We might be going into a game 3, which you love to see it at this caliber. Master Yi, I believe, if anyone saw the numbers, it was the #1 converting deck from Sydney, which no surprise to me because I honestly felt Master Yi was probably the best deck going into Sydney right now. And by best, I mean like most consistent, right? Because there's like higher rollies type decks, but at least for consistency's sakes, I like Master Yi.
Master Yi is a little bit stronger, so he won't be able to get that death knell just from this situation alone, but we don't know what Prismat's final card in hand is.
Yeah, absolutely. That longsword, though, with that +2 might, he could definitely trade into that Rengar Trophy Hunter, clearing him off that battlefield, but he has to do something. Prismat.
And shall take a look on the side.
Currently at 7, so
weirdly enough, they keep taking off the timer, but it said about 25 minutes last I checked, so give or take about 20 or so minutes, and then they have to do their whole intro, so I'm hoping we can finish this Prismaticism match.
I don't know how Prismat is feeling, but I'm watching this and having no spells in hand, it just feels like your hands are really tied. So judging though by the,
you know, Prismat doesn't have his infamous afro just yet, so you know he hasn't been thinking too desperately this time around. If you saw him in the finals of Atlanta, he was picking at his hair. It was going crazy. If anyone saw the meme, they traded places with Allen's haircut. It was a bald Prismaticism and then afro / curly hair Allen CQ. It was pretty funny.
yeah, I mean,
taking a look at his hand. A lot of defies.
he's on 7 points right now according to the green dice up the top, which means if he conquers Zorn Warrens, am I mathing this right?
Well, for now, we need to make sure we know whose turn it is.
Very true.
We did see Prismat play that Ferris Forerunner, right? We do see that Minju currently looking at his cards, considering his options.
Yeah, that Rengar was played though on Prismat's turn, so I think with all the runes up, he's considering, what do I do here? How do I get that other battlefield?
Yeah, look like them. I'm thinking about it. Prismat taking a look at that 1 card in.
No, it hasn't gone back to Prismat, right? He held to 7 as Master Yi's turn, so he just hasn't passed. I think you just pass and pray the punch versus enough. I mean, you can't really play around a Starcross. He doesn't have another unit on board. But it does give him a little bit of a window, right?
Could be. We've only seen, I think, 1 Pharaoh's Forerunner, so there could be 2 more if he didn't sideboard it.
That's it. That's it.
And let me know if anyone has caught word if Prismat has done any push-ups this weekend. I would imagine after his first loss in the opening round of day 2, he probably busted out a couple push-ups here and there.
See his options, see his outs. Can he discard and draw? Can he send a Ferris Forerunner in? Obviously not this turn. It is exhausted. But he has to do something now.
And guys, for anyone just joining, we're just waiting on the Chinese regional to get things started. We're tuning into the Sydney RQ since it's live already until about 20 or so minutes until we get things started. But I'm hoping, like I said previously, that we do at least get to finish up this Prismaticism. I think they're in round, they did 8 rounds yesterday. That was round 9 to start things off. So they're in round 10 currently. So this round and then 2 more rounds, I believe. And that's it for the top cut. It's 5 rounds, right? Day 2.
Prismat already having that game 1. If he wins
If
here,
memory
it's
serves
a
me right for
two-zero
Atlanta, it was round 13. So if this is round 11, they still have round 12. Oh, yeah, 2 more rounds. What am I talking
Points of
about?
views, how they're thinking, how in the zone they are. I want to say how stressed they are, but they don't quite look stressed or anything like that. They're just in the zone.
These definitely aren't stress faces. These are, I'm a professional TCG player faces, and I am thinking about every single possible option here. You've got to think about it like chess. You've got to think 20, 30.
He's
moves
pulling a
ahead.
little bit of the Prisma in terms of not technically slow playing, but thinking very deeply. Almost like it's on time, so they should be a little bit careful on time, because if it does go to a game 3, they have to finish that game 3, right? Because they're definitely not looking to tie. A tie is pretty much might just knock them out of contention, even though I believe in Atlanta it was all X11s that made it.
Ruin Runner goes in.
Brings back that Ranga as well, and so Ranga is going to be ready to go in as well, but that Ruin Runner is on the arena.
And chat, remind me to tag the casters about 5 or so minutes. Let's take a look. I keep looking at the time because they haven't. Oh, 17. Okay, we have a little bit of time. So 17 from now. I think it starts exactly where I told the casters at 10:40. So we should be good. In about 10 minutes, I'll start tagging them. To start off today's Chinese regional is going to be none other than Mr. Plus and Random Minion Caster holding us down for the first 2 rounds. And then we have some awesome casters joining us a little bit later on. Just like yesterday, in the middle there is going to be a little bit of a casual solo cast, because it's so hard to find a caster to fill in that late night mid. At least for the most people, it's like the middle of the night. At least for me, it's like smack at 4 a.m. or something like that.
The equip going in. First Forerunner with that longsword has +2, but don't forget Punch First exists, is going to buff up that room.
Prismat shaking his head. There's nothing you can do. Even a cleave doesn't get it done, so scoop it up. That's a game 3, guys.
Yep, they wrap it up one apiece here. A great sort of marathon, if you will, from Minju, taking this game with 8 victory points over Prismat. Currently 1 game apiece in this round 10 best of 3 matchup here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers, Sydney 2026, Ricey. It's getting tense. It's real exciting.
Yeah, I really hope we finish matchup. I want to say the only 2 missing things of having an open overlay like this is the timer not being on the screen, so we have no idea what time is left. And then the points are a little finicky to keep track of it with just the dice, so not the biggest fan of it. But I wouldn't be too upset of them leaving it like this for the remaining of the tournament. It's not too bad. Because you could oftentimes see the hand, just like you could in the Chinese regionals. You could kind of see what they're working with rather than relying on the camera movement. And speaking of camera movement, if you guys saw the original opening round, I don't know what got in the head of these producers. They started doing some B-rolls instead of showing the actual game. At the hindrance of showing us the gameplay, we were like, hey, show us what he played. What is he doing? Is he going for a conquer? Is he trying to play anything? They were instead just trying to do like some cool action shots. It was okay, but honestly, it was a little disorienting. They did like a little too much.
It will be very, very prohibitive. Valmors is always a good choice against more mobile decks. And we do know.
And chat, I was telling the casters yesterday, regretfully, I wish we were covering Sydney, right? This is just so much heater / bangers of matchups. China compares slightly, but it doesn't truly compare. So next time they overlap, which is about 3 weekends from now, or it might be even 4 weekends from now, there's a Chinese regional that overlaps with U-Trick. We're definitely going to cover U-Trick, because the logic here, we thought, you know, the mainstream that we're watching now is already covering it in English, right? So we're like, you know what? There's no love for China. We'll take one. We'll take one for the team. We'll try to provide the English coverage for China, because if we don't cover the Chinese regional, it basically doesn't exist. Like, guys, where is anyone going to find the Chinese regional? But maybe that's not too much for anyone to worry about. ¿Cómo la va partida? Basilic, bienvenidos. Prismaticism está haciendo bien, está haciendo muy bien. Yo creo que va a ganar, but let's see. Because there's going to be Prismaticism on the play.
That game was so tense, as we would keep saying. He had no options to play, and this game 3, of course.
And chat, remind me, I gotta tag these casters. So I mean, we still have some time, right? Because it's about 10:15. I'll tag them now to join in like 10 minutes. Or RMC, I see you're in the tourney chat. Did you want to hop in here already?
popular choice.
Let me
He
tag you.
has fantastic representation at the regional qualifiers, and it's being piloted so effectively by so many people too, which you love to see, right? Because we all have our favorite legends.
We do.
Master Yi, fantastic jungler.
He is.
Unleashed, all about junglers.
It is.
Okay, you're hearing me perfect. Yeah, up to you, Random. I didn't want to take too much of the time, but if you want to hop in here, we're just gonna watch the little RQ in the meantime. Let me bring your camera in here. I'm hoping you hear me. If not, I'll start typing to you. But let me bring your camera in here then.
With that Valmor's lair, and out comes that first turn. We see a Kaiser in hand, but it is going to be that Inferno that is played, of course, using a 2. After Annie finishes the turn, gets a 2 back.
Yeah, readies those 2 runes, so has the options, but unfortunately both the Fury, so that locks out any Chaos options. Stalwart Poro played there for Minju on his turn 1. It's great to have options.
In goes that Inferno, gonna be able to conquer that arena's greatest.
And guys, I got RMC in here, but wait, I think NA45 also popping in here. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Absolutely.
How's it going? And wait, NA, you want to join us earlier than expected?
Oh, I didn't realize I was on 10. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay, I'm good.
You're always
All right,
welcome,
luck,
NA,
guys.
but because I know RMC could only do the first 2 rounds, and same for Mr. Plus because he has to wake up early for work. So that's why I messaged you if you could do the round right after those 2.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just misread the schedule. Okay. All right. Anyways, I'll see you in a few hours.
Okay, see you in a little bit, NA. But RMC, how are you doing, sir? And are you muted? For some reason, I can't hear you. Maybe it's on my side. Let me see. Actually, it can't be on my side. If I was just hearing NA, I should be able to hear you.
Yeah, do you hear me now?
I hear you now. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, it was pulling from the wrong mic, so sounds. There we go.
Have you been able to check out a little bit of the Sydney RQ today? There have been some really good matchups so far.
I have not. I just got back from work not too long ago, so
okay.
Just hopping straight on. I see that we've got Prismat on stream though.
Yeah, you can never go wrong with Prismat, but to fill you in a little bit, the first round started off with undefeated LeBlanc with this Challenger TCG, a runner-up from Houston, so Daniel, versus undefeated Aurelia. So it went down to a game 3, but LeBlanc ended up winning, and it was the Hook LeBlanc. I'm curious to see if China comes out to play with anything similar like a Hook LeBlanc, because they look extremely powerful. Have you been able to spectate a match like that or played one?
Well, I have seen the Challenger TCG LeBlanc list going around, and I remember when it first came out, people thought it was kind of troll, actually. But yeah, and then I think the Challenger TCG released his guide on YouTube like a day or 2 before Sydney started. Yeah, people were like saying that, oh, is he like, I don't know if they were joking, but there were comments saying basically like, oh, is he like trying to bait people into
yeah, I know what you mean,
playing a bad Hook deck. But yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. It is really good. I had some fears that it might get blown out by the purple deck still, but I mean, evidently it didn't, right? Like he's there undefeated, right? So
no, it looked good. You would think like Aurelia with the charms and things like that would kind of deal with it, but Aurelia charmed the Karthus, he killed the Karthus, but it was just like endless amount of value. I think it came down to you always had cards in hand. There's never a turn where you're stalling out, because in the right hands, which Daniel is an excellent pilot, you always make sure you have one good Death Knell trigger to regenerate that hand pretty much every turn, it felt like. So once you dealt with one problem, just another one got ahead and developed out the very next turn. So it was almost like endless pain. And Aurelia felt a little bit of the pain. So even without the baited hook, he just did LeBlanc things. He did the Ruin Rex. He did the Glass Mixologist. So it looks like a powerful deck. I was telling chat earlier, I think it might take it to the finals, honestly.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised. I've been low-key hoping that LeBlanc doesn't do too well in Sydney, so that the popularity drops. Her conversion rate wasn't particularly good either, so you know I kind of had hopes. But yeah, the way Challengers TCG is playing, you know, he deserves that deck deserves to do well. So we'll kind of see how it goes. I actually didn't think Irelia would particularly have problems into that. Or pardon me, other way around. I thought Irelia wouldn't do too well into that deck because there's 3 Harness Dragons in there.
Right.
And that's kind of the thing that she's most afraid of, is just kind of getting clicked on with the kill spells. Like with Call, at least you can like body block it with something else, but Hunter's Dragon is targeted. It hooks out so early as well. The Articon makes holding a pain, also because same like Articon doesn't target, so you don't even have to pay to flat costs.
Yeah, well said. And I mean, the only saving grace for against a Hornet's Dragon is something like a not so fast, because you can technically not so fast it. But you're so right, RMC. It was the Hornet's Dragons, the Ruin Rex, who were putting such a detriment on Aurelia's game plan, and so much so that LeBlanc ended up winning it. We'll see here. I don't know what they did, because remember we were watching the Sydney RQ yesterday. They took away the overlay. Did you notice that, RMC? They're counting the points with dice in the middle of the screen. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, I am not a huge fan of this. The dice are okay. So in case you can tell, yesterday I have problems seeing it when the things are too small. So the dice are visible, but I like the overlay because of clarity and because it makes it bigger and easier to see stuff.
You know, I was saying earlier, I do like the bigger look at the full board there, but maybe just like a little top metric or a little top column with the points, with the timer, because we have no idea. It's a best of 3, but do they have 10 minutes left? Do they have 20 minutes left? I feel like that's pretty important. It kind of adds to the excitement of a matchup, especially here in these like later parts of the Swiss rounds for Sydney.
Like, did something break? Is that why it's gone? Because I could have sworn I saw it earlier when I first hopped on.
You're right. I think round 8 did have it. So maybe the cameras broke and they don't want to show us like blank legends or something like that. Let us know if anyone at home knows exactly what went down, because I think RMC's onto something. I remember watching the Daniel match and I was looking at both of their camera angles. So maybe the cameras did break or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, for now, like, I guess that's when the commentators, like casters, we started having to do more for a job and like, actually like naming all the cards that drop down and what they're doing. Usually, we kind of just try and add value to what you can see on screen. Like we assume people can see basic information and whatnot. But yeah, if overlays drop and stuff like that happens, then I guess we just have to be a bit more explicit when we're talking about stuff.
Just is what it is. And it almost looks like they're calling time now, or at least giving us a little bit of different camera angles. But I think that's just what they've been doing lately over there in Sydney. A little bit different things that, as you know, compared to the other Western regionals, they never gave us this many dynamic angles throughout the match. Maybe in between the round / games, but throughout the match, they've been giving us like these headshots, these like B-roll shots. It's pretty funny to see, but I guess it keeps things a little interesting sometimes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, especially when there's, you know, the players are kind of thinking about stuff, or as long as it doesn't obscure information, basically. I'm kind of okay with stuff. As a caster, like the shots I care about is the hand shots, because I want to see what's in the hand.
Oh yeah.
To try and figure out their lines. So it's kind of funny because in the China regionals, they show us hand shots a lot, so we get to see what's in the hand fairly consistently, but they don't show us deck lists. And then at Sydney or in a lot of the Western streams, they show us the deck list, but not what's in hand.
Right.
Like, can we get some sort of balance here between the two, like a happy medium of some sort?
You know, this is the reason I do like this like overarching bird's eye view, because you more often than not are able to at least get a little peek at the hands just by I mean, if they're holding it in hand. Most of these pro players just kind of put it face down on the table, of course. But sometimes, like we're seeing now with the Master Yi, like I could tell he has a back off, a Lonely Poro, and a Discipline. But I do like the more zoomed in version, because sometimes it gets a little tricky when the foiling of the cards and stuff like that. Yeah. But we got a game, RMC, 5-6 it looks like, so neck and neck. But I think one of these board states is a little bigger than the other. But it is a Master Yi we're talking about, so he could always surprise in terms of how much defensive potential he can throw down, right? I think game 2 we saw a nice little punch first to kind of close out the game. But there's only 2 cards in Master Yi's hand. Wait a minute, he played the Lonely Poro, so we know for a fact there's 1 back off and 1 discipline. Is that enough? Because I feel like Prismat probably is going to be taking this one with just 2 cards left for Yi.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because I like the double stack as well with the Stalwart and the Master Yi. You lose one and the other one gets the +2 buff, and with the back off you can pretty much guarantee that one of them is still going to survive. But yeah, the fact that how much XP does he have? Like, does that Yi have ganking? I guess it doesn't even matter because you just killed the Yi straight up, right?
Yeah, I don't think they have any XP, but I believe Mr. Plus has joined us. Mr. Plus, you can hear me. If you join the little camera, I can pull you in. Okay, I do see you got the camera set up, so let me bring your camera in here, and then we'll welcome you in as well.
Yeah, and it looks like the China side is about 3 minutes away from starting their day. As soon as we learned, that doesn't mean the start of match time, unfortunately. So,
And mic check, Mr. Plus. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can indeed.
How are you
hello,
doing?
Mr.
Did you get some
Plus.
good rest after the long night yesterday?
Yes, it was a long night, but a lot of fun matches, and excited to do it again.
Yeah, it should be a little bit higher caliber because now all the more casual players have been kicked to the curb, and now the best of the best remain. It is day 2 of the Suzhou Regional coming up rather shortly, as RMC said, about 3 minutes until the opening ceremony begins. But I want to finish this matchup. I don't know if you've been catching it, Mr. Plus, but have you been watching the Prismaticism game so far?
I have been. Yeah, the first 2 games are really fun to watch, and I also want to see how it wraps up because this is a pretty big match considering whoever loses goes to X&2, and we saw how many people missed top cut at X&2 at the last regional, so kind of a make or break match I think here for both players.
Yeah, literally every X2 missed top 8, right?
Yeah, there
It
was a lot of
was.
them. That's what I mean. It was so many people missing it with X2, which is unfortunate that we have that issue, and hopefully they'll do something to address that going forward. But right now, it is what it is.
I mean, if they top 8 it, I guess there is no, like, how else can you do it, right? Like, top 8 out of
They just need
1,000
more
plus people.
rounds. You know, we have 1,000 people, but it's hard with how long it's going with the current amount of rounds.
Yeah, not as many players as we've seen from the previous regionals. I thought it was closer to 2,000, but I looked earlier, it was about 1,400. So still a good amount, about double the size of the Chinese regional, but not as crazy big. So maybe they could have, I mean, maybe this amount of rounds is enough for today. But I think it's just rewarding for the most consistent players. But it is a bit of a feels bad if you just X2, because X2 is respectable, right? Only losing 2 games out of 13. You feel pretty proud of yourself, but just a little shy of being the best final 8 players. And just like that, the overlay's back up. Nice. Maybe there was some tech
Okay.
issues.
Yeah, I guess they finally fixed it. Whatever the problem was.
Yeah, because what is that? X2? They only do 13 rounds, right? So.
Yeah, 13 rounds total. I thought that it was an X2 bubble that some people got bubbled out of, which is why
Yeah,
Was-
because X2 with 13 rounds is like an 85% win rate, and for
Right.
you to not make top 8 with that kind of record is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You know, RMC, I think you're thinking about, there was a couple regionals now, the earlier regionals of Spirit Forge. There was 1 or 2 X2s that made it, but the 2 most recent regionals, Atlanta and then Lille, there was 0 X2s, because what they started doing is they started doing the math a little earlier in the round. So once they went undefeated with 2 rounds left, everyone started IDing. So it was all just X11s that made it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And chat, it looks like the Chinese regional has started, but there's about 2 minutes left in this game. Should we hold off from showing the Chinese region just a little bit to see if they could finish up? It is 6-6.
I think
I
we
don't
can
know if I wanna
probably
say this.
fit the rest of this in.
Yeah, but I kind of don't care, like, about the opening ceremony. I only care about the game, so.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. I have it on the left side of my screen. I'm in
Sounds good.
full screen mode right
Yeah, I
now.
have it
So
open
once
as
this
well.
match finishes, we'll go back to the little intermission booth, and then we'll start doing our intros for this day number 2. Final 3 rounds of Swiss on the side of China, and then that is down to the final 8 players. Very similarly how Sydney's doing, but I think Sydney had 5 rounds instead of 3. Right?
Yeah, 11 rounds is pretty small, but these tournaments are the ones that are only like 100 and something players, right? For the Chinese ones that we're
No,
watching.
640. It's
No,
still,
the
it's still
regionals
decent
is bigger,
size.
yeah.
640 players.
Oh, this is okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of the like the
The
city
cities, yeah.
challenges. Yeah, so 11 rounds is kind of small too for that amount of players, but I don't know. I guess it's just a time constraint thing with venues and tournament organizers.
So
Yeah, this-
distracted by Prismat just running his fingers through his hair right now.
Yeah, and Azir's not looking as crazy. I was pointing out earlier, if you saw it during the final/semifinals of Atlanta, his hair was looking way crazier. Imagine he comes out one day just completely buzz cut. Can you guys see a buzz cut Prismat?
Then he'll lose all his power. You know, like the more like he needs to run his fingers through his hair to generate that brain power.
Mm-hmm.
If he buzz cuts, he'll just kind of start losing.
Yeah, I actually think there's some truth to that. He has like a little fidget kind of thing to him. So like if he can't fidget with something, he might go a little bit crazy. So I think it does help him like kind of stay in tune with like what's going on in the current board. But guys, I am seeing they're showing some kind of graphic. If they show us the top distribution, we have to tune in. But granted, there's just 30 seconds left. We could make it, chat. We could make it RMC and Mr. Plus. Let's see if they can finish
the
strong.
graphic they're showing is just about like what you need in a deck to make it a like official deck.
Okay.
Interesting.
cards and
Respond
main
to the
cards and
charm with a
slots.
star cross.
Ooh.
Bounce Annie and Master Yi. So now
He's tapped
he
out.
only has
though.
3 runes up. I don't think he can push over the Ferris Forerunner and the Noxus Hopeful, so he's gonna have to go to Biomont and reinforce this. And Prismat holds the 7 and should be able to conquer for 8.
Right, that's Inferno with Assault 2 up to 3. Traveling Merchant swings at, so what is that, 4?
Yeah, he's going in with everything he's got to try to hold it. He knows that he's
Yeah.
I
can't
think
give
that
up
might
this
have been another
battlefield.
Starcross. That could be the final nail because you Starcross one of the holding units already. And then
And
you
he
just have
picked
to
up
deal
Annie.
with 5 damage. If he has a cleave, it can get there, but I don't think he has. But he should have, it looks like the Annie champion. So
Yeah.
double Starcross, and then you go in. I think it's
would do it.
GG. Or do you not have enough runes? Oh, you don't have enough runes.
Probably
You're
not
one
enough.
short.
I mean, right now all the math is face up. This is 8 might at this battlefield, and nothing else he can add to it. So he just has to get over 8. He's already presenting 5.
He didn't trigger Traveling Merchant just yet, so he does have another look at a potential cleave because he is running, I believe, at least 2, but swings in individually first, takes down a oh, there we go, found the sequence, and we did manage to catch the conclusion of that round number 12. That was an awesome match. So Prismat still in it to win it, just X1. Can he make, I believe, his 5th appearance in top 8 from these regional levels? That's the most consistent player we've seen to date of Riftbound.
Yeah, Prismat is a very solid player and really fun to watch. I enjoy getting to see anytime they put him on coverage.
And all right, guys, just like we said, that means with the Prismat match coming to an end, it is time to go ahead and all eyes on the day 2 top cut for the Suzhou Regional. They're giving us all the players that managed to day 2 as well. Of course, a little bit more unfamiliar names than we're used to. But let me know if you guys personally recognize anything. What I recognize is the team names. I'm seeing a whole lot of Team AI, if you guys are familiar with that team.
I'm not familiar with most of the China side players or orgs, so yeah, but I mean the fact that I'm seeing at least 2 on screen right now, plus whatever you saw before, like obviously, I'm guessing they're really good at what they do.
So this must be breakdown of distribution of these top 3 legends being represented here.
Yep.
Oh,
So
nice.
that's the percentage on the bottom left and the amount of players playing it on the bottom right. I am surprised Master Yi is their number 1. Like I am not sold on Spirit Forge on Proving Ground Z.
Oh, he's good. He's definitely good. I'm definitely sold on him. So much so that we even saw it in Sydney. The number 1 day 2 converting deck was Master Yi as well. So in China, Master Yi was the most represented, or it looks on screen to be tied as the 2nd/1st most represented with 7
Whoa,
apiece.
Look at this.
So Iona fighting for the title of first ever Unleashed champion, perhaps. But pretty diverse still, right? 7 to 6 to 5 is not too much of a difference. Way better than what we saw in Spirit Forge early on with like, I think it was literally for day 2 spreads, somewhere in the neighborhood of like 30-40% Draven originally. So I'm happy this early on Unleashed. I don't think it could get too much better than that.
Yeah, I love
One
it when
pike.
it's more even. Yeah, 1 pike made it. Mr. Press, maybe we get to see the pike today.
I know.
Fingers crossed.
One
Yeah, I'm
Timo
surprised.
made it, one Kha'Zix made it, one Garen and one Vex made it. Not too shabby. If you guys saw on the
made it.
Sydney RQ, there was a very, very spicy Timo list that
Oh, I was gonna
I
ask
believe was
that.
still in contention, running hot at X1. But they're showing us a nice cookie cutter Master Yi list, I believe, at least the more late game Master Yi with the 3 Valmons. Do we think we're starting the round number 8, I believe it is, for today's day 2 with the Master Yi? Or you think they're just showing us an example?
Maybe just an example. I am surprised though. Like you said, cookie cutter, and then as I look at the list, I'm like, how does this deck even win?
I meant
It just
cookie
seems
cutter
like
because I've seen the Chinese cookie cutter, I should say Chinese version, because they've been running the
yeah,
full set of trophy hunters, the Valmons, and then recently they
Mhm.
added in the Tasty Fey folks so they can more reliably hit those Valmons, or not hit them, but play those Valmons. So that's kind of what they've been doing so far. They've been kind of just going all in on those 3 units, but it's a little risky, right? Because if you have to spend your runes a little earlier and you don't have a way of channeling runes, that's a heavy hand, or a potential to be a heavy hand. So I feel like it can be punishing, but a good pilot probably makes it work for sure.
Well, in a way, I
yeah,
think the idea with that particular deck is also that with Mastery, you cheat might, right? Like when you're solo
yeah,
defending, you get the +2. That usually puts you, roughly the conversion is 2 runes, or 1 rune equals 1 might, or 1 energy what equals 1 might for most units. So when you cheat 2 might like that, you're effectively cheating 2 energies. You're cheating 1 turn ahead of your opponent. So even if you deramp, it's kind of okay for the most part. And then you've got things like the Zonias, the Defies, the On Guards to
yeah.
try and get over it. And basically you combat trick your opponent. If they screw up a single time, they fall behind. Is kind of the idea.
Yeah, I really was just kind of like memeing, I guess, at just the idea of when you look at the deck on its face, you see like 6 2-drops, and you're like, I guess those 2-drops are just carrying you through the entire early and mid game, and that is what ends up happening. Like you said, just because of that free 2 might, all of a sudden the Lonely Poro, being a 4 might defender, is actually able to get you through those early stages of the game until you can get to your Viamas and Tasties and all that heavy late game that it seems like the deck is running. So very interesting that like that type of anatomy of a deck can work at this game, and has been working so well, especially in the Chinese scene.
Right, and it has been finding a
I don't see
lot
how
of
it shouldn't work.
success, as you mentioned. But guys, it is time. If you guys are just tuned in, we are about to start day number 2 of the Riftbound Regional over in China. Sydney's about 2 rounds deep, but this one is just getting underway. So let's go ahead and join the feature table. Hopefully, for the sake of Mr. Plus, we get a pike on the feature match. But I wouldn't be too upset. As I was telling these casters earlier, the caliber has been raised, the standards have been lifted. We're going to see a good amount of skill on display, whether it be at the hands of a Sivir Aurora or not. These should be the best of the best players still remaining out in China. And I'll take a little bit of a backseat now, and I'll let okay, I won't talk anymore. RMC and Mr. Plus, take it from here, guys.
I was going to stick
Alright.
around to pop up on this because Garen versus Sivir. Yeah, I think one Garen made it day 2 on that graphic, was it?
Yep. Just the singular Garen, so already the best Garen in the room, and both of these being body decks means there's a likelihood we're about to see a Aurora on Aurora Violence matchup, but well, we'll see what Garen's bringing to the table. Maybe there's some spice here, maybe it won't be Aurora.
Yeah, and in previous sets, Garen actually runs Salvage main deck a lot of times, just so he can actually
Ooh.
use it for card draw. So if it comes down to it, I don't think most Sivers are running Gear Hate in their main deck. So
Yeah.
Garen's actually not bad into other Aurora decks. His biggest problem is just lack of card draw.
Of course, yeah, you're totally right with that, and I think what makes the yellow-orange variants of Aurora so interesting is that the order color also provides a lot of ways to recycle, so that you can get your units back into your deck for the Aurora. Something that obviously Chaos got access to in set 2 once we got the last rights added, and a few more ways to do so, but. That's always been one of the strengths that the yellow-orange variants of Aurora has. Plus, like you said, just having targeted hard removal for the mirror match. When they're bringing in big units, you just have a 2 might or a 2 energy, 1 power, kill it, you know. And then
Yeah.
on top of that, 2 energy, 1 power, kill your gear with salvage, like you mentioned. So they have these tools that are, really good at hating in the mirror. So it's funny that it may not be the strongest into the field, but when it's Aurora versus Aurora, the yellow-orange variants are really powerful at winning the mirror match.
It's gonna be really interesting to me watching this in terms of like with chaos. A lot of times the purple auroras, mind splitter is the thing. You hand destroy, whereas order is the field destroy, right? Like you hit harness
Yeah.
dragons, you hit Azakans, like you're clearing the field. And especially for a lot of the chaos aurora decks, they also tend not to run that many units. I think I've seen MF lists running as low as I think 4 units sometimes. Not that I'm saying that should be the build, but usually it's like 4 to 8
Ooh.
units, which is kind
Seeing
of okay.
seeing immobilized, it looks like we might be on an Aurora track after all.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there's another aspect about the yellow orange that's interesting in regards to Aurora is like you said, the units that it brings out often like the Harness Dragon, the Otacon, they trade one for one really, or they trade positively in most cases with everything that your enemy Aurora player might bring out. And being able to target things in the back row with Harness Dragon is so effective, or so often overlooked at how powerful it can be to just get one of those out early to start countering what your enemy Aurora is doing. And then as well, the removal can be used on your own units to supply or to give you some draw if you really need it. The hidden blade, of course, giving you the draw too. So not as powerful and consistent with the draw power that purple has, but there are a couple things depending on what you are willing to tech into the deck. Even the new card that grants temporary and draws two if you're going to play some early game units. One big one that I was thinking might start being splashed into these yellow-orange Aurora decks is the Ash, just because it operates as your own little Mind Splitter. And you can snipe out that Dazzling Aurora out of their hand, which we see our Sivir player already has. So we'll see how this ends up going, because I don't believe we've seen the Aurora in Garen's hand yet until right now.
Shell. Oh, there we go. Yeah. He also had the Divining Shell to go looking for it, so I wasn't as worried. The new set has given a couple of options to potentially help with Garen or yellow card or yellow decks in general. There you go. To actually check your deck and cycle through a little bit. So Divining Shell allows you to look to scry your deck, and then you can kill it later in order to give a unit +2 that turn.
Very cool gear addition. One of the interesting ones, since most of the other gears are designed around the plants from the jungle in League of Legends, the Sight Orb, as we just saw our Sivir player go ahead and activate Honey Fruit, Blast Cone, all these plants that you can interact with on the map. So these seashells just kind of filling the void for yellow, giving them some kind of gear with an alternate purpose, and a pretty effective one, like you mentioned.
Yeah, now, I believe opted to keep the Catalyst available. Yep, there you go. So looking for the ramp, should be able to hit that Aurora a little bit quicker. The rune count right now, what's he at? He's at 5 this turn. And so the Catalyst will get him there for next turn already, which is kind of scary for the Garen player.
Yeah, so they're both able to get to Aurora on their next turn. Unfortunately, it's one turn quicker for our Sivir, but like we discussed, that may not actually be a bad thing. Sivir, right now, nothing really on board for Garen, just a recruit, so not anything you care about getting taken out by Elder Dragon should Sivir hit the Elder Dragon off the top. The real thing that you're afraid of here is that they hit the Mind Splitter and then take that Aurora from you. That's the doom scenario that you're hoping to avoid here. But if it's Elder Dragon and then you go to your turn and play your Dazzling Aurora out and hit Harness Dragon and snipe the Elder Dragon, all of a sudden you're looking in a much better spot as the Garen player.
Yeah, and that's sort of the matchup like we were talking about. One's hand destruction, the other is just field destruction. So it's unfortunate for the Garen that he didn't hit it first, and we'll kind of see how this goes, because Aurora's going to be played. That's it. That's the turn for both these guys. So Aurora comes out, and we go gambling. What do we hit here?
Very cool gold token there for the Sivir activation.
That was from a particular advantage or a limited sort of thing from China, right?
I believe so. And that look, we saw the Elder Dragon after all, like we mentioned. So Elder Dragon, all he did was take out a little 1/1 recruit, and now the Aurora can come out for our Garen player and hopefully hit something that can snipe that Elder Dragon in the back.
And there's a lot, I feel like, because right now,
of course, they have their own Elder, yeah. So it
Yeah,
could
there's
be
Elder, there's Harness Dragon, Atakan's the other thing they play. I think Rift Herald might or might not be in the decks, in order to try and get Elder out of hand, potentially sometimes for Garen players. And I'm trying to think, do they still run Did Blooms? I actually don't recall if they run Did Blooms still.
fortunate hitting that second Aurora off the top. If those cards' positions were altered, this would be a dream scenario for our Garen player to be able to double Aurora back-to-back turns. But now that one's gone to the bottom. Won't be seeing it again for quite a while. But it's come down to both players having Aurora, one Elder on the board for our Garen player, but now full runes to work with for Sivir. And this is the point of these decks that is often questionable for me, is that once you get to this point where you have your Auroras established and you're both kind of trying to figure out a way to out one another's board state, if most of your hand is just spell removals that don't do anything, you're kind of just sitting here and waiting to pass turn and hope that you see what you want to see off the Aurora. And it can feel a little dirtily in these mid-game scenarios in the Aurora match, or Aurora mirror rather.
Yeah, and we have to remember too that there's still card draw for both of these players, more for the Misfortune side. So maybe you hit units in hand, maybe that gives you another option. For now, though, it doesn't seem to be the case for the Sivir. Oh, and is going to hit the Mind Splitter one turn too late.
He does get to take out either the challenge or the Flurry of Blades here. Most likely the challenge. Yep, challenge going to the bin. Doesn't want that Elder Dragon to challenge his Mind Splitter and send him away. So now Garen's coming to his turn with only 2 cards in hand. A challenge and a catalyst. Drawing looks like Sabotage off the top. So can take a peek at his opponent's hand and return the favor after that Mind Splitter and get an idea of what our Sivir player is working with, which looks like is what is going to go down right now. What card out of these plethora of spells will he choose to send to the bottom?
Definitely not Gust. That can sit there. Pack of Wonders, I think, being a good shot of Flurry of Blades potentially. The Hard Bargain's an interesting one, because I feel like with the amount of mana, or yeah, the amount of energy that both of these decks are going to have, Hard Bargain also probably isn't going to play that big a role here.
Yeah, and the Pack of Wonders actually being the choice is interesting because there was a thought process of potentially playing the pack out to just continually bounce this Mind Splitter while simultaneously continually bringing out units from the Dazzling and just continue to try to tear the Garen player's hand apart. But Pack of Wonders going to the bottom now. Not sure where or what amount of copies they run in this list, but another Elder Dragon found off the top for our Garen's second Dazzling trigger of the game.
So interesting to me that he didn't opt to actually swing the first Elder up. I guess he just wanted to make sure he had the insta-kill ability left in base. A lot of times that's why we see Elders actually not being moved up. So the Garen player, I think, more willing to take his time, probably has more units in deck as well, just wants to build up the board. I feel like it's a very mixed blessing with hitting that Elder right now, because sure, you get to kill the Mind Splitter, you delay the Sivir player's turn or ability to score for one more turn, but at the same time, you've only got one more Elder in deck. If and there's another Dazzling Aurora for the Sivir. If the Dazzling Aurora for the Sivir hits the Elder, I feel like it has kind of more impact at this point, and you've got like one less sort of board wipe available for you.
Yeah, and we're potentially playing around the Elder hit by keeping everything in the back so he can only take out one unit rather than hitting something at each location. But with double Dazzling, there could be double Elder. Instead, it will be yet another Mind Splitter, this time taking the Flurry of Blades away, leaving him with just a Catalyst. And now at long last, Elder Dragon has come out to answer the Elder Dragon, one of the 2 Elder Dragons across the board. Opting to choose the Altart one, taking out his shiny version, his extra special Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it's higher value, right? Literally higher value, cash value.
Higher EV.
True. But Mr. Blessy, here, okay, so I feel like Aurora decks have an unfair reputation from set 1 and set 2. People think, oh, Aurora decks are boring to watch. Oh, they're so slow to play. And I don't think that's true. I think they're actually usually, at least in set 1, set 2, the first couple of turns are fast. And sure, you can call it boring, but it gets the job done. The game rolls. However, I feel like in set 3 now, it does get kind of boring because we're seeing the face-off situation where no one wants to send units up to the battlefield. You know it's going to die. So everybody's just kind of sitting back at home, sitting back at base, recognizing if we swing up, we're going to get hit by something. So whoever swings up is going to lose their unit first. Eventually, somebody will have to do something, but it's that meme of, like just sitting there poking at a thing on the floor, just going, hey, do something.
Yeah. And the
That's a fun
interesting
battle.
thing about this matchup now too is the way that these decks have started to come into how they're being constructed is very minion light. A lot of these purple orange Aurora decks are running like 5 or 6 minions in some cases, just the triple elder and like so a couple mind splitters, maybe 3 mind splitters, and then a baron if you're into the baron idea. And they're trying to make sure that they hit the most powerful cards every time and
Yep.
consistently, and then recycling them with the last rites, which of course, if you're able to consistently perform, that is great. But because you're running so few units, if at any point they are able to disrupt what you're doing in terms of being able to snipe the last rights or prevent you from being able to recycle those units from your trash back into your deck, once you run out of units, it doesn't matter if you have triple dazzling on board. There's nothing coming out anymore. And I think that might be what these yellow chaos decks are, or yeah, the yellow orange dazzling aurora decks are banking on, is being able to eliminate all of the units they bring out with all of this very powerful spot removal, and then having the gear hate to prevent them from being able to get those minions back into the deck.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind as well is that the Garens were running Vanguard armies in set 2. So, and Elder. Okay. Perfect timing. That is going to slow things down for the Garen player a little bit. Also kind of just adds threat, I feel like, to the board, to the table. I can't recall if they actually kicked the Flurry of Blades out of the Silver player's hands with the Sabotage. If not, yeah, it's real dicey trying to move up and stop these units from holding here.
And it might already have reached that point where there's no more units in the deck. Yep, we have. So this is that scenario where we're talking about. There's only 2 units remaining here. Nothing left for Dazzlings to even pull out. So if or 3 units, I'm sorry, Sivers on at the Sigil of Power. So if our Garen player is able to wipe out all of these units,
yeah,
there is nothing left for our Dazzling Aurora player to even play to attack either battlefield. They will be at that point, they won't even have anything to equip the last rights to recycle units into the trash. So we're reaching a potential end game state rather quickly with no units remaining for our Silver player in deck.
And what's really scary is that there are sort of 2 lines here for the Garen player. One is if you hit Vanguard Armory, then you can start using token spam. Or if we see a challenge come out, that could be a huge issue as well, because that's the last Elder Dragon. Once Elder Dragon goes down, you really don't have good ways of sort of defending anything. There we go. There's the Flurry of Blades being taken out by the third. Third Sabotage coming through from the Garen player.
I believe all 3 Sabotages and all 3 Elder Dragons for Garen already.
So the Silver player, if I recall correctly, has 2 Mind Splitters, 3 Elders, and Chosen Champ. 6 units. Did I miss a Mind Splitter?
But potentially I may have missed it as well. I was not keeping track as we saw them all come out, but I believe it was all. This should have been the 3rd and final Mind Splitter. 3 Mind Splitter, 3 Elder Dragons, no Baron.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I'm really curious what's in the sideboard if he actually has more units to add in, because this is why I said the Garen deck is actually a pretty good Aurora hunting deck as well. So I feel like there's a decent chance right now, but Garen has to consider how he wants to play this out right now. Doesn't have units in hand, doesn't want to be throwing the Elder up there. Flurry of Blades.
Just trying to punch through all of this removal one piece at a time. Now the second Dazzling coming out, so we get 2 chances at some targeted removal here to hit those Harness Dragons and take out Mind Splitter and Elder, hopefully, and from there just have to worry about Sivir. Is he willing to go in with the Elder Dragon on board now, knowing what his opponent has in hand? He's going to
Oh,
opt to do so and trade away Elder for Mind
wow.
Splitter and rely on the double oh yes, the alternate mode of this gear here
Oh,
is the
true.
being able to trash it to send recycle cards from your trash back into your deck. So one of the ways that they can recycle both their powerful spells, as we see challenge go back in, as well as the units that they want to hit off the dazzling. So potentially also running a really light minion package, not too many minions outside of the elder, but it seems to be working out for him in this case, as we see actually a minion that was not on my bingo card for an inclusion into this list.
Yeah, yeah, we were just talking about trying to generate recruits and tokens, and there we've got the one that creates more recruits. Was it Corrine?
Yeah, Karina, I believe, and she's the when she moves into a battlefield, she creates 4 recruit tokens, I believe, or
Three recruits, yeah.
3 recruit tokens with her. So one of the
Oh, 2 of them.
funny ways to be able to trigger the Garen effect, which you almost never see happen when to conquer and get the draws from conquering with 4 units. But well,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really the reason for the inclusion. It more than likely is because of what you said, just trying to make those recruits and having them as uh ping targets essentially for your Elder Dragon.
And why not both? I think if a card fulfills multiple roles, you obviously are more than happy to kind of include it. The kind of Forge of the Future doing that as well, right? It creates the 1 token. It also gives you that sort of the trash recycling that you were talking about at the beginning of this game. And I kind of forgot about that too, because we did see use out of Forge of the Future in set 2, but it was mostly as a tool against the Miracle decks to actually remove stuff from their trash. Into the deck. So I kind of forgot about using it for yourself to give yourself more draw options as well. And yeah, it's kind of forced the silver player now to accelerate their game pace. Pardon me. They have to move the elder up to try and hold in score points. They can't sit back and wait anymore, lest those elders start coming back into play.
And I believe we saw the stack deck grab a Heedless Resurrection for Sivir. So that's another way we can get some units back out from the trash, which obviously in this case would more than likely just be trading in an elder for an elder, using it to dodge a elder proc, as we're about to see now. So elder coming in, targeting the elder and the Sivir. In response, going to Heedless the elder away, and then bringing an elder of our own, target his elder. But Unyielding Spirit comes out to protect against the Elder Dragon ping. So only Sivir going to the bin from that first Elder Dragon. And now it should be a guaranteed Elder Dragon thanks to that recycle from the... Oh, but another Heedless! Of course, Unyielding Spirit is for the turn, but this does keep the Elder Dragon alive nonetheless.
And well, here's the problem for Sivir. You know for a fact that in the next turn there will be another elder. Either he draws the elder, or he draws the other unit, which I can't remember what he recycled for his 4th card, and then the elder is going to be the thing that the Aurora hits. So at this point, how many more Heedless Resurrections do you have? How many options do you have to defend? Do you have Unyielding in main board? Because a little bit surprised to see it for the Garen, but I guess, hey, why not? You had the space for it in the deck. And it came in very, very clutch here.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure why this second elder is being, or was put into the bin. I thought Unyielding.
Yeah, it's for the whole turn.
Yeah, for the whole turn. So I'm not really sure what happened there, unless it was a timing window where he Heedless in response to the Unyielding Spirit. But I don't think that's what occurred, because we went to a second Dazzling Aurora trigger. Yeah, so I think they're just now looking at this and maybe going to correct the board state here.
Okay, yeah, there we go. It looks like they're figuring that out right now. Yeah, it is reaction speed, so you could have potentially played it again to do it earlier in response to the Unyielding, but that probably would have been bad, because then you'd have killed your dragon. So It looks like lack of knowledge strikes again here in the China regionals. We've seen it happen a couple of times already yesterday, and yeah, they are currently reviewing the text to make sure that that is indeed the case. And since we do believe that should be the case, I think the silver player is kind of cooked. We're probably going to see a Karina double swing next turn. But you don't really have any good outs at this point. Like even if you do get the last rights to maybe attach to the elders, swing up. Again, we know that there will be another elder coming in as well, so it just gets really tough now.
Yeah, the unyielding was pretty huge on that turn, to be honest, and I think that you're right that if this is the board state that we're left with, double elder, double Karina on Garen versus a single elder for our silver player,
Yeah.
unless the next card is last rights, because there is the double dazzling, being able to shuffle in the 2 elder dragons to
true.
guarantee that you're about to hit double elder at the end of turn may be enough to get you some purchase with the triple elder dragon on board, but it's gotta be exactly that, and even then I don't know if that completely gets you out of the scenario. I mean, it's only going to kill 2 units, which of course will probably be both of the elder dragons, but like you said, we have another one in the deck, so the 3rd elder will come out and answer right back, and it's just kind of this back and forth elder sniping each other match off until someone runs out of gas, I suppose. And I think Garen's been playing it in a way where he's kind of putting the pressure on Sivir a little bit more than the other way around.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat earlier, Juan Arabos asked, is this a Metapod battle? Yes, it is, but apparently only Garen evolves into Butterfree. Purple, that's Venomoth, wrong Pokemon. Doesn't quite work out for them. Yeah, a little bit tough. Yeah, so Garen looking really good right now, and I guess we should start looking forward a little bit into the next game as to where Sivir kind of goes for this, because at this point you just need to start sighting in your gear hate and praying that you hit it. But even then, like I said, I don't know if I fancy those odds into the Garen.
Yeah, and we talked about the gear hate a lot, and as a huge boon for the yellow version of the Aurora decks, but we actually haven't seen it at all so far. At least seen it deployed anyway.
Yeah.
We haven't got to see a salvage resolved or anything like that for the Garen players. So everything is giving, or things are lining up in a way to give the Sivir a chance to claw back from what has been a really well executed game plan from Garen. But it only takes a few more things to go Garen's way to close the door on this first round, which we have already crested past the 20-minute mark, so not going to give themselves a whole lot of time to finish a full 3-match set, given the pace that we're going at currently.
Okay, we know there's a challenge in the Sivir player's hand. Probably going to keep that for next turn when they swing in to take that Sivir out. Probably challenge using the Sivir, hopefully taking out one of the Elder Dragons. But yeah, you can't stop the Karinas from scoring, and that means potential card draw from Garen. I was gonna say I can't remember the last time I saw Garen pass a proc, but I did play against Tej before in, was it Houston or Vegas, and he did manage to proc it against me. So that would probably be the last time I saw a Garen passive legend procced.
Yeah, I've never seen it, so this will be a first for me.
Yeah, Sivir's still thinking, still his turn. And I can't quite recall what the other card in his hand was besides the challenge.
I don't recall seeing it either. I think he's in this awkward position now where, I mean, he can challenge with his Sivir if he's willing to sacrifice the Sivir to take out one of the Elder Dragons.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's even doing very much for you. Yeah, just gonna accept defeat here. Even as you look at the point totals, you see 5-1. Why is that player scooping? But that's where the knowledge of how these decks operate just shows you who was really winning the whole time. The point totals weren't telling the full story, as Garen gets to come away with a nice win in the first game for our set between Sivir and Garen, both of them rocking dazzling Aurora.
Yeah, and it was, I feel like it was kind of good timing from both of them that they managed to get the Auroras out that early. Both of them actually drew it fairly early on. I feel like that's the big advantage Miss Fortune has over a lot of the other Aurora decks, is the amount of sort of deck searching card draw she has to try and hit that Aurora more consistently, along with that ramp that orange often gives you itself. So going to game 2, I'm sure that the Misfortune player will be kind of thinking, okay, can I get luckier? Can I maybe sabotage and hit the Aurora out of the Garen's hand, Mind Splitter a little bit more effectively? And fingers crossed that that's the thing with Aurora decks, that it's already a bit of a gamble and a high roll deck, but when you get 2 of them facing off against each other, yeah, allegations of skill become kind of sus. I'm not saying there's no skill. I've played Aurora too, but yeah, 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see basically the optimal outcome for an Aurora mirror, both players getting to hit their dazzlings and kind of go back and forth on show off what both of their decks are trying to do. So hopefully we get another entertaining match like that, and it isn't just a blowout where one player never sees it and the other player sees it on turn 3.
Yeah.
And it's just a snowball away, which is kind of the biggest gripe I think most players have with Aurora. Isn't necessarily even, I mean, obviously the power level is a concern, but the disparity between the power level and how low the floor can be is a big reason why people are adamant about their distaste for Dazzling Aurora, because it just so often creates non-games in one way or the other, either an absolute stomp or a rollover and die. And even if that's a free win for you, it's still not the most fun play experience. So I understand the distaste for Aurora, but when you get to see it come together like we just did in that first round, it really makes it feel like a more skillful, fun archetype to play in Riftbound.
Fair enough. I think that there was definitely skill as well involved from the Super player to recognize when to scoop, because that game did take quite some time, 20-something minutes there. I believe there's about 36 minutes left on the clock, and go into game 2. I think if you see your opponent hitting Aurora, you don't find it 2 turns in, I think at that point you just kind of scoop and go next, because it gets really dicey as to whether it's worth playing out or not. We kind of talked about it. I think Misfortune a little bit more consistent than the Garen in terms of being able to find the Aurora. Garen a couple more tricks up his sleeve in terms of being able to score some points early. So it makes for a very interesting game too, where do the players want to take their time? Does the Garen player think that, okay, maybe I can score early on, get those 2 points early, and then keep that 2-point lead over the Misfortune? Or does he think, okay, well, Misfortune is more consistent. I might need more time game 3 to find my Aurora and come online.
Yeah, and what do we see come out of the sideboards too is another cool question. Like you mentioned prior, do they side in more units? Is there a Baron Nashor in the sideboard or something else that they want to add in? Does the Garen player side Ashe as an extra layer of hate for Dazzling Aurora mirrors? I mean, Ashe is obviously just a 4-might unit, not very good for its cost, but it's not something you would like to hit off Aurora necessarily, but it could be such a huge, crucial, like, deciding factor in the matchup if you're able to snipe the Dazzling by looking at their hand. And having only 1 power cost as opposed to 2, as the Mind Splitter does for purple, means that sometimes you can even play it out and it won't throw off your curve as far as how what turn you're able to hit Dazzling Aurora on, if you have some ramp in tandem with it or something of the sort.
Yeah, we actually saw, I believe, the Garen player hit 11 in order when he played as Aurora, because he ended up using Catalyst on 7. So yeah, as you point out, there's energy to spare at times. Also, it's not just the Aurora. I think the Ashe could be targeted at, right? Like we saw Last Rites was the outline for the Silver player. Elder could be something you could just banish right away or lock out as well. So I think there are quite a few different options here. That
even the Heedless.
True, yeah. I mean, that repeated Heedless on that turn, if not for that screw up, could have been very, very impactful for Sipper.
Yeah, that double Heedless was actually a pretty big play, all things considered, but the Unyielding Spirit in the main, mind you, to beat that out was very, very well played. And now we get to see the battlefields from round 1 were Sigil and Aspirants, and now Sigil coming over to our Sivir player's side, and then it looks like the Forbidden Wastes, I believe is what it's called, the not being able to score until turn 3 battlefield for our Garen player.
Yeah, and that's interesting.
Frozen Waste.
Forgotten Monument. But thank you, Plus, for
so many icy monuments and fields.
Forbidding Waste,
they are
Forgotten Monument, Frozen, whatever. Like
yeah.
But I did find it interesting that the Garen player. So it was Garen who played the Forgotten Monument, which surprises me because usually I feel like you want to do that on when you're going first because it affects both players in terms of when like you can start scoring on turn 3. So if you're going first, you get a chance to score first compared to your opponent. And with an Aurora deck, it is possible to turn 3 Aurora. Well, you won't be able to conquer, I guess, so it doesn't really make that big a difference. Aurora
Wow,
in
both
hand,
players.
Catalyst in hand.
Yeah, both players started with it in hand, and
Nice.
actually choosing to give Garen the ability to go first after
Okay.
losing game 1. Sivir gave Garen the play, wanting to
Wow.
potentially go for that turn 1 ramp, I suppose, or maybe their plan is to hit the turn 3 Dazzling after hitting Catalyst on turn 2, which we do see Catalyst and Dazzling in hand, so everything is lined up for the game plan Sivir looks to have set forth, and unfortunately for them, Garen's also hitting what he needs to hit with the early Catalyst on turn 2 as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Garen, he's going to be short that one little energy, so it is going to be Sivir who finds her Aurora first, and that might make all the difference because we already saw it last game, right? We're saying it's not the Elder you're looking to hit immediately; it's actually the Mind Splitter that you want to find to potentially kick out the Aurora. Now, I believe that's the was that. Oh,
Oh,
actually,
wow.
okay, yeah, that's no choice at all. You see Aurora, you take Aurora.
Yeah, just being able to, because they were, wait, how did they, oh, a little bit, the trove off of gold? Did they have a gold that they used to pay for the trove to get a ramp off the trove that I missed?
Did they?
Ah, that makes sense. So you're actually using the trove to trigger the ability of the Sivir to make a gold, and then that gold is spent on the sabotage to not leave the rune. That's an interesting facet of the Sivir Aurora deck that sets it apart from the MF Aurora and I suppose the Kha'Zix Aurora if you're
Right.
so inclined to play Kha'Zix Aurora as well. But being able to generate that gold to allow you to use some of these hate cards like Sabotage and not throw off your Aurora curve is so strong, as we see Aurora on curve
There we
now
go.
hitting the Mind Splitter. So even if he didn't have the Sabotage, he would have been able to snipe the Aurora out of Garen's hand twice over. So very, very, very strong position for Sivir here in game 2 compared to that first game.
And we saw once again the sort of idea of not swinging that recruit up immediately, actually kind of waiting for it for one turn so that you can swing both up. Excuse me. Using the Shadow Skull on the recruit to make it temporary, you know it's not probably going to survive up there anyway. So just looking for the card draw. Hits a Mobilize and a Confront. Problem is, if you confront this turn, you might see the Aurora, but you can't play it.
Yeah, and this is a kind of desperate position to just dig through the deck, try to find Aurora as quickly as possible, not really hoping to hit those cards in hand, at least the units in hand, not traditionally trying to pay 12 to bring out the Elder Dragon. So it's kind of that weird situation where once you've seen that, you've seen the one Aurora, it got taken away. Now you desperately need to see one of the last 2 copies, so you're trying to power through your deck. But in that, if your deck is in the order where you just start drawing all your units, by the time you get to the Dazzling, it won't even matter. You'll have all your units in hand, and it's kind of the part about Dazzling Aurora decks in general that makes me kind of quiver at the thought of trying to register it for a tournament, as we see the opposite side of that variance with the highest of rolls you can possibly achieve for our Sivir player, hitting basically everything on curve and hitting every single card that they needed to hit at every given point. And this is the oppressive variant of the deck that makes people, start shouting at the moon for bans.
High roll, low roll. It feels like there's no real in between, and once it gets rolling, it's a pain. And you can see the Garen player as well. He was already ready to discard his units from his base. He knew it was going to be cooked. Interesting that he actually has repulse. I don't know if he left it in there or whether he actually sided it in, but it doesn't stop Elder because it has to select. It counters a spell that selects one friendly unit at battlefield and nothing else. So it doesn't stop Elder. Almost feels like maybe he was using it hoping to hold it for a challenge or something like that.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it could be the challenge. It could be those rare scenarios where you just have the one unit at a battlefield and Elder's just targeting a single unit, which obviously we saw happen a couple times in the previous game. So it looks like Garen is just
He's
kind of at a loss for words as he flings his cards about, knowing that I think the writing might be on the wall here. Not losing hope, letting this game play out a few more turns, but at this point, I think we all can see that Sivir is just running away with this game.
Yeah, I think at this point it's still 1-1 or 2-1 after the hold. But the idea for Garen is that it's still playable, right? Like if he hits an Elder at this point, he clears everything. He kills the Elder, he kills a Mind Splitter, and then maybe he has some sort of gameplay. But yeah, things are looking rough. I believe he still has a Mobilize in hand, so he can still go digging next turn once again and try that long shot of looking for that Dazzling Aurora. But if he doesn't see it next turn, that's when things get very, very dire. And at that point, you should probably start considering whether you want to scoop and just go next or not. The game has been fast because the double Dazzlings came in so early that I think he can afford to go one more turn. But if you don't see it when your opponent's at 5 or 6, then at that point you are actually totally cooked.
Yeah, I mean, the Elder answers the current board state, but of course there's 2 Dazzlings on board, so 2 more units coming out at the end of this turn. So with that many units on board, 1 Elder is definitely not going to be enough to seal the deal. And I think what you just said kind of makes a lot of sense to me, to just realize that the clock is against you here. You might as well give yourself the most chance you have in the next game and scoop it up at this point. But I respect the will to try to see if you can get through this abysmal low roll. Well, not even really a low roll. He did have the Dazzling in starting hand. It was just the obscene high roll from Sivir that answered it at every turn.
Do we need a Squires at this point? Like, this is just so extra coming through from Sivir. And granted, use all the tools that you have. Sabotage. Okay. Oh, it's the Dazzling part where he's just looking. So here's another Elder. There's nothing to hit.
Yeah, just looking through the cards, giving them a little shuffle before putting them to the bottom, and now resolving the second Dazzling, which more than likely will hit final Elder. And there it is. So 3 of a kind on board. All 3 Elders all rocking the same artwork too, making players like myself with their OCD needing all of their cards to match very happy.
I think I'm the opposite from you. I actually like having different types of cards. So even if I have all alt versions of a card, I'll probably run 1 regular just for the appearance. Karina showing up in hand, a little too late. Yep, he knows it. It's rough. If you just play the Karina, and then what are you gonna do next turn, right? Like it feels like it's a little bit too late. But he's gonna go for it anyways, and then probably it will just be 5-1, and then he just prays he hits Aurora on the next turn.
Yeah, I was wondering if he would accelerate it, but not really much cause to. Obviously, the Mind Splitter would be able to just wipe out Karina plus all of the recruits, thanks to the ruling on how damage is dealt and distributed with Elder Dragon. And well, obviously, recruits being at 1 health, they don't really need that assistance from Elder Dragon. But in any case, just trying to set up one last Hail Mary for next turn, like you said, put the Karina down now, and now that there's 3 Elders on board, he knows that it's not going to be another Elder coming out to snipe her in the back row. Just has to hope that there isn't a challenge, which we are looking like we're digging for. And there's one.
Yep. Flurry
actually
and
grabbing the
challenge.
Unyielding Spirit, so must already have a challenge in hand.
Well, I think that's just the right call too, right? If Elder comes out, you can play Unyielding to make sure nothing dies on your field, right? And there's a Flurry of Blade in hand, I guess, so that's what they're...
So they already have the removal that they need in hand. So yeah, just gonna play it safe. They also have the Hard Bargain, which at this point can be repeated.
Yeah, shovel
As
coming out.
well if needed.
There isn't
The
even
last
anything
unit in the
grave.
deck.
Okay.
Unless he sided in an extra unit, but that should be the last unit in the deck. And is that all for Garen's hand? No, he does have... Oh, wow, Sacrifice on his Karina.
Wait, if you're gonna
Real-
do that, I think you should have just played the Garen instead.
True.
Okay, well,
Get that
Karina's dead.
ramp. Yeah, just not finding what he needs to find.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. That you're at 5-1 at this point. Like, you know it's not gonna work. You know it's cooked. Wait, no, this is off the Mind Splitter?
Well, this would
Oh,
be
okay.
what would have really been the biggest insult to injury here was seeing the Dazzling after
Yeah.
drawing 2 off of the Sacrifice and then having the Mind Splitter take it away. But instead, he's just gonna pick the Unyielding Spirit and give him no options, no recourse to come back with. I think this game is basically over, but they continue to go through the motions anyway.
Oh yeah, it's on the Garen, right? It's up to the Garen whether or not he wants to scoop at this point. He's gonna take a look through the entire deck just to see what got sided in. And I'm guessing Unyielding Spirits perhaps got put in because we didn't see any game 1, and I don't know if that's necessarily something that automatically gets put in for Sivers. But yeah, very effective. We saw the use of it last game already from the Garen player. Garen player just thinking about things. And you know what? It's kind of funny because I feel like the Sacrifice, normally you bet that you can find the card you need. But with that Sacrifice, it was like, I bet I'm not going to see the card. So we're just going to try and cycle through.
Oh,
as
you
much as we
did
can.
see it.
Oh, too little, too late. Let's see it. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Even if he hits the Elder here, that Unyielding Spirit is waiting in the wing to deny it out. And I don't think... Yep, here comes the Elder. It did hit the nice alt art, but Unyielding Spirit ready to go. Paying the gold for it. Easy answer, and I think that should close the door on this game. I mean, we're going to 7 points off the hold here, and I don't see a real way for Garen to mount a comeback, but sticking to it regardless, I suppose, and kind of burning away the clock if they do end up needing to go to game 3, which it's seeming like they will.
Yeah, not quite sure what the Garen player is checking with the judge there. Looked like he was looking over, saying a couple of words. He still has the Flurry of Blades. I'm hoping he doesn't use it. Well, actually, is it action or reaction? It's action, right?
I believe it's an action.
You know, I'll quickly look this up. It is reaction. So he actually could have played it in reaction to the Unyielding Spirit. That would clear the Mind Splitters, but that would just not. Like, there's enough stuff there. You just attach the shovel, potentially. Or you might not even want to attach a shovel there just because you'd go look. Or you could send one to your deck and then also just resurrect one when you conquer. So either way, it would have been really, really bad for Garen.
Yeah, we see the Lunar, the Flurry come out in response, trying to just discard and draw 2, but he said, wait, let me kill those Mind Splitters first. And then the funny aspect of that is now the shovel can just put those 2 Mind Splitters right back in the deck and ensure that those are come off the top from the Dazzling right now. So not really doing very much in the long run, but at this point you have no cards in hand and you have very little hope of winning. So might as well just throw out a little bit of flair as you go down. But
the
again,
problem is the flare is taking time, Mr. Plus.
Yeah, that's again. I'm just thinking, like, why are we not considering the clock here?
Okay, there's one card in hand. So I think the call here is you recycle one of the Mind Splitters, not both, so that you hit one, and then you burn the card in hand, and then you can potentially resurrect the other with the shovel. Yeah, there you go. So it's gonna be a Sabo. Yeah, this Garen player, like I said, maybe he's banking on the fact that Misfortune doesn't high roll next game. So Misfortune doesn't get to see the Auroras early, and if you get the Forge of the Futures, you get some stuff that drops, or you just play the Garen early on or whatever, and just score up early. Try and get those get those 2 or 3 points, and just try and stay ahead, and or just time out on that.
Didn't he already hold this battlefield this turn?
He did.
Or no, he didn't because the Mind Splitters died? Or wait,
no,
yes.
he
did,
scored
right?
first, which is why I didn't understand the Flurry of Blades, because if he had done it on his own turn as a reaction to the Unyielding Spirit, it would have been 5-1. And then, yeah, I mean, he would have double conked anyways, but now,
Yeah, but now
yeah.
he's trying to use the shovel, but can't because he already scored that point. Instead, just gonna Pack of Wonders the already existing Mind Splitter and now redeploy it alongside Elder. Take out the last card from hand for our Garen player, putting him into top deck mode, which he was basically already in already. But one turn left and an unwavering resolve to see this game through to the end for some forsaken reason.
And he didn't even need to do that. Like, there's a Mind Splitter in the thing, so you'd have just hit the Mind Splitter anyway. So the Pack of Wonders was it's so excessive. I kind of we've gone so far past the sensible plays to just incredibly egregious. So like I'm enjoying it right now. Just the sheer excessive Mind Splitter, the stalling that Sivir is doing right now. Did we need to take 5 minutes of that turn? No. Did we decide to do it? Yes. Did we decide to Mind Split a non-existent hand? Why not?
The salty run back, I guess. You just just doing everything you can to twist the knife after getting kind of screwed very heavily in that first game, wanting to return the favor in game 2, and now taking the win in a very decisive fashion, much more so than that first game even. And now we're forced to go to a game 3 with very little time in the clock, with decks that really take a lot of time to get to where they want to do most of the time.
And I'm actually a little bit concerned for the Garen player at this point, just because of what we've seen so far from the two games. On one hand, when the Misfortune won, it was a very fast game. When the Garen won, it did take a bit longer to kind of figure out all the lines and how he wanted to play things, and also for him to fully come online as well. And now we've got 15 minutes left. That's neither short nor long. Game 1 took just under 30 minutes. Game 2 took just about 20 minutes for the Misfortune to win. So I think 15 is a comfort point for Misfortune. If you're trying to burn time, you need to burn more of it. And if you were trying to, and if you weren't trying to burn time and you want to go to a full game 3, then I feel like you needed to give yourself as the Garen a bit more time to kind of hope that you're going to be able to come online. You're going to be able to find the cards you need to find.
Yeah, and another interesting part, if we're worried about going into time here, one of the cool aspects of the yellow variants of this deck is by playing that that gear that creates the recruit for 2 energy, you actually give yourself a ability to score early as an Aurora deck, which Aurora decks hardly ever have the capability to do. So if you're able to get the turn 1 recruit out and get some early points on that, may not seem like much in most games, but if time is going to be a factor and you're in this position where being 2 points ahead at time may be the win condition, that little bit of extra early scoring power that yellow has at its disposal could be all the difference maker.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't expect the break to be particularly long. I don't think there's some decks have that sort of like, if you're going first, we'll side deck in certain things. But I don't feel like either of the Aurora decks really do that. So I'm not expecting any big deck changes, right? Like, they've already made their changes for the Aurora matchup. There's not really much else you're going to see. If you had Gear Hate, it's in. If you had Unyielding Spirits, they are in as well at this point. And so, yeah, I expect the players to kind of just go right back to it. We've seen, I believe, the Forgotten Monument for and the Sigil of the Storm from Garen. And we've seen Aspirant's Climb and Sigil come through from the Sivir player. So I'm expecting one more Aspirants to come out, this time from the Garen side player. And
Garen, yeah.
Sivir, one more Battlefield. Will it just also be the Forgotten Monument?
That would be pretty funny to see. I think that the other interesting thing that Sivir has to determine, or not Sivir, sorry, that Garen has to determine right now is whether or not he wants to take the same gamble that Sivir took in that game 2 and give Sivir the ability to play first, give them the play. I thought that might have been a potential disaster decision for Sivir, but ended up working out perfectly for them and going exactly the way they drew it up. But does Garen have the same idea in that maybe choosing to go second is actually the right call if you can see what you need to see? And if not, does that end up setting you back in a way that, like we said before, that the clock might end up becoming your worst enemy?
Yeah, and given the amount of 2 drops that we actually have seen the Garen play, I'd be surprised if he opts to go second to try and find that perfect curve. The Divining Shells and the Forge of the Future, both of them are 2 cost drops. So I do suspect just going first might be more beneficial, not to mention just hitting Mobilize, right? That's of course the best turn 1 play you could hope for
Yeah.
when you're Aurora Justin 2. So I do feel like it's kind of risky for the Garen to try and do that just to mess it up for the Sivir player. Because even if you opt to go second, praying that the misfortune messes up and she hits Mobilize, you're going to be kicking yourself for how that
Yeah.
go in, because she's already cheating ahead of you and she's going to do it again. We do see the battlefields. It is going to be the Forgotten
Yeah.
Monument for Sivir, so it's the exact same 3 battlefields. Makes sense. They're both Aurora decks.
And they're both trying to make this game as slow as possible with as little time as possible with these battlefield selections. I want to make this take 1 turn longer, and I want to make it take 3 turns longer to score. So both trying to stretch the game out and now being put into a position where they really need to put the pedal to the metal if they want to be able to win in enough time. With, I can't imagine anything more than 12 to 14 minutes on the clock.
Oh, what a starting hand for the Garen player. 2 sabotages, 2 divining shells. Now, I think there's some funny tech in set 2 that I'd seen, I believe it was with Sivir, actually, where you just actually turn 1 sabotage, because there's actually no play, because with the rules of Riftbound, you don't actually get runes to play with until your turn rolls around. So there's a world, like, when you sabo on turn 1, there's actually no counterplay possible in the game. Yeah, there we go. There's the Sivir tech we were just talking
spoke
about.
it into existence. And not to mention, this did go to show that our Garen player wanted to try out his hand at high rolling as well, and give his opponent the ability to go onto the play, which in this case revealed 2 sabotages of his own. So not hitting the dazzling like he would have hoped, but we'll see if that ends up coming back to bite our Sivir player at all. I'm interested to see. I've not heard of this tech until you mentioned it, and then we got to see it immediately.
Yeah, and it's specifically for Sivir because of her Legends passive, or Legends ability. The fact that it creates a gold. So you're de-ramping, but it's not the end of the world, right? Like, you still get that gold for yourself to use. Anybody else doing it, it is borderline suicidal, because you're just de-ramping for a turn 1 play, which doesn't really make sense. So he gets to see that the Garen's hand is absolutely nothing. And that could cut both ways, because on one hand, it does mean that the Garen can't do much for the first couple of turns, but on the other hand, it also does mean that he might hit Aurora and you might no longer have sabotage. It looks like he drew an Elder, so 2 Elders in hand already for the Sivir. That is a bit of a rough position to be in, because you don't want to be paying full costs for those Elders.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to avoid, is drawing your units in a Dazzling Aurora deck, especially the Elder Dragons, being that sometimes you will go ahead and cast a Mind Splitter to, like we have seen so many times, attempt to snipe the Dazzling out of your opponent's hand, but Elder you will almost never hard cast in any game of Riftbound, so this is not what you want to see, having 2 of them in hand already and no way to filter them into the trash as of yet. Gonna need to see some of those draw and discard cards so that they can get these Elders back into the trash and then last rights them back into the deck, as we see Sabotage come down for our Garen.
Okay, and I mean, the Sivir player knows that was in hand. Opted to kick 1 out, so it was Gust, and I can't remember what the other card was, which actually did just get kicked out of hand.
Well, now we see double Elder and Gust is the hand for Sivir. What an abysmal hand to have after having what looked
Another
like
Gust?
a great start, but another Gust off the top. Now we're gonna have to scry. Finds a stack deck, so gets to dig a little bit more, put the other card at the bottom, draw our stack deck, and play that out. Really, this is, of course, the thing that makes the purple variants of Dazzling Aurora so powerful, is all of these consistency tools, and they just they just seem to keep getting more each set now, with the Scryer's Bloom being not the greatest, but it is just still more digging for what you need, and in this instance, it's getting him 6 cards deeper into the deck already after the scryers into stack deck, so 5 cards deeper, it's really turboing through the deck. It doesn't seem like that much on its face until you start to realize that, 5 cards out of 39 is quite a hefty percentage of your deck. So your likelihood to see that second dazzling just went up immensely after that turn.
Yeah, just under what, 1 out of 8, 5 out of 39. So, or just over, pardon me, 1 out of 8 there. So really high. Divine Judgment actually showing up. Now that's great if you can hit Aurora first. The
Oh
odds
my
have-
god.
Oh yep. Okay, we are doing this.
He just flung it out. The disrespect. He just threw it at him like Twisted Fate. It's a yellow card. Get stunned. Here you go.
What other options do you have, right?
Yeah.
And hey, he does have the Garen up first. So he's going to score that 1 point. And I guess the idea is you try and just cut down on the options. So if your Garen lives 1 more turn after this, then, well, wonderful, amazing, right? And then you score 2 points and now you're ahead. And we are looking at potential overtime. There's only 5.5 minutes left on the clock or just above that. Now, what does Sivir keep here? Because the Gusts actually didn't get sided out because of the potential tokens. So do you want to keep that? Or do you want the Elders? Or do you kick the Elders out because you're looking for the shovel?
Well, the interesting thing is the Divine Judgment does recycle, so putting
Sorry,
the Elders
yes.
back into the deck is what you want to be doing anyways, so
True.
throwing the Elders down could be the call, but actually keeping one in hand for some reason, choosing to save one in hand, which I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of that might be once you just went back down to 2 runes. It's not like you'll be casting it anytime soon.
Okay, I wonder if the player also forgot. Like, I forgot it was recycle. I thought it was a discard as well. And it looked like he was going to throw it in the trash for a second, so...
But now that
Yeah.
it's recycle, they're actually asking whether or not that constitutes a rune recycle for Sivir's effect, which it looks like they ruled it does, as
Yep.
he exhausts the Sivir and makes a gold, which during his opponent's turn means that gold is basically instantly readied, which is pretty nifty. Getting to make a gold on your opponent's turn with Sivir, something that don't do very often, but in this case, a funny way to do so off of a Divine Judgment. And now hitting the stack deck yet again, finding a Sabotage that might be worth grabbing if you're afraid of what other shenanigans might be in hand. But I'm just so at a loss at how we play from this position now as the Sivir player. The Divine Judgment was so huge.
Well, you play fast from this position because you need time to get stuff on board. Like, you've got a Sivir that can appear on the board. It's only a 4 cost, but this turn opted to take, understandable. I think he chose the Mind Splitter as well. At least I hope he chose the Mind Splitter because that at least gives him a unit potentially he can play in 2 turns. But yeah, now the Garen is up to 2 points off the Garen. So he's going to be happy with that. He's got the ramp with Catalyst as well. Yes, you can accelerate the Sivir. I mean, Sivir also has the sort of self buff. I think if you have the cards to actually trigger self buff, though.
Yeah, they're playing very fast now, obviously realizing that time is of the essence, so they're just throwing these catalysts out, passing back and forth, trying to ramp up to their ability to play this. I think Sivir has actually gone into the mindset of just, I need to ramp and play out these turns as fast as possible and hard cast this Elder Dragon. That's why he opted to keep the Elder Dragon in hand. They're looking like they're getting pretty close, but the accelerated Karina, after hitting the Catalyst previous turn, allowed him to accelerate at this turn, come in and get this Conquer and actually get the drop.
We get to see it the first time.
Yeah, this is a first for me, and that was actually made Garen look like a real legend for a second.
He's a real boy now. Okay, so the Sivir player now has options. You can bring in Sivir and accelerate her, and that will give her the +2, which gets you to 6. So you could take out the Garen. Not much you can do about the Karina, though. And I believe they're showing 8 runes, is that right? So is he going to try and Mind Split? No.
I believe they're at 10 runes now, so they're actually next turn they would be able to Elder, so it's kind of in this weird spot because, like you said, we could bring out the accelerated Sivir here, but if we do that, now we're off the curve to be able to Elder next turn, and I think he's in a position where he really wants to Elder next turn, so he kind of just has to not spend any power here and just pass. But now that brings us up to 6. with less than 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be hard, even with that Elder Dragon, for our Sivir to close the gap in enough time
Is it
to
on
get
Yuri?
above that 2 point deficit that they need to win in time. If it even comes to that, Garen might be able to get us all the way to 9 points before it comes to that. We'll see, as now some recruits get made thanks to our forges, and Garen's going to get moved back, and so is
Yeah.
everything else going to play around the Elder Dragon, obviously realizing that the only reason you would do nothing with that last turn is you're trying to get to 12 and hard cast an Elder, so only allowing him to target a single unit while there's 6 or 7 of them on the board, it looked like right now. Ow, actually scooping it up. Wow, well played, Garen. Winning the Aurora matchup off the back of one of the cards that makes these variants of Aurora so cool is Divine Judgment.
It was like, I mean, as an Aurora player, I've played into Divine Judgment multiple times, and it feels really bad for you. But the fact that it came out from another Aurora deck, I think, it kind of cracks me up personally, and feels even worse for the Sivir player. And you can see the smile on the Garen's player face. First of all, only Garen continuing to survive, continuing to thrive in this, but he also knows that that matchup was insanely close. Hitting that Divine Judgment that early was just, that just broke the whole game wide open. And for commiserations with the Sivir player, because I don't think he misplayed anything, but you just low rolled against another Aurora deck.
Yeah, those are some fun games to see the full spectrum of what can happen to you as an Aurora player. And honestly, as a potential Aurora hater, not a full-blown one, but I don't wish Aurora players ill will or that Aurora gets banned or anything like some people online, but I think that out of all the Aurora decks, the yellow-orange Aurora decks are some of the coolest things, or some of the coolest variants that I've seen between what we just saw with Garen and some of the Poppy lists. I really like the yellow-orange variants of Aurora.
I agree. That matchup was pretty fun. I mean, granted, it wasn't Aurora versus Aurora, so not the most exciting, but that game 3 was pretty good. Who would have thought Divine Judgment being the difference maker in an Aurora matchup, because you're kind of hindering yourself as well. But little by little, he got there, and then the Karina coming down to actually utilize the Legend ability for the first time, and God knows how long it's been I've seen a Garen get that off. So, well done to the Garen. Hanging in there by a thread, it feels like. I actually don't know, because I know for the Western Regionals, like we just talked about for the Atlanta and the Leo one, X2s don't make it. Garen is already at an X2 position. I can't recall if X2s make it, because there's 640 players. There's 11 rounds or 8, 9. Yeah, there's 10 rounds of Swiss. If someone wants to do the quick maths, can an X2 make it? Because I feel like it might just be a similar story, like super competitive, where only X11s might squeeze into top 8.
Okay, wait, we can try this. How many players again? It was 600?
640.
640, and it was 10 rounds. Oh, sorry, 11 or 10 rounds, right?
10 rounds.
Yeah, okay, so if the 640, 10 rounds, there could be like 1 or 2.
Okay.
2 players, I think.
Imagine in China we get a Garen top 8. No one would believe. I think people popped in here saying, wait a minute, Garen in a top cut. But no, it's just the first 3 rounds are still in Swiss, similar to how Sydney's is. I guess in the meantime, because China won't be giving us a backup match for you, kind of tune in. If anyone in chat is tuning in Sydney, what have we been missing out on? Because we saw a pretty awesome Aurora versus Aurora. But what does Sydney have? I'm kind of curious to find out soon. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a peek. But let me know, because I think we are going to get a little bit of a break. If RMC, I know we're just 1 round in, but if you guys want to take a little bit of a stretch your leg break or water break, whatever you guys want to do, we have some time. Because for the meantime, we might just go ahead and tune in casually to the other stream.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly go and grab more water, because
Okay.
I apologize to the viewers. I have hiccups. So I've been like slowly chugging water behind the scenes trying to get rid of it. So I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll hide the camera for now. All right, guys, let's go ahead and hit this pause. But not too bad. I was kind of curious on why was Garen playing the Shells card. Did you see that, Mr. Plus? Like, why? It's just a Vision 1. I feel like there's way better cards than just Vision 1. It has the other ability of killing it and then adding 2 to your unit. But I don't know. Can you see why anyone would be running that card? It doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, I think at this point, like the other decks that aren't in purple trying to play Aurora are just so starved for card draw and filter to get to Aurora faster. They're playing anything that will turbo through their deck just that little bit quicker. And Vision 1 may not be anything close to Stack Deck or the Scrying Orb, but it's something. And I'm sure every once in a while the +2 might from the action ability might
Okay.
come up, but overall, I think, yeah, it's just trying desperately to improve that consistency any way they can.
It makes sense. Maybe they just don't have like a crazy amount of card pool to choose from, right? Because there's some really high quality cards in yellow and orange, but maybe to try to fill in every little piece, especially with an Aurora shell, maybe they found wiggle room to squeeze in those 3 shells. Because I guess Vision is one step closer to Aurora nonetheless, so not too shabby. And I am jealous, Mr. Plus. Sydney has been
Yeah,
spoiled with so many Vexes. We have yet to
Vexes,
see
yeah.
a single Vex player over on the Chinese side of things. Literally, I can't believe. I mean, let's take a look because the numbers have come out for China. I'm gonna go ahead and post them here soon. There's one. There's a single Vex that made day 2. That seems a little perplexing, right? Because I think for Sydney, Vex came in at the number 5 most represented deck. Let me see the post that was posted online. Let's see.
I think that's a good example of what we've discussed in previous events about just how different the metas between our two regions are, where we see Master Yi be the most represented champion in these Chinese events, but over in the English-speaking events here in Sydney, it's a totally different story. The one Vex is really crazy sounding to me for day 2 conversion, but clearly not something that's carrying over in the English-speaking regions. A lot more love for Vex in our events.
It looks to be the case because I'm looking here. Yi was still the numbers 1 represented over in Sydney as well, with Aurelia 3 decks behind. But like I said, Vex came in at number 5. So it was Master Yi, Aurelia LeBlanc, Diana, and then Vex, with 10 Vexes making it into day 2. So a big disparity there between 10 and 1. Granted, there's like double the players, but still, double the players of 1 would just be 2 Vexes making it into day 2 to kind of compare those 2 positions. So we'll see. I mean, it is super early on. Granted, one of the better Chinese players that is on Vex over in Sydney, he would normally be in these tournaments, but he's on Vex, but he's playing out in Sydney. So maybe that has something to do with it, because China, I would imagine, is not too far away from Australia. So they're like, you know what? Let's get the guaranteed entry. All we have to do is pay money and click fast enough, and we get a registration. As opposed to the lottery system, the more I've been involved with Riftbound and the more I've been tuning into these China's regionals, I feel like they should just do what we do, right? Just like go ahead and try to make them register as fast as possible. 640 spots are going to go like that. But it is what it is. I feel like it's better than the lottery system. What do you think, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, it's kind of a feels bad either way. I think there's always going to be some amount of players that feel kind of burned by either method. I think lottery, I guess, is just a way that makes it feel a little bit more ambiguous as to why certain players got in and others didn't. There's no real blame to be put on anyone in specific. I guess it's just luck of the draw, which I suppose is a little bit more fair, but I kind of agree with you.
All I'm hearing is more Aurora hate coming through from Mr. Plus. That doesn't like lottery, doesn't like luck of the draw.
Hey guys, I forgot to put the Chinese stream on the side, so I actually have no idea what the time is looking like. So let's hit a quick refresh, because it looks like we're going to get a little bit of downtime from the Sydney side as well. But they do a really good job of giving us some feature matches. So they are on the waiting soon, but I'm not seeing a timer. But granted, when we get thrown to that waiting soon, because Aurora was pretty much seconds away from hitting overtime. So that might have been one of the longer lasting games, because it is set 3. A lot of set 3 games aren't really going into overtime and maybe not making full use of all 3 turns, 3 to 4 turns in overtime at that. So it's probably going to be short little wrap up until the next round is paired up and we get into that round number 11. And, you know, we're starting the day off with double Aurora on the feature table. We could only go up from here, right? We got the worst kind of matchup out the way. Worst in terms of like viewer perspective.
whoa.
Some people enjoy it.
I enjoy Aurora match. I enjoy watching Garen beat up Aurora
True,
decks. That's
true.
always amusing to me. So, and to be fair to the Garen too, we only saw one game of true Aurora from him, and then we saw insane desperation in game 2. I don't count that as an Aurora game. When you hit the Aurora,
True.
you know you're gonna lose.
Yeah. The Divine Judgment is just such a powerful synergy with Dazzling Aurora as well. And when the games that you hit Dazzling Aurora and then the very next turn Divine Judgment, you feel like this is the best deck in the game. How does
Right.
anyone beat this?
That's the
Yeah, it's a
Exodia
turn one
combo
Aurora.
right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We see
That
where
was
he's
disgusting.
getting at with that deck, but just couldn't put the pieces exactly together as he envisioned. But either way, got the victory as RMC said. But okay, some people like the Aurora mirror match. Some people don't. It's not exactly mirror. It was purple yellow or purple orange versus yellow orange. So there was some big differences, actually huge differences. I feel like the big difference as well that we saw make a big impact in game number 1 was the future or Forge of the Future, right? Because who would have thought? Like, I originally thought people should play Forge of the Future to combat the Fizz Starcross strategy. So to combat and counter a bit of the Ezreals and Dianas that take advantage of getting cards from Fizz from the grave or the trash. But it works for you as well, right? So sometimes when you're playing against those Ezreal mirror match, you could kind of hinder them. But in that situation, like we saw in game number 1, you could put all those units in the trash back for the Dazzling Aurora to target them. So I love it. Very synergistic, and only yellow has access to it, funny enough.
Yeah, and it's similar to the same idea that we saw in Master Yi decks, Aurora decks back in set 2, or Lord forbid the Jax Aurora deck, which I might or might not have run, where they play Desert Skull as a spell card that gives you early access to units that can potentially score, that can slow down your opponents while not affecting your ability to actually look for high might cards in your deck. So same concept with Forge of the Future. Garens were already running it in set 2. We just didn't get to see many Garens on stream in set 2. So yeah, that tech I think is a holdover. What I thought was interesting was the lack of Harnessed Dragons, actually.
Yeah, I
Right.
was
think
thinking
back
the
to it.
exact same thing. I wanted to bring that up as well because we saw how Unyielding Spirit was a huge tech card for both players to counter the Elder Dragon, but Unyielding Spirit doesn't help against Harnessed Dragon. That just targets and kills a unit. So Harnessed Dragon still does have merit to be included, but I guess in the wake of how powerful Elder Dragon is, being able to 3-for-1 your opponent, they've started to take away some of these other units like Harnessed Dragon, but I can't help but think that Harnessed Dragon still belongs somewhere in that 48 cards.
Yeah, especially since it's a much cheaper card to play as well. So you know when you're if you draw it to hand, it is something that you can just play out of hand instead of like the Elder, which also massively G-ramps you. 4 power cost with the Elder versus the 2 from the Harnessed Dragon.
Yeah, and we didn't see this Baron at all from the Sivir either, which was interesting. I'm wondering if Sivir is not, or Sivers in general won't run it, and that'll be exclusively in the MF Auroras because of Aurora's ability to give the Baron ganking. But it is interesting to see how Baron can kind of like completely alter the matchup in any given matchup, really, when you hit an early Baron off of the Aurora. But for some reason, despite how game warping that card can be, I've seen it absent in a lot of Aurora lists, actually.
Yeah, I think you raised a great point. Like specifically for Misfortune, like you said, she can give ganking, so she can cover more fields. I feel like for the Silverbird, especially with how few units you have, it does get a little bit dicey, as it could give your opponent like a battlefield that they could move to stack on. And there's no dead blooms. We're not seeing a lot of Aurora decks run dead blooms. Mostly, I think I've been hearing like the Rengar and Volia Aurora decks running dead bloom or ambush style cards, but a lot of the other Aurora decks aren't running it. So if you open up another battlefield and you actually can't reinforce some of the other ones fast enough, it could potentially backfire.
Yeah, and this Garen player doing as well as he's been doing in this event is kind of interesting as well to think that, the Garen has been able to get this far. That should surely mean that Poppy is also able to perform at this level, if not a little bit better, because of her signature spell being another powerful removal card.
There is actually still a single Poppy hanging in there. I posted in the caster chat for you guys as well, but we got the day 2 distribution spread. So the top 64 remaining players, it tied up the top. I know we discussed about it a little bit earlier, 10% apiece, so roughly right under 11%, 7-7 Aurelia and Master Yi respectively. And then Sivir, which we just saw one Sivir on the feature match get taken down. So down to maybe 5 to 4 Sivers is the third most represented, which is definitely a bit different. Let me remind myself, what was Sivir in Sydney? Because I think Sivir was like way, way low, wasn't she? Let me double check.
Let me pull that up. Sivir
not too low, number
Sydney.
6. So similarly, not okay,
Yeah, so
not
they're
too
beating out
different than I
Misfortune.
thought.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they're beating out Misfortune because in set 2 it was, Misfortune was the Aurora deck, right? Like it was considered better with bullet time to be able to bail you out of trouble, buy you some time as well, and then stop potential sort of game-winning holds. And ganking, of course, being a big thing. So a little bit surprising that Sivir has kind of climbed up there. Like I'm trying to think why that might be the case, Sivir over Misfortune, when they're the same colors. The gold, I guess, Pack of Wonders, maybe that's it.
Right, I'm right
the
there with
casters
you.
are back on coverage, by the way, in case that means anything for them starting soon.
Over China?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, since they're not, it looks like we're not going to get to a feature match unless I hit live. But yeah, I don't think so. Let's hit a pause. Chat, let us know if they do get into a match. But it should be relatively soon. As Mr. Plus said, once they get into coverage, it's pretty much 5 to 10 minutes at the most until we get started with the next matchup. Ideally, we get a nice little fun matchup. I don't know how many fun matchups are left, but honestly, a Lilia wouldn't be that bad. We saw one too many Fioras yesterday, so I'm okay with skipping the Fioras for now. It wouldn't be too bad. But taking a look on the other side, Rek'Sai is a legend that made 0 day 2 appearances on the Sydney RQ, but there's actually 3 Rek'Sais remaining, so that is a big difference between both regionals this weekend. I wonder if it honestly just comes down to the players playing these decks, right? I know it sounds super simple and silly, but I guess in China there was some really proficient Rek'Sai players and not too many strong players playing Rek'Sai over in Sydney. Because we were talking about it a little bit yesterday. It does come down like how well you understand your deck. What was that?
Look at what you did. You invoked their wrath. They brought Rek'Sai onto stream now.
Did it? Let me catch up to you guys. So, okay,
Perfect
it looks like
timing.
you were totally right. The match was right around the corner. Let's catch up to the live.
Lilia.
We got the Lilia too. You guys both spoke it into existence.
Let's
Congrats,
go.
guys. Nice. Now we get to have a fun Rek'Sai versus Lilia matchup. Both very fast decks.
Yeah,
the other
both
deck
too
that,
aggressive.
I should have spoken Ornn into existence. There's one Ornn, I believe, in the China regional that made it to day 2.
That'll be fun. I'm down to see an Ornn if they continue, because this, I would imagine, is virtually top 32, but I'll go ahead and send us to the feature match table. This one looks to have a whole lot more action. I mean, slower pace was the Aurora one, but this one still has maybe more, if not maybe similar intricacies to this matchup. I personally never seen Rek'Sai versus Lilia, but I feel like they have a similar game plan, kind of math is for blockers and just send in their units, something of the like. So we'll see how it goes. I'll throw it over to you guys though for the remaining.
All right, so we get to see both these players come in here, and more than likely they're just going to be turning cards sideways and pushing them into battlefields over and over. And we'll see who could do that a little bit faster and more efficient, as we see the battlefields out for this game 1 are going to be Zon Warrens and Rockfall Path.
And I can't quite recall who the best of Lilia in Sydney was at the end of day 1, but I remember the deck list was like just a whole bunch of low drops, like 2-3 drops, and then like triple uncheck power, triple singularity, triple, like I think it was triple or double 1,000 total watcher. Like you went from 0 to 100. That was it. There was no sort of mid game or middle of the pack sort of things to play. And it's just very aggressive, right? Lilia is just creating sprites. They don't hold. Very few Lilias, if any, I think, are playing Blue LeBlanc right now. So they do their thing on one turn and then they die, which puts you in a really awkward position against Rek'Sai because Rek'Sai wants to perma conquer if possible. And the difference is that Lilia also wants to be very aggressive, but she doesn't have the physical body staying there, whereas Rek'Sai might have physical bodies staying there.
Yeah, and from what I've seen of some of these more recent aggressive Rek'Sai lists, is they're running just an obscene amount of 2-drops, just all these low to the ground cards that they can consistently be able to throw out there and get these easy, cheap conquers, and then have almost a guaranteed hit off of the legend ability to have something that they can play from it and gain advantage that way. And the thing about having so many low to the ground units is that that's great if you're able to conquer early and get that train started and generate advantage and get ahead of your opponent. But if Lilia is able to get there first with her sprites, sprites, like you said, don't hold, but they do block your opponent from conquering that battlefield.
Sure.
And that 3 might can be a little bit annoying to get over for all these 2/2s and even the 2/3s that the Rek'Sai has in their deck. And if a Mask of Foresight gets added to that equation, it becomes almost impossible for one unit to get the job done, and then the entire frame of how Rek'Sai has to play the game changes.
Yeah, for now though, I think Rek'Sai is going to be okay with how things have started out. We'll see if he's able to overcome. I think I saw a what was that? The Falling Star in hand potentially as well. Going to start with the Void Hatchling, which is kind of core to Rek'Sai's idea, where you reveal cards from your when you reveal cards from your deck, you can check it first and then choose to recycle, so that you can potentially look for a different card rather than whatever you might otherwise have drawn with the Rek'Sai legend. And very lucky, I feel like, for the Lilia player. Didn't actually have any low drops. Had to mull away one of the singularities, had double singularity in hand, hit 1,000 tailed on that mull. So going second at least gives him the ability to play his chosen champion. He will have a unit on the board.
Yeah, and the chosen champion on turn 1 has always been a powerful play for the legends that have access to one of those 3 energy, 3 might chosen champions. It's just in this instance where it can be a little bit sketchy going against a red deck that can, as you mentioned before, throw out one of those falling stars and attack it in the back row. And it may not seem like it is completely worth it to use one falling star on just the chosen champion Lilia, but this Lilia unit is actually a big component of the game plan for a lot of Lilia decks, so getting it off the board quickly can actually be a huge boon for slowing the Lilia's pace down, not being able to generate as many sprites and get extra draws and combat tricks with smoke and mirrors.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think that was the sort of the big card that we saw in his hand that really operates off Blue Lilia, where you pick a unit you control and a temporary unit and swap their locations, and Lilia just leaves behind yet another sprite when you kind of do that. So you can pump up in an area, kind of do more damage while keeping Lilia potentially safe as well. We did see the Void Rush being used, the Noxus Hopeful being played as well. So I think the Rek'Sai player are going to be quite happy with how things are working out for now. Now Lilia swinging up. There's no energy left for the Rek'Sai player, so actually didn't see what he hit off the Void Rush, but considering that nothing got played, yeah,
he hit double Phoenix actually, so wasn't able to play either of them, and now just has double Phoenix in hand. He was able to bin the original Phoenix that he had in hand thanks to Zon Warrens, but now he's got 2 more in there that he's got to try to get rid of and start to bring back from the dead thanks to their inherent effect when he inevitably does cast that falling star he's got there in hand.
Yeah, we do see a Defy as well in the hand of Lilia. Unfortunately, Defy not quite able to deal with Falling Star thanks to the extra power cost. Now, the Double-Edged Blade, right? We saw a lot of Falling Star back in set 1 with Kaisa because it was such a cheap spell, but for everybody else, it's an expensive spell. Even with the seal, you're thinking twice whether or not you want to do that. Smoke and Mirrors being used on the turn for the Lilia. So putting a 6 might block on Zon Warrens, wanted to make sure those Undying Phoenixes do not get recycled out that cheaply.
Yeah, this is such a powerful card in tandem with this Lilia unit, this blue Lilia unit, and one of the, as I said before, kind of linchpins of the
Yeah,
deck, and
give
something
him a
that
double
really
conk
gives
now.
it a big power boost, and being able to defend these battlefields, generate some extra card draw, and keep this Lilia safe. And that's one reason why you kind of want to prioritize getting rid of the Lilia as quickly as possible. So surprising that the Rek'Sai player didn't evaluate that importance of removing the Lilia as quickly as much as I think I would, and allowing it to stay there and kind of just waiting to try to get more value out of their falling star. But in this instance, you know, you never really feel that great having to use falling star on a temporary unit that's going to die anyway. So
Sure.
there's not a whole lot of other targets that you really want to use that on outside of the Bright Queen, which will more than likely not be out for quite a few turns anyway. So maybe in the end it was correct to hold it and be able to take out that Sprite Queen when it does rear its head. But for the time being, it seems like he's getting a little bit punished by letting that Lilia stay out.
Yeah, well, choices as to whether, yeah, he's thinking about potentially just doing the Falling Star right now, take out the Lilia, and then at least you can try and conquer up to the Rockfall path. But yeah, the thing with Lilia that's really scary is the Lilia Legend as well. For every temporary unit you have, it decreases. Well, you can pay 4 energy, tap her to create a sprite, and for every temporary unit you have, that cost decreases by 1 each time. So it is kind of hard. Like, you have to assume that it's probably at minimum 2 sprites swinging up per turn. But we're going to see Cleave and the Nox is hopeful to get up there. He really wants to get the discard engine going. I love to see it, and he'll still have the 2 energy up as well for the Rek'Sai Legend to be able to try and find another unit.
Opting not to summon the Phoenix that he already had in the bin after killing with the Falling Star, just letting it sit there, has other plans for this energy, looking like he wants to use it on the Rek'Sai ability. Unfortunately, hitting 2 cards that he doesn't care to play at this current moment, so ultimately not going to get much out of the Legend ability. Just dig 2 cards deep and move one of those Vi's to the bottom of the deck, and now using the 2 energy instead to bring out a Noxus Hopeful. So obviously a little bit more rune efficient, as you do have to recycle a Fury rune to resummon the Phoenix. So maybe not entirely worth it to bring it out so quickly, but now that all 3 are in the bin, that means that any point in this game, if there is a spell removal, all of a sudden 3 Phoenixes could come from the great beyond and really pose a big threat to the holding capability of these sprites. As we saw, 3 sprites at one battlefield is a pretty big number to overcome, but that's light work for just 2 Phoenixes.
Sure. I think early on, especially, you have to be very mindful as a Rek'Sai about your power costs. Rek'Sai does need energy to be able to play a lot of those cards. If he had more energy, for example, he would have been able to play actually bring it in the Vi rather than having to recycle that away. So because he paid the seal earlier, I think it's the right call in this case to just kind of build up Lilia. When you play Lilia deck, she's very quick, very fast. She can score on turn 1 with potential sprite fountains. On turn 2, it's pretty much guaranteed that you have a sprite to play just from the Lilia Legend as well. So she scores very quickly, but she does tend to run out of gas a little bit in the mid game. So sometimes it's about kind of holding your nerve, recognizing when you need to swing, when you don't need to swing. Sprites will die anyway, so it feels really bad when you're just losing units to them, even if they don't necessarily conquer, but you're losing permanent value, whereas the sprites are temporary. Literally, that's the trait that they have, and they're always going to be swinging. They're more than happy to trade whether or not they can score.
Yeah, it's a really interesting a take on an aggressive deck where it's just sending units in and not intending for these units to even stick around for more than a turn. It's something that we haven't really seen realized. We've had these sprite generators since set 1 with things like the Sprite Call and Sprite Mother, but and they were good aggressive tools in their own right when they were used. But now we're getting a whole new deck just centered around that idea, basically amped up to 11. The whole deck is just revolved around completely utilizing sprites over and over again, and it's a really cool, like, simple but effective aggressive strategy that I'm really getting a kick out of now as we're watching it play out. Just how this is more or less just kind of some
Oh,
basic
wow.
fair Riftbound after what we just witnessed with the Aurora mirror. Going back and going to this where it's just straight up math of throwing guys at each other is really fun to see the dichotomy between those two completely different styles of Riftbound.
Yeah, now we are getting a bit of sort of a judge call where they're trying to figure out the exact timing of all of these. We did see the cleave being used on a Noxus Hopeful who was already bigger than the sprite. I believe it was partially one to set up for a sacrifice that will help, channel one and draw two, but also to potentially get a card down in the event that he hits a Legion card, which was one of the tactics of Rek'Sai was that there was a lot of Legion cards in the old Rek'Sai deck as well, and I'm assuming in set 3 there still is. A Defy coming through to stop the sacrifice.
Yeah, so it looks like he's or he has to pay the cost of sacrificing the unit to play the card. So that card or the unit is going to the bin regardless of whether or not the sacrifice resolves, as it is an additional cost. So it got defied. His unit goes to the bin, but now because he killed a unit with a
Oh,
spell,
wow.
even though that spell didn't get played necessarily, it is able to trigger all 3 phoenixes coming out. As we see 2 runes recycled and a red seal tapped, we now have triple phoenix on board. And now we get to go ahead and resolve the Rek'Sai finally, which just shows us 2 cards that we cannot play, and they're going straight to the bottom as we pass it back to Lilia.
I don't think I've actually seen this interaction before, where the defy onto sacrifice doesn't work because sacrifice, or it blocks the draw on the channel, but it didn't block the actual kill, which was the important part. And that is so unfortunate for the Lilia player. It feels incredibly bad because now there's 9 potential might ready to swing up. And what does the Lilia player have? 2 scuttles. I mean, yeah, you can create a sprite, so you'll always have 3 might, but 3 might isn't really doing squat. And those phoenixes don't care if they die, right? They're more than happy to run up, trade, and you can still double conk anyways.
Lilia can go for a double conquer here thanks to the sprite fountain I believe
True.
she has in hand, so can go ahead and make 1 sprite that'll then make Lilia's leader ability 1 cheaper, so can tap out to make the 2 sprites and go for a double conquer here, but debating on whether or not that's worth neither sprite capable of holding the battlefield thanks to triple Phoenix on board. And even if you were to double up, that only answers 1 Phoenix. You still can send 2 in, take out both your sprites, and then double conquer all the same. And then from there, in the same way that we were discussing how the temporary units, you don't really care about them getting traded away because they're temporary. They're going to die anyways. You're using them just to score points and make it obnoxious for your opponent to score. That's kind of what the Phoenixes do as well. Like,
Yeah.
if you do remove them, they can't just come right back.
I think it really comes down to what we're saying about how both these decks, the difference between them is that one gets to hold with temporary, the other gets physical bodies, which can't hold with the sprites, whereas the other one can with the physical bodies, but it kind of costs a little bit more. And that difference is also going to be a power cost difference, right? Because to bring back the Undying Phoenixes, you got to pay power costs. But their energy cost is cheaper than the sprites that Lilia has to make. We're going to see a sprite burst actually be the call right there, burning out all of the mana from Lilia to be able to double conk while still keeping the scuttles back in base. They can conquer as well, potentially, on empty battlefields like we had seen in this situation. And it looks like he discarded the Sprite Queen for the Zon Warren's draw. That's 1 Undying Phoenix in.
Yeah, the Phoenix is going to go ahead and come in, get the conquered, opting to choose Zon Warren's discard draw first before going ahead and resolving our Rek'Sai ability. Rek'Sai is going to come in and reveal a Noxus Hopeful plus sacrifice, and a Rek'Sai player opting to use that sacrifice while that assault bonus is still live on the Phoenix to off it for the ramp plus 2 draw. As we see now here, the ramp comes and the 2 cards are drawn. Interesting that he was also able to play that same Phoenix that he just sacrificed as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things I know people had been kind of complaining about, is the fact that you can sacrifice Phoenix to kind of do it all again. as it were, and just kind of bring it back. But it fits the theme and the lore of the Undying Phoenix, I guess. The fact that you can that it just never quite really dies there. Now the problem is the other sprite. Are you going to run both Phoenixes in to score and try and keep pace? I almost feel like you don't have to opt into this game right now. You are 4.25. Playing on even numbers is good, and for Rek'Sai as well. Like, yeah, the legend's already been used, but yep, there we go. Just gonna swing that in for now.
Yeah, just trying to
Okay,
keep
that's
up
fine,
on
yeah.
point tempo, I believe, and get some extra card draw off of sacrificing these Phoenixes, which is always nice. Being able to supplement your draw on a deck that is already trying to do so just off of the leader effect, getting you like pseudo extra draw. So trying to keep the advantage rolling, and Phoenix being a great card for that, as it's a card that just keeps coming back from the drop, never really needing to take any cards out of your hand, aside from obviously the spell you're using to trade away their units with, or your own in the case of sacrifice. But just a hyper efficient strategy that is more or less pretty straightforward and linear, in not too flashy, but very effective, especially in an aggro mirror where your opponent is desperately trying to race you to the finish line, and they're not having as many removal spells and capabilities as you. They're trying to do it off the back of almost exclusively units and a few pumps here and there, but nothing like Hidden Blade or Falling Star, the just outright kill spells that the red and yellow have access to.
Heart of Dark Eyes into Scuttle Crab. Okay, and it works with the Stupefy as well, potentially, to lower it down. You know, we were just joking yesterday, Mr. Plus, that the only thing that makes the only legend that can make a Scuttle Crab actually a threat is Master Yi, when it's defending alone, +2. But today we're proven wrong. Heart of Dark Eyes, good gear.
Yep, Heart of Dark Ice is enough to get our Scuttle Crab his first kill, probably of all time.
First offensive kill, I guess.
Yeah. Now the points go up to 6, putting Lilia in kill range. This is a point where you always want to be as the aggro player, where you're just on the cusp of being able to go for that double conquer win. Now just going to try to clean up the board state a little bit more, get rid of these Phoenixes, and kind of force his opponent to have the ability to bring them back out. But unlike the sprites that come in ready, this Phoenixes do not. So even though he can recur them, they're just going to come in tapped, and they're not very good on defense either. So this is actually a potentially very powerful position for our Lilia to be in, now going up to 7 points, just 1 point away from victory.
Now it is worth noting, because the sprites can't hold, Lilia sometimes gets into a bit of an awkward situation on her 7th point, where it's easiest for Lilia to just double conk for the win. It's kind of difficult for her to hold for the win. And for the Rek'Sai player right now, you just need to take out that Scuttle. The Heart of Dark Ice has worn out. The heart has stopped pumping. Scuttle is back to 0. You sneeze on it, and it will drop dead. The Lilia is completely tapped out as well, so you have plenty of options as to how you'd like to proceed on this.
Yeah, as we see Void Rush, Sacrifice, Falling Star, and Hidden Blade in the hand of our Rek'Sai player. Few options to work with. 9 runes on the turn, so Void Rush being able to get 2 cards off the top, find something worth playing, maybe hit an Under Titan to extend the reach on this turn. Still rocking that Rek'Sai in the champion zone too, hasn't come out itself yet. Could also be an acceleratable target here this turn. A lot of options to consider, and definitely something that he's going to tank a little bit on, as we've stated before, that Lilia can more often than not come back with a double conquer pretty efficiently and effectively, especially with Heart of Dark Ice on board, plus the Sprite Fountain on board right now, is guaranteeing that we're going to start the next turn with a ready Sprite that can attack for 6 thanks to Heart of Dark Ice. So he already has to account for 6 might crashing into him on defense once he passes turn. And it's going to make this turn very crucial in how he chooses to approach it, whether or not he wants to set up on a battlefield to try to hold to prevent the double conquer, or if he needs to perhaps just go for the double conquer and hope that he can defend at least one of the battlefields instead of going all in on both, because there is the capability, although like you said, Lilia is not the one often to hold, that a hold can happen thanks to something even as small and innocent as a scuttle grab.
Yeah, and for the Rek'Sai player, because of the Rek'Sai chosen champ that he has as well, he can actually look to accelerate things that come off the Rek'Sai Legends ability as well when he wants to play it on. So I almost feel like you want to wait, hold all your accelerates for next turn. You just have to get through the Lilia's turn first. And you're doing some math, you're saying minimum 6. That's a minimum 6 that Lilia is swinging in with next turn on one sprite. You've got to assume there's at least another sprite from the Lilia Legend itself, not to mention whatever fresh hell is coming out of that hand. If there's another sprite burst, that's going to be 2 from the sprite burst, a very cheap 3rd from the Lilia, and then suddenly you're staring down not 6 might, you're staring down 15 might that could swing in from both sides. So I think that's the sort of thought process that the Rek'Sai player is currently trying to math through and trying to see if like he can actually set up a block to stop all of that coming through.
Yeah, like you said, 6 might minimum is a wild proposition to be staring down the barrel of, as you're not only looking at just that 6 might minion coming in for free at the start of the turn, there's 9 runes up at the disposal, so you could have Sprite Burst plus the leader ability making 3 more sprites, another Sprite Fountain coming in the mix making you 4 more sprites. There's just a big potential for a huge clapback on the next turn, so it puts you in this awkward position of whether or not you're able to try to defend one battlefield as a deck that is not typically known for being a defensive deck like that and holding.
Yeah, the only sort of defensive or reactive option would be that Hidden Blade. Now, did just draw a Vi, which is potentially helpful. I mean, it's great on offense when you can stun. Defensively, it's just a 5-body unit, but 5 might be all you need. I'm assuming he's probably going to play the Honest Broker right now, just to defend on. It would have to be Zonwarens, yeah, because he's not on the Rockfall Panthers yet.
It looks like he decided against it. Yeah, just put it down after all, and now we're gonna send the original Honest Broker up, which will get us up to 7, making it a tie game. But now the death knell of the Scuttle will trigger, revealing the remaining cards in hand, and now Lilia is aware of the sacrifice, aware of the Hidden Blade, knows what he has to play around, as well as this Vi, which is a powerful ambush unit. However, the stun is only on attack, so not as good on defense, which is going back to what we were just talking about. This deck is just not geared towards defending almost at all. It's very aggressively slanted. Almost everything it wants to do is proactive and not reactive. So if they're put into this position where they're going to be put on the back foot and being forced to play defense, a lot of these cards aren't going to hold up as well as they normally do, and might make it a little bit close to over for our Rek'Sai player, barring any great top decks off of this sacrifice or Hidden Blade, should he choose to Hidden Blade one of his own units. Although in this scenario, we're most certainly going to use it on defense against one of your opponent's units.
Yeah, and the thing with Hidden Blade was you could just hide it for a power. He does actually have floating extra power with the seal, so that's why I thought he'd just play. Okay. There is one thing. Okay.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
It wasn't on mine either. I am quite shocked about it. I thought that's why I thought you'd just play the Honest Broker for the extra 2 might, right?
Oh, he wanted the Phoenixes. That's why. All right. I guess falling starring a Scuttle Crab is worth it if it brings 2 Phoenixes back from the trash.
Is it? Because here's the thing: you could have just used Hidden Blade to do that on the opponent's turn, and then it's a surprise Phoenix party that pops out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose could have gone for the surprise Phoenix party.
And now he's got 3 runes up too, which is a really awkward number of runes. Like, you can't vie with this.
I guess he was kind of worried about potentially like the Heart of Dark Ice going onto the Scuttle and getting the free Conquer at the Rockfall path, and then allowing Lilia to throw everything else, the whole kitchen sink, over to the Zon Warren. So just loading up with the 9 might there. Can't use Falling Star on defense, so might as well use it on your turn and then save the Hidden Blade, which you can use on your opponent's turn to take out 1 extra unit here as well. So not the most outlandish play I've ever seen, but still one that kind of had us both turning our heads a little bit at first, as it looks like
now,
Watchers coming out.
that is a choice, knowing that there's a Hidden Blade on the other side. And you do need to clear both. Both players are at 7 points, so...
This is, of course, a green deck, so that 1 remaining rune is most likely for the Defy that he just pointed to.
I think I'm sitting across from my opponent, and, you know, like, he sets up, points at the card, I'm just like, okay. That card has my name written on it. Like, and you know what it's going to be at this point, so...
Interesting that he didn't hide it either, like you mentioned. Could have definitely hidden the Hidden Blade here, so that way, if the worst does occur in the scenario and the Hidden Blade does get defied, at least you could attempt to sacrifice. Oh, I guess in this scenario, now that you've been Watcher, there's no universe where you ever get to sacrifice.
Yep.
As the Defy comes out for the Hidden Blade on the Sprite, and we scoop it up, giving game 1 over to Lilia, the new aggressive deck on the scene. Rek'Sai being one of the more premier low to the ground aggro decks of set 2, not coming away with crazy results in the set 2 meta, but we definitely saw some really cool Rek'Sai play throughout the Spirit Forged meta, and now getting some new tools coming in and showing that he's still a force to be reckoned with in set 3. But there's a new aggro deck on the scene too that he has to contend with, and Lilia putting up a great fight in that first game.
It's the power creep, Mr. Plus. The power creep that we actually haven't been seeing in Sydney and China so far, where it's Irelia and Master Yi, literally Spirit Forge and Proving Grounds, who have been dominating the 2 tournaments. But here, we're starting to see Lilia clap back a little. But I think it was really... It's not just the decks themselves. Like, I think the Lilia player played it very well as well, using his sprites very efficiently, knowing that they have plenty of outs. Like, when you look at that hand, you could see the options available to close that game out. There were multiple ways they could have done it. Thousand Tailed was just the safest option to be able to do that. And for the Rek'Sai player, it just kind of feels bad a little bit. Like, the deck is fine. I just feel like it's a very bad matchup into sprites. Falling Star is great into most of the things you're going to run into. But into Lilia, like, what were you, Falling Star? A single chosen champion? Sprites are going to die anyways? Scuttle Cry? Like that.
I mean, to be fair, I honestly think that completely would have reshaped the texture of that game for our Rek'Sai player had he used the Falling Star on the chosen champ Lilia on that second turn, because Lilia really stuffed his ability to be able to conquer anything from that point forward after getting the ball rolling with the early Lilia plus Smoke of Mirrors. And it just kind of goes to show that, like, these little micro decisions that may seem like they're like, maybe I lost a point of value here, but they kind of, you know, just cascade onto each other over turns. And that's something unique, I think, to Riftbound over some other TCGs is the lingering effects of a single turn can be felt turn over turn for the remainder of the game in ways that you, in the moment, may not have been able to foresee.
Yeah, and of course, you won't know till you draw your cards what could have been, what might have been. And Rek'Sai especially, right? With the way the Rek'Sai legend works, when you conquer, you get to reveal the top 2 cards and then kind of pick where to go from there. There's a lot of uncertainty. And the fact that, you know, he hit that, I think twice he hit Rek'Sai. Twice, where he hit Rek'Sai and didn't opt to play a card. I think that really came back and bit him a little bit. Probably was banking on having a bit more of a playable card. So going into game 2, I wonder if we see, you know, some changes coming through in terms of what you're siding. I don't hate the Falling Star necessarily. I do think it has a lot of value into Lilia. When she does play units, being able to take them out really does hurt her. But at the same time, I don't feel like there's a need to change up the Rek'Sai deck too much. I don't think there's a need to dip in sideboard. Again, not knowing what their sideboard is, I think it's just hoping for better luck on the next game.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot that you would really want out of the sideboard for Rek'Sai, except for maybe some gear hate now that you're aware your opponent has Heart of Dark Ice, and maybe potentially the Mask as well. We didn't see it in that game, but
Yep.
Mask of Foresight could be somewhere in the list. So potentially that could come out of the side for a Rek'Sai player just to kind of power down these sprites a little bit with those onboard gears, as well as sometimes it's not all the time that it is relevant, but sometimes using that salvage on a sprite fountain to stop them from getting one more sprite at the start of their
True.
turn could be a boon for you as well. So that might be the only change I could see Rek'Sai making. But as you said, for the most part, I think they just have to be able to execute their game plan a little bit more quickly this go around, and being able to be on the play this time. Or were they on the play in that first game as well? They were, yes, because we had the
Lilia didn't
turn
have a
one
2-drop.
Lilia chosen champion. So that is a little bit foreboding that you had the turn one go first on your aggro deck and you still fell to the Lilia onslaught. So hopefully he can bounce back from that, not get a little or not get too discouraged or tilted from that game one loss.
So I did want to talk a little bit about the Sprite Fountain, Mr. Brooks, because you're talking about salvaging the Sprite Fountain. Now, Sprite Fountain's very interesting actually as a card, because when you play it creates a sprite. When it dies, it creates a sprite. And there's a lot of gears where it's like kill this or kill this card at the beginning phase and do something else. But Sprite Fountain's worded a little bit different. It's death knell, which means if you salvage it, it creates a sprite ready to go right away. So it becomes that's why it's a little bit awkward trying to gear kill it, because sometimes when you kill it, it just actually gives your opponent another thing they can do this turn. Like instead of just conquering one side, suddenly they can go for both sides with the sprites and or
Yeah,
do even more damage.
you would want to do it on your turn so that the temporary triggers
True.
as soon as you pass it over to them. But
That's
because definitely doing it on defense as an action would be bad. To just be like, I'll draw a card, you make another 3/3
Yeah.
to beat me up with.
Yeah, I'll suffer even more. I do also wonder about the D-ramp side, because I know that for example, LeBlancs or a lot of the like Luxes or Victors or whatever, who were previously running Salvage, have actually switched to running Turn to Dust because there's no power cost on that. despite the fact
That's
that
a fair
Salvage is
point
a
too,
reaction.
especially with how power hungry Rek'Sai is, as we've seen. I mean,
Yeah.
he's even got the red seals in there. Obviously, a big boon for getting those Phoenixes back out of the drop as well. Another thing that we didn't see deployed at all last game was the Chosen Champion, and you had mentioned how all of these cards that he's attempting to hit off of the Rek'Sai ability could be accelerated. Also, we could be accelerating these Phoenixes out, which of course have Assault and could come in and attack for 5. So interesting that the Rek'Sai never got to see play in the first game. Maybe this game will actually see the Chosen Champion come out and get put to use with that accelerate addition that it can add to some of these other cards.
And I think it also comes down to the sort of resource management we're talking about, right? You need multiple seals to comfortably be able to do that. So a lot of times it's almost used as a finisher, where you accelerate the Rek'Sai itself, and then you play the Rek'Sai, and then you kind of use a spell to bring in all the Phoenixes and ready them up, because it's so power heavy when you have to be paying all those accelerate costs as well. So you got to time it very carefully when you want to do it and when you want to accelerate. Oh, did he miss the trigger? Oh, no, he got the trigger. So I'm not sure what they were kind of talking a little bit about for the arena's greatest. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. No.
I think so. It looks like we're.
Yep.
Oh, maybe we.
Wow.
Wow.
Wait,
I guess maybe they're saying that he didn't pick. He just didn't tick it up before playing the unit and missed the timing, since it's supposed to happen during the beginning phase.
Yeah, I thought they changed it so that you were allowed to do it right up to the end of your turn.
I thought so as well, but this is Riftbound, a game of many rules that often change and are often confusing. So I wouldn't put past them to be in a little bit of a debate on whether or not this is meant to happen this way. I think he should be awarded the point, but it looks like they're saying that he's not getting it. So Lilia gets to start off with a 1-point advantage going second against the Rek'Sai.
Okay, that is doubly tilting. Triply tilting. 1, because you missed a trigger. 2, that's your battlefield.
Yeah.
I've done that plenty. Like where I forget my own battlefield and I'm like, oops. But thankfully in the West, at least, our rules allow it to the end of the turn. So usually when I see, my opponent can score, I'm like, oh yeah, right. But triply, because Lilia decks do sometimes want to run Arena's Greatest. I've seen quite a few Lilia decks run that because it's such a fast deck. And now suddenly, okay, like you're looking at your opponent where, it could have been worse. Like, they could have just, if they had Sprite Fountain, that would have just been 2 points right off the rip. And then you're suddenly behind 2 full points, which is more than an entire turn and playing uneven. So not the worst case scenario for Rek'Sai, but a very rough start. Hopefully it does not tilt his mental.
Yeah, definitely have to bounce back from something like that and not let it phase you, as we see Seal come down, floating 1 rune. We have double Void Assault in hand, I believe. We have a Pharaoh's Forerunner, and I think a Falling Star there in the back as well. And I'm not sure what the final card is, but we are going to move into the Arena's Greatest and get us our first point that we were so cruelly denied on that turn 1. And now Rek'Sai trigger coming out, revealing a Gem Cutter, Gem Jammer, and Gem Jammer and a Phoenix Undying.
Yeah, and there's a power cost to playing that Phoenix, so you're kind of thinking about that. Like, is that? I actually think you just play the Phoenix this turn. The Gem Jammer giving you ganking. If you play it, you kind of just lose that ability. But I think he's considering this. Is there a different card he might be thinking of playing on his turn? The Falling Star is there again, and
yeah, I wonder if he's
Mr. Plus.
considering that after the last. I mean, at least this time, you know that what can happen. Maybe he was like not super well versed in the matchup or something like that in that first round, in that first game. But now that you've seen exactly what can happen if you let that Lilia go unchecked, you are maybe a little bit more inclined to go for it. But nope, we're actually just gonna get a Void Assault that isn't gonna hit anything you really want to be playing here. Just a draw 2 and pass it over. Letting this Lilia live to fight another day, as a Smoke and Mirrors, the premier combo with this card, gets drawn off the top. All things are not looking well in the Rek'Sai believers' homes tonight, as that Arena's Greatest trigger miss plus the way things are turning out right now for Lilia is making us kind of feel like it might be a replay of the last game. How are you feeling about this one so far?
I feel like it's worse than the last game right now. Because the Void Rush is so ambitious as well. Like, generally speaking, what a lot of Rek'Sais want to do is they want to play a card before they go and conquer, right? And then you want to try and maximize the value on that. Void Rush cheats that in a way. Again, because there's a chance with Legion cards. And I don't know if this Rek'Sai is running Legion cards, but I've got to assume that he is. And so you often want to save the Void Rush to be something you play at the beginning of your turn because it counts as a card played for the sake of Legion. And instead, he ends up playing the Void Rush, not hitting anything he can actually play immediately. So he's just going to lose that 2 energy. He's deramped himself further by paying those power costs. And now you've also wasted Gem Jammer. And Undying Phoenix has gone to the bottom of your deck. So you're not going to have the Phoenix party anymore. Like, at best, you get a pair. But you don't get all 3 just swinging left and right. And then, in the meantime, you also have to tap out. So Lilia is more than happy to make all of this happen once again, with the double Sprite holding on one side, other Sprite conquering away. And as far as Lilia is concerned, like you said, Mr. Plus, this is just a replay of game 1, but with better starts.
Yeah, honestly, almost an exact replay, because we got the Smoke and Mirrors right off the rip as well. So showing just exactly what you want to be doing in this type of Lilia deck. This is your game plan. You just want to be as efficient at bringing out as many sprites as possible, as often as possible as you can. And it seems like a I don't know, like a really simple and potentially easy to out game plan, but these little guys can really be frustrating to deal with. On its face, you're thinking it's just a bunch of tokens. I can beat that,
Yeah.
but now we see how much power these provide by taking down another Falling Star. Actually, I'm sorry, I missed that. We just saw the Falling Star come out. No Phoenixes though being brought out from the Falling Star.
Yeah, no Phoenixes to be had, because that one got recycled. So
Oh, it got recycled, and now the Gem Jammer Conquer, giving us the Rek'Sai ability, reveals 2 2-drops, both easy enough to be played, but is that what he wants to be doing with the rest of his turn?
and the question is, does he want the gold or does he want the Void Hatchling sort of scry ability? I almost feel like you want the Void Hatchling, pardon me, at this point, if you're going to use the Rek'Sai Legend. One thing to think about with Rek'Sai Legend too is that it is basically almost like card draw for Rek'Sai, because you're drawing the cards, you've got the options to play them. It doesn't use your hand. So when you keep using the Rek'Sai ability and choose not to actually apply it, you've got to remember that you're shrinking your hand size as well and your options of what you've got. So I'm glad that he did ultimately opt to go with the Void Hatchling. It is really good for Rek'Sai to get it. The sooner you get it out, the better, since it gives you more chances to look for what you want.
Man, the Lilia's hand is looking real juicy. The Spriper's coming out now, but there was also a Vile Maw back there. And we're going to get this double conquer coming out again. Lilia, the queen of double conquering, just relentlessly sending sprites at you. And, you know, it's this interesting thing where you have these other decks that are playing cards like the Investigator to look at your opponent's hand and gain hand knowledge to see what kind of threats that they might be presenting your way. But in Lilia's case, while looking at their hand will give you knowledge of what type of threats they will send your way, more oftentimes than not, it's just how many sprites are you going to send my way? I already know what the threats are. It's just how many of them can you make?
Hey man, there's always the threat of Scuttle, Mr. Plus. We must not forget Scuttle's first blood.
You're right.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with you. That's one of the frustrating things about playing into Lilia as well. You know the threat, but it's inexorable. It's inevitable. It's just going to swing in. And the question is just, do you have enough might to deal with it? And that goes back to what you're talking about early on about Rek'Sai. You've got a lot of small drops, but trying to hold on is going to be kind of tough because those sprites are going to be more than happy to trade with you. And besides the Noxus Hopeful, you don't have a lot of bodies who can kind of block in. We do see Void Rush being used. And again, we talked about this. This counts as Legion, so the Noxus Hopeful could be played right now, just like that with the 2 might, and it would only cost the 2 energy, pardon me, for the 4 might.
Yeah, and it'll be free thanks to the discount from the Void Rush too. So one of the great combos with, like you said, because of the Legion, getting that cost reduced to 2, and then the Void Rush being able to pay reduce that cost by 2 further, making you a free 4/4, and then adding the Hidden Blade to hand. One of the honestly, one of the best hits possible for your signature spell in Rek'Sai is what we just witnessed. So good hit for our Rek'Sai player, but will it be enough to get them back in this game, as it's already 5-2? And once again, I would be remiss if I wasn't the resident clock looker, or remind everyone that the clock is a potential enemy as well. This is for 2 aggro decks that we thought were going to be all gas, no breaks. This 2 games have taken a long amount of time, and this one, although it's 5-2, it still for some reason doesn't feel like it's really close to ending right now. So we may not have enough time to get a game 3 in. So Rek'Sai is really going to need to try to piece this together a little bit faster if they want to stand a chance at maybe getting there in the 3rd game. But you know, in the aspect of speed, I think Lilia edges Rek'Sai out just a little bit if we even do make it to that 3rd game.
Yeah, this one feels like almost a blowout for the Lilia right now with how fast she's accelerating, and the fact that the Rek'Sai is fast running out of options. I think this turn he's wondering, do I accelerate? Do I bring my chosen champion in? Because that Void Hatchling is not strong enough to overcome. And if you Hidden Blade a sprite on your own turn, boy, does that feel bad. The Lilia is like, oh, sweet, card draw, I'll take it. And you've got to remember to, yep, there you go. There's the accelerate that I think he was really thinking over, because it's kind of just like the one movement you have, the one shot you have, and yeah, you got to take out the one in Duskro's Lab, or else it's just card draw for the Lilia.
Yeah, so we take out the Duskro's Lab, get to trigger the Rek'Sai, even though there's only 1 rune floating, not very much that you could. Oh, except for the cleave that you can use on your hatchling to get over the sprite. Yeah. You know, that isn't what I would have expected to happen off of this Rek'Sai hit, but that's why this Rek'Sai player's piloting the deck and not me. He knew that there was something that he could hit with just 1 rune up, and he hit exactly that, and it was what he needed to get these sprites out of the way and try to claw his way back into this game. But now 9 runes up for Lilia, and a Ravenbloom student already established. So if we start slinging a few spells to create more sprites, this Ravenbloom's going to be a threat of its own.
Yeah, and we got to remember Rex tapped out, fully tapped out for this Rek'Sai play. He did not opt to hide the hidden blades, so both those units are exposed and vulnerable. And for the Lilia player, you can always just make a sprite and send it in. Like I do think you really want to kill that Rek'Sai that can accelerate things. So any sort of spell, even a Stupefy, would be enough to conquer one side, take the other, and then potentially just set up for the win on the very next turn.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny thing about the sequencing of that last turn is that although I'd have to go back and rewatch it exactly, but in terms of available resources, that one resource that was used on the cleave could have been used to accelerate the Legion, the Noxus Hopeful, I'm sorry, that was played that turn should the Rek'Sai have been on board already prior. So leading with the Rek'Sai that turn could have given him that capability where he didn't have to rely on that top deck cleave. But
yeah,
nonetheless, we are in the situation we are now, which is a big hand for Aurelia, a Scuttle Crab, Viamod, Defy. I didn't get to catch the rest of it.
I'm trying to catch that as well. I understand though the reason why it ended up being the way it was with the Noxus Hopeful, because when you Void Rush, you're kind of looking to see what your options are early, and if you hit like maybe a Falling Star or something, maybe that could have changed things, right? You didn't want the Accelerate was sort of a move of last choice that the Rex ended up doing because he didn't hit anything else or better and didn't have really any other options in hand. Meanwhile, we did see the Stupefy come down, and we were talking about the potential double conk to come in, knowing that he's tapped out. So Riven Bloom to one side, and then we see the Sprite, of course, to the Dusk Rose Lab. I actually think the Scuttle being dropped early might have been a mistake, because if you had put it on the side with the Sprite, there's the threat of holding. You just need to hold one side to win, and I don't know how much Accelerate the Rek'Sai has left, so they'd have to burn a spell to kill both sides.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny, the way that we just were talking about the previous turn kind of went back to what you said during the break about my aversion to gambling compared to some. I'm on the one hand thinking like, yeah, you could just accelerate the Noxus Hopeful and not have to worry about what you hit off the top. But you're totally right. Playing and seeing getting more information with the Void Assault first before committing the Rek'Sai is more often than not the correct play. It's just that's why I don't play decks like Rek'Sai and Dazzling Aurora. I don't want to gamble.
And
At least as little as I can in a card game. Obviously, we're always gambling a little bit, but I'm trying not to dial that knob all the way up to 11.
And if we've learned anything tonight, Mr. Plus, it's that you're a very wise man. Don't gamble beyond your means, because the gambling has not worked out right now. Misfortune deck ended up losing to a slightly more consistent Garen deck. What a wild statement to say.
Really, truly wild. In 2026, that's what we're talking about. In Riftbound Unleashed meta is Garen outperforming Sivir as an Aurora deck.
Consistent, jeez. And also, the Rek'Sai has just not been hitting, unfortunately, for the Rek'Sai player. So, very, very, very tough. And you can see now he's considering his options. We've got a Void Rush, a Sacrifice, a Call the Weak, and then he found his hat close a little bit faster than I could see, which means that he can survive this turn. But I don't think he can survive the Lilia's turn.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the aspects about Rek'Sai that is a little bit scary for me to get behind the wheel of, is that it feels like it can be so feast or famine. I've been told that it's a lot more consistent in general than my perception of it is, but it just feels like sometimes that this deck can be just incredibly powerful, where you're hitting under Titans and playing out Noxus Hopefuls for free and getting all of your removal, and it just feels like it's this unstoppable force. And then other times, much like we were talking about with Aurora, it can just feel like it falls flat on its face. Whereas Lilia as an aggro deck is the antithesis to that. She is Mrs. Consistent. All she wants to do is the same thing every turn. And I think that's what is interesting in like deck selection and approach to tournaments and everything about, like, these are two aggressively slanted decks, and if you consider yourself an aggro player, you might be considering both of these decks. And so then the decision comes down to what flavor of aggro do you want. Maybe the ceiling on Lilia isn't as high, but she's much more consistent. And Rek'Sai, on the other hand, may have a much lower floor, but man, the ceiling can be really, really high. So it's kind of this weird decision point now, especially since they're from different sets too, on perhaps whether or not like the design philosophy itself is changing after how powerful certain legends were in set 2. Maybe we'll see legends going forward not being so swingy and be more consistently focused like we see with Lilia as now Vioma comes down onto the
Well,
arena's greatest.
So this is the trick tech that we see with temporary, because he's reacting to the temporary trigger to drop Valma. And now there you need to have a reaction to kill it. You can see his face. He's just like, come on, come on. He's got a defined hand too. That's worth noting. So
I like the editor. Whoever is in charge of coverage right now, that was like the perfect spacing and timing for you to cut to that exact moment of him looking him in the face like, what are you going to do about it?
get Valmod. Is that a hidden blade he's holding?
I think he's trying. He's going to try to sacrifice his Ferris Forerunner to dig for a hidden blade potentially.
Okay. But hidden blade can't react to this.
Oh,
Hidden Blade's
that's
action
right.
speed.
Hidden Blade's in action. He can't. I don't know what he
There's
could.
nothing.
I don't think there's anything he could get.
Okay, well he's gonna try, and that's fair enough, right? Like if you lose right now, you lose the round. There is no game 3 here, if the Lily wins. So he's gonna try everything he can do. But really well played from the Valmol. I was trying to remember if he could do that, but I kept thinking in my head that he only had 7 runes, but I forgot that. Yeah, he's gonna channel. Wait. Yeah, because I kept thinking he had 7 runes. I don't know why I kept thinking he had 7 runes, but he actually had 9 runes, so he was able to do that. Because in my head, I was like, he needs to channel first, and it's going to happen in the beginning phase. So, yep, that's he is pumped.
the pop off. I respect it. That's a cool way to win, you know? Just, hey, I know you thought that this. Yeah, show it off. That's what we're talking about. You thought that little sprite was just going to go away and you're going to have to fight me up for a whole nother turn? Nah, I'm just winning right now. Viama, get in there.
Okay, and well, thinking back on it as well, I was thinking, okay, you want to put the temporary sprite onto the Dusk Rose lab, and then you want to move the Raven Bloom up to the sort of first arena's greatest, so that you have the chance potentially to sacrifice the temporary and then draw a card as well. And I almost felt like by doing it the other way, you might have tipped your hand that you had some sort of trick coming in somehow, somewhere. Not that it made a difference ultimately, but yeah, just a very sort of interesting thing to have happen there. But really well played from Lilia. That's the tech for Lilia, guys. Like having the ambush to just hop in and score that extra point is something that can make all that difference, as we just got to see.
And there's a few ambush units, to be fair, that can do it. Obviously, Vioma, premier unit, big boy, comes in, wins you a lot of fights. Great closer, great draw engine if you end up getting him established to be able to hold. But there's a couple other cards that you could include in your Lilia deck if it is for the express purpose of getting those cheeky holds like that. There's the 3 mana one that we saw yesterday, the blue unit, the Chakram Dancer. So there are some other tools that can extend your point lead a little bit that way in some interesting and fun ways. And I just think it's really cool to see Lilia come out and perform so well in that round. A very decisive 2-0.
You know, funny enough, that was actually the first time I was able to see a Lilia winning in that fashion, or honestly, any opponent winning in that fashion, where you go ahead and react with ambush from a 7th to 8th hold. Really top-notch stuff. Love to see it. And Lilia showing why she is one of the better decks coming into the Unleashed meta. A little bit, like Mr. Plus was saying, more consistent than Rek'Sai, but I feel like a good Rek'Sai player probably has some good tools as well. The thing is, sometimes those tools are effective against decks that can't keep out pumping sprite token after sprite tokens, because Fallen Star is good, Hidden Blade's good, but those are just temporary units anyway. So I feel like Lilia just doesn't care all that much about getting her board removed when you could just do it all over again, turn after turn. So not too many decks can deal with that kind of pressure. So we'll see. She is X2. Maybe they find themselves in the top 8 because there's just one more round of Swiss. What 8 players will be locking it in? Because that was good. That was a good matchup for that second to last game. I liked it.
I really hope we get to see the Lilia continue.
Yeah, and you know what? If they keep winning, hopefully we get to see them in the sort of top cut there. But just to go back to the point about the ambush thing, the reason why I'm hyper aware of it is because LeBlancs are doing it right now. That's why Yellow Vi is actually been running it most of the LeBlanc decks right now, because on the temporary you just drop it and then you kind of cheat with the hold.
What's
for
their
LeBlanc.
ambush unit?
Yellow
Bye.
Vi.
Oh, the Vi. I heard LeBlanc. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah, Vi is, of course, a really good ambush unit. So that does make sense. So it's a nice little cheeky way of getting the game right under your opponent without them realizing that it was over the whole time.
Yeah,
So you do
so
love to
that's-
see it.
Yeah, so that's what LeBlanc's been doing. But also for Lilia, I will say I think that Rek'Sai is actually one of the better matchups for Lilia, or conversely, Lilia is one of the worst matchups for Rek'Sai to deal with, because Rek'Sai runs mostly small units, and then his big unit is when he uses Under Titan to pump them up offensively, or in set 2, some of them were running Grand Stratagem. I don't know if that's still a thing in set 3, to kind of pump up on the hold. But the issue is the hold, because Lilia is happy to just run things in. And if you've got big units like Valmaul, like Baron, like Thousand-Tailed Watcher, 7 Might, like then the sprites struggle to take you down at that point. So then you can actually hold. But when you've got small units and you're stacking a whole bunch of small units, even if you can hold, the problem is that you're losing might all along the way, right? Like those sprites are still running in. You have to maybe 2-3 mites holding at the end of it, and then you're gonna have to spend energy to restack again on the next turn. So Lilia very good at handling those sort of swarm tactics that really defined Rek'Sai. And then lastly, I think Rek'Sai in set 3 is just a little bit too straightforward. His combat tricks aren't that strong. It's kind of like, I'll just kill a unit, and like you said plus earlier, like Lilia's just like, oh, you want to kill my unit? Sure. It was gonna die anyways. Like, did it not conquer? Sure. Like, not ideal, but also not the worst.
Right,
I
I feel
think
like you nailed it
unfortunately Rek'Sai's
perfectly.
just-
Lilia pretty much punishes the decks that really don't do too well on defense, which is exactly where Rek'Sai is, right? Fantastic on the push, but not so much on defense, and that's where Lilia was just taking advantage turn after turn. So well done. Like you guys said, hopefully we see a little bit more of her. But for the time being, I believe there was about 8 to 9 minutes left in that round. And then there's usually about 8 to 9 minutes in the intermission between the pairings of the rounds. So we'll go ahead and tune into the Sydney side of things, because I saw on Twitter during that break there, while you guys were casting my little bit of a break, that there's just 1/2 undefeated players remaining in Sydney. It's an Aurelia and in a Diana. I thought Sean Diwali and Allen were the better Diana players, but apparently Nice Boy a little bit too nice out in Sydney this weekend, and he's the sole undefeated Diana so far. That's impressive. This is gonna be a heck of a matchup. But guys, let me know, because I know you guys committed for the first 2 rounds and we already had a long weekend. Mr. Plus, I know you got to get to work tomorrow as well. So if you guys want to take your leave now, I think would be completely fair.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as I would love to stay and watch this with you guys, I do have to be up in a few hours, so I will take my leave and just say thank you once again for this opportunity, and RMC, thank you again for another great round of casting together. Always a pleasure casting with you.
Likewise.
And we got to see some really cool games. An awesome Aurora mirror, even though no one wants to see Aurora in that instance. It was really fun.
It was a good one.
And a really cool Lilia v Rek'Sai, where we got to see Lilia shine, which is great for me because I want Lilia to be good. I want to see Lilia succeed. I like that style of deck. Even though it's not the one I'm piloting myself, I think it's good for the game to introduce a game plan like that. It's so simple and straightforward and effective, and one that is easy to onboard new players with. That's the deck that I'm trying to build to get my wife to start playing a little bit more Riftbound.
There we
So
go.
I'm glad to see it doing well.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Mr.
Thanks,
Buzz,
Mr. Buzz.
always a
Appreciate that.
pleasure to have you on the course. Thank you so much for helping out this weekend. Looking forward to maybe if you want to help out in the future weekends, because this month/next month is kind of GM-packed with big old co-stream events
Yeah.
that we can do. So I'll keep in touch as always. But for now, I'll let you take a good rest. And thank you so much, Mr. Plus.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night, and enjoy the rest of the stream.
See you. See you.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. Like, I got my sister into playing Lilia as well because she likes the sprites. She thinks they're cute, so it's a
Nice.
good way to get people into the game, especially like cute stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, plus I also probably have to head out. Committed for 2 rounds, right?
No. I thought you said 2 rounds today. No.
Yeah, 2 rounds. Yeah, so I did come in for 2 rounds. Yeah, so I've got to head out. I've got an early morning tomorrow. I'm covering League of Legends Brazil time, which is
There
like
we go.
very
Anywhere
far
they
ahead,
can
so-
catch that stream, you can maybe let these guys at home know.
Sure, yeah, over at twitch.tv/cvlol_English. That's the Brazil League. Super fun, and they're in playoffs as well. So the stakes are high for them. So it's always fun to watch them. But yeah, they're 2 hours ahead of Eastern time, and I'm on the West Coast, so it's like 5 hours ahead. So I know it'll
Yeah,
be
that's
pretty early
super
for
early
stuff.
for sure. But yeah, same thing I was telling Mr. Plus. It is always awesome to have you on RMC. So looking forward to any kind of cast you want to hop in as well. I know these kind of take a little bit of a toll, but I really do appreciate you helping out. So thank you, RMC.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I always appreciate you bringing me on. It's always really fun. And down here, it's always a chill time. The casters you get here are great as well. I really enjoy working. with Mr.
RMC, you
Plus
said
and
you're
you.
not going to any more regionals, right? Last time we talked, you said you're
Vancouver.
taking a step back.
The last one the last one I have scheduled to do is Vancouver because
Okay,
I'm from Canada,
okay.
so that's like in my area. So
Yeah, for now, I'm not going to that one, but we'll be covering. Maybe I'll see you on stream. That'll be fun. But yeah, either way, I'm pretty sure we'll see each other somewhat soon.
yep, sounds good. Plus, and if not, hopefully I get on one of these. As you said, there's a lot, so I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Looking forward to it, but I'll let you go, RMC. Take a good rest. Thank you so much, and see you to the next time.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Take care. All right, chat. It is down just me for a little bit, and then we'll get NA45 in just a second. And by a second, it should be about 10 minutes till I tag them because I think they threw it over to a break. But now let's go over to the Sydney RQ. I'll go to the bigger screen just so we can get a clear picture. But, I feel like Diana has a bit of an edge because of the Vex. I believe it's Vex Stunning. Wait. What's the Vex's name? I can't believe I'm forgetting. I know there's Apathetic, but what's the other one called? Oh, it makes sense, though, because this is a game, too. I thought this was a main board Vex cheerless, because a main board Vex cheerless is a little rough for any Aurelia. But chat, what is that gear? What does he have in? Let me see if I can find it. What is the gear? Is that the one that minuses 2 when you tap? Oh, interesting. When you draw your second card each turn, give a friendly unit +2 this turn. Okay, so Frigid Jewel. Interesting. So trying to get +2 every single turn for your Diana legend ability. Or not legend ability, but the chosen champion ability. And okay. So I like that Diana did take it away. If you guys seen Ghoster Driver's deck list, he's running so many single digit cards, which is so crazy to think about because consistency is a big part of the game, but keeping your opponent on your toes is another part of the game. And with so many one-ofs, you don't know what's hidden, what's on the hand of him. So I like that he's still undefeated despite having what a lot of people on paper would be calling it a bit more of an inconsistently build Aurelia. But you can't tell him he's wrong, right? He's the one that's undefeated so far, so he's doing well. But I feel like from this position, even though he was most likely having the advantage in game 2 since he's a game down, he's looking rough, chat. As we're just tuning in, it's 4-1. He has a single tie turner in hand, and that's a cheerless as we discussed. And then the Diana getting the additional +2 that you don't really need right now from the Frigid Jewel. But a draw regardless, as is always a spell, or tends to be always spells in these Diana decks. For anyone that's tuning in, though, on the Sydney side of thing, as well as our stream, what did we miss? Because was there a round that we missed in between the round that we just covered? I'm sure we did, because this is round 12. Did they start at 9? 9 was LeBlanc with Daniel, right? 10 was Prismaticism with Annie. 11 was the Vex. So maybe I didn't miss anything. I just got to go back and rewatch that Vex game. I think the Vex beat... Who did they beat, though? I might have to rewind the stream. And I'll keep the tabs here on the Chinese side as well. Make sure we don't miss anything. So it's just 12 minutes. Okay, 12 minutes till China starts. So I'll tag NA45 in about 8 or so minutes. Hopefully he's not too tired because, guys, it's over midnight. This might be the latest we've ever casted for NA45. But like I've said the other cast as well, I really do appreciate these guys helping us out. After NA, a little bit of a solo cast. Sucks this for the quarterfinals, but it is just way too late because for the pairings between the last round of Swiss and top 8, they take a long time. I don't know why they're allocating so much time. You would feel like it doesn't take that much time to kind of settle things down to the final 8 players, but that's the schedule they gave. So it's going to end up starting like at 3 something my time. So it's going to take a little bit apparently. And hey, tell us what's going on. Don't rewatch the Vex, man. It's not worth it. Off-Telos, how come? What happened? The Rally player didn't know what the new Vex did. It was rough. Wait, Off-Telos. How does that make sense? I thought some of these Chinese games were a little bit rough to watch, but they're giving us only X1, X2 players, right? Wasn't the Aurelia X1? Maybe X2 at the worst? I refuse to believe they didn't know what the Vex did, no? That's so weird to me. They were 9-1. Yeah, I'll tell us. I think they just misplayed. There's no way that they literally didn't know what Vex did, right? I think everyone and their mother at this point at a regional setting going X1. I think respectfully, you might be exaggerating unless they just completely misunderstood a board state. And you're saying they spent a bunch of runes to ready a unit. They played and tried to run into Vex. Oh, they just forgot that they can't even move. On top of that, on top of not being able to move, they were stunned regardless, right? So yeah, just having a bit of a brain fart in the later Swiss rounds. Funny enough, that was just like the second, third round of the day. So it's not like you've been playing for hours and hours on end. So it's more understandable when it's actually round 7 or 8 in a round, or in a day, I should say. But 3 rounds in, questionable. I see what you mean now, Aftelos. Hopefully this Aurelia looking a little bit better, but the Cheerleader's getting so much mana efficiency, right? The Moonfall, the Ride the Wind, and you're at 7. Wait a minute. Is that a hold to victory? Aurelia's tapped out unless I'm seeing it another way. Oh, it was his turn regardless. Okay. He was trying to push into the Aurelia. And I didn't catch what was in the hand for Diana, but I can't believe they're stomping this XO Aurelia. This is impressive. Maybe it comes down to Aurelia didn't really get too lucky this game. I might have to rewatch this game for sure, because I looked away to you, Off-Telos. The next thing I know is like a crazy dominant position. I swear it was 4-1 for a second there. And I might have to pull up the meta spread for Sydney. How far apart was Diana and Ezreal? Let me double check. I can't believe how impressively Diana's been doing this week. And I honestly thought Ezreal was going to pull out ahead. Yeah, Diana in at 12 total representation for day 2. And Ezreal not even on the first picture. Let me see. Maybe they're on picture number 2. Wow, 3 Ezreals. I feel like every Ezreal kind of swapped to Diana, at least for the first Unleashed Regional, right? Oh, Chad, if there's not a Defiant Hand, Ghoster Driver, you're looking down a Ride the Wind for Vex Cheerless. Actually, is undefiable. Vex Cheerless makes the Defy cost more than a single energy. With a single energy left for Ghoster Driver, that's it. You can't play nothing. Ride the Wind wins, right? I think this is literally GG here. And then, if you're listening, I saw you just typed in chat. You can hop in now. I didn't know how soon you wanted to hop in, but I think we're just 10 minutes away from the Chinese stream to come back on. So if you're listening, go on the video chat. If you're not, I'll tag you or I'll write to you in a second. Okay, I see you in the video now. And GG, the Ride the Wind getting the dub. Well done. This guy's killing it. I think that pretty much locks in a Diana in top 8 because he goes XO going into round 12. Or wait, that was round 12, right? 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, that's 100% a Diana in top 8. They might be the one to take it all the way. Let's go ahead and bring NA45 here. Let me do the camera. And I hear already. How are you doing, NA?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, good. Just trying to spectate a little bit of the Sydney RQ. If you saw, there was still 2 undefeated players, a Diana and an Aurelia. Do you remember Ghoster Driver by any chance?
Yeah, he played Victor, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah,
Am
he
I,
was a
am I
top 8
remembering?
Victor from Bologna, actually.
Yeah, no, it would. It looked like a pretty unfortunate sequence of events for him. I mean, he didn't find Stellar until the very last turn of the game across 2 games, which definitely feels bad when you're playing Aurelia, but it is the name of the game sometimes.
Yeah, I saw his deck list on Twitter, and I was telling chat recently, it felt like he had one too many 1-drops, so he could have been just rolling super hot this whole weekend long, and his luck kind of falling a little bit short, but I just think Diana understood the matchup so well, and I think that 1 card alone, the Vex Cheerless, is such a tough card to deal with, because I know you play Ezreal. Do you sideboard Vex Cheerless, or maybe mainboard it, or not really into that card for set 3?
So right now, I am not. That being said, it could be a good option. I am currently actually siding for Aurelia, and this sounds a bit psychotic, but I'm currently actually siding to Seal of Discord, just for
Oh,
Aurelia and Vex, because these are decks that have really easy access to deflect.
right.
So my thought was that I side Seals because I don't need them normally in most matchups. Like, you generate enough gold with Flourish and Wages that it doesn't really feel like I need the Seals. But when you play into the deflect matchups, like you saw that game, like the Diana went down to what, 3 runes at one point just because you're playing so much deflect into Aurelia. So to try and offset that a little bit, I was siding Seals, and maybe playing Vex is the better option because it does act kind of like a Seals too, where you get the free power when you swing in.
You know, another way I saw a lot of good successful Ezreals, the one that we saw from the triple box, they kind of got around that deflect detriment with the Pike Purple Champion. Every time a unit dies, or every time an enemy unit dies, you make a gold. So they were paying for all those deflect costs with all the golds they were generating. Because let me double check. I don't know if it's once per turn. I think it's as long as an enemy unit dies, you get a gold. Let me see here. Do you know which card I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's the better Pike. Well, in my opinion, the better Pike. They're both good. They're both good.
Yeah, it's not limited to 1, but you know, since we're already tuned into the regional, let's go ahead and see what this winner interview, what does the undefeated Diana has to say for us?
No, I rested all day.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
How? When did you decide on Diana for the event?
The second Diana was revealed, I saw her ability. I'm like, I'm playing that champion, even if she's bad, which apparently she isn't. I'm gonna play her.
All right, so how have you found the deck that you're testing? What
And then you see his jacket, it says Cox. Maybe that's a company out there. Or no, maybe it's something else, but never mind. Why am I even looking at that? I think it's spelling something
I've
else.
read every single deck you could dream of preparing for the
I can't
event,
wait to
and
see what his
Diana's the only
jacket
one that
says.
just felt like truly unfair.
It's a nice looking
I'm doing
jacket.
things that
He's got the
are
drip.
just so much better than
He
everybody else in the
definitely has
game.
a drip.
Quite an interesting one because I've seen a lot of chatter about that one. I think the Aurelia players are used to their Stellarcon.
Yeah.
Standard unit. Is Hue kind of that unit?
So I played Aurelia all of last set.
It's something.
And Hue is just
Yeah, there are letters before
times
it. Don't worry.
1,000. It's better in every single way.
Oh, thank you,
Sweet.
Mr. Counterfeit. Is the college team the Gamecocks? Okay, I thought. I'm like, why does this hoodie just say
I think the main
whatever?
matchup that's really sketchy is Ezreal. but
Makes much more sense if
luckily,
it's like a
I got
sports
super
team.
I played one. I got extremely lucky against them, so I was able to And outside of that, I don't think Ezreals are doing too hot. So all my other matchups are pretty good. I feel really good going to top 8.
So looking at this match, I feel like in game 1 there was a pretty interesting moment where I kind of felt like Aurelia was doing the thing Aurelia does, and you're
Yeah.
obviously an Aurelia player where she's at 6 points, she's ready, and it's kind of like, okay, well, kind of help me to hold on to these battlefields. The sneaky means that Aurelia can actually replay to the back line, and now you're like, well, I'm gonna now pass the turn to my opponent when I can't win on points and have Aurelia conquer 2 battlefields with Boots of Swiftness very easily. Was that turn kind of scary for you, or did you feel like you could navigate it?
Yeah, the whole match was super stressful. Every turn it just came down to draws. Ghoster Driver is a good friend of mine. We've known him for years. Extremely good player. I drew completely insane both games, which is what it takes. But it's, I think the main mistake people make against Aurelia is they don't force stuff out from her.
Yeah.
So you just kind of have to play cards and see if she has the answer or not. Because if she doesn't have the answer, you win. And if she does, then you try again next turn. You just keep trying until eventually they're out of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm curious, because obviously Chaos has seen a decent amount of representation kind of throughout Riftbound's history, especially from Spirit Forge. Defy, obviously a spell that everyone always has in the back of their mind. Obviously, as Dyna, you don't have access to that. How has Hard Bargain and maybe Abandon been for you this event?
I'm not playing Abandon, but Hard Bargain has been incredible. I'm playing the 1, and you just have so much deck filtering and card draw and everything that times where you need it, you're always going to have it, and you normally never need it more than once. So it's been really consistent for me.
How have you found Diana's Legend ability? Because I feel like that's the thing where everyone looks at it, it's like, oh, free resource every turn seems kind of good.
So when I first saw her Legend, I didn't realize it was any kind of showdown. It doesn't have to be a combat showdown. So it just every single turn cycle, you are getting an extra energy, like no matter what, always. And it's really adds up over the course of the game where you're on one game, you're getting 10 energy over your opponent. It really adds up.
Yeah, so obviously kind of zooming out, looking pretty good as far as your positioning goes. Almost assuredly going to be making top 8 one way or the other. Obviously, we don't know who you might be playing at this point, but looking at the field, especially at the top tables, which I'm sure you'll have your eye close on, how are you feeling about your potential matchups kind of in the run to maybe first?
I don't know if he won this round, but my only loss in Swiss was to Rico. He was extremely good early.
Wow,
player,
EDG Rico from China.
So I'd really like to watch him if he also makes the top 8. But everywhere else, I feel pretty good.
Kind of interesting. His so I thought it said on stream that he was undefeated, but
yeah, I was just about to point that out. He said my only round in Swiss that I lost, which maybe he meant in the pre-regional he lost, because it did say undefeated, and we do know Ghoster Driver was undefeated as well, so it would make sense that the 2 undefeated players are still battling it out. So I think he meant in the pre-regional on Friday. Oh, but we get the luxury of spectating a X2 player and Colin blessing the screen. He is rocking his traditional tried and true set, but with a whole lot new pieces as we're seeing on the board already. We got the Vi Peacemaker as well as the Irresistible Faith Folks. I feel like those 2 cards have really increased the power level set alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to me. I say interesting. I say maybe silly is the better way of saying it. But if you are a set fan and you like playing set, it's got to be very depressing because you're going up against Colin at every event.
Right. You never win that best of metal card. I want to say I think he changed up his hairstyle. Maybe just he seems more locked in than ever before. I don't know if it's the hair a little bit more nicely combed than usually is, but he looks locked in and he is 1 game up. And the current board state is looking rather good. We said how well, I believe it was with our game we casted yesterday, Nate, how well Vi Peacemaker is able to take down those Master Yi's of the world. And we're seeing a very similar picture getting painted in this game round number 2, it looks like. Or not 2, but 12. Because that's double the trouble. That's 2 Peacemakers currently on the board.
Yeah, I could see it be a very high quality card in this match. It looks like he's playing 2, like you said, potentially 3 of it. And I can definitely see why he would be, because, I mean, this card should just kind of solo mastery, and it looks like in this game, it looks like it's kind of doing that. It doesn't it?
Yeah, just 2 things, and now the Trophy Hunter hitting the trash, leaving behind the lonely, tasty Faithfolk. If you had the energy to challenge, it would make it that much more. And oh, you love to see it. This is why Set is able to do so well in the right hands, because Peacemaker is a great card, but when you're able to save a Peacemaker from going down with the Set Legend ability, making it just that much more effective turn after turn, and bringing in the tasty Faithfolk. I said if he had a challenge, if he had access to moving that unit, of course the Faithfolk doing just that. And look at this, he is knocking on the door of a 2-0 victory against the Master Yi. I don't think Master Yi has accelerated potential. Tasty Faithfolk is an accelerated unit, which is why he does retreat, looking to hold one and then conquer the other one. Looking extremely likely, if you ask me.
He's got a couple pit crews in hand. I wish they showed the runes on this like they do on the Chinese. It looks like he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 runes. So you can go like play. Was it? Oh, there's a Valmaw as well. I mean, there's a lot of might on that battlefield. I don't know if
especially with the
he's
set
able to
brawler
know.
in there, or not the set brawler, the set kingpin. Oh, but
Yeah.
NA, I was trying to hold off for as long as possible because I love watching Colin play. But guys, we committed to spectating the
Right.
Chinese regional, or not spectating, but co-casting and streaming the Chinese regional. So let's just do just that, as I believe we have approached the very last round of Swiss. NA, are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. Let's see what we got here. Ezreal, all right. It's like the Riftbound gods were calling to me. They're like, you will cast Ezreal.
They knew. They said NA45, we have to go ahead and throw him the first Ezreal of this weekend. Because honestly, I don't think we've seen too many Ezreals even on the Sydney. But oh, the Mind Chaos battle for the top 8 position. Hopefully they gave us 2 players that are pretty much on the bubble of squeezing in. So ideally these are both X1, X11. I guess that the words X2 wouldn't be all that bad because there might just be a couple X2 squeezing in. So do we finally get a definitive answer, NA? Who is the better blue-purple legend in this matchup?
I personally, in the matchup, think it is Ezreal favored. I think Ezreal tends to run more removal, and you do have you don't really contest the battlefields early, so you're not giving like constant showdown value for the Diana. They get like 1 on each battlefield, and then that's kind of it for a while, right? Because you're going to be removing the units constantly. So personally, I do value control Ezreal in this matchup. That being said, Abandon Hall can make it a little bit annoying, because if the unit does stick on Abandon Hall, it's very easy to protect, right? Because you can just throw like every time the Ezreal tries to remove, it's like play a spell, Raven Bloom gets +2, etc., etc. But there are a bunch of versions of the Ezreal deck, and I don't know how all of them would do in this match. All I know is I personally would like the control Ezreal deck in this match.
Right, it would be
We'll
nice
have
to
to
see,
see.
but you're so right. It feels like Ezreal might be the sole deck that has the most amount of different ways to pretty much build a successful Ezreal deck. Some a little bit more effective versus some matchups than the other, but overall, I feel like this is the most toolboxy deck currently in Riftbound. You have access to so many good cards, especially in blue, especially in purple. But I guess similarly, it can be said the same way for Diana. So this is going to be awesome, slightly better than the Ezreal mirror that we had in the triple box tournament. Because I know some people don't enjoy seeing a mirror match, even though it was an exciting mirror match. So I'm happy to catch this difference and see who can put out ahead, because I think the biggest difference here, are you running Hui in your Ezreal decks as well? Do you feel like he's just a high value card, or is it just Diana's these days?
I think it is a good card. I personally don't play it in my Ezreal deck, for the reason being that I'm playing a very heavy control list, and I don't want to be putting down units and pushing up onto battlefield early. I want to kind of sit back and pick away at the board and then simplify the game state and then start throwing Bewitching Spirits at my opponent. That's how my Ezreal list currently works. That being said, if you're playing a more aggressive Ezreal list, I could definitely see it being good, as you do have a lot of the same tools as Diana with cards like like Ride the Wind. That being said, you don't have Moonfall, which is one of the better movement tools. Obviously, that is a signature for Diana, so you're not going to have access to it. But I mean, there's still like Flash and stuff. Still plenty of options to move it around, and it does give a lot of draw.
Yeah, it really does. You're able to filter through. You love that you draw first and then decide what to discard. As well, there's some really clever plays with Ride the Wind as well, where you move it back to base. And it's so diverse, right? I mean, it's so flexible is what I'm trying to say, because you have the option between spell, unit, and gear depending on the situation you're in. So we'll see how much of a difference maker a Hui can be, because looking at the opening hand for our Ezreal player, I'm feeling it might be a little bit more control-y version, because just a single unit being more late game. So maybe trying to control the board state early on, and then kind of diminish the hand or the bigger value cards in hand with the Mind Splitter later on. But as you point out, I feel like a control-y Ezreal does have the upper hand, especially when we consider the fact that Diana is not a green deck, right? So usually you have tools to counter a lot of these spells like Bellows Breath, everything, the Wages of Pain, the Eclipse, and things like that. But with only access to Hard Bargain, you don't have an infinite amount of hard bargains, so I feel like that's going to pose a big trouble for a
Yeah.
Diana player. But we'll see, of course, because maybe Diana knows how to approach this matchup as well.
I mean, Diana is a more aggressive deck than Ezreal, and Hui is a very powerful unit, so it is very possible to just like stick a Hui and then get a crazy amount of value out of it before it's like possible to remove it efficiently. So very possible. I could see that going here. This is a okay. I do see a Mind Splitter, like you said. He did put back a Rasa. So we know that there is a, I think it was Rasa seal. No, he kept the seals. Okay, so we definitely saw a Rasa get put back. And the cool thing with Rasa is that could mean more of a tempo build where you're just going for actual combat early, but there's also another build that plays Rasa, and it is the Heedless Resurrection.
Oh, okay.
That card is pretty cool. And the idea being is you put down your Rasa because you get to play it, and Heedless looks at the cost of the card, not how much you paid. So you're able to do stuff like play out your Watcher for almost nothing, right? And then you cycle it with discards and stuff. So this is a really
bring
good
back your
spot for
Watchers,
Ezreal.
bring back your Mind Splitters that are in the trash
Mhm.
as well, because I believe Rasa is a 10 energy cost. But with the Bewitching Spirit getting picked off the top, it looks like the perfect card to play out right here, right now. It looks like it's not the Pack of Wonders build, but what do you personally feel about the Pack of Wonders Bewitching Spirit package? Do you think it's worthwhile in Ezreal, or is it a little bit too overkill?
I think playing the full lineup is personally a little bit of overkill. I'm personally playing one pack right now and a single pack, and I am playing 3 Bewitching Spirit. The reason being is like you don't ever really want to draw too many of the pack cards, and you've seen this like when you've been casting where they draw and draw and draw and they have 10 cards in hand, but 3 of them are troves and 2 of them are packs, and it's just all sorts of dead cards. So I think the deck sees enough cards that you can get away with just playing a single pack. Like you don't really need more than one, and at most you could play 2. I will say I don't even really like playing the Spirit on the board this early in the game. It doesn't accomplish anything, really, does it? Like, you're discarding the worst card out of your opponent's hand, but they have 6 cards.
Right.
They've just passed. So I don't even like playing that card here. I would prefer to even just pass and keep in your hand, and then you have enough for, like, wages and stuff. Like, a wages here onto this. I don't know if he had one in hand. If he didn't, I mean, obviously you can't do that. But if he did have a wages, I would love the ability to just go for like a wages on Diana, get rid of the unit early, and there aren't really a lot of cards in this deck that save it, though it is Abandoned Hall, unfortunately, so you can just play out random reaction spells.
Yeah, that could have been his logic, right? He's saying she's going to go into Abandoned Hall, so let me go ahead and just play out a unit while I can. But a Moonfall, the signature spell for Diana, bringing in the Bewitching Spirit in. You get the +1 from Abandoned Hall, and you get the -2 down to 0. So nice little easy conquer. Diana trying to take the first foothold of this round number, is it 10? I get confused with the Sydney RQ happening at the same time, but the final round of Swiss over in China, it is round 10, I'm actually pretty sure now.
Yeah, look, he did have a wages. Could have just gone wages on swing. And if you don't play a unit, then most of the cards that Diana would use to buff up the Diana and Abandoned Hall just can't be played, right? Like, you can stupefy your own unit. Okay, it goes down +1. You can gust your unit, in which case, like, you're fine, because that's a pretty big tempo loss for Diana. I definitely just would not have played the Spirit there. I don't think it accomplished anything.
Yeah, a little bit too premature, but I like keeping the energy up for the wages. Just force your opponent to go ahead and use the cuss before they get the conquer, so you kind of denying them points a little bit early on to keep yourself a bit more in the race. I mean, it's still 0-1, so no one's kind of edging out a little bit, then getting a bit big difference between the two. But for now, it looks like the chosen champion for Ezreal getting played onto the board. Classic. Every time I see purple Ezreal, I get kind of flashbacks of how oppressive it used to be. These days, a lot more balanced than it used to be as compared to the good old call shot days. Maybe good old is definitely subjective, though.
Yeah, I do think this play is pretty weird, too, is we know he has a Seals in hand. So why would he not Seals before he plays Ezreal? It ends up being the same thing, except you've put your seals on the board and you won't have to deramp for it later. If I guess the idea is maybe he thinks his opponent has removal, but even if your opponent has removal, I think you're happy with them spending resources like dealing with your board rather than actually building their own board. So I don't know.
Right. When you say you removal, do we think are you talking about like gear interaction, like turn to dust, like we see in the hand
Yes,
for?
turn the dust.
Okay, that's probably what he's
I
playing around. But eventually, you're gonna have to play out a seal, and he does just that. A double seal getting established out this turn. So plenty of energy, or rather power, to work with going forward. What does he decide to do this turn? It looks like his mind splitter time. Look at the hand of Diana. What can you take out of the hand? Because honestly, we've seen more of the hand for Ezreal so far, but we haven't really taken a look. We know the Diana that got sent back to Gus is currently on the board, but other than that, we haven't really got a good glimpse at it. So first time, it is the double Hui, a wages and a ride the win plus a star cost. So pretty good gas so far. Not the most, but I feel like you can't feel too upset with that hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you discard the ride the win. It's like the ride the win or the Starcross. Ezreal doesn't really have a lot of removal in hand. You have like wages, which is good, not amazing, but it is something. And you do have a big body on board for pushing next turn. Yeah, okay, so it is the ride the win, because ride the win with Hui does get a little bit silly.
Right.
It does end up making you see a lot of cards, and he would be able to just drop the Hui and ride the win on the next turn. So potentially seeing like 3 more cards off the top of the deck, including the draw for turn.
I completely agree, right? Ride the win is pretty much the catalyst that enables Sway to do
Mm-hmm.
some silly things, as you pointed out. So I like that Mind Splitter play. Now is the time to go ahead and play out a Hui. You have 2 of them, so might as well get 1 out on the board right now. I don't know how many runes, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 runes. So you still have plenty of runes to keep things up if he decides to push up that Ezreal purple champion, but I don't think so. And man, the Diana champion continuing to provide immense value for Diana player. That was the Starcross that they pick up from the basically free legend ability. And then now it's a Moonfall number 2. So we saw how powerful Moonfall can be. They could almost pretty much use it right now, right? Because Moonfall brings it down to 5. Abandon Hall brings you up to 4, so you're a little bit short. But I guess you have a wages. But no, never mind. You're not trying to trade the Diana, so maybe saving the Moonfall for a little bit down the road is probably best.
Yeah, you can play out a few spells though first, and then just buffer up. Like the stack deck now will get her up to 4, and then the Moonfall up to 5, right? And then at that point you're trading. But it looks like he even hit another stack deck off, so you could go up and clear that, which I do actually like. Dealing with the Vex unit can be a little bit annoying because you do have to pay the deflex, and if the Mind Splitter doesn't stick, well, you've lost your big body that you spent your entire last turn developing, and they just saw like a bunch more units anyway.
Right, and I think this variant of Ezreal is already a slow deck to begin with, so taking out some units is going to slow down the game plan even further, allowing you to progress and continue to put points on the board. Just go ahead and taking those steps forward to closing out this game number 1. I like Diana's position so far, especially when we consider the fact there's also a Vex Apathetic that's most likely will be getting sent to that Sigil of the Storm to lock in the battlefield effect. You can't go ahead and move, and everything enters stun. Not that there's any true accelerate potential besides Watcher, which would be a little bit too crazy to go for it now, since I guess you couldn't do anything because of the Vex, but even without the Vex, I feel like you want to save the Watcher for a little bit later on. But I like the Vex on the Conqueror, or would you rather stay on even point tempo? Because I feel like when you have a Vex, I'm always itching to go ahead and put him on a battlefield.
I think I would probably not commit it here. I don't. If you're not going to Moonfall away it really depends if he does want to commit the Moonfall here. I think if you do want to commit the Moonfall, I think, okay, yeah. So he doesn't want to commit the Moonfall, so does not push the Vex up. Because if the Mind Splitter gets cleared, then I think you're pretty happy pushing it up, as there's nothing that can immediately deal with it. But he did spend a fair amount of resources this turn on units plus spells. So if you do end up doing that, then there is the possibility of you just Yeah, the Vex just gets cleared by the Mind Splitter almost for free, as the Ezreal has a lot to work with, and then you do have to deal with this big unit on the board, and you kind of wasted resources developing. So in this case, leaving it back in base kind of almost guarantees that it will stick around for a bit, which is good. And wow, okay. All right.
Interesting. So trying to take down the bigger unit. So interesting enough, both Star Crosses
Mhm.
are going to do as much as they can. So even though you're taking out the target that the original Star Cross targeted, you're still going to be forced to put back your Diana back in hand. So this is actually a bigger blow than it seems for the Diana. You're getting the Diana back in hand, as well as the Hui, leaving behind the only unit on board. This could be the last moment. Oh, and wait a minute. In reaction, Stupefy pays the deflect with the seal. What does he have in mind? Does he want to go ahead and try to deal with the entirety of the Diana's current board?
It would be pretty nice if you are able to. Unless he's playing Deadly Flourish, it seems a bit unlikely, but I have not seen a Deadly Flourish yet. I really like that card in this deck, but like I said, I haven't seen it yet. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So only 5 runes available, so you cannot play out the Mind Splitter again, which would be, I guess you don't really need to, as you do know everything, most of the stuff in a lot of the cards in the hand, and you do know they're double Why, so you can't go like, hey, I'm gonna rip the Why.
Mm-hmm. You know, there was a line, if you were that itching to go ahead and take down the Vex, you could have Bellows Breath and then Fizz Bellows Breath, but it's just such an expensive turn. Both of your seals are already exhausted, so you're going to have to pay those with the raw power cost. So I don't love that play. I think Vex Hypothetic isn't that threatening, but here goes the Fizz that could have brought back. I believe there was a Bellows Breath in hand, but looking to maybe dig through the deck a little bit further on, I'm thinking he might bring back another stacked deck. Or what else can you see in the trash that might be a little bit better for the Fizz pickup?
I think it's stacked deck, right? Like what else is there and that's good? And like you can't Arcane Shift. Yeah, Stupefy.
Oh,
Wow.
Stupefy
That'd be
and then
crazy.
repeated Bellows Breath. Again, it's very expensive. Okay, he thought about it. I think stack deck was correct here.
I see another Starcross. Yeah, seems like the best option there. It's still crazy to me that people are not playing a lot of this Deadly Flourish card. This Deadly Flourish card is like one of the MVPs in the Ezreal deck that I've experienced, because it makes your going first so much better. A lot of times it feels like you're playing on odd runes, which can be a little annoying because you're just kind of wasting a rune every turn. But when you play Deadly Flourish, you have potentially 6 outs in your deck to the first attack, 9 if you're playing Gusts. So the first point almost never goes through. And if you go first and you're playing against stuff like this Diana deck that goes, hey, I'm playing my 3-drop champion unit, and then you Deadly Flourish it, that's such an insane tempo swing because they're tapped out. They can't save it. And you just tap 4 for Deadly Flourish, you get your gold, and you put them 2 points behind what they should be at. So I really like that card in this deck. I'm surprised I haven't seen it.
Right, I have seen it at least as a one of in an Ezreal package as well. I feel like that card is super effective and makes a big difference, especially because you're not limiting and restricted to a battlefield, right? You're able to go ahead and pick off the units in the back line, which is so important in any kind of Riftbound situation. But using the units that were bounced back, Diana for certain, that was 2 times going back to hand. She's tired of being the hand, so goes ahead and plays her out onto the board. But that leaves you with only 6 runes, it looks like, to go ahead and play anything else out. It's always tricky, right? Because you play out some units, but Ezreal is always a deck that doesn't have a hard time taking care of units in the back line, but decides to keep things open. So threatening the Moonfall, maybe. What else? I mean, I believe there was a Wages of Pain as well. So if he wants to go ahead and try to swing in with the Fizz, he could be met by a Wages of Pain as well. But the hand is looking pretty gas as well. Double Healer's Resurrection. So once he does get a Rasa online, any unit in the grave is fair play. If he has a Mind Spell in the grave, that's probably the more ideal target, I would imagine.
Oh, look, another Ride the Wind. You might hit the Fizz, though. It's probably the Fizz, because anything else you discard just gets played by the Fizz. And forcing him... I guess the idea is that Fizz can be more expensive, so you could say, like, you can keep the Fizz and I get rid of your options, but it's got to be either the Fizz or the Ride the Wind to me.
It does make sense. I mean, the signature spell is an impactful card as well, so I wouldn't blame him too bad. I like the Fizz though, but it looks like he's going for the exact same target as before from the Mind Splitter first time around, taking
Yeah.
out the Ride the Wind. It goes. He's saying, if you want it back, I'm gonna force you to tap not just 2 power, but you got to play the Fizz first. And here we go. We didn't see there was a Wages of Pain. Actually, I can't recall. Was there? No. There was one Wages of Pain actually.
No, he's using a stack deck here. He's going to get the Abandoned Hall before Wages can be played, which is nice. I mean, you'd definitely be okay with trading away the Fizz here. That is definitely a trade. Trading units in Ezreal is almost always a good thing. As you trade, and then you say, okay, it's fine. My deck's better late game than yours. But a lot of runes up here, so it's pretty unlikely any of this does go through. Well, it's going to go through, but
more so just to
at
get the
this
plus
point-
1 on your own Vex, right? Making it 4 to 5
Yeah.
currently. So you're staying strong and trying to hold onto that battlefield and passing saying it resolved, passing the prio back. Do you have an additional spell to take advantage of being on the Abandoned Hall to get 5 to 5? Because you've seen the hand of Diana. You had to expect that pushing in this Fizz, you did all the calculations to go ahead and make sure you could take down this Vex. Healer's Resurrection is indeed a spell. So up to 5. Oh, never mind. You're actually going to go ahead and it was the only unit or one of the only targets. So taking the Fizz down and bringing back your champion. I like this play. I actually haven't seen 3 for 3s. It's usually the bigger guys that get resurrected.
Oh, I'm curious. I don't really understand what the point of this play was, though. You just kind of gave them the value out of their wages for nothing, and you wasted a rune for Heedless. I guess
It was curious, right? Because he could have maybe traded, but then we're talking about taking care. If you heal is there, either you had to do the Fizz or the Mind Splitter, right? But I like taking the Vex off the board because we saw, I believe he doesn't just have a single Watcher. There might be a double Watcher currently in hand. And with the Vex on the current battlefield, it's just posing such a problem for that Watcher game plan. But regardless of that, Ezreal, despite having a bit more board size, he's definitely a bit behind in terms of the points right now. 4 to 1. Especially off that hold right now, and then Diana threatening to conquer up to 5. So if you're able to clear a little bit more units, so step 1, take care of the Mind Splitter. Step 2, if you could somehow Bellows Breath the Ezreal or something of that, then it's completely in Diana's control, it feels like. We'll see if she has the tools this time.
Yeah, this is why I really have not been a huge fan of the Mind Splitter card in my current deck. It feels like decks do have a little bit too much draw, and you're better off just trying to play a bunch of Bewitching Spirits rather than targeted hit, because targeted hit, I mean, when your opponent has like 6 cards in hand, generally they'll have multiple good cards, and now you're just kind of stuck in a spot where there's a Vex on the battlefield and you still cannot deal with it because you don't want to pay the deflect. You cannot stick a unit. I guess a good option would be is if you did like rip into Rasa Heedless, you could try and just go for like even more rips, but you have to deal with your down opponent actually having a board at this point. You know they have they're developing the backline too with the Hui. I will say they are, I want to say, out of mobility, right? Because we've seen the Fizz was played, both the Ride the Winds were discarded, and 2 Moonfalls were discarded.
I
And
believe
think-
so. We're wondering how can they go ahead and access that backline. Of course, Moonfall bringing it in, so
Yeah.
taking down 2 units for the price of 1, and Vex still holding on strong on the Abandoned Halls. So an incredible card, an incredible sequence coming out from this Diana player as she doesn't pass the turn just yet. As we were kind of alluding to, does want to go ahead and get that Conqueror, threatening out just a 2-turn clock for Diana, rather for Ezreal. So he has to get to thinking, what can he go ahead and do? I feel like just the deflect from Vex alone is posing such a nuisance for Ezreal. He has some answers. We see it here. He finally does have the Deadly Flourish. As you said, it is quite impactful in these Ezreal builds. And Diana looks to be all but tapped out, so doesn't have any interactions to buff it up by +1. So Deadly Flourish is expensive, But oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. He's going for a Watcher Bellows play here because I think he definitely has the runes to do so. You can't accelerate it, but you still get the -3 across the board.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what you want to hit. It's probably not the battlefields, if I had to guess. It's probably double hit backline. Yeah, double hit backline and then play Watcher out. If I had to guess, the reason being is you want the units to be on the battlefield because it makes it easier to deal with in later turns. And also, I mean, the Hui, like we saw, is going to get a lot of value. If you get rid of the Fizz, that means there's no Starcross shenanigans, which, does he still have the Starcross in hand? I forget if he had played it yet.
The Ezreal?
No, the Diana. Because we did see one at some point.
Yeah, I mean, they had that little interaction where it was Starcross to Starcross, so I don't know if that's the one you remember, but I don't remember one still left in hand, as we're seeing Diana with just 2 cards remaining. But you know, Ezreal is skating on rather thin ice here. He took care of the back line, but the board still held. That's 5-7, saying one more hold, and that is all she wrote. Diana will be pulling out ahead in this game number 1 of this round number 10. Of course, you do have the Watcher now established out, so he's not going to be stunned on this next turn. You know, Ezreal does kind of thread that thin line between like almost dying and then completely making that turning point, but I don't know, the triple moonfall might be a little bit too crazy to come back from.
Yeah, those are insane draws. I mean, it sucks. That is part of the game, but wow, sometimes your opponents...
That had to be the
like
top
that.
deck, right? I don't remember the moonfall, especially the third one of this game.
Yeah. That being said, I don't think it's over. Oh wait, does he have? He has wages in hand. I wonder if it was better to go. Okay, he does have wages in hand. Okay, so I think. I wonder if there's a world where you're supposed to go wages flourish. Wages flourish. No. Oh, you'd clear Diana, and then he'd be left with... I guess he wanted to establish the big body. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think so far clean play, but he does have access to Fizz, wages, and anything in the trash thanks to that Fizz as well. And I might have misspoke. I swore he had a double Watcher, but I think that was the only Watcher that he went again and played out the previous turn. So does retreat the Diana.
Oh, wow.
But I believe with the Deadly Flourish currently in hand, you are able to take down the Diana and instantly drops the Deadly Flourish, attacking or trying to send that Diana to the trash. Luckily, he does have a hard bargain, trying to force him to just tap that much more runes, trying to deny and delay any kind of more development going forward in this game, or rather in this turn. So he's saying, do I tap 4? That leaves me with just 2 runes. I can't do anything left with 2 runes. But I think it's worth it. Oh, counters it. So as just a Fizz back up. Oh no, Fizz can't bring it back. It's a 4 actually.
Yeah, you can't copy it, which is a little bit annoying. I'm kind of surprised he let this go through. I guess you could just go Bewitching, and we know there's a Gust in hand. We know there's a Starcross in hand, so it is near impossible for him to lose on the next turn. I honestly would not hate... Oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting. I kind of expected him to hold stuff for his turn, but I guess this does stop his opponent from like ripping into a hard bargain or something.
On top of that, I think it's more so denying the champion ability as well, right? Because they would have the initial priority,
yes, you're right.
Get the showdown trigger there. So trying to do it more proactively to go ahead and delay him that much more further down, and the Bewitching Spirit time over time getting those discards. And now you said it was a little premature early on, but this in the late game is exactly where Bewitching Spirit thrives. You know, pretty much leaving Diana in top deck mode. Can they make the Herculean effort from 1 to 8? Are you a believer, NA?
Yeah, I think the game's over. I don't think it's possible from Ezreal to lose here. That is a very good one, though. Oh my gosh. There's no way he just ripped Watcher. That being
She's
said,
running hot because Watcher does guarantee an additional draw because you are at 7. You can't conquer right now.
Wow.
And you do establish a big body on a battlefield. So that probably might have been the best card they could have ripped off the top for Diana.
Wow.
She's rolling really hot this game.
Yeah, and if you rip a third ride to win, the game is over.
Imagine.
Or a third.
It wouldn't be the
Ride to
first
win or
triple
third.
spell they found this game.
Okay, well, okay, game's over. It should be, unless the Ezreal misplays, because you should have answers for pretty much everything. You can go, yeah, so play Spirit, and then, oh, what does he have?
It looks like a repeated hard bargain most likely, but no, an Eclipse at reaction speed. But the Watcher number 2 that he did indeed have. So down the Watcher goes, and this has completely created a stabilization moment for the Ezreal. As you keep saying,
Yeah.
it's over, but it's funny to say that when we're talking about 7-2 deficit. But I couldn't agree more. I think from this position on, just on the fact that Diana has 0 cards in hand, she's praying to the RNG god saying, what can I hit off the top? And this is posing a threat of how much turn clock, because you're at 3, you go to 5, you go to 7, so a 3-turn clock currently for Ezreal. Can Diana go ahead and find anything? A Flash will not be getting there, so goes up to 5, and just like this is getting completely out of control for Diana.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused why he did hide the wages there, though. That's a card I'd rather have in hand, as it does mean that you have another removal piece. I don't like getting removal pieces out of hand, but oh, there's a Fizz. Okay, it never mattered. Very nice. You can go. Okay. I mean, stack deck works. I was gonna say you could also go for like for a gust and gust one of your spirits, and then just keep hand ripping over
Right.
and over. But I mean, you can't complain about that one.
And you know, the luck has run out for Diana. A flash into a siren
Yep.
is just not too much motion in the ocean for Diana. So kind of falling apart here, and now threatening lethal on the very next turn. 7-8
All right.
GG. An incredible comeback here in round number 10. Who could have thought from the depths of defeat 7? It's really rare to come back from 7-1, but Ezreal here did it. He's saying, I want to guarantee this top 8 position because both of these players are fighting for their tournament lives. They're X111, so one of these players 100% makes it into top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a awesome end of the game too. I love Ezreal. Ezreal is so cool. It's so cool that you're able to play these decks that can play from behind. And it's nice to have options, especially in the game of Riftbound, where just by the rules, things are, it's not like 100% forced, but it is pretty close to being forced to for most decks to be some form of aggro or tempo. There's very little in the game that justifies playing anything else. Just by the way that you are going to 8 points, you're scoring, and even the baby units can score the same amount of points as the big units.
Right.
So tempo is just by default, tempo / mid-range is just like the default deck, right? Every deck besides a few are tempo or aggro.
Right.
Tempo
Virtually,
/
right?
mid-range
So
or
it
aggro.
feels that way. And as you're pointing out, Control pretty much preys on those type of decks, which we kind of got to see here in that initial game. But to answer chat real quick, first off, Stone Javi, fun enough, this is one of my OG viewers from like 6 years ago when I used to play a game called Temptin. So big ol' love to you, Stone Javi, for the sub there. But yeah, Lucas, 2 regionals happening at the same time. I don't love it because I wish we could be watching both. You know, if I could split myself in half, half of me could be watching the other one, the other half could be co-streaming the China one. That would be perfect, but the world does not work that way. So we're covering the Chinese side of things. And yeah, and then crazy comeback from Ezreal, as Fizz pointed out as well. Or Viz, not Fizz. I'm saying too many Fizzes here in our blue-purple matchup.
That was a fun one to watch. Love Ezreal. I think there were a few... it's hard when you see your opponent draw like that. Like, I think they saw 2 Ride the Wins and 3 Moonfalls and Fizz the replay of Moonfall. It can get in your head a little bit, and you got to really keep your mental. Like,
right.
It's like, oh,
stay composed for this next couple rounds, because you look good. I mean, you did manage to get all the way to 7. You were just one more point away from that game going a completely different direction. So you were doing well, but I will say I think Ezreal did a fantastic job at recognizing the bigger threats in that game, Hui got literally zero value that entire game, and I would think he played it at least 2 to 3 times in that game number one. He just made sure every time he hit the board, just as quick as he came out the door or back in the hand he goes, because I don't think I'm wrong there, right? I believe he didn't even move Hui a single time in that game one.
There were, yeah, and it's a bit strange to me because there were a few opportunities for them to do that, and I guess they just decided they wanted to hold back a little bit, say, I like the cards in my hand, maybe I don't want to go for discards, or I want to make a push on the next turn rather than commit all my runes here. But there were definitely some opportunities for them to do that, and I kind of wish that they had, because if they did, then if they're discarding is it spells get you a draw, I want to say?
Yeah, it is spells. Spells draw,
Yeah.
runes untap, and then units +3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then there's a chance that you can kind of refill your hand there near the end, as they kind of did run out of cards. And if they had potentially had even more cards from like Hui moving around, maybe you don't get to that same spot where you're just top decking. But it's
Real
easy to
quick,
say in
real funny,
retrospect.
before we get into this game number 2 of the final round of Swizz, Joppy's completely right. We did see Hui move, right? We just saw him move to the trash instead. So good little observation there. You love to see it, but okay, we're getting a little bit of sideboard tech more than likely, because he's saying those seals got a tremendous amount of value through the course of this game number 1. Let's go ahead and try to acceptable losses those away. Nice little efficient 1-drop spell. You don't look to have any gears of yourself, so it's not really going to impact you all that much. But here we go. Can Ezreal close things out in a 2-0 fashion and lock his spot? One of the final 8 players remaining here today, or can Diana just make that final step towards the 8, because they were doing so well, as we were talking about? And is that a blue Kai'Sa? I haven't seen that in forever. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, but what we're going to get right here is exactly the play that I mentioned before, where you get to, if in this case the Diana whiffed a 2-drop, so now they're going to probably play out their Diana champion, and you just go, okay, Deadly Flourish. That will feel pretty dang good.
It really would, and you do have the energy to do so. Does he have the cards? I mean, that's a double stack deck. If you didn't have the card in hand, you're more than likely to see the card in hand. That is indeed a Deadly Flourish in hand. So if they go ahead and spend the 3 to go ahead and tap Diana, she is in for a rude awakening, and that's a big tempo lead, because we saw how many cards they were able to generate from that chosen champ alone. It was one time Star-Cross, the other time I believe it was a Moonfall, and they might have been another time for a Ride the Wind, if I'm not wrong. So if you take care of it as soon as it comes down, but no, goes for the apathetic instead for the time being.
Yeah, that was a really good top deck, because otherwise your only play is play Diana, and play apathetic is way better here, because now if you do want to snipe it, it costs a lot. You're going to end up having to pay a deflect, and it takes multiple cards. You still go for it, mind you. I think you absolutely still go for this. You just go, you shoot it, and then you stupefy it, and then you get the draw, or double draw, which not complain about, and make sure that okay, yeah, I was going to say, don't forget that treasure, as it does kind of try to make up for losing the card, but there is an acceptable losses now.
Uh-oh, this is exactly why they brought it into this matchup. So acceptable losses. Luckily, you do get to choose, similar to how Call of the Week works. But look at that, the double acceptable losses. So down the seal goes. So now that deflect was quite punishing, down to just, or rather up to just 5 runes on this current turn. And you already went ahead and wasted, I don't want to say wasted, but utilized the Deadly Flourish on the previous turn. You have a Fizz, but as we kind of already established, there's no way of bringing that Deadly Flourish back into the, or being able to reuse that Deadly Flourish unless there's another spell in hand. But I think this game just got started, so I don't think there's a spell to take care of the Diana. So I do think, oh, Arcane Shift only targets battlefield. Never mind. I was going to say maybe the 3 damage from Arcane Shift.
Not quite that good. It's good, but it's
yeah.
not that good. Unfortunately, if you look at the Ezreal's hand, I think every single card except for Gust costs a power, which feels pretty bad when you lost your gold and your treasure last turn, unfortunately. But
You know, those
That's good.
acceptable losses might be the big difference maker here in game number 2, because losing the seal, losing the gold, it sets you back a turn. And honestly, Diana really just needed that one turn, but reacting to the Moonfall saying, not today. I want to keep my repeat value with this chosen champ. A hard bargain is in the hand, and just a single energy at the ready. That gust will be countered out, but another gust. You
All
know, you
right.
can have double acceptable losses, but I'll get the
Wow.
double gust on my turn.
And I get the point. That is a really funny swing there. Not only does the Ezreal end up surviving, but you get a point and a draw. Cannot complain about that. You get 2 points. It's going to get the hold here too.
Not too bad. I don't think I'm leaving the Ezreal to be a little bit vulnerable on that battlefield. Granted, you are on Raven Bloom, but taking advantage of Diana completely being tapped out. I think he might have put in more Deadly Flourish, or at least he's seen them a whole lot more often than he did as opposed to game number 1, because doing wonders. And to your point, and that looks to be one of the better cards currently for Ezreal, doing so much work, because sometimes it's tough. I mean, I say that, but Ezreal is one of the legends that doesn't really have the hardest of times dealing with the back line, but is all doing that job, which is a single card generated in gold. There's a tremendous amount of value, which is a single card, so it's really nice to see.
Yeah, it's really nice because otherwise, every other way of you interacting with the backline costs power. So now you have a way of interacting with the backline that doesn't cost power. You don't have to play like a big singularity. You don't have to play a repeated bellows to hit the small stuff. It's just so good.
Right,
It
there's
is
only
so good.
upside, right? You take care of the
Yeah.
unit and it doesn't cost you power. It actually generates you power in the way of gold. So little by little, a little different story, despite Diana being the first to play, just missing that early 2-drop costing him, and it's starting to slowly but surely snowball out of control and just controlling the board, becoming a more tempo oriented tempo control is what Ezreal kind of thrives at. So the
Yeah.
Starcross denying any kind of advancement for Diana. Things are looking good. It looks like he's a little bit more off to the races this game too, as it's 3-0 as it stands.
I'm kind of surprised he bounced the Ezreal there, to be honest. He's on the
Right.
Raven Bloom, so you're getting value if they swing into him. It doesn't look like Diana will be able to even swing into it on the next turn unless they commit like a Moonfall or something, in which case, I mean, that's a lot invested for just an Ezreal, a unit plus a Moonfall. And then the Bewitching doesn't cost power, so you can just play it out again next turn and you don't have the D-ramp at all. So I actually kind of would have liked bouncing the Bewitching.
Right, I
But
like what you're saying, but just to play devil's advocate, perhaps
yeah.
just prioritizing draw. Maybe you don't like what you have currently in hand, want to go ahead and get the +2 draw, discard something most likely for the Fizz, and then look at 2 new cards being double seal. You don't have triple acceptable losses, so I like the double seal here, guaranteeing that he's going to go ahead and efficiently play out all those power costing cards from here on out. So this is still a good board state. I wonder if something like that Kaiser Conquer could change things up, because I believe you should have access to the Moonfall in the trash, but Bellows Breath taking down 1 unit, can you take down the bigger target in the Kaiser? Because how much might does he have? I actually don't remember the Kaiser too much.
I believe it's 5, but Starfall or Starcross coming down. This card is so good. I am such a fan of it. It is honestly one of the best cards in the Ezreal deck now. Being able to be
Best
copied
card
by
in
Fizz,
Riftbound currently. We could take it that far.
you do have to compete with stuff like Throw the Hunt though, which is just such an absurd card, or Elder Dragon, even Baron. But
True.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I mean, you can never go wrong. We're talking about a rebuke for the back line, not restricted to battlefields. I mean, it's insanely powerful, especially when you pair it in tandem with the Fizzes getting back to hand, with the Bewitching Spirits coming back to hand. It's just so much value that is being generated for the side of Ezreal, and they're taking full advantage of it as they find themselves in a pretty strong position here, trying to pose out a threat of a 2-0 finish against this Diana in this final round. A little Poro, you got to do what you got to do. You're trying to go ahead and advance this board state any way you can. The Kaiser to just go ahead and tap the remaining runes, or I might have miscounted there, almost tapped the entire runes. But can he go ahead and just continue the game plan as like Diana tries to play units, but turn after turn, I just deal with them pretty effectively.
It looks like this turn might be a little bit more hand ripping. Can just play out the Mind Splitter. What is he at? He is at, is it 9 runes? So still
I'm
would have
counting
2 up.
9.
Wait, what? Did you just take it back? It's crazy to me that you're allowed to do that. In
Technically
no
not
other card
illegal.
game I
If
play.
it would be illegal, you know, the Chinese judges would do it, because earlier we saw an arena's greatest miss, and usually the new rules state that you can catch the point before you pass the turn. But China is sticking to the old gun, saying, no, 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 you channeled your runes, you drew a card, you missed the trigger. So
Wow.
that's a little bit too punishing. I feel like they should adopt the normal worldwide rules. At least I was under the impression those were the worldwide rules.
hmm Well, I have been told, again, I've been told this. It could maybe not be true, but I've been told that you're even allowed to, as long as the play that you most recently made did not immediately impact the game state, you are allowed to take it back, which is kind of crazy to me. Because in every other card game I play, the moment you commit to a play, it's done.
Right,
Like
right.
you've done it.
Especially at the highest
like
level, like these major regionals we have this
Yeah.
weekend. So I'm there with you. I'm actually a fan of being, you know, having, like, if you play something, you have to own up to your mistakes, / you know, those are the consequences that you didn't take 1 second more to think about it. But I can also see it in the case, because we even saw the likes of Prismaticism do a good amount of rewinds. Maybe I'm exaggerating, not a good amount, but a couple rewinds here and there in the semifinals matchup of the Atlanta Regional. Like, I think he ambushed something by saying, wait, never mind, I don't want the Grand Guard just yet, pulled it back. But I don't know. I could almost see it both ways, but I'm more leaning towards that it should be slightly bit more punishing. Like, if you tap the runes, you committed pretty much.
Yeah, to me, at the highest level of play, I think that you should have to, like, the moment a rune is tapped, you've committed, you've tapped a rune, because you can float runes, right? So what, it doesn't make sense to me that you're able to tap runes and then untap them, because floating a rune is a valid play. And it's
Right.
shortcutted all the time, right? Like when you're paying a power without actually using the rune. In reality, you are floating the rune, right? You're tapping it and then flipping it fit and then paying the power. But it's shortcutted, and we all understand it. So if that is a valid play, then to me, tapping the runes is something that has affected the game state. You've started floating power or floating runes. But
Yeah, but I could definitely see how it's
yeah.
ruled these days, that you're not truly changing
Yeah.
too much of the current state. So it makes sense. I mean, granted, I feel like maybe tapping the runes is a little bit too early. So tap the runes and then play the card on the board. Then you kind of locked it in from there. But still, rewinds are a thing of Riftbound so far, so it doesn't really impact too much of that. But trying to get back to the game, it looks like Watcher will be allowing Diana to get her very first point of this game number 2. But the Fizz trying to go ahead and deal with the Watcher as soon as he's on this battlefield. There is a good amount of current spells. We even have access to Arcane Shift to go ahead and Bewitching Spirit number 2. I mean, there's only 3 cards left in hand, but what does he have? He does decide to go for the signature spell, doing 3 damage, bouncing back the Fizz. He can go ahead and get a Wages of Pain to do an additional 3 damage if he chooses to do so, but this first one has to resolve because he could have something like a hard bargain in hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There could be a second hard bargain, or even your own Starcross, which I don't see one. It looks, oh, there's a flash. Okay, that works as well. Has been sitting in that hand for a while.
Not too shabby. You know, I learned today, which I probably should have read the most recent FAQ, that Flash also saves characters, or units I should call them, from Elder Dragon. Maybe I was a little bit late to that party, but if they target, if you have units on the battlefield and those are the only targets for Elder Dragon, you can flash them away and they actually don't die. Did you know that?
I did not. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I feel like Flash is not too bad currently in the meta.
Okay, well, a little bit of a mistake was just made. I'm surprised the judges didn't catch it, but as of the current rules update, if you replay an Arcane Shift with Fizz, it actually gets shuffled back still. You do not banish it any.
Shuffled back, recycled due from the Fizz ability?
Yes, so the recycle overrides the banish.
Okay.
It gets banished and then it gets recycled back. So I guess it doesn't override it, but it will get recycled no matter where it ends up. And in this case, it gets banished and then it gets recycled.
Is it only in the case where the spell whiffs, like in this case with the
Nope.
Flash, or is it in general the Fizz overrides the banish?
The Fizz overrides it.
Okay,
So in
gotcha,
this case,
gotcha.
yeah. In this
So
case,
little
the Arcane Shift
intricacies
should be at
there.
the bottom. It shouldn't really matter. I can't imagine he'll get to the bottom of his deck, but that is something you should know if you are playing Ezreal now, is that your Arcane Shifts do get recycled.
And we do see the MVP card, the Starcross, doing again what is meant to do, just bouncing those threads back to hand, making it all that more difficult to go ahead and put down more units. Luckily, Watcher is one of those cards that can go ahead and be played at an accelerated speed, but this is exactly what Ezreal had in mind, saying you had the Watcher in hand, but you no longer can go ahead and play it out this time around. And threatening lethal as early as the very next turn, a hold to 7, conquer to 8 from the back of this Mind Splitter. Ezreal doing a phenomenal job. It almost looks like Diana can never get her footing. She was like a little toddler this game, and Ezreal was just a bully, just picking her apart turn after turn. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, this is why I like the Ezreal in the Diana matchup, is you just have so much removal, and a lot of these combat tricks that Diana does play are just way less effective because you don't care about combat tricks because you just don't need to dedicate stuff to the board early. And you have stuff like the Deadly Flourish, like I said, that deals very efficiently with the units that Diana does put in the back line. And you're just making them pass. And every turn that you make Diana pass without doing a showdown is just a turn that the leader ability was a blank.
Right. A
So
little bit
they
of a
played Diana
vanilla
and
legend.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep, I like this matchup.
I do. It definitely looks Ezreal favored as I mean, at least what we saw here today, it definitely looks Ezreal favored. But it looks like Diana could go ahead and delay the inevitable. You did draw into Starcross, so you have access to Starcross, denying the hold point. You have a Fizz, so wait a minute. Fizz into a Wages of Pain does 4 damage. Not that you needed it, but Stupefy number 2. So you're digging NA. He's trying to find the answers right now. Has a Starcross, so a double Fizz potential. So it puts the Mind Splitter back. So has access to another Starcross, but he was looking for the draws from the Stupefy. So got an additional 2 draw, and the Fizz does Starcross one more time. So you're delaying it. But that's kind of the wiggle room you sometimes need. All you need is to go ahead and leave a unit. I was just going to say, I forgot the Starcross puts your unit back, but this is just starting from square one. Again, just 2 cards in hand. Make that 1 card in hand because of Bewitching Spirit that you just put back. So definitely in desperation mode, I feel like Diana's currently at.
Yeah, now you can just play the Mind Splitter again. And actually, you don't even need to play the Mind Splitter. If you do have multiple Bewitchings, you can just rip everything with the Bewitchings, and then
I'm conceding. I took too much damage here. I took too much punishment from this Ezreal player. I'm going home. I was telling this chat because I think in the solo cast I did, it was a control Ezreal with the Pack of Wonders and Bewitching Spirit, similar to how we're seeing here, but just a whole lot more on that discard the hand game plan. I was telling chat, if I'm that player, I'm taking a break from Riftbound for at least an entire week. Way too tilting.
Yeah, it is rough here. This does threaten game. That being said, we do know there's a Wages in the Diana's hand. However, we also know there's a hard bargain in Ezreal's hand. So there should be game. And
yeah, as simple as double conquer, just like that, 7 to 8. But just to make it 100% guaranteed, the Mind Splitter coming down, which actually could have impacted there because Wages Pain could have been a way of stopping that double conquer. But the fist bumps fly out, and that is a 2-0 victory. The first player that locks his way into the top 8 here for the Suzhou Regional Champion. So one Ezreal 100% into top 8. Is he one of many? It feels like this might be the sole Ezreal here because the meta is so diverse that I wouldn't be surprised to see single-digit representation across all the top 8. Maybe 2 Yees, actually.
yeah, I mean, the deck isn't easy either. You are playing on the back foot most of the game, and like you saw in the game 1, it went to 7 points. A single mistake, and the game was just over. You are forced to play very tight to your chest. You cannot make mistakes. It's a punishing deck. It is a lot easier to play these combat-oriented decks because you just push up. Say, okay, I've got the units. I removed your units. What are you going to do about it? I'm scoring up to 7. But with Ezreal, it's like, okay, 1 mistake and my opponent holds the 8 and the game's over.
Right, it's a fine line right between getting that comeback reverse sweep as we saw to just losing the game outright. So he made it look easy, but it just goes to show how much practice he has with the Ezreal deck. And then versus, I believe he had a good amount of practice versus Diana, because as we said in game number 1, he understood the higher, bigger value cards to take care of as soon as they came down, like the Hui. In this situation, it looks like he was prioritizing the Kai'Sa, it felt like, as well. So well done. Let's see, can Ezreal lock in the first Chinese championship crown this weekend? I'll be pretty hyped. I know you will be pretty hyped to say Ezreal won the first Unleashed Regional in China. It could be cool. But Salty, do I have the link for Sydney? I believe someone posted it on our Discord. Let me see if I can find it for you. Do you have it, NA?
I do not.
I saw someone posted it. Let me see. Yeah, I have it here, so we could tune in. Let's see, guys, for anyone tuning into the Sydney stream, let's see if they're currently in a game, because that was the final round of Swiss for China. So they're going to go ahead and set things up and prepare the top 8 final players. So let's hit live while we go ahead and do our final little things here. But Salty, if you're still in here, I'm going to post it in the Twitch chat since you asked there.
Yeah, it does look like the Sydney stream is about to start a game. We're getting the Sivir Aurora versus, I'm not sure what the opponent is playing. I can't quite see.
Real quick though, before that game starts, it looks to be set in stone. EDG Rico on Aurelia has locked in their top 8 spot.
Wow.
That is impressive. EDG Rico, if you guys remember the Free Buke meme, that's him. And then, were you aware the Free Buke guy is in top 8 of the Sydney RQ? Imagine he takes it. That's a huge step, saying China isn't as lackluster of a community slash meta that a lot of people were considering it, because we have really strong competitive players like the EDG team. I'm impressed. I actually really want to see him. If I can't catch it in this break, hopefully I can rewind and watch it after we're done here with our co-stream as well.
Yeah, sure. It was a bit of a crazy moment for the Riftbound community. People were not happy, but that being said, I mean, if he can win it, I mean, that's really showing that he is a strong player,
right?
And maybe just a little bit of a slip up on stream before, which happens to the best. It's definitely something that happens to everyone. So,
you know, this, I'm looking at Prismat versus one of his teammates, Alan ZQ. It looks like he just gave him the game, because I think I saw on Twitter Prismat might have been knocked out of a top 8 contention, being X2. Wow. Alan might have still been X11 or X1 in general. So he's saying, you know what, Alan, take it from here. I'm passing the baton. I want you to take it all the way with your Diana deck. So let's take a look. It looks like the IDs. Let me zoom in for anyone that's curious before we get into that game. I believe maybe the last round for Sydney as well. So 2 Irelias guaranteed into top 8. Maybe 2 Dianas if Alan ZQ locked into top 8. 1 Vex. I wasn't expecting that. Were you, NA? A Vex into top 8?
No, I don't really think the Vex Legend is as good as people make it out to be. It really has not had a lot of success in China, at least. Maybe it's just different formats, but it has been a very popular legend in China that just has not done super well.
Speaking of Vex, is exactly who we have, and this is another phenomenal Chinese player. It is the Annie that won the regional in, oh man, these Chinese cities always get me. The third one, the third Chinese region of Spirit Forge. I remember by the number, but he was versus the Azir player, and this is him, the champion. He's saying, I want to go ahead and make it 2 Vexes into top 8. That would be insane, because I don't know if you've seen his build, NA. He's running a Vex build that's like nothing ever seen before. This is like an NBD, never before done. I love it, and it's in this player, so we know he's capable.
Is it like the Boots of Swiftness kind of the Boots of Swiftness Aurelia version?
Yeah, well, do you mean like Fervent in the deck? Because there's definitely 3 of Fervents in the deck, but he's running no stuns. Everyone's like, Vex has to run stuns, so doesn't run any existential dreads, doesn't run any backoffs. Instead, runs triple Edge of Night, triple Boots, like you said, triple Switcheroos, and then a bunch of hidden cards. I feel like he has a bad matchup against Elder Dragon, but he has so many hidden units like triple Tide Turner, triple Evelyn. that he kind of, in reaction to the Elder Dragon, keeps a unit on a battlefield and does it that kind of workaround way. And I bring up the Aurora because we might be seeing an Aurora Sivir, unless this is a bit more of a mid-range, but I feel like most successful Sivers have been the Aurora package, no?
Yeah, this should be Aurora. We did see the list before, and yeah, pretty confident that this is the Aurora deck. And I also believe that there is an Aurora in hand, so that should be played out on the next turn. And in Aurora here would kind of go crazy if he does manage the hit one of the Elder Dragons. Oh wait, is he not on? See, we're taking.
Looks like 7, so he does go up to 9. So he is threatening out the Aurora as soon as next turn. But you know, funny enough, this is the matchup I wanted to see. I kept looking at the Vex deck list. I'm like, wait a second. This doesn't look like a good deck list against Aurora. We're going to find out exactly his preparations against Aurora, because he had to understand it was a decently good card, or not a good card, but a decently good deck right now in set 3 with Elder Dragon, as we all known to hate or love depending on the player. So we'll see if he could take down this Aurora Sivir, as it is his winning in match. X11 gets you guaranteed into top 8. Yeah, so this is going to be fun. Super fun. But with Elder Dragon coming down, things are not looking too good for our Vex player, I want to say.
Yep, definitely not the spot you want to be in. This will be a difficult Elder Dragon to deal with. Like you said, if there's not a lot of stun or anything in the deck, okay, yeah, it literally just scoops up. Okay. Oh, am I a little bit ahead of you? Oh, whoops.
You might be. Wait, did he actually scoop up from this position from 5 to 0?
Yep.
I'll fast forward it here. He's saying, wait a minute, what do I have in hand? Scoops it up. Unbelievable. Despite Vex having some kind of potential in the game, that's a sign of a very experienced player. But wait a second, and they look at the time. That was a 5-minute match.
That is the Aurora deck for you. It's pretty crazy. I think you made a good call when you saw the deck list. You're like, this deck doesn't really have a good way to deal with Aurora. So as soon as he saw the Aurora come down, he saw the writing on the wall. He's like, I don't have an answer for this. We're just going to go to the next game. I'm going to put my side deck cards in, and I hope my opponent does not play Aurora on curb the next game.
It really felt that way, because I noticed there was a lack of not so fast. Of course, not so fast is, and he's picking his nose. No shame on camera. Saying no one's watching me. We're just playing good old Riftbound and at home. But what I was getting to, he had no not so fasts. He has 0 Starcross in the deck. So I'm like, man, how does it beat Aurora? But granted, they didn't show the sideboard on stream, so he might have access. And wait, is this sold out? He looks so similar.
Yes.
That is sold out, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow. So
Yes.
sold out doing really good this tournament. He has his hair a little bit more slick back than usual. And to be honest, if you remember what he was wearing in Houston, I can never get that. That memory's kind of burned into my mind at this point. Do you remember what he had on?
I don't. Well, I didn't see. What was he wearing?
You were at Houston, so you saw him. You just didn't know it was sold out. It was the Annie cosplayer with their little mini skirt running around. Do you remember a player like that?
No, I didn't.
That was sold out. He was the Annie cosplayer in top 64. I'm like, man, it's sold out. What are you doing? But whatever works, right? Whatever tickles your pickles and gets you into that top 64 position. So you're not wrong. I was questioning it a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I see a rake. Oh, looks like a rake is going in. Pretty good gear removal card for this deck. It cannot be hit with any sort of counterspell like the Abandon or the Hard Bargain that is probably going into the Sivir deck, I would imagine, game 2 or 3. So pretty good option there. Maybe a couple rakes, maybe a couple counterspells if they are playing them. Good option.
Yeah, this could be the very first top 8 that sold out manages to get at a major regional, Riftbound Regional, because I think he was really close in Houston, but just falling a little bit short. I believe top 32 most likely in Houston, but he's just one more game away. If he's able to get high roll his way, I say high roll, but Sivir's probably the more versatile Aurora deck that there is right now. You would think it's Aurora, or not Aurora. You would think it's a misfortune, right? But a lot of people have said that Sivir is a little bit more flexible in the games that you haven't hit Dazzling Aurora. What can you kind of account that to? What can you think about Sivir that makes it a little bit more flexible?
Honestly, I'm not super sure. I guess your leader ability is more useful if you have not hit Aurora, in that it is going to be generating gold when you do things like play the champion unit. If you do have to hard play the Elder Dragon, if you've generated a couple gold tokens, you will
Okay.
still be able to follow up with another Elder Dragon rather than, I mean, if you're in MF and you hard play the Elder Dragon, you cannot play an Elder Dragon on the following turn. And that's very important actually for the match Ezreal matchup, the one that I know. Because if you out there Dazzling Aurora and then you Starcross, they cannot play the Elder on the next turn. So
Right, because that 3
that
power
is,
cost. So yeah, just coming down to efficient rune management with that legend ability. So it does make sense. As the one downside, you don't have that ganking. So sometimes when you want to close out games sooner than later, obviously you do have the accelerated potential from the champion. So maybe there's a workaround because the champion also has ganking once you use 2 energy, or rather 2 power, I should say. So maybe there's a workaround as well. But let's see. It is going into that game number 2. And by the way, NA, I know we committed for 1 round. It's over 1 a.m. for you right now. So let me know if you want to take a step out of here. I wouldn't blame you because I know it's getting late.
it's no worries. I can stay until the end of this game and
Okay.
then this round, and then we can call it. So,
Oh, sounds good with me. Let's go ahead. I mean, it is an exciting game. You were probably going to watch it anyway, so might as well just watch it together here. But yeah, sounds
wow.
good. And look at the Vex list, as I was pointing out earlier.
I'm surprised mostly by the 1 stacked deck. That's like such a good card in these purple decks, and they said, nope, I have enough consistency. I only want 1 of this card.
Yeah, I mean, no Vexes we know recently. The ones that found success in the Runes and Rift weeklies that we hose haven't run even a single Aurelia Fervent, but saying this is such a fantastic green card, we have to throw it in here. And it's the reason why we see it on guard. A lot of the recent Vex builds that we've seen top 8 in our events, they've only been running disciplines. They're saying you're never going to find yourself in a position to on guard, because when you hold a battlefield, you're never truly alone. But he's trying to be a little bit more proactive and cover the downsides of Vex. He's saying Vex is really good at holding, as we know, but when it comes to pushing a battlefield, is not too effective. So I think Aurelia Fervent, with kind of the little backup plan of those on guards and discipline, is exactly how he's trying to cover those weaknesses with the pushing, with the actual capabilities of pushing battlefield. So I like it. He's trying to like cover all his bases, if you will. But it does come at your matchups not being totally great against this one right here, unless the sideboard is dedicated to it.
I'm kind of surprised to see double shovel in the Sivir deck, but it is very good into the purple decks that are opting to play acceptable losses as they're out to Aurora. As not only does Sivir generate just a bunch of gold, but the shovels you can play before you drop Aurora, so they cannot play acceptable on the Aurora turn and immediately out it. You have to like combo it with fizzes and multiple, so it's a little bit hard to deal with if they are going for that route.
You know, a nice little tech card I saw in that Sivir build as well. Have you caught wind of the bit of the tech coming in from body for the Ezreal / Aurora sometimes, the disposable order? Have you seen that card get played out? Or just in general, have you seen that card?
Yeah, that card's actually pretty good and pretty versatile in the matchups that it is good in. It acts as just a cycle if it's a dead card in the matchup. And it also acts as pretty good interruption. I would say one of the cooler things that you can do with it, and it's pretty obvious when you just read the card, but you can chain it to a fizz and then get rid of like a acceptable losses or something that they are trying to copy. And then another way to kind of protect your Aurora. Yeah, not a bad card. I actually did see a couple Aurora lists in China playing it. Good to
Nice,
see
nice. I think it goes well on like set builds and Fiora
Mhm.
builds, and any body deck can probably make decent use of it. But I'm looking at the timer just to keep eye on the Chinese side thing. I think we're definitely going to have enough time to finish this entire matchup, which is so weird to me that they're taking so long to just set up for top 8, because I'm reading the timer. There's 40 minutes before the next round, which is basically an entire round just to do the preparations for top 8. I wonder what they're doing. Maybe they're just trying to stick to a certain schedule, but it seems a little bit too crazy to kind of delay top 8 for that long. But hey, I'm not complaining, because then we get to see a fantastic matchup like this one here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a early hidden card, probably the Evelyn, like you said. Just it does play nicely into the gusts, into the Aurora when it gets hit, in that it does get you a scammed point through the Elder Dragon clear. Works nicely with the fortified as well, though it's not really going to be relevant here. That is fortified, right? I can't quite see it.
Yeah, it's definitely fortified.
Position.
I believe their battlefields were fortified position, abandoned hall, and there might have been another one I can't remember. It wasn't Star Spring. Maybe it was Star Spring. No, I think it was something else. We'll have to look back, guys. Anyone in the chat remembers, rewind the VOD real quick and let us know.
Right, and double Scryer's Bloom out for Sivir, so getting to see a lot of cards here. I would be very surprised if there's not Aurora on the next.
Yeah, if it's not Aurora, or do you even have the runes? 2, 4, 6, 8 runes, so 1 energy short. So it looks like it's time for go ahead and getting value off the Scryer Blooms, as you pointed out. So draw, or not draw one, but look at the top 2 and then draw one of the 2. So a bit of a stacked deck, just one look at shy of a stacked deck. So really good spell, or rather a gear here. But to point out, I feel like Aurelia Fervent also synergizes quite well with a lot of the battlefields, because there was an abandoned hall. We know how effective a Fervent can be in an abandoned hall, but even a fortified position targets Aurelia, so it's a +3 when you defend with Fervent, so it's really powerful on defense too.
Right, so Sabotage coming out, like you did call out, is on even runes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it was on even runes. So you were able to go ahead and play out the Sabotage for free on this turn before you play Aurora on the next turn. And is able to get a peek, see if there's any removal, and there's not any removal in that hand. So that Aurora on the next turn, if he does have it, it's coming down.
Of course, there's always the RNG nature of things. You could go ahead and draw the rake exactly when you need them. Of course, the other side of that, you could go ahead and Aurora into a Mind Splitter. Actually, you wouldn't have the card in hand just yet. So you praying on the top deck. Or actually, this is the turn here. So if you draw a rake now, the Aurora can most likely take it down. But there is also the other cards in that deck as well. The Elder Dragon most likely running a full set 3, because I think you would be wrong to not run a full set of those. I don't think I know any Aurora deck that runs less than 3.
Yeah, that would be a little bit crazy. It's like this is a important turn for Vex to really decide what's going to go on, as again, Aurora very likely to drop on the next turn. I see they're showing a Mind Splitter on the screen. Was there a Mind Splitter in the hand that I missed? Very possible.
For Bulon, yeah, I believe there was, right? Those were 2 units. So I guess this is the turn. 2, 4, 6, 7, exactly the perfect amount you need to go ahead and deploy out this Mind Splitter. Decently expensive, but if you're going ahead and ripping out the Dazzling Aurora, you have to do it.
Oh, that's so frustrating. They always have the double Aurora. All right, so you can get rid of one Aurora. Do you even do that? Probably. You might not. It might be Flurry.
You know, and I don't know how you're so ahead of me, because I'm hitting the live button. I think it's the internet speed or something. Maybe you have access just like a couple seconds ahead of me. But honestly, this is more of a casual cast, since we're tuning into the China side. For anyone joining, we're waiting for the preparations of top 8 over in Suzhou, China. In the meantime, we're catching the final moments of Swiss in the Sydney Regional Qualifier. Both of these players trying to make their way into top number 8. Sivir, as you guys see on the screen, a single game up, looking for just one more closing out moment. And with the Dazzling Aurora, or double Dazzling Aurora, I should say, I think it's going to be a really uphill climb for this Vex player because he only managed to get up to 4 points before Aurora comes down.
Yeah, I think the discrepancy might be that I was watching the Sydney stream on Twitch rather than YouTube. So let me swap Twitch
Oh,
to
okay,
Twitch real
okay.
quick.
I can see that. I feel like there's less latency on Twitch for sure.
So let me switch over real quick. Bound.
The only
Wait a
reason I
second.
watch it on YouTube is because I have the YouTube Premium, so I don't get the ads on Twitch. I would get all the
Nice.
ads there. I know they have Twitch Turbo and they're running like some
Mhm.
kind of 7-day free trial or something, but just what I've always had.
All right, so Aurora, is that the third Aurora? Oh my god. All right, so this means that Aurora is never leaving the board for long. I'm actually a little bit surprised the shovel wasn't played out on the last turn, as he did have the runes for it, but I guess trying to get some value out of Rake or something. And make sure Rake isn't getting value or whatever, but here comes the Aurora. Is it going to hit the Elder or the one Mind Splitter is the question. It hits the one Mind Splitter, okay.
Not too bad. I feel like you would rather see a Mind Splitter in this position. Granted, it's going to take some good targets out of your hand, but you would rather go ahead and hold up to 6. I think he was going to hold up to 5 regardless, since there's one too many units already established on the fortified position, but you want to keep it in that even tempo position from 4 to 6, 6 to 8. You're literally just 2 more turns away. If he kind of whiffs, or did you mention there was just a single Mind Splitter actually?
Yeah, in the list, at least the list that they showed, it was 3 Elder, 1 Mind Splitter. So that was unless they're siding into more, that was a one of.
Okay. So pretty much 100% certainty that the Elder Dragon coming down next turn. How do you prepare? I feel like if you could hide a card on that Forbidden Waste or the Forgotten Monument, that could be a step in the right direction to go ahead and work around. But then you have to think about how are you going to go ahead and stop this Mind Splitter from crashing into at least the sneaky deckhand battlefield. I know they do have access to Switcheroo. That could be a good card. You know, I was thinking about it. I feel like Switcheroo in the space where there isn't already an Elder Dragon is not too bad against these big mighty creatures, right? You're talking about trading your 2 for 7. And if you could hide it even better, but I guess in some situations like you do with Rebuke, sometimes you just have to pay the expensive cost to do those bigger plays. So if he has it in hand, I feel like there is a way of a double hold. That's all he's looking for, guys. Just a final hold to do the job. And he's thinking carefully. I like this play. It's funny because we know Sold Out for so long now. If you guys don't recognize him, he's notorious for being one of the better Annie players. Some will even consider him a pioneer of Annie. You know, these days, Prismat has stolen his limelight with Annie since he won a regional with it, but he was definitely one of the first people ever in the English online scene to bring Annies to a lot of people's attention.
We'll say it is pretty hard to hold on the next turn because we have knowledge that Bolin does not, which is that he drew another Aurora. So it's not going to be 1 Elder Dragon, it's going to be 2.
True.
And the double Elder Dragon means that you have to have at least 3 units on the battlefield if you're going to hold it, and that's assuming that the Mind Splitter doesn't trade with 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could go ahead and play out 2 units at the same time. Oh, I like this play, though. Evelyn getting the trigger, though, when you play it on your own turn. The Mind Splitter with the fortified position. Back line doesn't allow the Evelyn to leave, so that's at least 2 units played there. Keep in mind, just like NA said, you have to have 3 units there, which is a little tricky. We just see a full stack of 9 low cost to the ground units. Even 12 if we're counting Sneaky Deckhand as a good unit to play here as well. Because I think as long as you go ahead and play out 3 units on each battlefield, you can live through 2 Elder Dragons. But are you also playing around an accelerated Sivir Champ? This is tricky.
I believe we know there's a flurry of blades in the hand as well, so you do need to be aware that anything that sticks on the battlefield does potentially just die on the Elder trigger.
Very true, because you can react to the Elder trigger with all your runes.
Yeah, you might. I don't know. I wonder if there's a world where you just full send back and say, "I'm going to play a ton of units in my base," and yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, because right now Sold Out is not in control of any of these battlefields, so you can't go ahead and establish these units onto the battlefields, of course. So you're going to go ahead and play these units to the back line. Double Elder takes care of 2 units, but you have the potential of having 3 in the back line, so you save 1. But how in the world are you getting another unit? There's no such thing. I'm trying to think of accelerated units in purple green. Usually Aurelia has no issues accelerating her units, of course, but this is the other green purple legend and Vex. But oh, this is the way he's saying, I know you have that other Aurora, let's take it down. Or actually that was the third one, so it wasn't for certain, but he's like, he's just making sure he's trying to cover all his bases. And this could be a winning play, it almost feels like, taking that final Aurora out of the hand.
Yeah, I think if you hit Aurora, then he can't clear. Maybe it's, let me think. It's either Aurora or Blades here. Blade, it's probably
I know
Aurora,
what
isn't it?
you're
Yeah.
saying, right? Because Aurora only threatens out 2 dragons, but you have to pretty much tap out to do so, and then you don't have access to the Fury. But the Fury, I like this play because Fury only interacts with the battlefields, but you have to also think about your push coming in. But if you send units individually onto these battlefields, I think that's a way of playing around Fury or Blades. So I do like this taking out the Aurora rather than the Blades for now.
For sure. And you did make a good point earlier, is now there is the possibility that the Sivir champion does get played out, and that potentially could make it a little bit harder on the following push if when you play the Elder, you kill the bigger units. But wow, okay, so digging, I guess trying to find maybe a second flurry.
I like these odds, and I'm liking them so far. You go ahead and play out these cards, but you know you're running out of options. You're right there. You do have enough runes to go ahead and accelerate your chosen champ, but that's going to be exhausting you out. You don't have the wiggle room of go ahead and playing something like a Fury of Blades. So he does do exactly as we said, accelerated Sivir. So you're able to conquer, and actually he does have 1 energy. I miscounted there.
Yeah, so you have enough for a single flurry, but this does tell you you don't have to deal with multiple flurries. That is not going to be a thing. It also does make pushing into the fortified a lot more annoying because the Elder is going to mean that anything you shove in with dies. So you get to kill 1 unit, Sivir kills 1 unit, and flurry kills 1 unit, right? So that's 1, 2, 3. That, I mean, potentially means that Bolin cannot win on the next turn unless you draw a push. Draw
Which means an
unit,
additional
like
Elder Dragon turn for him, especially when you go ahead and reinforce that battlefield with the Elder Dragon. So that's going to be an impressive 14 total might defending that fortified position, and not even counting the battlefield trigger as well. So up to 17 total, or actually 15 total might, and you're taking down the bigger mighted units. But funny enough, this is a different Vex build. They have access to switcheroo. If fortified position procs, you switcheroo the procted fortified position. We're talking about some crazy might differences, but we're looking at the hand. I don't think he has it, does he?
No, I did see a discipline, so you can dig a little bit. It's just really hard when you know that there is the flurry. So anything that you shove up, if Sold Out does not like the look of it, it is going to die. So you you have to like try and bait out that flurry somehow. But the problem is he has to invest cards to beat the flurry. Or he has to invest cards to defeat that battlefield. So the moment you invest cards to do that, Sold Out can be like, okay, you've invested cards. All right, have a single flurry. And now you have to find even more answers.
It almost feels like the play here has to be baiting out the flurry, and then hoping it doesn't draw into another one, and just trying to go ahead and stack that lower battlefield. Yes, the Sivir has ganking, and yes, actually the ganking, if you do go ahead and play out 2 power cost spell, you can do the good old new ruling with Elder Dragon, just apply a single point of damage across that battlefield. So forget I go ahead and backtrack here. I thought there was a way of just kind of settling all down, conquering from 7 and holding from 8, but Elder Dragon is such a problematic card for any deck to deal with, and this is exactly what Bulan is realizing here in this final moments of Swiss at Sydney. He's saying, I am so close to having two Chinese players that we're used to seeing so often in these Chinese regionals we're personally covering today to make top 8 in a Western regional. I don't know if you consider Australia Western, but maybe an English side regional. It's super cool to see. They're definitely impressive players, regardless at the region they're in.
Mm-hmm. This is so hard. It really does stink to see this, and I think Aurelia does have, Aurelia does have multiple cards in hand too, so you can't just play the Spirit and say, "Hi, rip your only, your only card, which is the Blade Fury." Unfortunately,
I
that's
think
not
we're
an
seeing
option here.
3.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're communicating. Maybe, I mean, most countries do speak a little bit of English. They tend to learn it in school, from my understanding. So maybe they do have not the hardest time communicating. But I know in the other way around, like when Randy goes and travels to China, there's no true communication. You have to bring out the translator. So I'm curious to see if there was any kind of translator here for these Chinese players, or they just kind of made their way. But Boots gets go ahead and played out, so trying to add some additional might over to Aurelia, so up to 7, or she was at 5 for the ready, 1 for the choosing, up to 6, and then up to 8 when we add the additional might from the Boots. So he is a long way away from getting that fortified position out of there. I don't know, he's so close, but so close is not enough, as we saw in our Ezreal versus Diana matchup.
I'm kind of surprised that he puts the... I guess you do have to put the fortified onto Elder. I thought that it was going to be put the fortified onto Sivir, because Sivir is kind of your checkmate next turn with the ganking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess holding on to the Elder is probably a little bit safer. Oh yeah, you do need to do this, because then you need to make sure your Flurry is live, right? Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Flurry has been used, and the fortified... Is the fortified till end of turn? I want to say it is, right? Or is it not?
It's till end of turn, and it's every time you defend. It's not the first time you defend. Or is it the first time? I think it is every time you defend, actually.
I'm not sure, but...
We'll double check here, because it's not a 2-common battlefield. But if memory serves me right, I'm pretty sure it reads, when you defend here, choose a unit, it gains shield to this combat. So not to the end of turn, only for that combat.
That would
so
be
it is
pretty
every
crazy,
time, but not to the turn.
All right, so you do have to find lethal here, otherwise another Elder's coming down and you're losing everything else you have.
And definitely a whole lot easier said than done, especially when we're talking about just a single rune available to do all the heavy lifting needed. You're trying to cascade and equip the Boots to try to deal with the Sivir, but now you're proccing fortified position, and Sold Out smelled it from a mile away, saying, I know you're trying to save the Sivir, but the On Guard will trade 1 for 1. And now, even if you conquer Forbidden Waste, I don't know why I keep calling it that, but Forgotten Monument, wait a minute, NA, you conquered a 7, a Tide Turner flip to reaction to Elder Dragon, you live to see another day. Did he find one of the only outs from this position? Really fantastic stuff. For some reason, I forgot about the hidden Tide Turner potential.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the out. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have a Flurry. I mean, if they have the Flurry, they have the Flurry. If they have dug pretty deep, you've seen a lot of their deck from the Auroras, so you can have a pretty good idea if there is the Flurry or not. So, oh, there's the Mind Splitter. This doesn't matter. The only thing that matters here is if he does have if he can find a Flurry, right?
That's literally the only way Sivir stays in this game. So let's see. Sivir does make some goes. You're kind of just going through the motions currently, but as you said, NA, the only thing that solely matters, can you get rid of the flip from the Tide Turner? Because Elder Dragon does take care of the Mind Splitter currently on the Forgotten Monument, but it doesn't take care of any hidden unit at that. So you're praying for some kind of Gust interaction, some kind of Flurry, anything that does damage. So looking through the deck, and it most likely will be the third, or actually I think this is only the second one. So flips the Tide Turner in response, and let's see if Sold Out says, I have the answers.
Yeah, he's like, wait. Gust also does it. That was a good call out. So there's Gust and he has it.
He has it. Oh, the second one
Man.
of the game. It couldn't get any more brutal than that. There was one little window of opportunity for our Vex player, but just like that, a very favorite popular player from the western side of things does lock in their first ever top 8 appearance, one of maybe many in the future of Riftbound, I would imagine, because Sold Out is such a smart player. I remember he was on Annie when everyone was high on Kai'Sa, and he was defeating a whole lot of the Kai'Sa players. That's the type of person he is. He doesn't kind of, I say that, but he is playing Aurora today. I was going to say, doesn't kind of fold to the meta, but I guess Aurora isn't 100% super meta if you look at the distribution over there in Sydney.
Wait, he didn't scoop. What?
You know they're prideful, right? The culture in China, they want to get defeated the hard way. He's saying you still have to do that climb up to 8th point. Maybe there's still a window. Soul can respect it, but you got to keep in mind there's still just 26 minutes. As I say that, I guess there's still 26 minutes. You're losing anyway, so this is it. This is the last time you get to play out in Sydney. Might as well just take it in a little bit more, but I'm just not seeing it. Another Elder Dragon coming down next turn. Mind Splitter already established on the base.
There actually isn't another Elder because it got discarded.
Oh, true. Maybe a last right is another way around that.
Yeah, I know he plays 2, at least in the main board, so there's one more in the deck. I guess Bolan's answer here, is you just try and scam it, I guess, but it seems pretty unlikely. You can go like hope that he pulls back an Elder and then look for like a Rebuke switcheroo or something. I don't know. I guess there's not really a point in conceding. You're down 1 game.
Right.
Like you played game 1 very quickly, like just play it out. There's a chance. Okay, yeah, and there's the shovel. Oof.
Yeah, the chances are increasingly heading their direction down to 0. So puts the 1 Elder Dragon back in the deck so that you can go ahead and access it from the Dazzling Aurora trigger. As I believe currently there's not a single card in the main deck that will be able to get triggered off the Dazzling Aurora. So guaranteeing a target here. And interesting. So making them shuffle randomly. Wait. The roll for 6, which one was at the bottom? I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Usually when we talk about 2 cards, you just put it at the bottom anyways.
Yeah, that one matters a lot though because he put back Flurry Elder. So if the Elder's on the top, you hit the Elder and your next draw is Flurry, which is very broken.
But you shuffle after Aurora, don't you?
You shuffle the recycled card. So
the top of the deck I mean all the cards you look through you shuffle.
Yeah, but so he put back 2 cards, right? And it's the Elder and the Flurry.
Oh, I know what you mean. You're right. I know exactly what you're getting at.
Yeah.
So if the Fury's first, you get recycled, but the Elder's first, you keep the Flurry pretty much at the top.
Yeah, which is quite broken. But okay, well that's lucky at least. I mean, it's not good, but it's lucky.
For now, so Flurry does go down to the bottom.
He scoops. Okay.
There it is. Sees the bigger picture. He said, I took enough Torment from these Dazzling Aurora decks, so I guess I get my answer. And I looked at the deck list. I'm like, this looks cheeky. It looks fun. It looks effective. But I was trying to build to combat all the Auroras we saw in our tournament / the Auroras that everyone was making that out to be like the big old new boogeyman of the meta. And Sold Out just posing too big of a threat for him to handle. And that's awesome to see because I'm a fan of both of these players. But I don't know. I would have liked to see Vexens as the current legend I'm playing. But I do like to see that there is actually an Aurora making waves. Whether love it or hate it, it's here to stay, at least currently for set 3.
Yep, for sure. And there was a comment that I just saw in the YouTube chat for the Riftbound official stream that does resonate a little bit. And it's Aurora is really annoying and no one likes playing against it. At least most people don't like playing against it, and it can feel really sacky. The way Riftbound is designed, though, you kind of do need these cheating cards for decks to play top-end units. Otherwise, you just can't play top-end units. And we did see in set 1 and 2, the only decks that play a lot of these top-end units are Aurora decks because otherwise, because the game is so tempo oriented, you just cannot play these units.
It would never
without
exist.
bleeding
You're
points
totally
and losing.
right.
So it's very frustrating, but really until there's another answer within the game, and I think they are building that way. Like we have stuff like the Herald of the Dragons, and now that one little 2-drop that can ramp you an energy that Volley plays. Until
The
there
Gem
are these
Dragon?
answers.
Oh no!
What
I
is
know
it
what you're
called?
talking about. The soul
Yeah.
soul spirit or soul something.
Yeah. Yeah, until there are more cards like this, Aurora is, in my opinion, almost a necessary evil. Because otherwise, these cards are just dead. You can't play them. No one will play them without Aurora, which, I mean, take that as you will. Maybe some people see that as a benefit, but I do think it is good to have a diverse pool of strategies to play. And if top end is just not viable, and when I say top end, I mean probably up to like 8. I think 8 is like the top at what you can reasonably play in most decks. Then you just have these cards that are being printed that are totally dead. So I don't know. It's just a little bit of maybe a hot take, but
Right. No, I can
don't
respect
think
it.
the
I
game
think it's a take that a lot of people can resonate with. At least some logical people can kind of respect it. But you know, there's the half of the community right now that ban Aurora this, Aurora that. But until Aurora takes like 6 or 5 of the top 8 spots, I don't think we should be talking about banning Aurora. I think with more time, it might get better. But on the other side of that, it might be easier to deal with more tools like gear removal / reaction speed stuff like we saw from set 3 being Starcross a good play to do for the likes of an Aurora package. So I think it's going to be okay. Now, if Silver Aurora at the hands of Sold Out wins Sydney, maybe we could throw the pitchforks up a little bit. We'll see.
yeah, sure thing.
But real quick to answer chat, Forger, this is not top 8. We're waiting for the top 8 for China, which looks to be starting in about 13 minutes. So we're moments away from that. And Nextland saying change catalyst to mobilize to units. Wait, I think if they change catalyst and mobilize to units. Next, what do you mean by that? Like get units on the board? And then, hey, let's hear the interview from Sold Out, and then I'll go ahead and we can sign off from there.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, Chad, we saw the interview getting prep. So I would love to see why he decided to bring Aurora, because it's kind of he's showing true, what's the word? Like when you can play a lot of decks. He played a really aggro heavy Annie, and now he's playing the other side of the spectrum with a dazzling Aurora deck. So let's see what he has to say.
Guaranteed first seed and top 8.
Yes. And
First seed.
I may add. I feel great. My friend Tog got me on this deck. I was gonna bring Bai initially, but I played it and I was like, I think maybe not. So yeah, went with Sivir. Cannot believe I've made it this far.
Yeah, 12-1 right now.
Yeah. My one loss was I just had never played Riftbound so badly in my life. It was awful.
It happens to the best of us, just like it happened to you. But walk us through that game. Who was it into? What was the legend?
Oh, my loss?
Yeah.
I lost to Diana.
Okay.
I just like made bad decisions. My mind splitters took the wrong cards. Game 2, I like frankly, I just didn't channel runes when I was supposed to. It was a whole mess.
But that was great practice for this one, where you clearly played a lot better.
Yeah. I'm very lucky. Every single game, I just draw every card that I need, and I go, oh, okay, that's the card
That's sometimes what it takes, huh?
Okay.
I really like this particular build. You ran multiple Scry's Bloom, so you're able to get a lot of that sort of predict and card draw energy, giving you the cards you needed when you needed them.
Yes, Scry's Bloom is situationally better than like stacked deck even. It plays around Sabotage very nicely. There was a couple times during the tournament where like I'll pass on 8, go to 10, come back, pop the Bloom, grab Aurora, and then because I got it off of the Bloom, it can't be Aurora. Or if you look at Bloom, you see Aurora in the 2, you draw 1, leave the Aurora on top. Very, very powerful. I mean, the whole deck is draw and Aurora, basically.
Yeah,
so.
fantastic. But I did ask, how does it feel to be in that top 8? How does it feel to be that first seed here at the regional Riftbound qualifiers Sydney?
Oh
right
yeah,
now?
first because everyone else drew in. So
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it until just now. You're totally right. And first seed, they decide first or second. So I'm doing great. I feel fantastic.
He might take it.
Yeah, I mean,
hasn't even sunk in yet.
I was like,
Absolutely
wow,
could.
I'm amazed. Frank, I'm speechless.
That's it. That's it. And have you traveled from far to get to Sydney?
Yes. I'm originally from the West Coast, Oregon.
Yep.
Like I said, my friend Tog, who got me on the deck, he's Australian.
Nice.
Yeah. He comes to America for the regional qualifiers there.
Yep.
And so literally the last 2 weeks before Sydney, I was like, yeah, I'll go to Sydney. Why not?
Yeah.
And then I picked up Sivert literally 2 weeks ago, and just like absolutely spent 2 weeks grinding, figuring out the matchups. It was a very hectic 2 weeks, I'll tell you what.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah. But now I'm here, and we're doing great.
Did you have any opportunity to sample any local cuisine or wineries, the culture that we have here?
No, quite frankly, I had some toast yesterday.
Toast?
Toast, yeah. I mean,
pretty global, that one.
But no, I've been playing and then going home and sleeping and coming back and playing. I mean,
absolutely deep in the tank, making sure this Sivert Aurora deck works.
Yeah.
Being 12-1, being guaranteed locked in for that top 8, the first seed.
Yeah.
I mean, surely that's made it feel worth the trip down here as well. You've got a real shot at winning with this Sivert Aurora deck.
I think it's pretty likely.
Oh, feeling confident as well.
Well, you have to be. Like, if you're not confident, like, the deck only works if you believe that it's going to work. If 1 second you're like, I'm not going to draw the Aurora, or I'm not going to hit the unit I need, you're dead. You're done.
It's kind of the mental game.
It is very mental. And I'm an unstoppable force, and everybody else are movable objects. I mean, what else is there to say?
That is definitely a fantastic perspective, and I think one that we absolutely need to roll with when we are playing Aurora. There's obviously a lot of conversation around Aurora decks and how they play, but I did see on social media before coming out here that you have some fans out there. The SS, I think it is, the
TSS, the secret sauce. Some of just my teammates.
Yeah.
It's new tagline. It's easier to like look us up.
Yeah.
We'll probably do some like content. You know, everyone likes doing group content, so it'll be a good time. I'm really looking forward to it.
Fantastic. And just one more sort of Australia-related question while we've got you here in Sydney, because it's not often going to happen.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans to stay a few more days and hang out?
No, I'm flying out tomorrow morning. I'm gone. Yeah, I got to go home, get ready for Vancouver. It's a whole deal.
Yeah, Vancouver is the next arc in Unleashed.
2 weeks from now.
How are you feeling about maybe taking this Sivert Aurora?
So that's kind of funny.
You might change anything or keep it as it is? Without revealing too much, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to reveal. I mean, 99% of the deck is like set in stone. Like, you can't cut your engine pieces, you can't cut Aurora, you can't cut your units. So like, it may be like 1 or 2 slots I would move around, but not really. No, I really like the deck how it is. It's served me really well so far today. I'm very, very happy with it.
Fantastic. I think every Aurora player out there right now will also be very happy with it. And seeing you represent it so highly in these regional qualifiers here in Sydney. And I mean, we're at the tippity top of this game. What do you expect will be a tough matchup for you tomorrow? Sorry, it's this afternoon.
This afternoon?
Yeah. What's left? What do you have to go in?
So I know that there's an Aurelia that's in.
Yeah.
Probably another Vex or 2. I don't know. It's hard to say because every matchup can be tough. It just depends on like what I draw, what they draw.
Yeah.
Every deck has, the thing about Aurora is every deck has answers to it.
Yes.
But not every deck is going to draw their answers as consistently as I draw the Aurora.
Yeah.
And we saw in that second game, I drew all 3 of the Auroras in my deck.
Yes.
And he splittered 2 of them, but you know, he spends almost all this time splittering the Aurora while I'm getting my incremental value effectively.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. But obviously with the mobilizers, the catalysts, the Lunar Boons, the Scryers, you have so much of that card draw valuing extremely highly.
Yes.
But I did actually take note on your main board, it was 3 Elders, 1 Splitter.
Yes.
So you sideboarded that Splitter in for that second game.
Yeah. So the idea behind Splitter is that it's good, and you kind of want a 4th guy just because you need a guy to be on the field, right? To get points, to prevent your opponent from scoring. But the Splitter, like, hand rip isn't as good in game 1 because the cards in your opponent's hand don't matter.
Yep.
Like, after post board, it's like, oh, they're going to side
That's
into...
a good little logic there.
The things that beat me, effectively, right? And there's always some people that are like main decking Gear Hate or like main decking, Star-Crossed or whatever. And so Splitter's nice to take like that stuff, but it's not something you want to hit multiple times in a row, especially in game 1. So
yeah, definitely. I really like to see those sideboards and the tech that these pro players such as yourself have here. And I think that's actually going to be all from us here at the Regional Riftbound Qualifiers Sydney. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations.
There we go. Nice little winners interview, an extended interview. Definitely picked his brain. You love to see it. Hopefully we see how far Sold Out can go. It'll be awesome. He's on a rower. Some people don't love it, but I enjoy seeing Sold Out as a player in general. But speaking of awesome player, NA45, thank you so much for helping out today. I know we did one round, but we ended up kind of doing 2 rounds, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me on again. Plus, I appreciate it. It was a good time.
Yeah, definitely a good time. We ended off with a nice little conclusion to the Sydney one. And then actually we ended up catching the tail end of both ones, right? The last round for China and then the last round for Swiss. But I'll go ahead and let you rest because I know this might be the latest we've ever casted together, no?
Yeah, I don't think I've done the late rounds of. I say late. This is like midway through. You've got long way to go, but late for me.
No, it's late
Later
for
on.
all of us, honestly. But yeah, thank you so much. If you want to leave us with any little closing remarks before you head on out of here, I'm sure we'll see you again. But maybe for any new people that don't know you too much here, because this is different hours, as you mentioned. We're never really online at this time.
Yeah, of course. So I am going to, or you can follow me on Twitter. It is _NAs-45. I do artsy stuff mostly nowadays. Sometimes I'll post a podcast episode. So yeah, check that out. Otherwise, you can find me here most weeks. So as long as Plus continues to have me. So
For sure.
thank you
And
so
we
much
always
again.
enjoy having you. So looking forward to that in the future. But for now, you enjoy the rest of your night. I would imagine you're heading off to bed now.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're sticking around and catch a little bit of the Sydney RQ because I'm one of those that I try to go to bed, but then I have my phone pulled up on my pillow. But whatever you want to do, enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much, NA.
Yeah, of course. All right. Have a good rest of your night.
Take care. See you.
Of course. See ya.
All right, guys, it looks like China hasn't quite popped in here. It looks like we're still 4 minutes left from them getting back, so we could catch a little bit of the LeBlanc mirror match. It looks like Beta Hook LeBlanc did go to X2, so I believe they are out of the contention for the LeBlanc Dream. There might not be a single LeBlanc in top 8. I'll go ahead and full screen it for now, but we're probably going to have... Actually, you know what I do want to see? I want to see what top 8, because I believe one of you guys asked me, how about Allen and Prismat? So yeah, Forger saying, how did they do? Let's go ahead. I know Prismat is not in top 8, but Allen might have squeezed in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait a second. A Timo might have made top 8. Wait, 2, 4, 6... These are X2s, so I actually think we're going to have some X2s in top 8. And here, let me throw this little background music. Yeah, this is fine. So yeah, Nice Boy. Wait, this is the results from 12, right? So yeah, we don't get the finalized results, but we know that the ID players are in, so that's half of the bracket. Sold Out's the #1 seed. Timo in top 8 is crazy. And then it's probably going to be the LeBlanc winner. And then Allen. What record is Allen on, though? Is he X2 as well? Yeah, Allen's X2. So there were so many X2s in Sydney that there's actually going to be 1 to 2 X2s that squeeze in there. So maybe Colin squeezes it in there. I'm wondering if Allen just too old prismaticism. Because honestly, if anyone was paying attention... They kind of got to the conclusion of their game way early on, so it almost felt like Prismac conceded, maybe like a friendly. He didn't want to play Allen, or maybe they played the matchup so much that Prismac was just like, you can just go ahead and have it. I already won the championship, but they both won the championship, right? So I don't know. Maybe they did end up playing it out, and Allen won. All right, guys, we'll go ahead and tune into the LeBlanc. But for anyone just joining us, I don't know if you guys heard me say it earlier. I'm going to do a little bit of a solo casual cast for the first round of top 8 for China. As I was saying, it's just really tough to find a caster that's available at these wee times of the evening, right? Because my time, it's about 3:30 a.m. or approaching 3:30 a.m. For West Coast is a little earlier, but for EU, it's like, I don't even know what time. Super early as well. So it was tough to find someone. So forgive me for just, you guys are going to hear me yap, but we'll do a casual cast. If anyone in chat wants to keep me entertained as well, we can kind of rebuttal, go back and forth. But then after that one round that you guys have me solo yapping, we have an awesome set of casters. If you guys remember from last week, it might have been last week. When did we do our triple box? I think we did our triple box last week. Veli coming at it one more time to cover the semifinals and the grand finals for the Suzhou Regional, as well as his co-partner or his co-caster EK. We heard a little bit of him yesterday alongside myself with the final 2 rounds of Swizz last night. So it will be Veli and EK Pilot to close out today's show. So if you guys are just joining, we do have a confirmation. 1 Ezreal all but locked into top 8. We don't know the 7 other players because China doesn't really give us access like they do for these event details that we see. And Germany's 98. Okay, so maybe I should have found a EU. I think most of the EU players were covering like League of Legends / they were busy, so they're not always available. They are volunteer casters. So I'll see if I ever get to the position where I can offer up a little bit of compensation for it. I think that would be a little bit better, but it's tough. Sometimes a little bit tough to throw it out there, but I think we can get to that position. That'll be cool. And I'm refreshing the China stream for now, so not just in there just yet. This has been the longest break, but I guess we could tune into the LeBlanc one. I just don't want to get, I'm purposely not trying to get too into the LeBlanc mirror match because I'm just going to inevitably switch over to the other stream pretty soon, I would imagine. But what the heck, we're watching it anyway, so let's go full screen for now. And in the meantime, let me see if they posted anything on Bilibili about the top 8 players. But chat, since you guys know the top 8 for Sydney, who is your guys' money on? I personally betting on EDG Rico. If you guys know him, he's a really strong competitor, usually finding him in the Chinese side of things. But that being said, I guess my money's on Aurelia. I didn't think I would say that. I feel like Aurelia is still a really strong legend currently. But can Aurelia take down the Sivir Aurora with Sivir having the seeding advantage? Teemo is another interesting deck that I believe no one in this entire tournament most likely prepared for Teemo. So he can be catching everyone off guard. But what do you guys think? I mean, the options are right here. It's either Aurelia, Diana Vex, Sivir Teemo, or LeBlanc Diana. Those are most likely going to be the top 8 for Sydney. I'm thinking I'm sticking with it. I'm going for Aurelia winning the first Unleashed RQ. Or heck, maybe Teemo. I don't know, maybe Teemo. And I'll go ahead and refresh. I don't believe they posted top 8 for China. Yeah, no top 8 for China just yet. Has anyone in here played LeBlanc baited hook though? Because it looks strong, but I guess they found their maker because honestly they were popping off in the first round of day 2. They look unbeatable. They 2-0'd, I believe, an Aurelia, funny enough. But maybe in the mirror match is like who ends up drawing their pieces better. And Forge, no set is crazy. The deck is very strong. Forge, there could be a set depending on tiebreakers. Colin is still X2. We don't know if he made it though. Let me double check. If Colin won his recent match, there's a world he might have made it. Oh, he did. He did, Forge. Look, Colin is on set today, so there is a world, depending on tiebreakers, that he does make it. So all these X2s, so it looks like Challenger won. Allen, we already said won. A Draven could pose in or squeeze into top 8 as well. So it all could. Wait. If the round is done, maybe 13 is done. Let's go ahead and hit a quick refresh. No, 13's not out, but okay. So but usually the tiebreakers are established from table number, right? Which is why I felt like the Teemo being at table 4 is one little bit ahead of the LeBlanc at table 5. No. But yeah, Forge, we'll see. We'll see. Set could be, especially at the hands. We're talking about Colin. He already top 8 the most recent regional in Atlanta. So can he do it one more time? It should be good to see. Man, I really wish I didn't have to miss the Sydney RQ. I was telling our casters earlier and those that were with us here earlier in the day, I think next time they overlap, which is about a month away, there's going to be an overlap with China and RQ. I think we have to watch the RQ. All respect to China. But I think following the storylines, from my perspective, I was thinking about having accessibility to the Chinese region, because if we don't cover China, it was virtually not going to exist. And I felt kind of wrong. I don't know why I felt like responsible to bring China to everyone's attention, but I think more people are a lot more interested in watching the storylines from players. And I don't think China has those storylines. Like, there's not the Challenger boys competing. There's not Allen. There's not Prismac, Ghoster Driver, Sold Out. All those names, it makes an event really enjoyable to spectate, because besides just pure skill, I think that adds something greater than watching a high skill matchup, because China provides some really high quality games, but the lack of like emotional attachment, I feel like it creates less of an interest for people, especially when you have to pick and choose. Like, do I want to watch the RQ? Do I want to watch China? Obviously, most people are picking that RQ since it is from the official regional, so it makes sense. So I think when it comes to Utrecht, we're going to probably do a co-stream for that one rather than the China regional. And that's a month away now, because there's a China regional without an RQ as well. So we'll cover China one more time next week. And then there's a week break. And then after that week break, there's another Chinese regional, which is going to be the third Chinese regional in China. And then the week after that one is going to be the fourth and final in China. And then the Utrecht RQ. So I know they're not going to overlap as heavily as this one overlapped with Sydney, but there's still going to be an overlap. And you guys know I stay up for you guys, but I'm not going to stay up 16, 17 hours, because that's a little bit too crazy even for myself, because I believe China would start at 9 p.m. my time, and then Utrecht would start about 4 a.m. my time. So 9 to 4, and then from 4, 10 to 12 hours in. That's just a little bit too crazy. If I could find a co-host, you know, I do have a brother, but he would never be up for it. Like, if I could do half the stream and then I could bring someone off to take care of the other half of the stream, that would be ideal. That would probably be super cool to do. But I need to find someone that lives close to me / around me to do that, right? And guys, why don't you tell me to hop over to the blog? We were just watching a blank screen. I was like, wait a second, what are we doing? So China's still not back, chat. It's still not back. I guess they're taking a little bit later. Let me see what I posted on the Twitter, or not on Twitter, on our caster chat, to see what time I posted that it should be. And Costantino, if you're listening to me, I'm just tuning into Sydney in the meantime, because China isn't up with the top 8 one. But I would love to see Sydney one. You know, regretfully, I do regret casting the China one this time around, but it's been fun. I can't regret it too much. So what time did I put? Saturday. So top 8 is supposed to start 3:25. It's supposed to start right now, as of 5 minutes ago. So they're honestly not too behind schedule. It's been way worse. Okay, and it looks like that is the conclusion for the Swiss rounds of Sydney. So for the time being, I don't think we're going to get any more action from Sydney. So let's go ahead and just tune into China for the time being. And let's see if they finish their preparations. Because it should be, as I said 5 minutes ago, it should have started to go. But they're never truly on time. So we'll just hang out in here. You know what? For the current moment, let me go ahead and grab some water and use the bathroom. So chat, I'll be right back. Stay tuned. We're moments away from top 8. I think top 8 is still getting a little bit prepped for Sydney, so they might take some time. In the meantime, I believe top 8 should be starting for China very, very shortly. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would imagine we're getting our quarterfinals matchup. Before then, I would love to see the top 8 distribution, of course. So I'll be right back, chat. 2 seconds. All right, guys, we are back, and it looks like it's just in time. So let's throw it over here, bring in the scene. And you know, when they bring out the casters, that means we are just moments away from getting the final 8 players started here in Suzhou Regional, the first ever Unleashed Regional over in the Chinese or Eastern region, if you will. Let me turn down the little background music just slightly. And let's see it, guys. I recognize his name. I believe that was a previous Fiora player, but no AI representatives have made it. I'll go to the big screen if you guys recognize any of these names. This is what we were talking about to Forge earlier. We don't have those emotional attachments, but it should be a fantastic top 8 nonetheless. Who's gonna get it? Yeah, Gandhi, I hate that they overlap. If I had my way in Riot, I would never overlap regionals. You know, personally, I would like to be watching all of them together, but 2 Aurelias, 2 Sivers, 2 Ezreal, and unbelievable chat. A Poppy has made it into top 8, the first ever Unleashed legend squeezing their way in there in the Chinese side of things, and it had to be a Poppy. No one could have anticipated. If you guys know anything about Poppy, that most likely is going to be an Aurora Poppy. Has access to those Harness Dragons, to those Rift Heralds, to the other 10-drop card as well. And interesting enough, it looks like the meta favorite Master Yi only having a single digit representation over in the top 8 for Chinese side, which is interesting because it came in as the most represented deck. I wonder if it's a similar story for Sydney, because if memory serves me right, I don't think they have any Master Yis currently locked in for top 8. But that was it, man. I should have screenshotted. Did anyone catch a screenshot? Send it to me on Discord so I could go ahead and post it online. If not, I'll do it after the stream. But that was 2 Ezreals, 2 Aurelias, 2 Sivers. So Aurora is hanging in there, just like we saw Sivir do really good against a Vex player in that final round of Sydney. It looks like Sivir doing an awesome job over in the Chinese regional as well. So 3 Auroras out of the 8 players. Is that enough to constitute the pitchforks getting thrown out, chat? Because a lot of people saying Aurora getting a little out of hand and Unleashed, but 3 out of 8, I don't know. More than I thought, though. I'll give it that. That's definitely a little bit more than I thought. I would imagine that Sivir is pretty much locked his place in terms of Aurora. But here we go, boys and girls. It is time. 640 players coming out to play in Suzhou, China. And we have our final 8 remaining players. Who do we have to spectate at the luxury of these quarterfinals? It looks like these guys are locked and loaded. Can we not get a mirror match is all I'm praying for. Chat, pray with your boy. Can we not get a mirror match? Can it be something like a non-Aurora match too? But I can't, you know, beggars can't be choosers. As long as it's not 2 of the same legend, I am a happy camper. Okay, Sivir, so we... it's almost like they heard me and they said, shut up, Plus. Let's get you an Aurora here. Aurora versus Poppy. Let's get the Poppy on stream. Come on, guys. Okay, I don't hate it. I can't complain too hardly because I am a big Aurelia fan. What are the Aurelia players doing differently now that Set 3 has come to release date in worldwide regions? So not only China has access to it, I believe they definitely had access to it a month before, but the more successful Aurelias, they're taking full advantage of cards like Scuttle Crab. You get free information, you get the free generation from cards, or you get the free generated card from just playing it. But I think the big difference maker in Aurelia, there's 2 cards. Vex Apathetic is definitely really well utilized in Aurelia. It kind of counters a lot of the game plans across the board for a lot of Set 3 decks. But more importantly, we'll see if they actually are running it. I feel like Baron Nashor, there is no other card. If you have cards like Find Your Center, or if you are able to manage your rune economy very effectively and get to that later game, Baron Nashor is a card that's incredibly difficult to deal with. You can't Elder Dragon it. You can't literally do much besides just raw power and force your way in. Luckily for Aurora, 10 might isn't too far away from 12 might. So is there a world where Sivir could kind of take care of it a little bit easier than the other decks? But it looks like battlefield selections for the opening turns, it will be the Targon's Peak and the Sigil of the Storm. Very indicative that this is going to be a Sivir Aurora. And for anyone just tuning in, guys, I know it's just me on the cast. It's a nice little solo casual cast just for the initial round of top 8. But then for the semifinals and the grand finals, we have two awesome casters joining the commentary booth. It's going to be Veli and EK Pilot joining us right after this round. So stay tuned for that. For now, just bear with me. We'll get through this round together. It should be an awesome one to spectate regardless. But as we were just alluding to, Vex Apathetic is one of the better cards that have been introduced to the Aurelia packages of the set 3. And chat, in the meantime, since I'm usually having another caster talk while I'm doing this on the back end, let me get the battlefields up so it looks a little bit nice for the overlay. So I believe it was a Sigil of the Storm on the left. And BBW, you're going to make a Poppy deck. It looks like the better Poppy builds are Poppy Aurora, so be prepared to spend a good amount. But I think a mid-range Poppy is fun, but I don't know how competitive it can be. But just like that, it is time down to the final 8 players, as we just mentioned. Who's going to come out ahead? I am low-key rooting for Aurelia because those are my colors. Chaos and Green, or Chaos and Calm, are my favorite colors currently in Riftbound. Technically, they have the tools available, but do they have the tools in a game 1 situation? Because we know usually Adaptatron and whoa, speak of the devil, that's a main board Adaptatron. Aurelia came incredibly prepared to deal with gear-centric decks, but more importantly, targeting down the Auroras of the world. I can't believe he's mainboarding Adaptatron. That's impressive. Yeah, look at that chat. He literally has it in hand. If that's just a one of and he ended up drawing it, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in these TCGs, and that is what it takes. But I think Adaptatron couldn't get any better because it's hard. You can't sabotage Adaptatron, but sometimes Adaptatron is a little bit of a sitting duck because now that he's on the board, your opponent can completely play around it, right? So you don't have to establish the Aurora. And you make it a little bit difficult for that Adaptatron to get too much value because you're at 4. But if you have a Celicorn Herder, it would probably be a whole lot more advantageous to go ahead and establish that out and save the Adaptatron a little bit down the road. But keep in mind, if it's in hand, it does become a Mind Splitter target. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and untaps for the Targons. And BBW, you were a Poppy fan from Runeterra? Nice. I didn't get to see what she was able to do in Runeterra, but I feel like a lot of people are Poppy's fans. She's definitely a fan favorite. Oh, and you love to see it. Guys, a Catalyst of Aeon's getting countered out from the Defy. There's honestly no other better Defy targets. I take that back. Flurry of Blades is probably a better Defy target, but second best has to feel, you know, nothing feels better to Defy than a Catalyst of Aeons. Interesting tech. We haven't seen too many of set 3 come into play besides the Apathetic, but the Heart of the Dark guys maybe just taking full advantage that Aurelia gets an impressive +5 potential. 1 for the ready, 1 for the choosing from the Heart of the Dark guys, and then 3 from the gear alone. So like we said, Aurelia makes really good use of a lot of tools that really a lot of other decks can't do, which is why we're seeing her making a really strong performance, not only in the Suzhou Chinese Regional, but we also have at least 2 Aurelias make top 8 in Sydney as well. If anyone has the top 8 numbers for Sydney, let me know. I'd love to see them. And that Defy delayed the Aurora an entire turn because right now you have 2, 4, 6. You're going up to 8. So you would have been able to slam down Aurora as early as this very next turn. So that Defy buying him some time. Granted, you're only going to be going up to 4 total points. You conquer up to, oh, you're held to 2. Conquer to 3. So you are holding to 5. I like this play. Oh, but forget about it. Adaptatron not going to be seeing it. But of course, reaction speed on guard coming down, making sure you guarantee Conquer because you want to go ahead and put points on the board as much as you can before the inevitable comes down, right? Dazzling Aurora is right around the corner, but you are going to be able to go up to 5 before everything's said and done. So I like the Aurelia's position so far in this game. Oh, and it says I don't have any time, or actually it's just a single rune, so you will be able to establish out Aurora the very next turn, and making sure you're covering all your bases, reading your opponent's card, making sure you don't miss anything. But now there's a gold. Adaptatron can technically conquer Targon's Peak with the attachment of the Boots of Swiftness to go ahead and negate that gold before it comes online. But it might not be too worthwhile. There's also the charm in hand, and this guy's looking like a ninja. I don't know if that's disrespectful, but with the little face mask, he's looking like he's coming here to win the entire event. This is the first time we see. Usually it's the traditional little white face mask, but the black face mask is on another level, chat. He's rocking. I don't know if it's like a fashion statement, but he's looking cool. And as we said, he does hold to 4, has the potential to threaten out the 5th point, so does attach the boost of swiftness, so is pretty much going to go for the play we were talking about earlier. So gank on over, conquer up to 4, kill the gold while you can. Actually, what am I talking about? You take the bigger unit. The last right is definitely the correct line there. For some reason, the last right was invisible to me. It kind of blended into the board, but of course, take out the gear. That's going to get a whole lot more value down the road. So Adaptatron already paying huge dividends. Keep in mind, chat, for anyone just joining us, this is a game 1 situation. This is a main board Adaptatron, so really came prepared to what the expected meta, or what he felt was the expected meta here in China. And devastating, chat. Truly devastating. The charm denying any kind of potential advancement from the Sivir player. And look at the rune economy right now. He's not even threatening an Aurora the next turn. He kind of gave up on that hold, or gave up on that because it's 2, 4, 6, 7. And I backtrack. He does have enough, exactly enough for 2, 4, 6. Wait, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, exactly enough. So it does allow that Aurora to come down, and he's definitely praying for Elder Dragon to try to stabilize. So slams it as soon as he can, and we go gambling. Let's see what he's going to be hitting off the top. Most likely, as we point out, is looking for the dragon. And guys, if there's anyone in chat trying to see any cards, let me know, because usually when I'm casting, I find it really tough of typing in the card names and clicking the button. But if you guys really are curious about a card, I'll go ahead and bring it up, since this is a more casual solo cast. Because you guys know when I'm on the back end, I'm throwing up all the card names here and there. I'm pretty sure we all know what Elder Dragon is. For anyone that's newer to Riftbound, I'll go ahead and take this time to just type Elder Dragon and see if I could pop it up on the screen for you guys. Hands down, probably the more powerful card coming into Unleash, as we are no strangers to these days. And knocking on the door saying, I'm threatening out lethal as early as the very next turn. Rubbing his hand, he's tasting victory here. Has the Stellar Corn. Not only is it a unit that's able to gank on over to the other battlefield, we're talking about drawing an additional card. Moves it to the back and gonna be utilizing that legend ability to get an additional draw rather than ganking. Or just decides to just play something out. Because keep in mind, he hasn't really used the Fervent at all. So he always has the game plan of Fervent and Accelerate, conquer, tap of energy, target it again, and then gank on over. But he has to make sure he at least charms the Elder Dragon back, because he can't take any damage from these from his units. And Space, welcome on in. This is top 8. This is the first round of top 8. I was letting everyone know that tuned in earlier. It's a bit of a casual solo cast because I wasn't able to lock in a caster for the quarterfinals. But for the semis and grand finals, we have some awesome pair of casters joining us very shortly. But yeah, Space, it's just me, little old me for the quarterfinals for the time being. But yeah, down to the final 8 players. It was 2 Aurelias, 2 Sivers, 2 Ezreals, a Poppy deck that made it, and a Master Yi player that also made it. So that was the top 8 for China today. So first time hitting the board, Vex Apathetic, a fantastic card. Granted, at this position of the game, Sivir doesn't really have too many cards that accelerate, nor is it going to be on the battlefield. So just trying to have any kind of unit. He's saying as long as I have one unit on a battlefield, I can always go ahead and accelerate the Aurelia with the attachment of the Boots of Swiftness. So you're only going to be able to go ahead and establish out a good amount of board pressure, or I should say battlefield pressure, on one of these battlefields. But if you have something like a Charm that can push back, a Rebuke that can push something back in hand, or the other new card to purple decks, Starcross, those are potential outs. But we got to be careful because we don't have the most amount of runes if you're trying to go ahead and play out Aurelia as well. Yeah, Spice, everyone was hyped about the Poppy making top 8. It definitely is a Poppy Aurora variant. So virtually 3 Aurora decks made top 8 for China. Hey, Constantino, do you really want to cast? I thought you only wanted to cast the Sydney Regional. I'll tag you in chat in case you're not in here. Okay, guys, Constantino wants to join in, so we do get a spontaneous co-caster join us in this midst of the round number 1. Yeah, join now, Constantino. If you can hear me, join now. And mic check, mic check. We never do this before, but we're getting a caster, one of our friends here, joining in the middle of the match. Can you hear me, Constantino?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now I just muted the stream that I was watching, so now I can hear you. Let me also log in with the camera.
That'd be awesome. I'll do that soon. But were you watching a little bit of this stream? I don't know if the Sydney one has started yet. Is that one still on a break, or has that one started too?
No, that one is still on a break. And yeah, I was kind of watching both.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm jumping from one stream to the other.
Nice. That's what I'll be doing, the exact same thing as well when I tune into when events are happening at the same time. I do the exact same thing. But yeah, we're tuning into the top 8 for China, and Aurelia was doing a really good job. And by the way, Constantino, do you have the stream or do you want me to share it on Discord?
I have both, but I think that it's better if you send it to me. Well, we
if you scroll up a little bit on caster chat, it should say stream link. You can watch it there, or I can share my screen as well.
Oh, okay. I have it open now.
Okay, let me know when you get it. But I was just letting these guys at home know Aurelia was so close of closing things out, but just in the blink of an eye, as we brought in our co-caster for these quarterfinals, 3 Elder Dragons coming out of left field, making it just that much more of a problem for Aurelia to close out this game. Virtually impossible. You do have the Starcross we currently see, but that just eliminates one of the dragons. How are you dealing with the other one? And that's not including any kind of potential interaction like the flurry of blades we've seen in the past. So this is tricky. I like how Aurelia was maneuvering her way early on, but now as we approach this late game, I don't like her odds. Constantino, let me know when you're in.
It says waiting for camera to load, so I'll try to exit and enter again. By the way, if there's a unit that can, a legend that can have enough might on one unit to conquer two Elder Dragons, I think that's Irelia if she has a good hand.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, they're showing her hand. She has only 3 cards, and none of that give enough might remotely to actually conquer that dragon. I mean, you can bounce one in hand, but the other one, let's see. Irelia is a 4. With the boots, she gets to 8. Actually, she can with the Defiant Dance. So maybe she can, next turn, I mean, when she has enough runes, she can bounce one dragon back and then conquer the second one with Irelia.
I definitely agree. If there is one unit to do so, it would be a Fervent. But keep in mind, Constantino, any amount of damage you get done is a kill. So even if you're able to get over the might of one of these dragons, you still die. So you actually don't get the conquer, right?
Yeah, that's why I said you need to do that with one unit. So you only sacrifice one unit and then you put your Vex back. Unless you can lucky get a Zonia or a GA.
Even a charm would be quite nice, but I like what you're saying. If Sivir doesn't go ahead and play any other units on the battlefield, there is a world. So Starcross, in reaction to the Mind Splitter, trying to bring one of these dragons back to hand. I would imagine the one in the base is most likely going to be the target. So he does decide that if you get over double dragon, you could attach the boosted swiftness to Vex, but wait a minute, actually, all he needs to do is hold. Sivir doesn't have any way of ganking to the other battlefield. Did Aurelia just close things out with the simple Starcross spell?
Yes, actually that could work because, the difference between Misfortune, which is usually played, and Sivir is that you cannot give ganking easily. Maybe she has a Ride the Wind or something, but either way, I think that, no, actually, also Irelia is full tapped, so she still has to defend against that Mind Splitter in base. So I don't know. If she can defend against that Mind Splitter, she can. But we can see that she's full tapped out, and also one of the cards is going out.
Yeah, you're saying right. The one we'll keep in mind, I know Chat's pointed out, the Vex is on the battlefield, so it's actually stunned for the very moment. So I think this might be a GG game one victory for Aurelia. And thinking so deeply, he's saying, wait a minute, how am I going to work around this? So Treasure Trove, trying to dig deeper in the deck, goes ahead and pays for it, gets the channel, gets the draw, but with 2 energy still remaining, there is no out besides Flurry of Blades, I would imagine. Oh, he taps out. That's everything, no? How are we possibly getting over?
Yeah, I don't think that we can do that. For now, yeah, that's a GG. They tap the fists. And yeah, I think Irelia conquers game 1. And let's see if she can take the second one as well.
Yeah, she was looking good. I'm happy that she was able to close things out because it looked a little dire right there in the middle of it. But let's head back to the casting booth. And in the meantime, I'll try to get your camera working. Let me know, is it still being finicky for you, Cosentino? Does it say you can't join?
It says that another app is using my camera, but I'm only using, Discord, and I'm not using that for now. I'll try to fix it by, removing the camera from Discord.
Try. If anything, maybe a good old classic refresh might work, but I am happy you're bouncing in here. It's just one round and we're one game in, and China doesn't have any backup matches, so hopefully we won't keep you away from the Sydney RQ as well. Either way, okay. That was a fantastic match to start off the quarterfinals here for the Suzhou Regional. Can Aurelia continue on this momentum and prove that Aurora isn't the true boogeyman of the meta like a lot of people are making it out to seem? I think Aurelia might be the boogie woman of the meta currently because she's kind of been flying teeny bit under the radar, but putting up good results at every tournament we've hosted so far. So I've been impressed. I believe, Cosentino, you're an Ezreal player, or what do you main right now?
Lilia. I'm maining
Lilia.
Lilia.
Lilia. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, yesterday I was to a kind of big event. I was also with Neuroff, which is a familiar name for you, I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
And yeah, we went. He actually managed to win the entire event. I managed to get to top 16 after losing to him.
Nice.
But yeah, uh, I think that for set three, there are a lot of decks. As you can see, I actually haven't quite seen the number for the China event, but at least for Atlanta, I think that the most participation for one deck was like 8% of the meta. So I
Mm-hmm.
think this time the meta is very diverse.
Extremely diverse. I love that you bring that up because we've never had a healthier meta in terms of diversity. Some people could say, Elder Dragon a little toxic, Gila's Resurrection sometimes degenerate, but either way, in terms of diversity and just pure amount of legends getting represented at these major regional events, we've never seen anything like it. I've even go so far as saying in a lot of TCGs, there isn't as much because, of course, best of metal cards do a good push for this. But in general, I've been seeing a lot of talks on Twitter as well saying they've never seen across their TCG history quite a healthy meta like this, whereas less than 10% on the first place legend, which is crazy to think about. 10% of the players bring in what they feel is the best. I think hopefully it stays like this for a long time, ideally. Maybe there's going to be like set 10 or set 7 that like breaks things again. But for now, it looks really good for the future of Riftbound.
Yeah, and I think that at least for this time, a lot of diversity, as you said, doesn't come from the best of, but actually a lot of cards that you can see that you can guess that they can be the top meta.
Definitely. And Constantino, I got your camera. Let me go ahead and pull you in here. The only thing I don't have, because you're kind of doing it spontaneously, I don't have your name. Let me get that real quick between we get this next round. So let me go to this cast and chat. Bear with me for a little bit. But Constantino, I don't know if you saw the top 8 remaining, because I was going to ask you, who do you think out of those top 8 legends is probably going to take it? Do you feel like it's one of the 3 Aurora decks or some of the other ones? And let me know if you don't know who the top 8, I could tell you who it is.
I actually don't know the top 8 because I actually, wake up just 1 hour ago and I was watching both streams. I think you had like one second when they posted and you asked for someone to screenshot it. I wasn't one of the guys to do that.
I gotcha. But it was 2 Aurelius, 2 Ezreals, 2 Sivers, a Poppy, and a Master Yi.
The old Master Yi, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the Proving Grounds Master Yi.
Okay. I think Irelia. I mean, we've seen an Irelia just win against an Aurora. I think it's a good matchup. Master Yi has a good matchup versus Irelia, but a very bad matchup against the Aurora.
Right.
I don't know actually the strength of this Poppy deck. I haven't seen it. Maybe something particular because let's say that the usual Poppy is not that strong, but maybe this player find the list, because I think that every deck has a list that can compete with everyone if played correctly. Like, I was not such a huge believer of Ezreal until, the player, Alan ZQ brought the list and actually won it all, everything. And everyone started to adapting, but with not such good results, I think. So maybe we have the player with the list. I don't know, but still, I'm going with Irelia. And I think that the new Irelia list also with the Baron, I think most lists are playing the Baron, actually is very strong. But I don't know if this one is.
Interesting enough, we didn't see the Baron Nashor come out to play in game number 1, maybe utilized as a sideboard tech, because I don't know if you noticed, he mainboard the Adaptatron. I know I said it 100 times by now, but I'm impressed. He's so prepared for the meta because Adaptatron doesn't feel that good into every other legend except Aurora. Maybe sometimes Master Yi with the Trinity Forces, even though we're not seeing that too often. I guess against Azir, it could do some work, but against the other ones like Ezreal, maybe they have the seals if you're lucky. Some Ezreal's playing Paco. Actually, the more I talk about it, maybe a Datratron main board isn't the worst, actually.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you have a lot of things that you can destroy, and for Irelia, it's really easy to conquer, because she can just either enter one battlefield that is open or bounce left and right with the boots. So
Mm-hmm.
conquering is very easy for Irelia, and there are a lot of things that maybe are not like as crucial as destroying one Aurora, but at least they can remove something from your opponent that can help them, and so that will set them further behind. I don't think is Aurelia is one of those winning one turn legend, but it's gaining more momentum until you can swing with a 18 power Aurelia in just one turn.
Right, it's more so like getting to the point where you could close the game out with Aurelia, which is a smart player, or smart Aurelia players tend to do. They don't kind of go ahead and expose their Aurelia until it's absolutely necessary to do so. Some players I know in the past went ahead and just slam it on 5, but there's just so many tools to interact with Aurelia these days. Despite having to deal with a deflect, it's a worthwhile investment, whether it be a challenge, a star cross, a charm. So I think it is smart to go ahead and save it for a little bit down the road, as we saw this Aurelia player do in this game number 1. But let's see, he did have options to sideboard this time around. Maybe the not so fast is a sideboard tech, because not so fast does manage to get rid of the legend ability, or I should say the Elder Dragon ability. Okay, some interesting tech there, because usually we don't see a switcheroo from Aurelia, because Aurelia is usually the bigger minded unit. So I like what I'm seeing so far from this Aurelia deck so far.
Yeah, I think she got really prepared for this matchup, and I like what she's doing. Now we have to see what actually happens during the game. And I also wanted to point out that they are using a lot of stack of tokens, and the gold one are really interesting. You have, when you play, a lot of people bring their own tokens, and we've seen also in the regional, like the Polish players
Oh, yeah.
put also a lot of different gold tokens, and I think that's quite a way where you can put a lot of things that can also put your creativity on the board,
Right.
since altars most likely are not used in the streaming tables, but at least with tokens, Riot said that you can do whatever you want as long as the ability stays the same. So the gold token says tap me for 1 energy. You can put whatever art you want, and I think that's really good.
Right, exactly what you're saying. A little bit of personality into each of these decks. But funny enough, those gold tokens are actually official gold tokens. They're actually printed. Those are just exclusive to
Okay.
China. Those are a China
Ah,
exclusive gold TFT collaboration. Funny enough.
so this is another of the thing that China gets that we don't,
Yeah,
and actually we
exactly.
see.
They get so many goodies like the kitty cat promo card in the Nexus Knight. But yeah, this is a real official thing. It looks like an altar, but if you play TFT, it's one of those, I forget what they call them. It's not summoners, the little guy that runs around.
Yeah, I played some TFT, so I know. I actually don't know if they're called also legends or something, but yeah, the main character that you control, that's
Exactly.
the one who actually is playing the game. You're just impersonating him, let's say.
Right.
And we see a dark, dark ice crystal used to bring +3 might to the Poro, and that's one hell of a Poro. 5 mites against Sivir that has to respond with a punch first.
Oh, and that's just not
That's
any
yeah.
punch first. Oh, actually didn't realize he doesn't have access to double body, so can't even punch first. We're going to see the world's first big lonely Poro taking down a Sivir at the Valmon's lair. So a feels bad situation. He used the sabotage, didn't realize that he actually was 1 body rune short from the punch first, because the punch first would not only add +5, it would actually add +7, because the Sivir would use 2 power with that spell alone.
Yeah, and also, if you're on Aurelia, I think that you are good with it anyway. You either win a combat or you make them use one of the strongest tools. But now you get like the best outcome. You win the combat and you know what's in your opponent's hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's very good. And now we see what happens.
Right, a little free glimpse at the punch first, so you know you can play around that from here on out. But does get a little Stelicorn, and Saver had absolutely nothing to do this turn, nothing to interact with the board, no units to play, and that is exactly what Aurelia needs to just inch your way closer and closer of getting into that semi-finals position. That's a hold to 2 conquer, or hold to 3 conquer to 4. On top of getting the Sunken Temple draw, we're seeing the recurrent value from this Heart of the Dark Eyes, effective to conquer against your opponent, and even used in the cases where you need a unit to trigger Sunken Temple. I wasn't the biggest fan of Heart of the Dark Eyes in the set 2 meta, but it honestly doesn't look all that bad in set 3, or maybe just not too bad in Aurelia, period, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's not as a spectacular card because you can use it only on offense. But in this case, you have a Stellacorn, so you draw. And with the addition of getting the draw from Sunken Temple, I think now you're a very good position. And yes, we see also a discipline to draw more, I guess, and also to target the Stellacorn so you can bring it back in base. And she's safe, and next turn she can move again, conquer again, and draw more. So I think that now the Aurelia is in a very good and stable position.
I definitely
And
agree. You always want to try to go ahead and draw more when you can, but you did have to spend a discipline. But honestly, you were never getting over the big creatures anyway, so not only you get the +1 from discipline to draw, but as you point out, you do utilize the legend, get the recall back with the movement, so another additional draw. And now I feel like he found it time to be appropriately playing this Aurelia Fervent for the first time in this game number 2. Completely taps out, which might indicate, does he not have an Aurora? Because he's going up to 9 right now, and he slams it down, Constantino. Let's see what he's going to hit, because an Elder Dragon could be pretty juicy right now.
yeah, I think, and here you just called it. I don't know if this can be called a caster curse or it's just a caster blessing, but here is the Elder Dragon. We've seen that he has also already one Elder Dragon in hand, so there were not a lot of, possibilities, but now we see that he still decided to get rid of the Stellacorn, maybe because he fears the drawing, or maybe because he doesn't want to pay the deflect, because you still have to target Aurelia and pay the deflect. But I think that's the correct move. And we've also seen, very good, animation from the streaming of the Elder Dragon coming and breathing away all of Aurelia's cards away.
Right, I mean, both sides of the world do really fantastic job in terms of production, but China always has the cool little animations. As we saw Elder Dragon, every legend slash champion, I believe, has a nice unique animation. They should just give those assets over to the Western regionals as well, so both of them could have some nice little animations, but maybe it's a little trickier to implement on stream. So I don't know, for the time being, we don't get to see it on the English regionals, but it is a nice little thing to get that we have to spectate for the China side of things. But a Guardian Angel providing the safety net he needs to make sure this Aurelia Fervent can hang on a little bit more in the face of something like a Flurry of Blades. I don't know too much
Yes,
other
and
cards
also
that can do
I don't think they
damage.
can put Furrier Blades. I'm expecting a charm here because she is also using the Heart of Dark Eyes. She wants to conquer and then charm the dragon in. And with the GA, you're still safe and you don't die. And actually, yeah, I think after this, which gives +2 and -2. Ah, no, actually, he's going to the Adaptatron, so he can conquer the other battlefield, remove the Aurora, and then kill the dragon.
Yeah, this is one
That should be
situation
devastating.
where you wish it was a Mind Splitter, go ahead and snatch away the Adaptatron, but looking to be picture perfect. You couldn't draw it up any better. You get the Conquer and you get the Dazzling Aurora. I believe that was the only Aurora available in hand, but I like what you're saying. If there's a charm, I think it's worthwhile to spend it here. You get the -2, so the dragon's down to 8. And then Aurelia, you already know she's tall enough to take down any unit right now, especially when your opponent's completely tapped out. So it does cost you the GA, but you just go back to base, which sometimes feel a little bit safe. But when we're talking about Elder Dragon, sometimes you're never truly safe in base. But I don't think they have access to the Dazzling Aurora, but I take that back. As he flicked through his cards, he does have another one.
Yeah, but I think that also that that other Aurora is going to last only one turn, unless he can get the third Elder Dragon. And actually, he plays. I don't remember the name of this card, but he's going to get a unit from the trash and play it back. Yeah, and that's the Elder Dragon. I mean, you still have to recycle 4 body runes, but I think it's totally worth it in this case.
Right, and I thought the
And
card
you kill
name
both.
was Soul Golger, but it does a very similar effect, chat. Let me find it because I don't recall the name. We rarely ever see it, but having a nice little Sivir tech, I don't think I've ever seen someone play that card out. We know what it does. It brings a unit back from the trash, as we saw the Elder Dragon coming back and completely eliminating the board. But it was quite an expensive turn because out of nowhere, Sivir's just down to 3 runes because it doesn't pay for the energy, or I should say, it doesn't pay for the power cause, and you didn't have too many runes, so you had to go ahead and pay the full 3. Or is it 4 for Elder Dragon? I think it's 3, no?
It's
Oh,
4 for Elder
wow.
Dragon. He started with 10 runes, 2 runes from the card, let's call Soul Gorger spell, and then 4 for the Elder Dragon, so it goes to 4, and 1 for the deflect of the Irelia.
Oh, wow, impressive. So he felt
And
like it was worthwhile to do so, but you're deramping as the late game build, right? So if there's any world where Aurelia could take advantage of this and punish it, it has to be in this moment where you know your opponent's only going up to 5. And we saw him pass the turn when he had, I think, 7 energy. So he probably doesn't have too much to do with 5 energy. So this is getting really good position for Aurelia, but he doesn't probably have an easy way of dealing with the current dragon unless there's a star cross in hand. We'll see.
yeah, and also interesting enough, as we can see, he has a gold token up, so I don't know if he forgot to use it or if he has any plan for that gold token to use it in this turn. But actually, no, he just okay, it's still Irelia's turn, and we see the Rider Wind that is going to go to 8. Now we got a Gust, the 5, and I think that's the 8 point for victory. No, that's a challenge in action. So actually, first the scuttle crab should move, and then there's the challenge. Oh yeah, I think that he was saving the gold token so he can use it as both the body or chaos rune because he
Hmm.
didn't have any body, and so it's safe for one more turn, but I don't know how much it can last.
Right, you don't have Aurelia in the champ zone. Running out of options, the only saving grace being is the Heart of the Dark Guys pretty much acting as a free spell every single turn. So you don't have to really draw a spell or use a spell from hand to ready your units, but you have to ready something twice. I mean, right now, if he's able to play out a unit on top of having a Boots of Swiftness, that is the only way of closing out this game. Because yes, you're at 7, but you definitely have to conquer both battlefields on your closing push, because the dragon is always threatening out one of these battlefields, I would imagine. And I should have read chat earlier. Harrowing was the name of the card. For anyone
Harrowing.
wondering, it was just play a unit from your trash, ignoring the energy cost, but you have to pay the power cost, which is why he deramps so heavily.
Yeah, and actually, I think that now the biggest problem for Sivir is okay, if I send my Elder Dragon in one battlefield, the Aurelia can just conquer the other one, and I'm not fast enough to prevent the hold. So I think he's deciding if he wants to keep the Elder Dragon, so don't conquer any points for now, just to deny every single hold that can probably happen, or if he's just, decide to commit to one battlefield and hope that he can find an answer for the other battlefield hold. For now,
Mm-hmm.
we see Ramping 2 with the Catalyst of Eons, and we will see.
Yeah, that's the way of kind of regenerating that rune economy ever so slightly. But we're taking a look at the hand. He does have the DA. He does have the punch first. So he has some good tools. As soon as that Dazzling Aurora hits next turn, that's when it starts becoming very problematic for the Aurelia player. Because now you're having to deal with Aurora and you don't have the Adaptatron. If he had a little bit more runes, I would almost feel he's capable of closing things out because he has the charm in hand. And wait a minute, Adaptatron. Oh, he's missing the Boots of Swiftness or the Ride the Wind because you could charm the Elder Dragon back. But we're seeing a good card in hand as well, being the Factory Recall, which might have been a sideboard addition in this game number 2. So you do have a way of dealing with Aurora, but it's a temporary band-aid, right? You take Aurora down for one turn, but you just play it out the next turn. So not the best card, honestly.
Yeah, at least you get rid of the gold token for now, and we have to see if the Sivir can survive this turn, and maybe she can, bounce back. But I think that this is the crucial turn for her. But I agree with the choice actually to go on a battlefield with Elder Dragon and just hoping to find the right answer, because you're playing an Aurora deck, which is already a roulette deck, so you might as well go in and test your luck to the fullest. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him having the answer in hand right now. So, but he has the Aurora. So what he can hit to win? I mean, to not lose. I think only another Elder Dragon can save him. But I think that most likely, yeah, it's going to be a Mind Splitter, and
Oh, there it is. He needed the Elder Dragon, but just like that, the Conquer to 7, hold up to 8, and Aurelia will be locking in the first seat into the semifinals here in the Chinese Unleashed Regional. So well done to our Ninja Aurelia player. Doing a really good job because Mind Splitter, yes, you could take the charm, but you didn't defeat the matter at hand. The Adaptatron able to hold for victory, and Aurelia gets the job done. Well played. Now the question stands, it's China, but it is top 8, so do they have a backup match? If not, we could definitely tune into the Sydney RQ because that match finished pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clean 2-0, and I think that Aurelia, being the fast deck that she is, she actually did 1 or 2 points per turn. So actually, it was quite fast. I don't see a timer, but I think that probably it was less than half an hour game.
I think so. It was 2-0, so we'll pay attention, but let's take a little glimpse while we had the downtime to see if you're down, Constantino, to tune into the RQ. Are they started? Because I believe the top 8 was posted. Since we have a little bit of downtime, I believe official organized play Riftbound has posted the top 8. You guys let me know at home that it was Alan ZQ that locked in the top 8 spot. And okay, so Sold Out versus Allen, Ghoster Driver versus Vex. The Timo did make it, and then LeBlanc did, the Challenger TCG LeBlanc. So that is a stacked top 8. Super jealous. Definitely going to be rewatching that stream after this one. But we might be able to catch it whenever it starts. But for the time being, I guess we're just going to be hanging out for a little bit here. We'll pray. Chat, pray up in the chat. Hopefully they give us a nice little backup match, because I would imagine with just 8 players, there has to be 2 tables around somewhere, no?
Yeah, I hope that they have at least 2 streaming tables, and hopefully one of the 2 it doesn't end it so fast. And yeah, we see actually in Sydney also the event is like on a break, and we see 2 casters playing the game actually.
Okay, so they're taking their time. They have no
Yeah.
they're not going to be starting anytime soon. So we might be for the first time today without a game. I love the only upside of having 2 regionals happening at the same time is that you can just kind of go back and forth and get non-stop Riftbound action this entire weekend long, which is kind of what we've seen this at least on our co-streams when we're covering both of these regionals. So it's been a blast this weekend. But I said it earlier in the caster chat as well. I kind of wish you were tuning in more attentively on the RQ, only because it's a teeny bit more exciting. But that was a good game, and I know the grand finals for China should be awesome as well. But we don't know the players, and that's the one takeaway, right? Soon we will know the players as they make their names into the Unleashed history books. But for now, it's hard. It's still exciting. It's still fun. But come on, a Allen game, a Challenger TCG game, a Ghoster Driver
Yeah.
game. Those are what we live for.
Yeah, exactly. Those names, I don't think they're going to be in the future known as big as as Faker is, but I
Mm-hmm.
think that at least in the community there will be a very important name, and every player, like if you go to an event and see that you're matched with them, you kind of feel already like the pressure is going in, because you know that you have to fight very hard for the win in those occasions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put the Chinese regional for now to the side, because I would imagine there's been a good amount of break for the Sydney one. They should be able to start somewhat soon. So let's hit a quick refresh for Sydney. Constantino, if you want to join in on that stream as well.
Yeah,
'Cause
I have it on the side. So whenever you're ready, I have both screens, so I'm seeing the Chinese on one screen and Sydney on the other. So whenever you want, we can go and have a look on that.
nice. So let me take a look. I think they refreshed their stream. So let's go to the main channel. And I think they go, yeah, we'll hit live. I think they did the new stream, so it's the top 8 stream. But as chat was letting us know, oh, they are. Oh no, this is the casters, right?
Yeah, they are the two casters that they are playing, and they are showing us, Seth versus Leona, which could be an interesting matchup. It's one for sure you don't see in the top 8, but actually one that I like to see these games more than the LeBlanc mirror matchup or something like that.
Right. And Constantino, I think we just were casting last week, but are you still full set on Lilia? Have you been trying any other decks for set 3, or just grinding ranks with the one legend?
No, actually, since I want to go to the regional qualifier of Utrecht, I decided that for this set I'm going to stick with just one deck and
Nice.
study the hell out of it and all the matchups. So I think I will stick with Lilia until Utrecht. After
Yeah.
that, I maybe can find something else that's also fun. We've seen that Timo. I faced it a couple of times on TCG Arena, and I have to say it's pretty high roll. Because when the blue Timo, I think it's the strategist, pulls off a defense, usually when they reveal the 5 cards, it's either 5 hidden, and so you take 5 damage, or even worse, it's 4 hidden and a nocturne. So you get
Right.
to deal 4 damage and also create a unit there. So I think it's quite a fun deck, and I might give it a try.
I like that you bring it up, because I feel like the resurgence of Blue Timo is definitely in the picture, especially after the awesome top 8 performance from the Timo out in Sydney. And he wasn't running just a single Blue Timo in the Champion Zone. He was running all 3, the 2 rest in the main deck. So I like you saying, because I was looking at the deck, I'm like, wait, how is he proccing Nocturne? But the answer was right there in front of me. It was the Blue Timo looking through the top 5. Not only do you get the Nocturnes from that, but as you point out, you do the damage for every hidden card you reveal as well. So I like it. It's a little high rolly, but consistent enough to top 8 a Sydney RQ. So feeling pretty good. I definitely have to try out that deck as well. But I think you have the right strategy. I feel like if you commit to one deck and you understand the matchup with that one deck, because Lily is a deck that has a reasonable matchup into most things, right? I feel like you don't have a bad matchup. What would you say is like your toughest deck to deal with?
I mean, before yesterday, I would have said Vex, but I think that after yesterday, I had a really tough matchup against the old Masegi.
Okay.
But that was because probably I focused too much on countering the Vex, And I forgot about countering Rengar, which is a huge card in this new set. So maybe I will adapt my deck a little bit, and maybe it will not be as hard in the future. But I think that yeah, beside Vex and this and Rengar, Rengar just the champion, not the legend. I
Hmm.
think you're good on most matchup.
Right. I agree with you. I think Lily has a good even spread across the board, but Vex with the apathetic does pose a bit of a problem. You can't move those sprites, so I could totally see that. But at the minimum, even, I mean, you should be able to do well. I would imagine you will, but hopefully you're able to lock in the best of Lilia card would be even sweeter. Let us know in chat if you guys are going to be in Utrecht. You can go ahead and say what's up to Constantino and let us know what legend you think you're going to be running out there. Because I'll be 1 week after that in Hartford. Or honestly, I haven't bought my plane ticket because they've gotten a little bit pricey. So I'm on the fence, chat. You guys have to convince me. Should I go to Hartford? Or maybe I should take a weekend off, because we are talking about back-to-back weekends for an entire month and a half. This is starting it off. Next weekend is another China regional. We'll do a little bit of the same thing. The week after that is the Vancouver regional. Luckily, that's not an overnight stream for me, so a little bit more manageable. The week after that is another China regional. And then the week after that is Utrecht. So it is just jam-packed with non-stop weekends. So I'm thinking about it. I might have to take one of those weekends off, but I really do enjoy watching these with you guys. So I don't know. We'll see if we just host them as well, like we always do. But I should probably dedicate a weekend to my daughter as well. So we'll see. It's tricky.
Yeah, I mean, Riftbound, actually, the new, let's say, the new calendar that they are being, I think that the only month now that you can take free is the new set month, where they have uh, the first, let's say, 3 weeks, because actually now from the set start to now, it's actually been 2 weeks, I think.
Right.
So
It just came
original
out for
after,
us.
yeah, it's actually 2 weeks. And now, let's say for this event, you had some time to prepare because there was some delay because you knew already the cards from China. But from set four, actually, everything is going to be live for you. So
Right.
if you have to, prepare a deck in 2 weeks, that's going to be hard. Well, I think that from next set on, we're going to see less new legend brought and more of trying to tune better the old legend that you're used to, because I think that you don't really have time to prepare in only 2 weeks for a really new deck, new set and everything.
Right. I would imagine, though, I'll have to look up the dates because set 4 Vendetta comes out July 31st. I actually don't know what the first set 4 regional is actually going to be. Let me check on Discord because I do have all the events pulled up. Let me see what's the post July 31st, because I can't recall. Let me know in chat if you guys know. Is it as soon as the date passes, the set is legal? Is there a certain timeline? Because I would imagine for the English release, it just got released 2 weeks ago, and this is the first set 3 regional in Sydney/China. So I think as long as it's past the release date, it becomes legal at major events. Because I would imagine since everything goes live together, you want to give players at least 3 weeks, but maybe 2 weeks isn't the shortest time. So I could see it either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to prepare, but we also seen like interviews from Prismaticism or Alan ZQ or other top players that they said that this set is going to be very hard for them because they just flew from one regional to the other. So they actually had like 6 or 7 days to prepare for this new regional. And that's why we don't see them unbeaten or like at the top of the leaderboards because I mean, they still probably are. I'm not sure, but they were saying that they were having fun, but still having a tough time. So we will see.
It's definitely rewarding if you're able to stay disciplined, but it is exhausting. I would only imagine. I mean, think about flying from the NA side, the NA from the North American region all the way to Australia. That plane ride alone is a headache. It's basically like a 24-hour plane ride. Of course, I'm exaggerating slightly, but it feels that way. But yeah, I believe I saw it there. Lago, the first regional after Vendetta is August 21st, so it's going to be almost an entire month of preparation. So I like that a little bit more. And after set 4, since that's the last set of the year, there's only 3 regionals. Is Barcelona, I believe is Singapore, and then the last finals or the last regional of the year is going to be Las Vegas. So that should be an awesome show. But it looks like they're giving us the final top 8 competitors. Out of these matchups, who would you like to tune in most?
We're actually using the top 8 matchups because I'm watching both streams and I don't see it.
Hit the live in the lower
Here,
button.
yeah. I was watching actually our stream. Okay, so we have a Sivir, Diana, Irelia, Vex, Irelia, Timo, Diana, LeBlanc, and probably even here, I mean, we see ADG Rico 1997, which is a really good player.
Oh yeah.
We see Alan ZQ with the same colors but a different legend, which is also something to watch. Also Ghost Driver. And yeah, I think these are the 3 that I expect to win. And since 2 of them are Irelia, I think I will go with Irelia.
Nice. Yeah,
And
I got my money
probably,
on EDG
yeah.
Rico. I want to see the Chinese players really shine in a different environment to prove people that the Chinese players can hang with the rest. But if I was able to tune in on one of these matchups, I actually didn't get to tune in onto the Timo match in the Swiss rounds. So I want to see what he brought to the table. How is this Timo able to find so much success when no one in their world would have expected a Timo to actually make a top 8 appearance in the first ever Unleashed set? So let's see. I hope we get to see that matchup. And if I did have a runner-up, you could never go wrong spectating Alan ZQ. He is a pleasure to spectate. Probably the one of the biggest minds of Riftbound currently. So I don't know. I'm right there for those 2 games if I had to pick.
Yeah, I would also love to see the Timo matchup actually. And I hope that they will bring that up. And actually, I don't want to start any turmoil or anything or any gossip. But is Eddie G Rico moving to the Sydney because it's closer to him, or because he's not allowed to play in China after
Right, there was
after
talks
what
of him
happened?
getting banned, right? But no, he's not actually
Yeah.
banned because they didn't actually punish him. They took the game loss, but that's as far as the punishment went, because there was talks that he was going to lose his EDG contract. They were going to ban him for a little bit, but they actually just gave him the game loss in that moment, and then just a little slap on the wrist, and that's it. So he's not banned. I think he just didn't
Okay.
get in with the lottery system, or honestly, he probably chose to compete in the bigger tournament because Sydney is with 1,400 players. The regionals in China currently are maxed out at 640 players. So I think he wanted to test his skills against the best of the best, like Alan ZQ, like Prismaticism, like Sean DeWally, like all these big name players. And he's proven that he can definitely hang up in there. So guys, hands up in the air. Can we tell the Riot production team to please tune into that matchup? EDG Rico versus the Timo player. I don't think it gets any sweeter than that. On top of that, you probably watch a little bit more of the RQ than I did. Did they show Rico on stream already? Or maybe anyone in chat knows?
I don't think they did, but maybe I missed it. I mean, yesterday, as I was also playing, I was not watching the entire thing, and I haven't had a time to rewatch the entire thing. I think that I will binge on it during next week, but I don't think they did for now. But I've seen both of these. I mean, one is Alan ZQ, but I've also seen already the other player being streamed. I remember his face, and we will see.
He's
I
actually a pretty
think,
popular player in the online scene. I definitely recognize him. I even met him in person. His name is Sold Out, one of the pioneers for the anti-decks early on in the Origins meta. But we didn't get our perfect selection with a Timo, but we got our second best with Alan ZQ versus Sivir. I would only imagine Alan has come prepared to deal with the Aurora package. I believe Sivir is the only the Aurora deck to make a top 8 appearance here in the first ever Unleashed Regional. So I don't know how much of a preparation, but Diana definitely has some good tools. You know, it is access to chaos. So things like Starcross is always in the picture, as well as Turn to Dust, one of the newest additions that allows Blue to keep up with the gear hate like a lot of the other decks had easy access to. So I like the chances for Diana. But how do you feel about this matchup? Have you played a little bit of Diana before?
Yeah, I've played some Diana, but actually quite a different list. Let's call it a revived Diana, where you can play for free the the Watcher, because you revive using 10 the 10 cost unit that gets one less cost for every unit in your discard pile. And I don't remember the name at the moment, but let's say it's a more of a revived Diana. But actually, I think that the new Diana list is quite stronger. And one interesting thing that I'm watching now from Sold Out, that they're showing the deck, is he has only 4 units. So if
Mm-hmm.
Diana can remove those 4 units, I think it's GG, because you don't have any way beside the last rights to revive that unit. So I think that's an interesting choice. I mean, he arrived until the top 8, so it must be hard to remove those 4 units, I guess.
Right,
But
and you know, it
interesting
might
choice.
not be as straightforward as it seems because he doesn't have just a single last right. He has double last right to make it that much more consistent. On top of it, he actually has a nice little tech card for those blue purple decks in disposable order. For anyone that's unfamiliar with that card, it basically you use it to go ahead and take out the fizz targets from the blue purple decks like a Ezreal, like a Diana package. So you could take the Moonfalls away, you could take the Star Crosses away and put them at the bottom of the deck. So nice little tech option. I hope they show the Allen ZQ list as well, because I'm curious to see if they have any main board gear interaction. Because if they don't, this game number 1 might be pretty hard to do. But granted, I feel like if there's any deck that can go a little bit faster than we've seen traditional blue purple decks like Ezreal do, it will be a more tempo mid-range oriented. Oh, and this is the first time I'm witnessing the Allen ZQ Diana list I've heard so much about. It looks like he does have 2 Star Cross, so I love to see that. He doesn't have the fizzes, so not going for the classic fizz combo. That's interesting. Going more so for the Vex package. He has the triple
Yeah.
flash. I think flash also interacts well with Elder Dragon, right?
Yes, because you can remove 1 or 2 targets from the battlefield, so you give him only one target. And also, Star Frost is a very powerful tool against the Elder Dragon, because you get to deal the 1 damage with the Elder Dragon, but the ability to kill everything that is damaged doesn't stick around. So you bounce the Elder Dragon back, and it's very hard for them to summon it again from the hand. And actually, interesting, I haven't never seen for now Diana playing with Kha'Zix, and
Mm-hmm.
he has 3 of them. And that's a very peculiar choice. I think he wanted the ambush, because I don't think that you actually do anything with the XP that he's gaining. Yeah, because I don't see any XP related thing in his deck.
Peculiar but effective, right? Because we've seen Trophy Hunter be played in virtually every body deck because it's so strong. It's a 5 energy, 1 power, 6 might. This has the potential to be a 4 energy, 1 power, 6 might as well when it ambushes in and your opponent is only defending with a single unit. But you're exactly right, not making full use of the XP, but more importantly is the surprise factor coming into play, because you said it perfectly. Who would expect 3 Kha'Zix in a Diana build? But keep in mind, the Showdown Legend ability coming out from Diana is also not restricted to spells. So taking advantage of having only 3 energy, your opponent's like, oh, he can't do too much with 3 energy. The Showdown begins, and now you have access to 4 energy, allowing the Kha'Zix to come in and completely catch your opponent off guard. And I think he's been doing that all weekend long. I love this list, and I think he has the tools to deal with Aurora decently. Not so much in the main. I mean, the only things he has so far to protect from the Elder Dragons are the 2 cards we said, right? The Flash and the Starcross. But if he's able to main board or actually if he's able to side in the turn to dust after game number 1, his matchup becomes that much more favorable. So I'm curious to see how it does end up kind of playing out, because it doesn't look aggro enough to close the game out quick. But I think after everything said and done, I want to give the slight edge to Alan, as my stream's a little bit lagging. I don't know about yours, Constantina, but let me have a
Yeah,
little quick
it's lagging
refresh.
also mine. So I think
It's
it's
the
the actual
stream,
stream
right?
that's lagging. Yes.
I'll
And
actually
also,
chat.
okay. Another interesting thing that I wanted to point out, that let's say that the Kazakhs mostly plays the same role as the other Diana, the Diana no longer human. That was the one that everyone before actually playing with the
Oh,
cards
right.
was everyone was praising it as the new Irelia, because it's a 4/1. I mean, four runes, recycle one, chaos, 3 might, that says when you play a spell, give me +2 this turn, and has ambush. So I think it does the same thing that Kha'Zix want to do, but you have to commit something with the Diana, while Kha'Zix is powerful on his own. And so maybe that's what interesting for me, at least. I think that everyone was expecting Diana no longer human to be a very strong card, but actually no one is playing it.
Right, it has a higher ceiling in terms of like you can get it up to infinity virtually with enough spells, but the Kha'Zix is just a good, strong option. I mean, 6 might is virtually sufficient enough to deal with a lot of things right now. Has a good little breakpoint of 6, as we pointed out, but I love that top 8 is open deckless. So these guys are studying hard and they're saying, is there anything in these decks that could maybe catch me off guard? So we'll see exactly when they get the match started, but it is on time. And if there's a couple players that love to take their time, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, I mean it more so that they take advantage of having an untimed top cut, it will be those players like Alan ZQ and Prismaticism that pretty much go through every single permutation of a turn, trying to calculate and make sure they're not missing anything. So I think this quarterfinals for the Sydney RQ is going to be a whole lot longer than the quarterfinals we just saw in China.
Yeah, most likely, because they are a player that really like to think about their players. I mean, I've seen a post online saying that actually Riftbound is one of those games that is closer to chess than a than normal TCG, like like Yu-Gi-Oh or anything. So I like to think that these players feel like they are playing the lines like they would in a chess game. So they
Right.
are like taking their time. They're not blitz players. They are just regular chess players that have to take hours actually to finish one game in chess, and so they do in a matchup in Riftbound. Uh, I don't have the patience of waiting a lot of time, because I always feel like I'm taking too much time, and my opponent can think that I'm just wasting time. So I usually rush the plays, but I should try to learn not to do that.
Especially when you're given the time, like when you're allotted an untimed situation, I think it's always best to definitely take your time. But you're an aggro deck, so you don't have too much to think about. But there's definitely some intricacies in Lilia, of course. But real quick, EK, what's up? What's up? I think we're on time. The quarterfinals just finished about 20 minutes ago, but of course China is also on time, but we should be good because the time I gave you guys, I believe is still 20 till. I feel like the semifinals should be starting within 20 to 30 minutes, EK, if you're listening. But here we go. It is quarterfinals time for the Sydney Regional Qualifiers. One of these guys are trying to get their chance of being crowned the first ever Unleashed champion to start off the season exactly as they envision it. Will it be sold out on their Silver deck, the only lone surviving Aurora player? Or will we have our first ever two-time regional champion at the hands of Alan ZQ? first things first, they got to make a step in the right direction of claiming victory in the quarterfinals and then trying to keep that momentum going in the semis and, of course, in the inevitable grand finals. I feel like one of these players might make it there. I just have a funny feeling about it.
Yeah, and also I've seen in chat saying something very funny, which is that the Diana is the most rare signed one because it's actually signed from Alan ZQ himself. But I don't think that's Alan ZQ signed. I think it's probably someone else because
I
I
think that's
think
the
that
lovely community manager, Diana. Diana signing Diana. It
okay.
makes sense to me.
So that's even more rare than the official signed Diana.
Yeah, you're gonna sign. I can't. I mean, she is out there in Sydney, so I would only imagine he took advantage and made her, or not made her, but asked her to sign those cards as a bit of a lucky charm, because he's definitely, not that he needs it, but we are talking about a TCG where luck does end up being a part of the equation in these games. But starts off as ideal as you can with a double mobilize, I believe was a play, but a Vex Apathetic hitting the board doesn't make too much of an impact, just slows down that Silver Chosen Champion. But this is where the value occurs, but the Gus trying to deny the bit of the value. You can't really do anything as you don't have a single energy counter. So slowing down the game, sold out, trying to keep the tempo under control. And it still triggers, interesting enough, because it still ended up going on the chain regardless. So you do get the free card draw, and it was a great card draw at that, as we saw the Star Cross getting picked up today.
Yeah, and actually, interesting enough, most player would consider that a mistake, the one of exhausting your rune and playing a unit before actually entering in a showdown, because
Right.
you always want to keep your runes up. But I mean, probably Alan knew what he was doing. He was just, keeping. Maybe he didn't have anything to use. So I would not blame Alan for any play he's making, but
It could have been
just
more
for the
the bigger read saying, you know what, I'm gonna do the little bit of more of the beginner play because I'm trying to bait out the Gus so I don't have to deal with them later on. But we'll give credit to Alan, as you said. I can't put it past him doing anything that's not intentional, but maybe kind of slightly forgetting about the Gus. Hasn't dealt with Aurora most of the day, I would imagine, but doesn't play out, just kind of play out a couple lower to the ground units of Poro. And it looks like he also wants to establish out a Tide Turner. He could elect to just completely tap out and develop the Diana that got brought to hand. You don't really have to worry about too much in the base besides the Elder Dragon coming down, but that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
No, it's 9. So maybe we can see a turn 3 Aurora, or he doesn't have it. And he has it.
Nice. And
We
of
were
course, what
just
am I talking
talking
about? You
about.
don't want to tap out because we saw what's in hand. The Starcross is so ready. Look at him. He's so prepared. He's saying, you've got pretty much a linear game plan. You already know what's in hand. So as soon as the Elder Dragon drops down, because it's 3-1, very likely the Elder Dragon will be the likely trigger for the first target, and it is. So here it is. Dragon hits the board, and as soon as it comes down, we should be able to see the Starcross come out, and I would imagine at least the Tide Turner back in hand. But interesting, I wonder if it's lagging a little bit because it's all the way in Australia, but the China one is pretty much in the same region, so maybe too many people tuning in.
Yeah, it could be. Let's see if they have an official number of how many people are watching the stream from YouTube. I think at least that's where I'm watching at. No, I don't see any numbers.
It should be like 5,000. When I was tuning in early on, it was like 3,000 to 4,000. So in the top 8, it should be like 5 to 6. Chat, let us know how many people are tuning into the main stream. I would imagine it is thousands of players, and then not even counting all the co-streams around the world that are tuning in at the same time. It could maybe even be in the neighborhood of 10,000 collective viewers tuning in the middle of the night for some, middle of the morning for some, and then depending on where you are around the world, if you're on the Australia side of things, you're in the evening to afternoon over there as well. So does deploy out the Starcross as predicted, and that means he will be able to go up to 4 points this turn. So right about the halfway mark for him.
Yeah, and actually, one thing that I wanted to point out that we see that he did not decide not to target the Vex with the Elder Dragon ability because he knew he was bouncing back, and so he didn't feel like playing the deflect cost. So I think it's more like I know you're going to do it, and you know you're going to do it, so let's keep it safe for now.
Right, stay a little bit more conservative. Why go ahead and spend the energy when you don't really need to? As you already saw, it was super obvious. He was almost alluding. He had it already played virtually by having it be the only card to the right. But one Starcross down, the only left Starcross standing in the main deck is currently in the hand. So has another way to interact with Elder Dragon. I am liking my odds as Alan ZQ. You go up to 4. Another Elder Dragon allows him to go up to 6, and then you just have to do it one last time. Actually, save the Starcross and utilize the Flash is probably the more effective spell. Flash helps your Flurry of Blades as well too, so there is an argument for using the Starcross instead. So this is tricky, but I do think Alan has the tools currently, at least in this game number 1.
Yeah, I think that for now he's heavily favored. He did draw a very good hand, so that helps him. But I cannot say that also sold out by having a turn 3 Aurora had a bad hand. Maybe he has now something to deal with the second star cross, like a hard bargain or something. That could really help because with the first Aurora you tend to use all your runes, but from the second turn on you have a lot of tools at your disposal. You don't have to just to rely on a high roll of Aurora.
And yeah, now with the Aurora already established on the board, you could go ahead and leave some energy open for some kind of interaction, but trying to take those answers to the Elder Dragon away from the hand. Do you have a hard bargain? Even if you did, which is the only counter potential from these Diana decks, you have too many runes to go ahead and pay for the hard bargain. So taking a look, you could have abandoned it, but that's just a sabotage back in hand. So has some good tools, has the Eclipse, not too effective in this matchup, but decides to put back the Starcross. I would imagine it's a Starcross, no?
Yeah, I think it's quite a sleight of hand, so I didn't see what he was taking, so I'm rolling it actually back. And yeah, I think it was the Star Cross because it was the last card in hand, but we will see.
It definitely was because you don't see the
Yeah,
Starcross
yeah.
any longer. That is a Tie Turner hiding back there. So I thought it kind of looked the same in terms of the artwork, but now sold out, thinking very diligently what he wants to go ahead and use this turn. Has the potential for an additional. Actually, no, I think it's a little bit short of another Aurora. So uses the mobilizers to make sure if you do have to deal with apathetic, you have a little extra cushion in terms of your runes. But you saw the spell in hand, right? That's a Fury of Blades threatening out killing across the board. Flash is able to save at least 2 of these units, but Sold Out has that information in mind, so passes the turn, and it is a mind splitter. It couldn't get any more disastrous than this. You have the option of using your flash now, but that's not what you intended to do, so just reveals the hand and says, take it if you dare, because I think that's going to be the likely target.
Yeah, I think that that or the right to win could be the most optimal play. But yeah, he decided to take out the flash, so he doesn't have any more tools once the Elder Dragon is going to pop off, and it's going to be 100% an Elder Dragon next time. So it's not even luck based now. It's just Elder Dragon after Elder Dragon after Elder Dragon. And RZQ has to weather this storm, and if he can manage that and reach 8 points before too many Elder Dragons drop on the board, I think he can win. But let's see. For now, I think if it's not wrong, he's at 5 points, so he needs at least 2 more turns. So there's still some hope left for Sold Out.
There is hope. And man, what's killing my hopes is I believe the Chinese regional is slowly but surely getting back, guys. I know we want to finish this matchup, but you guys have a great stream in the hands of a lot of people co-streaming as well as the mainstream, but there is just no coverage for China. So we'll take one for the team for this time around. Next time, we'll cover the RQs alongside you guys, but we do have the Chinese regional starting rather shortly. So I know everyone's like, wait a second, I'm going to go ahead and watch it on the other streams, but it is okay. We committed to the China's regional. So let me tag the casters coming in next, because I think Constantino, it looks like China's starting pretty soon. It looks like the final four are all individual legends, an Aurelia, a Poppy, a Master Yi, and I didn't catch what the last one was. So I'll probably rewind the VOD, but let me tag these guys in the meantime.
Yeah, maybe in when the since you already have casters for the up until the final of the Chinese stream, maybe if you need someone else for the final of Sydney, if you don't want to go to sleep and just leave it on, I probably can join you back in if you need some help.
Okay, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. But actually, it was right on time. They're actually 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So, Constantino, I'll go ahead and let you go for the time being. But I appreciate you hopping on out of the blue, because it was definitely a bit random. But hopefully you had some fun casting alongside. Kind of impromptu casting, but that was fun for me. So, thank you so much, Constantino.
Thank you. It was really fun and I really enjoyed it. And now I'll let you guys with one of the best streamers and have fun and make the best legend in China win.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. We'll catch you around, but I'll see you when I see you. I'll let you go. Have a good one, Constantino.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye. So guys, I'm trying to bring these casters. I thought it was a little bit delayed, but they are ahead of schedule. And the top 8 was 2 Aurelias, 2 Ezreals, 2 Sivers, a Poppy, and a Master Yi. So when we get these casters online, I'll go ahead and throw it over to them. But I thought we had a little bit of time to catch the ending of the Alan Ziyugu chat. Keep us in the loops. If not, I'm going to go ahead and rewatch all those Sydney RQ matches when we're all said and done with the China. But it is time, semifinals. We saw one of the Sivers get eliminated in the quarterfinals, so this is the last remaining hope for Siver, but not the last remaining hope for Dazzling Aurora, as I believe Poppy is also on Aurora, and Poppy did progress into the semifinals. China's a little different. It's almost setting up to be an Aurora finals. If Poppy beats the Aurelia, if Siver beats the Yi, that could be an Aurora finals. In that situation, did we just watch the finals for Sydney? I kid. We committed already, chat. And I'll pay attention to these cameras to see if these casters join us. So I was completely unprepared. This is what I get for tuning into the Sydney RQ. I couldn't help myself, right? Because it almost looked like there wasn't a countdown on China, so we didn't know exactly. So they're kind of catching us by surprise, but it looks like they are being pretty attentive to the schedule. So guys, if anyone's just tuning in, we will have AK and then Veli coming down and helping us out to close out the Chinese Suzhou Regional. The semifinals for the time being will be a slight little solo cast, but only for a short time as we wait to get these casters to join us in. I'm only hearing things from EK. I'm not hearing anything from Veli, so at the worst, I'll go ahead and cast it with EK, but I'll tag Veli one more time as well. And it looks like in the semifinals, Silver does decide to start that Aspirin Climb game as traditional Aurora decks tend to do. But Master Yi, I'm trying to see if he has some main board interactions for Aurora, because most Master Yis are kind of foregoing the Sabotage game plan. But we have seen a good amount of Master Yis at the minimum run something like a single action in preparation. Similar how we saw the quarterfinals Aurelia main board an Adaptatron. I wouldn't hate to see something like a main board action to try to go ahead and snatch away those Auroras as soon as they come down, and then getting some free trophy hunters online from the deck, some free Valmons from the deck as well. You kind of get the best of both worlds if you're able to get that perfect situation to go ahead and occur. But talking about perfect situations, this is probably the worst thing you could do, is already draw one of your Elder Dragons as early as your opening hand. Doesn't have too much to do, so pass it on forward and posing a double conquer turn. So two little cheeky things, but of course that doesn't equal a point tempo or even point tempo, as it is an Aspirin Climb game, of course. And guys, I definitely wasn't prepared. I kind of gave him my all for the quarterfinals, but I'll hang it in here until the time being, But it looks like I might have to cast as well. But Ike, I saw you just pop in here. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello, and hello. What do we have here? Is that a Sivir and Master Yi?
That is the last standing, or one of the last standings, Aurora. But there was a whole lot more representation of Aurora over for the Chinese regional than there was for Sydney. But we were just spectating Silver Aurora at Sydney RQ quarterfinals. Now we're spectating a Silver Aurora in the semifinals for China. Have you been watching any little bit, or have you been a bit busy today in China or in Sydney?
Today, it's a fresh day for me. I can't lie.
Nice. Good morning.
So-
Good morning.
Morning. I will say, there's always been a debate between the Sivir and Misfortune Aurora because they're so similar. With Sivir's kind of gold generation ability, and then MF Aurora's kind of ganking ability. And I do feel like it comes down to, A, you have more gold to move around, use stuff. So you have a way of using these like 1 power cards prior to playing your Aurora turn. But B, Sivir Aurora is one of the only decks in Aurora that can survive. I should read it. They call the week for gears. It escapes me right now. Unacceptable losses.
Right. Acceptable losses, because Silver does have all those gold as you're alluding to, so it is a good deck in general. And a little spicy tech, if you haven't been able to keep up, there is a Poppy in the semifinals for China. Most likely,
No
we don't
way
know
it's a
for
Poppy.
100%, but it most likely is an Aurora Poppy.
All right, so it turns out I know there's a Teemo in
There is.
Sydney, and there's a Poppy in China. I mean, if anything, all it is to show is that, Riftbound, we all talk about the meta every now and then, but if you do put enough time in a deck, you will see the fruits of your labor. And I think that's one of the best things about this game. That, if you play your deck, learn your deck really well, then you probably will see some sort of success, like these players have been seeing.
I couldn't agree more. And on top of that, it's kind of catching the meta by surprise, because everyone's coming prepared to deal with Aurora, to deal with Yi, to deal with Aurelia. But who truly came prepared to deal with a Teemo / a Poppy, right? So it's like catching people and making them not really understand and feel comfortable in any matchup, because you just didn't have any reps under your belt. So it's a little bit of both, a bit of the surprise factor. And of course, they probably main those legends since the beginning of the set. I would imagine Teemo player has been playing Teemo for quite some time, because he's a bit of a complicated legend. But we do see, I believe it was the Mind Splitter getting deployed out. Was it a hard cast, or is there an Aurora? No, I think it was a hard cast, right?
Oh, I think that was a hard casted Mind Splitter, yeah. So not seeing Aurora just yet, but I think Mind Splitter at least getting rid of this Valmont. Now Valmont is actually a really big piece of Yi's game plan against these Aurora games because it's one of the only units that won't die to the Eldritch effect. Now, this is game one, right? So there's nothing. Have you seen any of these players before, throughout the qualifier?
No, this is actually the first time we spectate. So they went X1-1, maybe intentionally drew the very last round. But yeah, first time tuning in, so we don't know exactly what they're running, but it looks to be very, at least Chinese traditionally deck build for the Master Yi. You have the Valmonts, you have the Tasty Faithful, of course the Scuttle Crabs, and oh man, the Sabotage slash this hand destruction doing wonders for the side of Sivir. And it really poses a big threat because right now you're taking all the pieces that are really effective against, even if you had gear removal, those cards are ways to kind of eliminate those gear removal options for your side. You could have even taken an action if you had it in hand. You could have taken a Sabotage from the Sabotage, of course. But as I say that, we are threatening 6 points. So little by little, he's kind of getting there because there's currently no Aurora on Sivir's side of the board, right?
Right, and look at the units we're using to kind of conquer these battlefields. It's a 0 might unit, so even if something like the Elder Dragon does hit, it'll probably hit one unit in base that we care about. Yes, sure, but you're just gonna hit 2 of these scuttles at the end of the day. So not the biggest loss.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that bad. You get a little glimpse at the hand as well. What also feels good, as you point out, the Tasty Faithful, you channel the 2, you gain additional draw. So goes ahead and exposes on the battlefield just to make sure that is going to be the more likely target for the Elder Dragon. But first things first, you got to go ahead and see if they even have an Aurora, because you're going to have a whole lot of wiggle room in the scenario that they don't actually have a Dazzling Aurora. This is sometimes where you have to stay flexible and have an ability to have a plan B, because you shine brightly when you do it, when everything goes to plan. But this is what separates the best players from just your casual, local Aurora player, if you will. But let's see, I actually haven't seen exactly what those last 2 cards are.
Right. I think, as you said, the Aurora kind of gets a bad rep. Not bad rep, but gets a rep of this deck is the easiest deck to pilot. There's no skill involved. But of course, if you hit turn 3 Aurora, the play pattern gets a little bit simple. But when you're in a position such as a Sivir or any other Aurora deck where you don't draw into your Aurora, it is only a 3-of in your deck. What do you do? Because you are playing a deck with no 2-drops, and how you kind of navigate that situation shows how good of a player you are. And this is semifinals, right? So these players know how to navigate these situations. So it'll be good to see how we get to see these gameplays.
Right, they've been running hot all weekend long. So in the eyes of not having access to the Aurora, you have to do what you have to do. Just go ahead and raw casting the Elder Dragon. So paying an immense amount of power to do so. But luckily, Sivir is a legend that kind of mitigates that kind of power cost. Because I would imagine they at least use 1 gold. If they didn't, I mean, how many runes they have? They went from 12 to 2, 4, 6, 8. I think they raw casted every single power there, actually. Unlucky.
Right. In one of these cases, you would have loved to see some kind of gold generation, so we could at least play out our second Elder the next turn afterwards. But now we're gonna have to wait not 1 turn, but 2 turns to kind of see this next Elder Dragon. And by the time that happens, if we're double conquering, we might just win the game.
Yeah, you're knocking on the door, you're right there of closing out the game because you conquered a 7, and that's effectively even point tempo because 7 and then double conquer following that. But you're trying to go for the bigger line, trying to take advantage that Sivir is completely tapped out. So you have the +2 from the discipline, so 8 total might versus the 7, as easy, straightforward as you can get here. So that is a conquer. And then you do threaten out the hold up to 8, or not the hold up to 8, but conquer to 8/hold for the final win. But keep in mind, we saw that what's in the hand for the Scuttle Crab. There is another Elder Dragon, but as I say that, there's just no runes to play it, right?
Right, and now this kind of aggressive push does mean that we're gonna kill this Mind Splitter, but then we are just going down this Tasty Fate Folk. Now, Tasty Fate Folk, one of the best cards to have die in this deck, but still, we still need some units to double conquer next turn because this Scuttle's not living.
Yeah, definitely
Now,
not
do we
living.
know if there's a Rengar? Have they showed these lists?
I don't think China doesn't do a great job at showing the deck list. Maybe because they're trying to be more private, but I would imagine top 8 is also open deck list. So if there's any time to showcase the deck list, it would be now. But floating a couple energies, so let's see what they have in mind, because they have a whole lot of runes to work with. Because to your point, I mean, Elder Dragon's on the board, so even if you have bigger might, you're still going to go ahead and fall short, but he's trying to take care of the Elder Dragon as it currently stands. So it's 8. You still have to do a little bit more.
Ooh.
Wait, isn't he doing it in reverse order? I guess reaction speed to the challenge, but why wouldn't he buff up the unit before the challenge?
It's just you give less actions to your opponent by doing so. And I mean, they're all tapped out, so it doesn't really matter what order you go into because you can just react to the challenge proc. But in this case, yeah, it will like stop your opponent from having a. No, yeah. There's just no. It doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter all that much. We were thinking he was gonna. I mean, the Tasty Faithful was gonna die regardless, but take down the bigger, higher value unit in the backline, being that Elder Dragon, allowing him to go ahead and conquer up to 7 points, so 2 more points, which is gonna be a little bit tricky. But keep in mind, this isn't your Misfortune Aurora, so you don't have the ability to apply ganking onto that Mind Splitter. So the little old Scuttle Crab might actually be able to go ahead and hold for more than a single turn, because there's just not a lot of runes to work with. More importantly, there's just not a lot of answers / cards period in the hand for Sivir. Let's take a look now as they give us a nice little zoom in. Immobilize a Troph to try to generate another card, but then you have a super dead card in that Elder Dragon there.
Right, and if we just had one more rune, actually we do because of the no, sorry, we don't. If you had one more rune, we could have maybe used our Treasure Trove to draw into an Aurora as our last kind of saving grace. But this game might just be over depending on this upcoming draw from this Treasure Trove.
Yeah. Oh, but keep in mind, completely forgot about the Chosen Champion, allowing her to come in at the accelerated speed. So the Scuttle Crab was not able to hold, but you are threatening out a double conquer turn. So as you point out, the Trove does allow him to see another card. You can't even rely on something like a Flurry of Blades because there's no longer an Elder Dragon on board. So I don't really know if there's too many outs. I would like a Gus. A Gus in this situation kind of denies one of these conquerors. But honestly, we're talking about Master Yi proactively getting over these bigger status units is actually a lot harder than it seems, because one's at 0, the other one's at 2. It takes a punch first, and even more than that, or at least a punch first to just tie that. So you need like double punch first for the double conquer, which is a lot to ask for, I feel like, for Master Yi. Maybe Trophy Hunter, of course, though, can make the job easier. Oh, of course, the Volmon. I always want to say the Volmon layer, but the Volmon unit coming down at ambush speed. And I think this will be it, because not only do you conquer the 8, now you're threatening game with just a single hold. So forget about the Sivir, even if it has ganking. Oh, the charm. Easy. GG right there. Nice. Nice execution of the final turn.
There it is. Right. Valma, I think, Valma and Rengar being one of the only ways for Yi to attack into these battlefields. I remember we did run something like White Flame back in the old days of Yi, where you'd give a unit +8. And Valma, at a kind of like general level, is a reaction speed +8 to a battlefield, because it's the same amount of might. However, I think not going into game 2, I mean, if you're the Aurora player, not only did you not win game 1, but now you have to go into game 2 expecting things like Sabotage, things like Action. And it's all about how the the player, the Civic player, can kind of go around these situations. And can we draw Aurora? That's the big part, I feel.
Right, you nailed it perfectly. That is the big part because it almost felt to me Sivir got a bit unlucky there because they went decently into that late game, but they just weren't able to go ahead and find that piece of the puzzle they needed to guarantee and make it just that much more difficult to Master Yi. Because Master Yi at one point, when you got Mind Splitter, when you got Sabotage, there's just no interaction left in the hand for Master Yi to deal with an Aurora. But he dealt with the horror casted Elder Dragon pretty effectively with the challenge, on guard, and discipline. Can he do something very similarly? And besides Sabo and Action, is there really anything else you need? I feel like that might be the only stuff Master Yi can bring up for this matchup. Or does anything kind of ring a bell for you in this matchup?
So you do have something like the Disarming Rake, which comes out a turn earlier, and it's one less power. But also, I do like something like the Adaptatron. Right?
Oh, okay.
Adaptatron. So beforehand, you'd have Adaptatron to kind of counter the Mind Splitter turn, because these purple decks, they play Mind Splitter and they get rid of your Aurora counter. But now the Adaptatron's kind of worse because yes, they can Mind Splitter and get rid of your Aurora counter, but now they can Elder Dragon and get rid of your Adaptatron, right? So they do have answers for the on-field Aurora killers and the off-field Aurora killers. And because of that, I'm not sure if we're gonna see it today, the Adaptatron.
We'll see. It is tricky because the Adaptatron, of course, a fantastic option to deal with the gears of the world, but it is a slower option when we're not talking about an Aurelia deck. So it's tricky. I feel like, my brother ended up day 2ing the Atlanta Regional, went X3, and he was running Adaptatron and Master Yi, so he feels like it's strong. So I think there's some merit to what you're bringing here and seeing if it's worth it. But I feel like a Disarming Rate probably a little bit easier. But I know what you mean, right? It's kind of it's tricky because Disarming Rate has to stay in hand, so it's a target for Mind Splitter. But then Adaptatron has to be on the board, so it's a target for Elder Dragon. So it's almost a lose-lose situation, which is why it's so tough to kind of effectively have all the answers for these dazzling Aurora decks. But it looks like this sideboard is done. Let's bounce back into the feature match, and here we go. Game number 2 of the semifinals for the Suzhou Regional. I pretty much can think that Veli's not joining us today, sadly enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So maybe something came up with him. I will say it's an honor to be here, and having you here. Plus, I know you had a long day of work. I will say, going over to the Sydney side before we start this game, anything cool there? Aside from the T-Bug, that's probably the coolest thing I've seen all day.
Right. There was a Vex player. A single Vex player made it into top 8 as well. So I'm very keen to check out that list after the stream is said. But maybe we could catch some games, or honestly, if we do finish the finals, I'll probably catch the tail end of Sydney in bed, if I'm being honest. But here we go. Game number 2. Can Saber at least tie things up and bring us into what will be that game 3 predicament? But they have to get through this game first. And we saw from the previous Aurora matchups here in China, Saber actually shined a little bit brighter, going second, because they had the option of going first or second, and they actually chose to go second in that matchup. But this Sivir decided to go first, as they realized giving the Master Yi the play is something you never truly want to do.
Right. I feel like, so if you think about it in some ways, the act of going first and then not doing anything, right, is still somewhat better in these Aurora decks than the act of going second, because it's like drawing an extra card and then starting your game on 4 runes, right? Because your opponent will have their 3-drop and you'd have your 4-drop, which is very similar to how we used to do our Obelisk games, going second. So it's kind of the same oh, hold on. I'm not sure if you saw that. Plus,
I saw.
We did not draw one of our Auroras game 1, but now I think kind of karma fixing our our hand here, and we're having 2 Auroras that are starting out.
And I
Now,
think
I
Valley
think
did say ETA, so maybe he will join us. Maybe he'll join us for the grand final. So I think it was right on time to the time I said for top 4, right? So I don't think we were too off the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Now, I will say, Sivir Aurora, one of the only Aurora decks that can properly run Sabotage, because they do get the gold off of it, and Sivir is still on their Aurora tempo. You know, these 3, 5, 7, 9 turns. But now that we've generated our 1 gold, we can now kind of use that gold to now use another Sabotage or another 1 power cost to kind of get us closer to our Aurora, but also make it that much safer. Now, having the Yi Chosen Champion being played out here, we do have, I think, access to some pretty cool moves with this Star Spring. I think Star Spring is a deck, the battlefield that we've seen a lot today. I think in Sydney, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the most used battlefield.
Yeah, I believe it came in at 20% representation across the entire field. So Star Spring being the standout battlefield coming into the set 3 meta. And honestly, I've been seeing some clever interactions with Star Spring, which is why I feel like Aurelia has found some good success, because it was cool because Star Spring actually chooses, which triggers the legend ability. So you play a unit on Star Spring, it chooses a unit, you ready the unit, you ready the unit, and it gets pushed back at the same time, allowing you to go forward and conquer the other battlefield. So nice little intricacies from that battlefield, and there's probably other interactions that we're just learning about as well with that one, because 20% is not a low number. It's a lot of legends are utilizing that battlefield.
Right, you know, you have the, I think one of the coolest ones for me, the first mate interaction, where you play first mate, and then you ready the unit, and then get this double conquer. And again, against these Aurora decks, having that kind of speed is very important. Now, going into our last turn before Aurora shows up, I mean, do you think that Yi has what it takes to not go over not 1, but 2 separate Auroras?
Yeah, that's going to be a really tall task, right? We'll see. I didn't get to catch, because I was dealing with a little bit of the Discord. I didn't get to see exactly what Master Yi has in hand. But a quick little side note, it looks like a fan favorite. Alan ZQ has been eliminated. We caught a little bit of Saber kind of getting the upper hand in game number 1, but he did lose in 2-0. So now that Alan's gone, I'm rooting for the Teemo and I'm rooting for the Vex over for the Sydney RQ. But back at the matter at hand, the Skyr Bloom does get played out, and it looks like he's prepping for the Aurora next turn. As you point out, there's 2 Auroras and a Mind Splitter as well, so it does have the option to just raw cast it, but I just think you're probably better off just getting those Elder Dragons on as soon as you can. So let's take a look. I think with the last 3 cards remaining, make that 4 cards with the draw for turn. How is he going to go ahead and prepare for the inevitable of the Aurora coming down next turn? He still hasn't shown us. Maybe the Chinese production team could help us out ever so slightly on that side.
So do remember, one of the only counters we have to this incoming Elder Dragon is our reaction speed Valmont, right? Valmont says units with less might than me don't deal the combat damage at all. So we can kind of get over these battlefields a little bit with this Valmont if we do have it. But then, if you have the Valmont on the field, and you have 2 Auroras on your side, you will probably get hit by another Elder Dragon. So very tough position to navigate from the side of Yi.
And guys, give me a slight little second. It looks like Veli has popped in here rather soon, Will. So he will be joining in to help us out. And EK and Veli will be taking it from here with the semifinals. And that's your answer, Steven. This is top 4. We still not yet there in the grand finals. So in any moment here, I'll go ahead. I think he's setting up the camera for the time being. But I'm excited. Veli is always a blast to have on these Runes in Rift stream. And he's tuning in as it's still just a game number 2 and a potential game number 3 situation. If this game ends up finishing rather shortly, we can go ahead and spectate the Sydney RQ just like we did when the quarterfinals finished in a 2-0 fashion.
Right. And I do want to say now, having this GA, I think this GA is probably going to be one of the big cards from this game. And choosing not to use it, I feel. So not equipping our GA here kind of maybe alludes to incoming not so fast to kind of counter the Elder Dragon ability, because GA is one of the premium ways for us to kind of not die to an Elder Dragon, right? And that's a very important thing. And I think maybe saying, I'm going to use the not so fast on the defense, and so I can use this GA offensively, like we've seen with Aurelia players and how they navigate this tough matchup. Now, if you're the Sivir player, I think you have a very, very simple turn here. I think you can guess it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. Might as well. You have one rune you're able to leave open, because it looks like you're at 10 energy. But, oh, interesting enough, maybe preparing for the not so fast, trying to play around it, saying, let's take a look under the hood first. And look at that. You were right on the money, EK. Not just a single not so fast. That is double the trouble. So prepared for the Elder Dragon. And this was the proper play, thinking one step ahead, saying, you know what? Let's make sure I can get ahead and get as much value from this Dazzling Aurora as I can. Funny though, he just has two of them though, so I guess he's able to counter one of these Elder Dragons, but there should be two in the main deck, as I believe he just drew into an Elder Dragon.
Right, and now choosing to choose the Charm. Now the Charm here is kind of big, because usually what you could do in this position is equip your GA, your Yi's a 5, and then you charm the Mind Splitter over, because we know we have the not so fast to kind of say no to the Elder Dragon, and your opponent has no board. But in this case, you know, excellent play from the Sivir player, doing what we didn't think would be possible, and that's, you know, we have a punch first with Mind Splitter upcoming, we still have our Aurora's turns upcoming, and we're, I think, in a much better position than if we just hit an Elder Dragon from the top hit of Aurora.
I couldn't agree more, and it looks like the legendary Veli has indeed joined us. Can you hear me, sir?
Don't butter me up like that. How you guys doing today? EK, my man.
Veli, how we doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you loving the games? How's this one been popping off?
Oh, yeah, no, I think we're good. We're in a hot game of Riftbound right now. We have a Master Yi into an Aurora. This is game 2. And no, game 1 we didn't see any Auroras, but game 2 there's 2 Auroras in this guy's hand, and I'm kind of scared of what's about to happen.
That's kind of insane. I see the Tasty Fade folk on the field right now. That is just terrifying. But not only that, the GA is there. Looks like Master Yi is trying to turn something big with the 5-0 lead already. This is pretty insane. But on the end of Sivir, have they been able to do anything crazy in this matchup?
Well, not so much just yet, but there is some bombs in his hand. So we have 2 Auroras, Elder Dragon, and that card's Possession. Possession is not a card you see every single day. That just says steal an enemy unit, right, from the board. That Feyfolk's mine now. And, you know, Master Yi, I mean, this is a card you don't really expect to play into. We know there's 2 not so fast to kind of counter it, but when those not so fast get used up, your units will become my units.
Yeah. All right, so the Dazzling Aurora has been popped. There's going to be one more in hand as well. We can expect that to not so fast as out of here. We can expect the next Dazzling Aurora to come out next round, or an Elder Dragon if he wants to clear that base right there. That's pretty stacked up. This is going to be a big swing if Sivir's going to be able to pull this out.
And real quick, before I take a back seat here, just to give you a little bit of context, Veli, of what's been going on. So Master Yi is up a single game, but just to give you the bigger picture and what the full semifinal bracket has entailed is the Master Yi and a Sivir, as you see here on the screen for this feature match. But there's a Poppy and an Aurelia battling it out on the other side of the bracket. So we'll see which 2 legends end up making it into those grand finals. But since you're here, I'll go ahead and take a little bit of the back seat. But thank you so much for joining. But Veli and EK, take it away from here, of course.
Plus, you're an absolute man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and lock in with a good time right now. EK, this is interesting because there's been a lot of talk about Dazzling Aurora and if it can take over. And right now, we see it here in the top 4.
Right, yeah. We definitely see in the top 4. You know, we have 2 Aurora decks. I think Poppy, Poppy Aurora is one of those Aurora decks that you just kind of have to be happy to see because Poppy's such an underrated legend. We don't see her often, and I'm just happy to see them kind of do kind of good in this meta. But Sivir Aurora and MF have had this kind of, I see a little rivalry, right? Of which one's the better deck. You know, is the gold generation from Sivir better? Is the ganking better from the side of MF? And right now,
no.
from Sydney and from this Chinese regional, we have, oh, this hand just looks disgusting. We've seen that Sivir might be the better option.
Oh, 1,000,000%. So the question is, what is he going to play this turn? I'm trying to count the runes right now.
Right, so we're on, I think, 10.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to just pop out an Elder. So his best bet is to put out another Dazzling Aurora and possibly pull one from his deck. If he does that, I mean, the Lonely Portal is going to be gone. Tasty Fade Folk is going to go back to base eventually. And I believe he could take out the Yi as well. So he can do a pretty disgusting wipe. Right now, he's setting his runes to the side. And we're waiting to see if that Aurora's coming out. I believe so. There it is.
Right, there's the Aurora. Now that, chances are we will be hitting at least, no, I think we're guaranteed to hit one Elder Dragon, right? And we know we have one not so fast from the side of Yi. But if those upcoming turns is double Aurora, let's say double Elder Dragon, the Yi's very good position starts going very bad, very quick.
Oh yeah, big time. The Mind Splitters are being put to work right now. Valmaw's Lair is going to get captured. Big point. Being down 1-7, I mean, this is pretty terrifying. And you do see on your screen, he does have a punch first in hand as well. So if he is being challenged by someone with greater might, he can go ahead and then pop that big boost. But now if you're on the side of Yi, this is the problem people have against Dazzling Aurora. Rengar jumps out as well. There we go. Big, unexpected. The question is, does he have an answer? I don't believe so.
Yeah, do we have the second punch first? I mean, you have the second punch first. We go down so many runes, but this is a surprise defender. I mean, this is a lot of money.
He pulled out Rengar and it gave out a little smile. He knew he felt good about that. This is big.
Right, and then I think it's very smart not choosing to use the Rengar on the Vilmos and using on the Star Spring instead. Now,
oh, he doesn't have an answer.
Now this is the scary part, Veli. If you're on the side of this Aurora player, you need this double Elder Dragon because it's going to be so hard to kind of, because you're one turn away from losing, right? So if you can't kind of stop his entire board, this game's over just like that.
Oh no! Mind Splitter was pulled. That's not gonna be enough.
And I think that's it. So
one more pull.
Now this is actually I think the incorrect order you want this to be in because the next Aurora, wait, is this the incorrect? I'm trying to think about it because the way you want it to happen is you want the Mind Splitter to be played, right? Have its ability go on the chain, and then you want the Elder Dragon to be played above it. And I think choosing to play the Mind Splitter inside that Valma is saying, hey, at the very worst, there's 14 might, and we do get rid of the not so fast. So that was the correct order.
That's big, yeah. I'm wondering if he has any other huge units in the deck.
Baron actually might be huge here if we do have it.
Baron would.
So now we're looking for that last unit, and it's at the very bottom. There it is.
Elder Dragon, the bane of my existence. That's gonna be able to clear out the other battlefield Star Spring, so he gets a fighting chance. That is big. Both of the Mind Splitters capturing or just staying on Valmaw's Lair. This is where things are gonna be a little bit more comfortable for him, but for the next round, take a look at how many runes he has. He's not gonna be able to bring out another Elder Dragon. He's just gonna have to muscle this out. Being down 6 EK, I wouldn't feel too good about this.
I mean, you are correct, but if there's one deck to kind of do it, it will be this Aurora deck. Having these kind of dazzling Auroras give you those units. Yes, we've had the Mind Splitters, the Elder Dragons, but we're gonna start to run out soon, and we're only one turn away from winning this. If we get a charm, any kind of way of just moving these Mind Splitters off of this battlefield, we might have a way of clawing our way back into this game.
Ooh, I don't know how these guys do it. I'll be sweating bullets right now. The Rengar was such a nice touch, but the other Dazzling Aurora really turned things around. Tasty Fey Folk, along with the Scuttle Crab and base. I don't believe Scuttle Crab is going to be strong enough to take on the Mind Splitter. but we'll see. He's going to have to capture Star Spring, and any amount of damage will kill a unit. So I'm not sure what's in the Sivir's hand right now, but I mean, this is just going to be a deadly combination. Oh, he's going to sacrifice Tasty Faithfolk to go ahead and get more rooms.
Right. So getting more and getting that last draw, I think this is kind of alluding to maybe some kind of thing in hand that we have that can kill these mind splitters.
Has to be. He does have time to spare. Being up 7-1, he's able to sacrifice a round or two to try to build up to overtake this. But if he tries to go into that battlefield, Elder Dragon's just going to come in to clean up the kill. He's going to need bodies to throw at both of the Mind Splitters, and that is going to take a lot of resources.
Right, and I do feel like it's resources that we don't have. I mean, we've seen the hand. There's only 2 Defies. There's no way of getting this card to be a little bit bigger, and I just don't see how we can kind of win this game just yet. I think just checking the grave. I think the one thing that we have to know is that at the very next turn, Sivir will run out of units, right? We won't have we have used up all our Mind Splitters. We have 1 Elder Dragon in hand, 1 in the deck that's going to be played by Aurora. So at the very least, this barrage of effects and on plays is going to be over. And it's all about, all right, I've gone on my 7-point lead. You're only at 1 point. Can I stick it out? And
he only has 7 rooms too. It's only 7 rooms on Sivir's side. So I mean, this is doable for Master Yi.
It's just heart of the cards by this point, It's the right sequence, the right kind of cards. It's all it's gonna take to kind of get that victory. 1 charm, 1 punch first, 2 punch first is all it's gonna take to win this game. But again, we have to draw into it, and that's the scary part.
Right. Another Tasty Faithfolk is gonna come into the fray. Now, we know that there's 2 other dragons in hand, so Master Yi, I would say in the next, 2 turns, he's really going to have to try to bring the heat. The other elders come out, it's going to be another board wipe in regards to his effect, putting out damage.
Right, yeah.
And I wonder if he's going to try to get a double battlefield conqueror or keep that elder dragon alive for now. That would be the smartest move.
So we could keep keeping the Elder Dragon alive here is a very smart move. We get to take our unit and keep it. We could actually hold on. What we can do is we can conquer with the Elder Dragon, and then off the next hit of Aurora, play that unit onto the Star Spring and move our Elder Dragon back. But again, we are putting our units to some kind of risk that we don't really have to do.
He has the time. I'm wondering how many charms Master Yi has used so far, because he could be a little, cheeky. Charm the Mind Splitters back to base, save them up, and then, get the double conquer if he can.
So I think that's I kind of thought it was Chinese, but I think that's a Vile Maw's lair. So on the other battlefield.
Oh yeah, the Mind Splitter was covering Vile Maw's. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen at all.
So here's what we can do.
He's gonna have to battle it out.
We could actually charm the Elder Dragon into the Vile Maws and say, you know what? Keep the Vile Maws, have all your units there. I'm gonna take the other battlefield, because Sivir does not have the tools to kind of move out of this battlefield. like the other decks can just maybe can gank out of there, but
Man, let me
it's gonna
tell
be
you
very
something.
hard.
I don't know what
Mhm.
time it is where you're from right now. It is 2:42 a.m. I woke up to cast this, and this is stressful already. 2 Dancing Auroras pop. You got 2 Elder Dragons in hand, and it's like, man, this is. If I was up 7-1 and I saw this, all right, no more units
Ooh,
left. If
we're
I
out of
was
units.
he's out of units, yeah. But you know what? That's it's not a bad thing. He has everything he needs in hand right now. The runes
Mhm.
are gonna be there. He is catching up. So hey, that's the thing about Aurora. Even though he doesn't have the units now, he can still make the plays. All he has to do is
Mhm.
keep Elder Dragon alive in base. The Mind Splitters have to continue capturing those points, and he can catch up. And the thing is, Master Yi knows it.
Right. It's as much as
I want,
that 7 point lead has kind of bought us this game, bought us some time. It's actually Yi that's under all the pressure here, and not the Severe. Because Severe just goes, okay, I'm gonna pass my turn. Good luck getting over my 14 my guys, right? But Yi's like
yeah,
kind of the one sweating bullets. Like, oh, I have to do this, find this card, find this card. Well, Severe is just strolling
chilling.
through this game. Yeah, he's just
Just
chilling.
chilling. And you said it bought Master Yi some time going to 7 points. My man, when you're going against Aurora, it's always borrowed time. It's always borrowed time. Oh man. Scuttle
Now we
Crab's gonna go in there. He's baiting out. He's baiting out the Elder. You have to bring him out. Very smart play. Tasty
so
Fae
I think
Folk is going in. Oh, with
the
Valmall.
Valmall.
Wow.
Okay,
Let's
Valmont
go.
here is a huge card because remember, Elder Dragon says if you have any damage, you'll get to kill the units. But Valmont stops the damage. But hold on,
Yeah.
possession. Wait, are we using it?
No.
Wait, that's our Valmont now. Do we have it out so fast? This is
He- oh no.
that is not a look of happiness right now if you're the side of. Oh, he takes
Oh
it.
no.
Oh, that was Yeast ace in the hole, right? That's his one like kind of big shot to win. But
Yeah.
I'm afraid that might have sealed the game. That kind of steal. So we will actually steal an Aurora. Okay, so we steal the Aurora. We want to find another Valma. I'm not sure how many we run, but maybe we hit a Valma off the top of Aurora. Rengar. Okay, that's some units. But still, this is
It's something. For those of you that are tuning in and this is, you're quite new to this game, Akshan is a very good counter against Aurora. You recycle 2 orange runes and you're able to steal any gear that your opponent has. So now with Aurora on Master Yi's side, he's able to go through his deck now and utilize that effect at the end of his turn. But here's the catch. If Akshan dies, that's it. Valmall is going to go ahead and capture Star Spring as well. And before you know it, I mean, we're almost at a tied game. It's 4-7.
right. And then next turn, Veli, we kind of have the kind of caster vision here, but there's a sneaking Elder Dragon waiting to be played.
Oh, he's going to come
roaring
out.
to be
Yeah.
played. I think this upcoming turn might be Yi's last turn. He has to find the win somehow, and it's gonna be very hard.
7-1, and you see this happen. It's almost like, what do you do? Now you have to take out the Valmall. You're going to need more might than him. And I'm not sure if Yi has any boosts on the side. Last time we saw his hand, there were 2 defies. He has the top deck. Yeah, he has the top deck punch first, and that's just to take out Valmall. On the other end, there's 2 mind splitters and an Elder Dragon in base. So you not just have to sacrifice your units in top deck punch first. You got to get your buffs. You got to do it again on the opposite side. Catalyst of Aeons comes out. It's going to be more runes on the side of Sivir, and this is just looking terrifying.
I think right now it's
as
kind of flipped into this matchup is, it's the Yi now just hoping for Aurora to say, "Well, give me something good here, man."
Yeah, right. He needs it. You know what's interesting? I love that we're seeing this in China because we're not seeing it with the event that's happening in Sydney. We
Sydney,
didn't
yep.
see it in Atlanta. We're not seeing it anywhere else. But now Aurora's actually dominating. Now the discourse on Twitter, guys, don't get mad at me. Everyone says just counter it, just counter it. Number one, you're gonna have to get those cards before they do.
Right.
You're gonna have to get the counters, and they're not guaranteed. Auction came out and it's too late. You're up 7-1. You still can't finish. That is just terrifying, man. Aurora, and it seems like it with this event going on, it's a true problem.
Right, and I mean, we just seen the domination. I think that's what it
Yeah,
is. I mean,
it's
I
oppressive.
yeah. I mean, there's 2 out of the 4 decks inside our semifinals are Aurora decks. I think Sydney, there's less, there's only 1. But the Aurora deck, much of you heard of it, beat Alan ZQ. I think probably one of the greatest players that we have in this game. So this deck is,
Yeah.
as easy to say, oh, just counter it, do this, or it's for like, it's a pub stomper. This deck's taking out some monsters. Alan ZQ, the semifinals of China. I mean, if you
Look
decide
at
to
the
be
Aurora.
fair-
The Aurora's
Oh.
pulling out first mates.
First mate.
What are you gonna do with
Oh.
him? The guy has 3 bite. It's bad. You got 2 first mates. You got a poor little lonely Poro, Auction, and a Rengar. That is just not enough. The score is 6-7. The other Elder Dragon is
Yep.
popped, and we get the fist bumps. GG's.
Right, and you know, that possession, I think a card you don't see, right? That's a card like I think the last time I saw that card was in like the 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 trial deck they gave you before the game came out, right?
Yeah.
So just being able to take Master Yi's only option of winning. I mean, you saw how that Yi got reacted.
Yeah, that's just insane. I gotta say, GG's on the side of both players as well. Master Yi, he did his best, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day, my man. On the side of Silver, was that their second win?
So that was their first. So now we're in
So there's another
the
one they're
big
gonna have to
game
do
3.
now.
Right, this is the big game
Oh.
3.
Now,
So,
all right.
yeah.
I want to hear from you, EK. You're the brains here.
No,
Everyone
we-
says, all right, you got to have your counters. You got to have your counters. It's game time now. We just saw how impressive this deck is. What would you do on the side of Master Yi to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Because he was up 7-1 and still lost the game.
So right now we have one kind of saving grace is that we know we're gonna start first. We know we
Yeah.
have access to. I'm not sure if he runs it, but Grove of the God Willow. It's a battlefield that says when you hold here, draw 1 card, and we do say if you don't draw into your counters, you'll have a bad time. But
Yeah.
if you're drawing like 2 cards a turn every single turn, the chances are you will hit your counters. I think the most of the pressure is now actually on the Severe, the Aurora player, because game 1 we
Really?
drew 0, right? Game 1 we drew 0. Game 2 we drew 2. I mean, I don't know, maybe game 3 draw 3, but like it's gotta
But
be
that's
up
pretty
to,
much the luck of
Right,
going
up
against
to
Silver,
the-
right? You got to hope they don't draw it.
Mhm.
Do you want to take your chances with that?
I mean, to be fair, so that's kind of the scary part. We do have good ways. There's a Lunar Boon, discard 1, draw 2, stack deck, and we have the capabilities of drawing into this card. But again, it's a trading card game at the end of the day. It's all about that luck of the
Ooh.
draw.
Big time.
Now-
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the tiebreaker game. EK, this is a hell of a matchup so far. It's a pleasure to be working with you. And
It's an honor to be working with you.
my man, I can't wait to see what Yi has in store for us this game. Silver, curious. When it came to card draw, did we see a lot of stacked decks or whatnot?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure. I mean, when he was flipping through that Aurora, we got to see his entire deck, 1 card by 1 card. I did see, I think, 3 stack decks, 3 Lunar Boons, and the treasure trove that says the 2-mana gear. When you pay a power, you channel a rune so it replaces itself, and draw
Yeah.
a card. So we have the facilities to draw into it. But I want to highlight the battlefield from the side of Master Yi here. I was talking about Grove of the God Willow that says when I hold here, channel 1 rune exhausted. But
I
actually,
love
we
that
have a
battlefield.
started. I think it's very good. But we have the opposite one here, the start to peak, that says when you hold here, channel one when exhausted. And now
Yeah.
it's the Yi player that's kind of ramping up to these Valmons, these Rengars, that might not catch the same power as an Elder Dragon, but if they come out early enough, you never know.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab going ahead and taking the first point right there, and this is going to give him a lot of rune allowance as well every round. One more rune, that's going to be extremely vital, as one of the best strategies to really beat Aurora is to just start the race fast.
Right. And I feel like Scuttle Crab, he's my goat. I love this guy. He's a cute little guy. But when you play me draw one, he replaces himself. When he dies, he shows you your opponent's hand, so you know if there's an Aurora or not. But I think the most important part is, when as the E player, that's a 2-might defender if you attack into it. So he just kind of does everything.
Catalyst has been popped. There's a lot of runes now on the side of Sivir.
Right, and it's turn 3, and we're 1 turn away from seeing the Aurora. That's not what you want to see from the side of Yi.
No, not at all. I'm looking at the chat right now. Chat, let me know what you guys think about Dazzling Aurora. Do you guys run it? And if you run it, these games, do you dominate in them, or do you struggle? Because there's a lot of talk about this. 2 Scuttle Crabs. There we go.
That's the goats. That's my goats out there.
They're there to kill that Elder Dragon.
So choosing to play that Scuttle in oh god, hold on, was that 2 Auroras?
You're kidding me.
So we said draw our counters, right?
Yeah.
But that's not that good if our opponent, we sabotage, we had the counter, and then he just goes, yeah, no, here's my second Aurora.
So what can you do at this point? It's been
Right,
popped,
so
and this is where it goes down.
Now this here is the thing that makes Aurora so strong in this set, right? You now have a 50-50 of either the Elder Dragon, where you lose your entire board, or the Mind Splitter. Okay, so we do see the Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
So this is, as much as it sucks to kind of lose your units for free here, this might be the best choice for the side of Yi. Because remember, I'm pretty sure we saw a Akshan in his hand. So that
nice.
Aurora won't be lasting a long time in our base.
Yeah, that'll be nice. We know that Sivir's not going to be popping units on the board left and right, and the auction has been popped to challenge the battlefields, but now the tides have turned. You said you saw another Aurora in hand?
So we sabotaged one away, right? So this was the second one in hand.
Okay,
If he draws the third, then
that'll be nice. That'll be nice. Those are the
that
counters
would
we've
be
been
nice.
talking about. And seeing Aurora come out that early makes it even better, especially when you have that type of counter.
Right, and we're the one count. Oh, there's a Pora coming out of the Aurora from Mastery. So not the card you want to see. Maybe we wanted to see a Valamar, a Rengar, but we take anything. It's a turn that our opponent is not playing their own Aurora. Now I do want to say, our Mastery, that's my beloved deck. I play this deck all the time. I mean, what deck have you been getting into, Veli?
You're a Master Yi guy?
Yeah, I'm a Master Yi guy.
Big brain. Okay, so set 2. Hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
I was a Rumble, and
Ooh.
I will say I played Rumble a lot differently than other people. Towards the end of set 2, I was winning my events with Rumble. Like everyone in Las Vegas, I'm in Vegas. Everyone in Las Vegas, they knew me as the Rumble guy. I wouldn't lose to Aurelia. I would always beat Dravens. He was so good against the meta if you played him aggro. Yeah,
Okay,
but now
we
I
have
run
that guy.
Rengar.
Rengar.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes. 2 charms as well. Another action. That is...
So
wow.
even if we do get our Aurora back, he'll steal it back the next turn. So we
He's
have
gonna
to
steal
get
it
rid
back.
of it. But look at
And
this.
a
It's just a
Valmont.
hand filled with bombs. It's just
Yeah.
bomb after bomb after bomb.
This is the hand you really want against Aurora. I love it.
We're
But
up-
my
we're up 3
nerves would
points.
still be bad.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the last thing you want as the E player is kind of you don't have draw, right? As E,
Correct.
so losing a Vilemaw, you're not gonna see that back anytime soon, and that's another card from your hand that's so hard. I mean, you have the Aurora up, so it's not that big of a deal, but you need these cards to draw the incoming counters for this Elder Dragon, for this maybe a second Aurora if it comes up. Punch first, and
Yeah.
the Sivir player is slowly but surely just ensuring that Yi doesn't have the answers.
Yi seems to have nothing but answers right now, but here we are with the card draw. No Aurora to steal this game, but
Right.
you know,
I mean, so what?
Yeah. The question is, who is he gonna go ahead and take the battlefield with the Scuttle Crab and try to bait somebody out? But here's the problem: Elder Dragon's still alive, so when he does, that's gonna be challenged. He's gonna have to challenge back. Does he have a unit that's gonna be able to do that? Valmaul is out of the frame. He's in the trash now, discarded by Mind Splitter, and Lonely Poro will go ahead and secure a point. He's up 4-0.
Right, we're up 4-0. We have that kind of early lead that we wanted to see from the side of this game. Now, we do have a Charm. A Charm is probably one of the only ways we can kind of get rid of this Elder Dragon from his kind of nest. I think Elder Dragon is just nesting right now. He's just staying in base, looking pretty, right? And Charm is one of the only ways we can kind of get him out and get rid of this oppressive effect that he has, right? But I think now taking it slow, saying, you know what, I have an Aurora. I'm gonna do what you do and just do a slow game and just play more units. And
I have a question.
Up at top.
Next
Yes, please
turn,
go.
cool. All right, so Mind Splitter is gonna hit the field, obviously, right?
Right.
You do have a Yi, you do have a Tasty Fey Folk in the fray now.
Right.
We know Elder is not going to touch that battlefield. Are you throwing that Tasty Fey Folk and that Yi to go ahead and get rid of Mind Splitter?
So that is,
That's
think
going to be
because
costly, but you have to do it.
I think you have to do it because our opponent's gonna start running out of cards soon, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to hope. Hey, man, I've dealt with two. If this is third, I just don't want to see it, right? I think that's the situation that we're currently in, and we do see. I think to answer your question, I would just happily say, you know what, I'm gonna throw in my Yi, throw in my Tasty Fey Folk, and I still have the Scuttle to kind of still conquer.
Yeah.
So, and it's up to Severe now to say, you know what, I need to stop you from winning this game because you kind of are getting away with it right now.
Yeah.
Another card draw. Veli, I mean, what would you do in this situation? Because I feel like it's a hard one to be in.
I feel like this is something where you have to face your problems face first, right? You do have two charms in hand on the side of Yi. You have to take out the Mind Splitter 1,000,000%, or you charm in Elder Dragon and you force that kill. I feel like he's the problem. You got to get him out of the picture immediately. I would do that. I would throw Tasty Fey Folk just in his face along with Yi, get it over with, and you can take care of Mind Splitter because you have other units just as strong. My hope is, and I'll be betting on it with Dazzling Aurora. All right, we're gonna get out that Rengar. Does he have White Flame Protector by any chance in this?
I don't know. I think his
You haven't
biggest
seen it
unit
yet?
might be I haven't seen it yet, so you might just kind of be hiding in the deck as a one of.
Okay,
But we
all right.
we know the Vilemaw it's
The Valmaul, yeah. If he has another one, that'll be beautiful that he's able to pull out for that fight. And I think that's the play. You bring out Elder Dragon right now and you just destroy him. That's what I would do. Because the longer he sits there, the more tools Sivir's going to have to go ahead and destroy your units. Now, we see this Sivir champion unit come out on the board as well in base. And even though she has 4 might, that's a free kill. Valmaul's in the picture, and he's going to hit the battlefield with Tasty Fey Folk.
Yeah, we don't have enough runes to kind of steal him away again, like we did last game. So Valmaul getting that conquer. Now we're 1 turn away from winning, and this is exactly where you
go.
Oh, there's the Valmaul. Okay,
comes out.
we hit her. Okay, this is that's the we've been hitting 2 drops after 2 drops, but this is the guy that we need to see right now.
Well, these are pulls right here. These are pulls. He needed this.
So, the one issue right now, if you're on the side of Severe, is yes, we have this dragon. Yes, we have a Severe that will instantly kill anything on the board. But our opponent does have a charm. So at the very, this Elder Dragon is going to sit pretty on that battlefield. Oh, never mind. Go back to your base. And that's the situation that we have to kind of deal with.
Yeah.
If you're on the side of, ooh, hold on, stealing that Valma away, that possession might be the card that kind of save us here.
Maybe. I wouldn't be too comfortable on that side. You see the finger taps. He's thinking hard about next play right now. You got to go in. You got to go in. No time to wait. And this might be a position where he has to really put that Elder Dragon out there.
Right, and I think you're absolutely correct. We have this Elder Dragon. He's been sitting pretty. I think it's time for him to see a little bit of action.
Yeah.
But is it too little too late, do you think?
I don't know. You can't count it out. Elder Dragon comes into the picture. That's exactly what Master Yi wanted. All right.
Right.
Punch first. Oh.
No way.
Oh.
Okay. The Elder Dragon, it's gone. He's gone. I mean, that's the game. That's the game, I think, no?
What kind of pulls did this man have this game?
Wait, when did he draw this? We've seen him Mind Splitter. I think that was all. That was his last draw.
That was it. GG. GG.
Yeah, oh my god, what a card! Probably the perfect card to see there. If you're the Master Yi, you were probably sweating bullets. He might have this. But seeing the Elder Dragon finally coming out, having that punch first, securing your ticket to the finals.
Yo, by the way, shout out to the production team out there in China. It is absolute fire. But man, all right, you had every counter available early in the game to take down Aurora. Aurora went down in this matchup. Master Yi is the victor. And EK, before the game even started, you and I was talking about it. I was like, listen, you're going to have the perfect hand. This man had the perfect hand. He had the counters. He had Akshan, top decking Valmar to go ahead and dominate. That was beautiful.
Right. And they say, oh, you Mind Splitted one of my counters? I have the other one right here, And I think it was just really well played.
Wait, is Plus joining us right now? Plus, you've been watching this action?
Yeah, I've been tuning in, just working a little bit because I pull up the cards that are popping up on the screen because China does it, but sometimes they do it with the Japanese or Chinese cards. So I bring them up in English for us here at home. So I've been working a little back and tuning in. And guys, the world is all right. The Aurora deck has been defeated. So that's one down. Potentially one to go. It depends because I was telling you guys, there's still one Aurora player hanging on to his final life, and that's the Poppy Aurora. Granted, it's Poppy though, so I kind of low-key want to see it in the grand finals. Poppy, Master Yi, anyone?
I don't want to see
the whole deck.
I don't want to see Aurora in the finals.
It's different. It's a little different, but it is Aurora nonetheless, huh?
Yeah. Plus, are you a big Aurora fan?
Not the biggest, honestly, but I feel like with Poppy is okay. But funny enough, I know you were sleeping most likely because I know 3 in the morning for you is so early. It's like ridiculously
this is perfect time to be up and talk some Riftbound, man. I love it.
Right.
So Poppy's going against who again?
Aurelia currently. The Aurelia that already took down a Silver Aurora in the quarterfinals. So they're pretty familiar with the matchup. But I think a card that kind of poses a big threat to Aurelia is things like Harness Dragon. You're able to go ahead and pick off the units in the back line like Aurelia, like Stellacorn. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Poppy in the grand finals. But Aurelia is a deck that can go pretty fast, especially with cards like Boots of Swiftness, right? You're able to kind of conquer both battlefields with a single unit. So I wish we could kind of tune in. But real quick, guys, since we have a little bit of a break, chat, is the Sydney RQ still going? Maybe we could catch and just like casually talk while we tune in on that matchup as well. We probably have a
Let me
good little
see
break
what
here.
matchups are going on. Yeah. I wonder who's gonna come out on top of Sydney. Last time I checked into the stream, Prismaticism, he's a dog. I'm not gonna lie, man. He was
He's
popping off.
that dog. He's that dog.
Right.
Uh,
Like unintentional dog too. Like he does some things that he doesn't even realize how legendary he is. I was telling Ike yesterday with the whole push-up
Man.
story. I don't know if you heard about the lore behind that, Veli, but
No.
just busting out push-ups in the top 8 out of nowhere. Who does that? Only Prismat would do that. But yeah,
goat.
unfortunately didn't make top 8 this time around. But his teammate did, but I think did fall short in quarterfinals. But did you see there was a Teemo in top 8 as well, Veli?
Wait. Shut up.
right.
Bo in top 8, are you serious?
Yeah,
Was
Teemo
it-
in top 8, and it was spicy. It was the blue Teemo taking advantage of cards like Nocturne. So you're looking at the top 5 cards of your deck, hoping you
What?
Hyro hit the Nocturne. You have a whole lot of hidden cards to get those pings from the Teemo as well. I think he might have had access to Starcross. I don't know, Ike, do you remember the list? Because it was definitely the spiciest list of the weekend for sure.
Oh, hold on.
That's pretty insane. I
No.
want to
Actually, I think I can get that.
go
pulled
back
up,
and
actually.
watch that.
Yeah, I got to rewatch it. I got to rewatch probably the majority of the Sydney RQ.
Yeah,
It's the
if
Nocturne,
Teemo
though,
is
right?
top 8, I might be trying to run a little Teemo bit, man. I've been waiting for that. But think about it though. Teemo has so many tools at disposal. It's dangerous on his side. You got the Star Cross and everything else, and just I'm happy. I will say, since I started playing Riftbound, this is the healthiest I've seen the game.
Oh, for sure.
Set 2. If you weren't running like the same 3 decks, you're out of the meta. Now you see so many different legends in the mix.
Right. I think not in a million years could you have convinced me that Teemo is gonna be in top 8. I think looking
Yeah.
at this list right now, we do have some pretty cool cards. We have the Sprite Call. It's a 3-mana spell. When you play me, you ready to play a 3-mana unit. You have the Nocturnes. All right. I will say he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different types of hitting cards. Right?
That's insane.
So, I don't think I could tell you 9 different hitting cards. And if I'm on the side of whoever's had the unfortunate pleasure of playing against his Teemo, he's gonna hide a card. I go, what could that be? Because I'm pretty sure at this point there's like 20 cards, right?
I agree.
And that's the
Roughly
strength of this
about
deck. You have to make-
25% chance of hitting a hitting card off the blue
Right.
Teemo, so you're doing some good damage as well as keeping your opponent guessing the entire best of 3 series long. So I feel like he could have done well, but we're getting confirmation from chat. Thank you, Match Killer, saying Teemo lost, so we won't be seeing him any longer.
No!
If Teemo lost,
Amaryllis.
I believe they were going against a Diana or chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me hop over on Twitter real quick. Maybe they'll break down who's remaining. Okay, I'm seeing it. So Silver, which was sold out, is going against a Vex. So okay, that's a little spicy. I feel like those are the last 2 remaining spice of Sydney. It is Vex and then Diana from Nice Boy, which almost went undefeated in Swiss. I like this. So Aurelia from Rico. You know, Veli, I don't know if you're too familiar with the scene out in China, but EDG Rico is a very prolific player from the Chinese region, and he's made a big name for himself for the good and for the bad, meaning, I don't know if you ever heard of a Free Buke meme. There was a big controversy where a player didn't pay for a certain card and got accused of cheating, which I personally do think he did it intentionally, but it went crazy viral. Everyone went memes.
What?
He is the free Buke guy. There was like hashtags free Buke going for like free rebuke because he got a free value there. That's him.
Yeah.
He's in the semifinals. So he went all the way from China to Australia. and actually getting pretty close to find himself in a grand final seat, which is super impressive
That's
because he
dope.
was good. I just know he's known for being obviously sponsored by EDG, which is a League of Legends team, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's a
yeah.
League of Legends game.
Ever
I
Gaming.
will say now, remember this is the guy that got kind of had a big scandal for cheating with this kind of card. Play if it's intentional, if it's not intentional, it's not up to me to know. However, I'm gonna send you a picture in the casters chat, Valley. This is the picture he chose to use for his marketing after the incident.
Let me go to the chat.
Wait, what did you post? Let me see. Oh, I remember this.
Why
That's
is
the
he
picture
holding
that
it
went
like
viral.
He's holding it
Oh,
like a Yu-Gi-Oh character, yo.
Yep, he's the villain. He was the villain, and he's like, "Yep, this is my card now."
That's funny. That's actually hilarious. I love it, man. Yo, I'm looking at the bracket. Wow, Allen did lose to a Sivir. That's terrifying. Especially knowing all of the types of counters and cards that Diana has available. That's something I just wouldn't expect. You know, the Star Cross and whatnot. That is major.
Definitely, but you know, now that we see the other bracket getting played out, it's going to be Vex versus Sivir that just took down Allen ZQ, as you mentioned. I personally have been playing Vex the majority of the time in set 3, and if you don't draw the tools you need, yes, Not So Fast is able to take down Elder Dragon. Not take down, but, you know, nullify Elder Dragon for that turn. Starcross is good when you have it, but other than that, it's a decently rough matchup because Vex is a rather slower deck. Granted, you sometimes, similar to Aurelia, have those boosted Swift Transactions to try to expedite that game plan, but generally, you're holding 1 point to 1 point. There has been ways of Vex getting around that, but what I'm getting at is like you're trying to meet over in the late game, and Aurora is the late game deck, so we might have an Aurora, love it or hate it, in the grand finals of Sydney. I mean, Vex could stop that, but we'll see. I have a feeling we might see an Aurora in both sides of the world. Actually, similar side of the world, but in China and Sydney.
Right.
I'm looking at Rico's deck right now. This is pretty solid. Aurelia standard. This is going to be a very tough one for Diana, honestly. I feel like Aurelia is built to go against Diana.
Right. We do have all the. I mean, as much as we have the answers from the side of Diana, we have the kind of Starcross, the rebukes. Those are a lot of deflect costs that we're gonna have to pay.
A lot.
And
if they
Rico
get
could just counter
countered,
them.
yeah, that's it. Are we gonna be watching this game plus?
I believe so, at least until the finals, but I was just about to mention it to you guys. Do we want to do like a light commentary? Do you guys want to take a little bit of a break? Maybe water break, stretch the legs? Let me know, because I could do a little bit of light commentary in the meantime. But up to you guys, because I know we were committed for the Chinese side, but it's still a bit of a break. I would imagine is at least 10 minutes till, or maybe
we
even
could
a
just
little
do a
bit
chill
more.
cast.
We do a
Listen,
chill
I'm
cast,
down.
yeah.
I'm down for a chill try-cast. How about
Okay,
this?
let's
I'm
do
gonna get
this.
some water. I'll be back and I'll join you guys. Let's get this popping.
Sounds good. Sounds good. But I'm excited, Key. The semi-finals for the Sydney Regional Qualifier, the first English Unleashed. I mean, you could basically call it the first ever Unleashed Regional in the world. And we might have a very first set 3 legend looking to get their grand finals position. But as Veli was saying, I think Aurelia has a decently good matchup. With that in mind, though, this is Nice Boy. He took down Ghoster Driver, which is no slouch.
Right.
Ghoster Driver was running so hot all weekend long, and he was on Aurelia. And it wasn't just a game 3. He 2-0'd Ghoster Driver at that.
Right. I mean, Nice Boy, I think has done an amazing job this tournament. I think going only 1 loss the entire way. But I do want to say, you're facing against Rico, right? That's not a guy. I mean, Free Buke is Free Buke, right? But that's not a guy you can just kind of slouch against. And this guy is one of the top players in China. Probably like, again, I think I was saying it before. We have Alan and Prismat for the English side, and they have these EDG guys over in China.
Definitely.
I kinda,
He's definitely,
yeah.
in my opinion, top 3 players out of the Chinese region. So he is kind
Oh,
of
for
low-key
sure.
like the Allen, like the Prismat over in the Chinese side. So you love to see it. Let's be very attentive to the rune management for Rico, of course. All memes aside, I'm pretty sure everyone's been giving him a little bit of stuff here and there. But I'm pretty sure the judges have been on point. Slash, the more I think about it, maybe it wasn't intentional, but I swear I looked at the video 100 times when it went down. It looked pretty intentional, but I can't even remember because it was such a long time ago these days.
Oh, you know, you gotta cut my man some slack. You on the main stage right now, big moment in
Right.
your life. You know,
Yeah.
maybe I might pop a ring guard for free and forget my rooms. You know?
Right.
Because what happened? He tapped 2 seals and like he played it, like as in like
Did
as
they
he
let
like
it go
tapped the
through?
runes. No, they
He
gave him the
he
game
got
loss
a
for it.
I was
game
gonna
loss, so
say.
the judges didn't catch it in the very moment. But then reviewing the VOD, it was definitely like he definitely sequenced something. I forgot what it said. I think he just didn't tap the energy, and it allowed him to get enough energy to play
Yeah.
a mind splitter. So if he actually paid for the rebuke, he
Oh.
couldn't mind splitter and then win the game from there on out. So that's why the free rebuke came into play, the free buke, if you will. So yeah, he just didn't pay for the energy cost for rebuke.
Yeah. He paid by tapping 2 seals, but not tapping 2 of his runes.
Right.
That's what happened.
That's
right?
exactly what happened. Which is why it confused the judges, because he tapped something, but it wasn't energy, it was power.
This is his redemption tour. Gotta love it. So on predictions, fellas. Rico, nice boy. Who do you think is gonna come out on top, Diana or Aurelia?
Oof. I think we're on opposite sides here, plus, because I know you play Aurelia, right? So.
Oh,
give
he's
us
an
your-
Aurelia guy?
Green
Yeah,
purple,
Plus
I
is an
just don't
Aurelia
know
guy.
why. I mean, green ever since I was little was my favorite color. And then I think when I started streaming a little bit, I mean, a couple years ago now, purple was kind of like the theme I had. So I kind of always gravitated to green purple. The previous TCG I played, which was Lurkana recently, I was also green purple. So when Riftbound came out, I don't know why. I just like green purple. So Aurelia was the one I played for set 2. And this is why I'm playing Vex currently in set 3. But to answer your question, Belly, I'm liking Aurelia's chances, but I was telling EK, I feel like Diana understands this matchup better than anyone
Yeah.
currently out there in Sydney.
I definitely agree. I think Diana has it. I think Aurelia has the answers to every question out there, but Diana has so many tools at her disposal as well that are just terrifying. You know, the crescents, lowering your might by 4 is major, but that is still going to come at a cost, which can really put you under against the likes of Aurelia. So we'll see.
You know, a card that's a little bit different that we don't see too often in any kind of blue-purple package is the Frigid Jewel gear. It's a gear that I personally didn't have any idea what it did until I looked it up when I saw Nice Boy play earlier on today. I believe the second time you draw a card, so obviously you draw one for turn, and then you have the potential to draw an additional one with the Diana champion that he's about to push into a battlefield as we're speaking. That allows you to most often than not get that second card and then get the value. So he does draw a second card. So technically Frigid Jewel will proc. It's a +2 addition on any of your units. So he adds it over to Diana. But I guess it doesn't make the most of a difference. The only difference it would make if he has that signature spell Moonfall, he brings over the Aurelia. And that just makes it a whole lot easier to make sure you take care of the Aurelia, because Aurelia is a big threat in this matchup, obviously.
Oh, sorry, EK, go ahead.
We do have the Moonfall into Hard Bargain combo, so even if we do have the counter to kind of get rid of this, counter this Defy, not so fast as Moonfall, we just say no, Hard Bargain, and we just might see that interaction happen right now.
I have a big question when it comes to players from the China region. Do we see a lot of them coming over to, you know, like the EU events or whatnot?
You know, this is actually the first time in
I
Riftbound
was gonna
history
ask,
that we
yeah.
see Chinese players because the relative distance between China and Australia, I guess maybe Europe isn't that far away, but yeah, I think
Oh,
this is actually the
Europe is
first
very
time we
far
see
away from
Chinese
That's
players
really
Australia.
far
ever
away.
leaving.
It's like 14 hours.
Yeah, Europe is very far away from Australia. But the
No,
reason
from
why I
China,
asked
from
that,
China, still good
oh
ways
yeah,
away
Still,
for
yeah.
sure.
this could be a big thing because I take a look at Rift decks daily, and I take a look at the tournaments and what decks they use, the metas that they're on, and it's very different than what we use even here in North America, right? Um, if China comes out on top, then we could see a big switch in the way the game is played. In what EU and NA.
I like that you bring that up because we're getting pretty much a good glimpse at the Worlds because they have given us a general date. They said 2027 is going to be the Riftbound Worlds, the first ever Riftbound Worlds. So this is kind of a little bit of a glimpse of what that can look like because it is going to be a mixture of all regions of the world, China, Europe, NA. I don't think they're including South America just yet, as I don't think they started, because I don't think there's a Latin America regional if I remember correctly. Not just yet, but virtually the world. So I like this so far. If EDG Rico does take it, like you're saying, there's going to be a big switch up because a lot of the rhetoric online is that Chinese players are good, but they just can't really keep up to the players of Europe, to the players of NA, because it says like TCGs are
That's
a little bit
bold.
newer in China than the other sides.
That's bold. That's very bold to say. I wouldn't doubt China. I love what they do.
Right.
Actually, I get a lot of inspiration in my decks from them.
Mm-hmm. You can't kind of fault that. You can kind of say that these Chinese players have access also to the decks before the English players, right?
You're
This is
right.
the
Yeah.
last set where we don't have a synchronized release. Rico's been playing Unleashed for a lot longer than anyone has been playing Unleashed, well, except from online, right? Than these players. I will say though,
It was like 3 weeks, right?
yeah,
Two.
like 3 weeks, I think a month. Was it only
Yeah.
2?
Wait,
What?
you're saying since we got unleashed or since China got unleashed?
So it's the difference between China and
They had it
releases.
like 3 weeks longer than we did, right?
No, China got
earlier.
it April 12th, guys.
Wow.
So a good month
Say, I'm
there,
like-
a month and a week they've had
Yeah.
it for now. But quick little side note, this has to be some China tech because we saw it for the semifinal Aurelia as well that we just saw in the quarterfinals from China's regional is the main board Adaptatron. They were truly prepared to take down. They realized that Adaptatron in the sideboard does enough work to warrant go ahead and main board it because you take, of course, the Auroras down. But in this matchup, you actually get some value. I feel like for Ezreal's, a lot of decks running some seals as well, because they do have a lot of power-hungry cards. And actually being decently good, taking down the Frigid Jewel to kind of deny any further value going forward. So I like it. This might be the first time we see those main board Adaptatrons in these Aurelia packages. And it's doing decent. It looks good. I can see why he's found success this tournament long.
Yeah, he is gonna start applying pressure now. Diana on the battlefield as well. He's gonna have to go ahead and get rid of her. This is about time where we're really gonna have to see him really step up to the plate.
I will say.
I don't know. I'm liking Rico though, man.
We do have Nice Boy runs Fading Memories in his deck, so that's a giving unit at a battlefield or a gear temporary, right?
Yeah.
Just straight up main deck. So these players, running that, because we always talk about or game one you don't have the answer to Aurora, but these players saying no, I'm putting the answer in game one. And there is the boost of swiftness to kind of just gank over. And Rico slowly but surely kind of taking control of the game.
It definitely looks that way. Like Belly was saying, liking Rico. It might be actually Rico that's nice with it here in these semifinals because he's looking definitely in that driver's seat, dropping the Hui. Good card, but I feel like it's just not going to be enough, especially if Aurelia has some kind of backline interaction like a charm wouldn't be all that bad. But quick little side note, I believe the China stream's back online. I'll keep an eye on the side. We'll throw it over to it when they start setting up the match, because maybe there's still a couple minutes left.
All right. Plus, is it okay if I take a minute? I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Let's get it.
Now I will say, Plus, remind me. So this is the first APAC regional, right, that we've had. So whoever the top 64 players from here are going to be the first ever players to kind of get the regional invite. I'm pretty sure.
From Australia? Wait, what do you mean? Because there's a regional championship. They haven't really given too much more details than that, other than that every top 64 placing player gets an invite to that regional championship.
So from what I know, it's NA has their regional championship. EU is going to have the regional championship, and APAC, which is I think it's going to be Sydney and Singapore when it happens, right? They're going to have their own regional championship. So I think that's how they might kind of divvy it up. But I will say, I think this is the first time Prisma hasn't made top 8 in a regional or in a long time.
In a while. He's definitely not top 8 before. But guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If they're showing us an Aurelia deck list on the Chinese stream, that might indicate that Poppy has been eliminated. It's going to be a calm final, or an Ionia final. Master Yi versus Aurelia. This is a matchup we saw quite a bit in set 2 Spearforge meta as well, but things are looking a little bit different. I feel like if one deck came out a little bit ahead with the set 3 cards, it has to be Master Yi. From the cards we saw in those semifinals as well, Trophy Hunter, Valmont, Scuttle Crab replacing, providing that information as you were letting us know, EK, is so strong. But can we truly ever count out Aurelia, right?
Right, Aurelia is, I mean, one of those decks that just feels that when given the right resources, the right opportunity, can do anything, right? You can move around battlefields, break boards, be resilient with GAs, Zonyas. So it's never a deck that you can kind of count out. And definitely Yi and Aurelia kind of have, especially since the set 2.5, they had to have that rivalry of like, which is the better green deck. And the one weakness right now I'm noticing from the side of Master Yi's deck is his entire 8-card sideboard is dedicated. And I mean fully dedicated to countering Aurora. 3 Sabotage, 3 Akshan, and 2 Not So Fast. So
you know, we bring that up. It is effective against Aurora, but funny enough, there's another deck that also relies decently well on equipment, and that's Aurelia, right? You're able to snatch away the Guardian Angels, and they can't get back a Guardian Angel because if you kill the Action, you kill the GA. You also have access to the Boots of Swiftness, so you're able to action that away, and then we know just how much combat tricks / spells Aurelia has access to. So Sabotage is actually a really effective tool against the Aurelia decks as well. So with that in mind, I have to give the upper hand to Master Yi. I know you are a Master Yi main, so you're happy to hear that. But I think we definitely have a fight on our hands for these grand finals. I am beyond excited to close out the final best of 3 matchup for the Suzhou Regional Open this weekend. And chat, let us know, who are we rooting for? I know it's no set 3 legend. I know we really wish we would have had a set 3 final, but there's going to be many more set 3 regionals coming forward. And I believe Ellie is back, so maybe we could do a little predictions here around in the casting booth. I'll actually first, EK, who are we throwing? Which I kind of already know the answer, but I'll let you answer it regardless.
My answer. Master Yi, my deck. I love this deck. I'm happy to see it win. I'm with the Chinese players. They love this deck. I love this deck. It's gonna win.
All right. So this is Yi versus Poppy, correct?
We wish it was Yi versus
Aurelia.
The dragon was slain.
Oh, Poppy lost?
She did.
Wow. I didn't expect that. Aurelia. I feel like Aurelia is top dog, man. Aurelia is the one deck you go against where no matter what you do, she has every answer in her hand. And in this matchup, Yi versus Aurelia,
I think the queen dominates.
There we go. The casters on both sides of the table. Who's going to be pulling on ahead? We do see the beautiful championship promo card, exclusive artwork from Lilia Faithon. But guys, without further ado, it is the grand finals for the Suzhou Regional. Let's see how it comes to an end. I'll throw it over to the feature match table. Veli and EK, if you boys are ready, I'll go ahead and let you guys take it from here.
Yes, sir. EK, my man, grand finals time. It is an absolute pleasure. We just saw Master Yi walk away with a win against the Sivir Aurora deck, and there's something to say when this is your prediction, by the way, that he's going to win. There's something to say when you're riding off of that momentum into these grand finals in a big match like this. Master Yi, he has tools on his side as well.
Right. I mean, as much as I want to sing praise about Master Yi and his amazing ways of buffing units, right? We saw the punch first last game to win the game. I mean, if there's any kind of deck that loves buffing more than Master Yi, it's this Aurelia, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's turns where we're going to see Aurelia hit 20 might, the 17 might, and the Yi just has practically no answer.
True. You're right. By the way, this Aurelia player, his outfit choice, that man looks like an assassin at that table. All right. He looks like an assassin. He's going to bring the heat. Aurelia, that's going to be my prediction, as you heard earlier. I feel like this is going to be a cold matchup. Like you said, the one big thing is, all right, you're going to have a few punch first on the side of Master Yi. But Aurelia, she can just, 2 cards. Her might can definitely be in the double digits.
Right, and
That's major.
We do see this Aurelia player going for a kind of. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. This is seeded. So usually in Riftbound, it'd be a random player who gets to pick first or second. But I think based on who was the higher seed, of these 2 players, they get to choose who goes first. And I think Aurelia here will probably go first. Use one of the strongest going first battlefields here with the Targon's Peak. When you conquer me, ready 2 runes. So being able to use a spell to kind of break any defense, conquer, and then still have runes up next turn is going to be one of Aurelia's biggest strengths this game.
Big time.
Now, I want to say...
Uh-oh.
If you're on the side of Aurelia, right? It is grand finals. We've seen it happen before. People forget about the +2. Right, he says when I'm defending alone, give me a +2, right? And I don't want to. I don't want to see it happen on the big stage on the grand finals, but I really hope we see 0 people forget about this +2 on defense because it has happened before.
I truly believe the best thing you could do against Aurelia is to allow her to use her buffs early and as fast as you can. So that +2, let's say you put out a Lonely Poro and he only has a Stellacorn on hand, he's going to have to use that discipline. He's going to have to use that on guard in order to overcome that. And every time that's used on a unit that's not going to be your game-winning type of unit, your lower might units, I think that's going to be a big dub on the side of Master Yi. But ladies and gentlemen, the fist pumps are out. Game 1 of the grand finals is here. Let's go.
Right, I think I want to add to that. You just perfectly summarize how this matchup is going to go. Yi does not have to invest as many pump spells as Aurelia does because of that +2. And it's going to be about who can kind of control the resources better, right? Can Aurelia make sure that they can keep all their cards up as long as possible, try and have as much as a healthy hand to combat this +2? Or is Yi just going to slowly but surely take over the game with stuff like Valmar, Rengar? And we do see the Stellacorn Herder, I think the best card you can see on the side of Aurelia.
Yeah. Now, the scariest thing on the side of Yi is that Rengar is going to be in hand. So if Aurelia does come in for an attack, I mean, this isn't a spell that could be countered by a not so fast or a defy. This is a whole attacking unit. 6 might. That ambush is deadly. So these are tactics that can take Aurelia out of the fray. But yeah, Master Yi, you bring out the Valmaul. That is one of your best units, and I'm gonna be honest. getting over that 8 might is going to be an easy task for Aurelia.
Right, and also you have to remember that Rengar is not only coming for 6, but if he's defending alone, even if he's played as a reaction card,
That's
he's
8.
defending for 8, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 spells from the side of Aurelia to kind of beat him, right? A discipline and something else. Choosing not to kind of play this game slow, not to attack into this Aurelia while they still have 2 runes up.
Smart play.
That does kind of mean that maybe we don't have the Defies, or maybe you just don't want to use them just yet, and it's going for the slower play.
Against Aurelia, I would risk it personally. I'm going to go head on against that lonely Poro, man. Get him out of here. Yeah, but Master Yi coming to base, we know the next move is definitely going to be a bit more aggressive with more runes on the side.
And I do love the start to peak. Start to peak is, I think, going to be seeing a lot of play this set. And it's one of those cards that, the better you are at the game, the more kind of nice you can be with it. You can play a first mate there, use him to ready, and then move that card back. And you can kind of get like a semi-gank over. There's a bunch of cool interactions, but we will see this the Stalacor Herder putting on some boots. We might see
no.
Put a little engagement here.
This is the start of just the domination of Stella with the card draws. There you go, +1 for the movement. I believe that was a Riot to Win he pulled in, but a Discipline will be popped as well to make sure that first mate is taken care of.
Right, and this is the important part. Look at the amount of cards we had to invest there. We had to invest a Boots, a Discipline, and a Defy to kind of beat this one attack. And now we're tapped out, so he can kind of just kill this Silicon Herder. But we did see a lot of, and we did see all the kind of play we needed to see from it. We had we drew one from Discipline, drew one from the Stalacor Herder move, and there's that Rengar.
There you go. Let's go.
So
you love to see it.
This is where you're kind of on the back foot on Aurelia, because usually what an Aurelia player would do here is just play their Aurelia, equip it with the boots, and now you have like this 8 might attacker out of nowhere. But Rengar is this 8 might defender, and that he's gonna have 4 runes up because of that Targon's Peak. 2 runes up because you're playing Scuttle, but that's still a scary place to invade. Now, I know you kind of seem like the player that just says, you know what, I gotta have to make you have it, right? So are you gonna just ball all in, pedal to the metal, and try and take out this Rengar?
And bring out Aurelia right now?
Right here, right now.
That's a decision. That's a decision right there. Rengar's alone. It's going to be 8 might alone. Taking a look at his hand, seeing what I do see. I think I do see one more Discipline. You're going to have to do it. Aurelia. Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's
thinking about it. Bring her out. Let's go.
There she is.
The queen is here. You got to go in. You got to take out the Master Yi. I say, oh, no, you got to take out Rengar. Because he could bring Rengar back to base and go on the attack. He's definitely stronger. Rengar has to be taken out of the game. Attaching the boots to him. But it's going to be Yi he's going to challenge. With 1 rune up. So, there is a defined hand. But to be safe and on guard. Oh no, more runes.
Defying. And now you're in a very tough position here. We're going down so many runes. This Rengar, he's on Star Spring. He can come up next turn if you have the cards for it.
He has 2 runes. There's place for Defiant Dance, a Discipline, or an On Guard. I'm hoping he has it on his end. I don't believe he would have moved to that battlefield knowing he didn't. So this is something Master Yi has to be cognizant of now. Does he try to make that play with Rengar? Does he summon a unit, bring Rengar back, and go in for the attack? Knowing a buff is there.
Right, because he's already played out 2 Defies, right? The chance he has a 3rd Defy, now it starts being like, okay, we're in the kind of realm of there's no way, right? He has 3 Defies at hand. If you're on the side of Yi, this is the most exposed this queen's ever gonna be. I think just sacrificing the Scuttle, saying, you know what, I'm gonna kill my Scuttle. Show me what you have in hand. What answers do you have?
And now we're gonna see, ladies and gentlemen, there is a Ride the
Ride the
Wind.
Wind.
Oh, that was it.
I think we're gonna have to like imagine we invest the unit, we invest the maybe like a punch first or a defy, or a discipline, sorry, and then he just goes, yeah, sure, Ride the Wind over.
Yeah.
And
Scuttle, zero might, but that card is so powerful. You take a look at esports, we have a saying when it comes to the FPS world, intel is everything. And now that you know what this guy can use against you, now you can take your next step a little bit more carefully.
Right, because I mean, it can feel so good to kind of say, okay, your Aurelia's in such a easy position to kill. Go and make that aggressive play, and then be just punished very hard by this incoming Ride the Wind.
Yeah,
Now,
that
we
Ride
did
the Wind
see-
is terrifying.
Yeah, it's scary. Even if we Ride the Wind plus discipline is enough to kill this Rengar, right? So it's actually our Rengar's also in a kind of weird position where he might be dying next turn, and the only thing saving us is the lack of runes on the side of Aurelia.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pull him back.
This is a tough position to be in.
Look at all the runes that are up as well on the side of Yi.
Now, if I'm on the side of E, if we have the Defy, the play is a lot easier, right? But the fact that we're thinking so much about this, I feel like we just don't have it, right? And that's kind of scary on the side of E. One thing we can do is we can just go play unit in base.
Charm,
and then,
yes.
Oh, charming over.
This is big. He's gonna force the fight. He's gonna bait the Ride the Wind, and if Ride the Wind is used, I believe he's gonna have something else for that.
He has to have the fight because we could just let go of a point here. But if he does Ride the Wind to get the point, we can kind of just say, now I'll use my unit and bring Rengar over. So kind of calling out, how greedy do you want to be? Do you want to try and get this extra conquer from Targon's Peak? Or are you going to move that Aurelia in the base? With that Ride the Wind?
I say you keep Aurelia safe. He has 3 runes now, 5 on his next turn. He does not have a whole lot to play with. Oh,
right, but like,
he's gonna go.
How ballsy would it be if you just go, you know what? I will take that conquer. I will get 2 points, and going for the discipline, actually saying, you know, I don't think you have an out.
This is the most exposed Aurelia is ever gonna be in the series right here in the grand finals. So now he's saying, do you have an answer back? Aurelia gets +2 from the boots. Even more 6 from the discipline. Yeah.
Not 9. I think that's so. It's +3 from. So it's +2 +1 from Aurelia. That's 3. And Aurelia's currently at 6 with the boots. So that's 9 might to our 8. We need 1 pump spell. No, we don't have it.
No. He fist bumped with a 4-4 score. He fist bumped. Early game, the queen goes down, and the game is over. Wow.
I think
GG
next. That entire play was hinging on the Ride the Wind being played there, and saying, because I think he had no cards in hand, right? No good units to kind of bait out that discipline. So, we had no ways of beating that discipline, right? Which I think was the big issue there. Because if we move our Rengar back, Aurelia just goes, okay, conquer to 6, move her back with Star Spring, and then we win the game next turn, right? And our Rengar, you know, we see 1 pump, a punch first, a discipline, an on guard, and we just didn't have it.
No, not at all. I just think it's funny that poetic. You take out Aurelia early, and the Aurelia player just says, "Hey, GG." I just think that's beautiful. But Master Yi played that perfectly, going in with the Scuttle Crab before any other moves were made. Okay, you know what? You lose a unit that already gave you the draw. Use a Death Knell. Let's see what's in your hand. Take a look at the hand. All right, you have Discipline. You have Ride the Wind. Now we know what to do. You use that charm to bring Aurelia over. You bait that Ride the Wind. If that's not used, then you have more than 5 runes to go to war with, and that is just the right play. He did everything perfectly in that matchup.
But Philly, that's where it all kind of crumbled right then and there.
Yeah.
We had the Rengar with 8 might. The Irelia was at 9. We just needed one more card to win us the game, and we didn't find it. And that's
Yeah.
I mean,
That
that's
was
how
rough.
Irelia taking game 1 just kind of. I mean, it's unfortunate to see if you're on the side of Master Yi, but you're. I'm assuming you're a veteran by this point in the Chinese scene, right? A game like that, although it might be tilting, it might kind of get you out of that momentum that you said you were talking about. But you have to
Yeah.
say, you know what? It was just a game 1. I have 2 more games to kind of win this matchup. Can he do it? We're 1 card away. Oh, it has to be tilting.
Wait, am I tripping right now? I have to be tripping. So Master Yi is the one that basically said the
Charmed
GGs
over.
after that.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
So
I
what
had it flipped, man. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I'll be honest, I thought it was GG for Master Yi there too. So what happened there, right, is our opponent had Ride the Wind and Discipline. And I think on the side of Yi, we just had no kind of buff spells. We only had units.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, I'm going to go for this charm. If he Ride the Winds his unit back, I can win the game. If he disciplines, I will lose the game. And I think
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
he just said, you know what? I'm gonna let you have this choice, right? 50-50, are you gonna pick the right one? And he ended up picking the right one. Not many players would choose to discipline there.
All right.
And,
Yeah. Apologies. That's
yeah,
my
no, you're
bad
good.
early this morning. When I saw
No,
him move
you're
the
good, you're good.
Aurelia, I thought he was just conceding, and I was like, wow, that's a shock. But yeah, that
You
makes a lot
think,
more
you
sense.
think? But he didn't have any buff spells. He didn't have a
Yeah.
Rengar. Oh,
So
just not
he
having the
risked it.
tools.
He risked it for what then? Why force that fight if you don't have the answer? That's the question.
Because I think any other player would try and ride the wind there, right? Because he goes, no one thinks, oh, I'm being charmed in. He knows I have discipline, right? There's
Yeah.
no way he doesn't have a defy or a pump spell of his own, right? And I think the Master Yi was trying to use that kind of mental trick to say, all right, now that he thinks I have the answer, there's no way he'll play discipline and win the game.
And
But
that
Aurelia
was-
just
that
calling
was the
his
move.
bluff. Right, calling his bluff.
Okay, never mind. That just changed my whole outlook on everything. That was a ballsy
Right.
play. He
It
risked it
was.
for the biscuit, didn't have an answer for it. Shout out to Aurelia pulling game 1 then. That is absolutely insane. I do love the fact that the Aurelia player did use discipline and not risk it with Ride the Wind. Like you said, he called his bluff. He said, all right, let's fight. Let's go. Let's throw hands. And yeah, that was a major play right there.
Oof.
That's
Now, going-
upsetting. That's upsetting because Master Yi played very well that game.
Yes, he did. He did. I think it was close to as good of a game as you want, right? From the side of Master Yi. I mean, you kind of Targon's Peak is one of our strongest battlefields, right? Having the ability
Yeah.
to kind of use these runes. We saw how good it was to have these 2 runes up every single turn. Defy, Defiant Dance, On Guard, Discipline, Ride the Wind. So many cards that can win you the game. And, at the very least, you can take this as a kind of as some kind of win where you don't have to face that oppressive battlefield again. If you're on the side of
agree.
Master Yi.
Now, do you take notes from the first game? I do believe that first mate should have gone to war with Lonely Poro at the beginning. Do you allow Aurelia to abuse her battlefield this next game? Because that could have been the reason why he lost, so to say.
Right. I think it's one of those reasons. I mean, if you could have done an aggressive trade on that Poro,
Yeah.
he uses a discipline, I use a discipline, and then I win. I think we could have, had that kind of interaction, and maybe we don't have enough Targon's Peak conquerors to win us the game. But
Yeah.
I just, if we didn't have a discipline at the end of the game, I just don't. I think the cards were just not kind to this Master Yi.
No, not at all. Master Yi probably used all of his luck in that Aurora game
Yep.
with the Akshans and whatnot.
The Akshans, yeah. For sure,
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
heading into this next game, side decking as a Yi player yourself, what would you need to bolster your deck with in order to make this game a lot easier for you against an Aurelia?
So we saw how important that ganking boots was that game. The ability to kind of move in between two battlefields, especially with Aurelia, right? That's like 10 might on one battlefield, 12 might on the other. So on the attack, it's just so oppressive. And we do have the action. You know, we do have the action. We have a way of stealing that gear. You know, we did put it in the deck to counter these Auroras. But, you know, we're seeing some kind of little bonus against these other gear decks. You know, these equipments, these the equipments, the GAs, the what is it called, the boots.
Boost of swiftness. So yeah, use Akshan, take the boots, and just get running. I believe the second game is starting right now. Master Yi, I gotta say, you didn't do terrible that first game, and I'm looking for big answers game 2. On the other end, if you're Aurelia, you were 1 game away from being the champion right here at this regional. This is gonna be major. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and let's buckle on in.
All right, so going first, Veli, there is a concept I like to call the Aurelia trap that Mastery has access to. Oh, we sided out all of our Valmons.
Whoa, and a Tasty Fate, folks.
Oh, we put all of our side deck. So we put in 3 action, 3 sabotage, and 2 what was it? 2 also fast in our deck. So saying yeah, look at that entire suite of cards saying, you know, you're not gonna have any gear. Define Dance is not gonna happen, and those sabotages, I'm gonna quickly rip through your hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have not expected all these cards to come in, especially when we're
I love
losing
the
such
sabotages.
strengths.
Yeah,
I think they're good.
And imagine this: even if sabotage is countered, you still get a defy out of the way. I think that trade alone is a win.
And I think the way you kind of beat Aurelia is by targeting their hand. You know, making sure they don't have these cards such as Switcheroo, Defy, Ride the Wind. These very impactful cards. If you can sabotage them away, that's 1 less that you have to deal with. Now, Veli, I'm going to introduce you to something called the Aurelia trap.
All right, I'm ready.
So, what we can do is a lot of times Aurelia players, when they see something as impactful as a start to peak, right? When I hold Channel 1 Rune. So you'll play a Poro turn 1 or any kind of, we don't have it. Never mind. No,
keep going. I want to hear this. Right. I'm locked in.
Right. So we play a Poro turn 1, right? Our Aurelia player that plays a Boots or a Zhonya's or any kind of way of protecting the Aurelia, right? And then turn two, we action it away, right? Say we turn 2, you do something. Turn 3, they would play Aurelia, right?
Yeah.
We would basically action their protection away, right? And then charm them in.
That would make me
that's
hate
the Aurelia
you.
trap.
That would make me hate you.
Having a way of just saying, you know what? You played your Aurelia, you have 5 runes. I have 6 runes. I'm gonna pay 2 of them, steal your Zhonya's away, and then pay 1 to kind of just say, what's his face? Just take it back.
Yeah, big time. All right, Scuttle hit the field. Oh, he has the sabotage already.
All right. Actually, we can still do the Aurelia trap here. So if we kill the Scuttle, he'll react to Zhonya's to the death knell of the Scuttle, and he can just keep the Zhonya's in base instead of wasting it on the crab. And then you have a Aurelia plus a Zhonya's. And that's exactly where you want to be with the Aurelia trap. You would play your action, steal that Zhonya's, and then charm that Aurelia in, and that's game on the spot. If he has
you're going to have to do that.
If he has it, he has it.
And he's fully tapped out. Fully tapped. This is the time.
And if there's any time to kill this Aurelia, it'd be right here and right now.
Right now. Yes, sir.
And I'm afraid we might not have it.
That's so unfortunate. We saw the hand of Aurelia. It is full of buffs right now. Aurelia is going to be terrifying. I did see a Defiant Dance as well. So Aurelia is going to be able to win these fights single-handedly. And if you're Master Yi, any opportunity you have to take down the queen, that's going to be it. Master Yi is going to go ahead and take the battlefield.
Right, and I think this is kind of showing us that we don't have this, we don't have the resources to kind of kill this Aurelia just now. So this Mastery will be, it's super hard to defend against an Aurelia, especially when they have as many as 6 runes on their turn.
Yeah.
And having to pass was just a poor win base. If this Aurelia finds the resources to kill this Master Yi, this game might be ending a lot sooner than we expected.
Yeah, I think this Master Yi is going to be dealt with. There are 4 runes on his side that's available. But the buffs in hand, when we're able to see it again, take a look at that. Aurelia definitely can go in for the kill.
Right, and even the
Star-crossed.
Star-crossed.
Oh my god.
We move our Aurelia in. We spend 2 to just we spend 1 to Defiant Dance, right?
Yeah.
I think what see. Yeah, we're on guarding, right? If the Master Yi goes for a punch first, really intensive card on his runes, we go, okay, that's cool. I'm gonna Star-cross your unit back, and completely invalidate that entire play.
I love the chain window at the bottom.
Ooh,
That's such a beautiful addition.
The China production value has been amazing the
It's
entire...
off the chain.
It's really good.
EK, do you want to know my favorite thing so far? The fist bump cam, how it does the spin.
I love it. No, for me, my favorite thing is like when they show the battlefields, it's like this like animated, like you're in the battlefield, or like when Baron comes out, there's like a special animation that shows up. There's a lot of sauce to this kind of the production value here, and
they're killing it.
They're killing it, but the important part is this Aurelia killing this Yi right now? Remember that we do have access to
that Defiant Dance. He wants to play that Defiant Dance, and he plays.
And he is.
Yeah.
Now, do we have the Defy? This is the important part here. No, not having it.
Oh.
But if it means anything, that's 1 less Defiant Dance to kind of have to worry about. But now, I mean, Yi's in a very bad position. We only have a 4 on base. You know, that this poor, as cute as he might be, and as lonely as he might be, he's about to be Star-crossed right back to the hand if anything bad happens.
Or do you save the Star-cross for a bigger unit, a scarier unit?
Right.
Maybe if an Akshan comes out.
I do agree with that, but like if he like punch first, so this is any kind of like, even if he has like a way of buffing this card to 10 might, Aurelia says, "Oh, the Defy." He just says no.
Sabotage. Yeah, he says nah, not at all. I wonder if that's a switcheroo that's face down as well next to Scuttle.
Ooh.
Another sabotage.
Actually,
yes, switcheroo was in hand.
Yeah. So I would have actually walked if he hit that switcheroo. I would have walked in straight to my death, right?
Yeah.
But I think now you can at least, because we know there's only 1 switcheroo, I think, in the sideboard, and now that he's seeing it, because I think it is an open deck list in China, he can 100% guarantee that face down is Sonya's. I want to say.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, this position is hard because either A, you get rid of the switcheroo, I think I get Star-crossed, or B, you get rid of the Star-crossed, I guess switcheroos, right?
Yeah, you get. Oh, he's getting rid of the switcheroo. Okay.
Maybe having a Defy in hand.
Yeah.
For the Star. Wait, hold on. There's no buff spell on the side of Aurelia, right?
Correct. So he's gonna go in for the kill. He's betting on that face down card.
All right. So
wasting Azanias for a Scuttle Crab. I take that.
No, so this is actually
no. He's gonna save it for Aurelia.
So usually you would be correct that that Zhonya's will be wasted, but because there's a Rengar. Hold on, that guy might be
2 options.
Wait, we have enough. Wait, we have enough to Rengar in the Defy.
Wow.
Right, so that's probably a play for next turn, but as I was saying, the way it would work with Zhonya's, if you have a Death Knell to react to, you can actually pop the Zhonya's after your Scuttlecrab died, right? And you can save it for a bigger unit, such as the Aurelia. You know, if we didn't have Zhonya's, I think the game would be over. You play Rengar onto that battlefield and just win the game.
And
but now, I think you have to play a little bit slow, get this action, get rid of his Zhonya's, and then try and kill with Rengar on the opposing turn.
Yeah. Ooh, decisions.
Oh, just go being aggressive.
Yeah. Get rid of that Zhonya's immediately.
And we're not even investing the Starcross because we want this Aurelia to stay on the field.
Yeah.
Now both players know each other's hands, right? So they're both kind of saying, "All right, what are you going to top deck? You know, what are your answers to kind of beating me this game?" Aurelia going to draw 2 cards, one from the Sunken Temple, one for the start of their turn, and then Master Yi also drawing 2 cards, one from the Poro, and one from the start of turn draw. Oh, Defiant Dance! Okay. That's what you want to see. That's kind of what you want to see.
The Guardian Angel and the boost as well. But you gotta remember both of the auctions. That's gonna be a great counter if those cards ever hit the board. I do see a Charm.
Okay, so we had Charm and a Boots. So this draw, I mean, this is perfection, right? On the side of Relic, because we know we have no answer. He has a Defy, but you can't defy the Boots.
No.
And we will be readying our unit.
Well, it's kind of bittersweet, right? I mean, any of the equipment that you are going to attach, you know it's going to be taken from you as well. So
that is correct.
Making this play to go ahead and take Rengar out the game is kind of like a double-edged sword, so to say. It's going to get you the victory in the moment, but that's going to be snatched from you shortly.
Ooh,
Charm is going to come
him
out
over
as well. Yeah.
I think this is just to bait out the Defy.
Yeah.
And will he take the bait? That's the real question.
I say you let it happen. Just let the Rengar go.
So Rengar is currently defending for 8. We have, I think, what is that? He was 5.
Yeah, good play. Smart play.
Good play. Yeah, I think it was dead no matter what.
Yeah.
Now Aurelia actually has a very interesting chance here. Do I either keep my Aurelia safe in base or go for this Conquer? And I think we're gonna go for this Conquer.
Let's go.
I mean, this is where like any small decision can have just so many like different permutations of how this game can go, right? Especially when we're in these like draw kind of game. Because again, if we have as much as it sucks, if we draw into another Rengar, we can just straight up play it onto that battlefield and just go for the trade.
All right, Master Yi, EK, what's your next play? We know what's in hand right now. The Akshan's definitely coming out. We're taking the boots. What's your next play? What are you gonna try to do?
Bro, if I have a first mate, I am singing to the heavens. But we got rid of it from the main deck.
Yeah.
If I'm singing to the heavens, I am saying, you know what? I need to hope to God that this next turn, this Aurelia does not draw fire. That is my prayer. So actually, we do have a way of getting our. Oh, I think the nerves getting to this Aurelia player accidentally knocking that card over. So we actually do have a decent way of getting that Akshan back. That boots back. Because we can play a small unit, star-crossed, and then because Akshan's no longer on the field, the boots will come back, and then we have our boots safely in our inventory. But we do have the Defy. And that's where not using the Defy on the Charm from last turn is gonna have such a great impact. All right,
let's see what he has.
I mean, this is a tough position no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, if I'm Aurelia, I'm very uncomfortable right now.
I think that they're just just making sure that 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 little card that Ride the Wind that was sneakily like toppled over from the deck. Make sure that
That's
it's not,
unfortunate.
yeah. That's unfortunate. That would have been your next draw, but now because it's public knowledge, you have to kind of change the deck around. And
Yeah.
we see those kind of 6 cards, I think, 5 cards, just to say you will draw those 5 cards before you draw into the Ride the Wind.
Okay. That's unfortunate. That card could have been very,
huge.
very
It would have
useful.
been,
Yeah.
yeah, that would have been the part to see.
Whew.
Right, I think we're just again the nerves. I think the nerves right now, like any card can be the winning card, right? A charm
Yeah.
from here, a star-crossed there. We're in such a position where the game can be flipped at any second. And this is grand finals. This is what
Yeah,
I love to see.
You love to see it. All right. What is that? 3 runes available as well. So there's only so many buffs that are going to help you. We know the counter is going to be there on the opposite side. Ooh.
Right.
Do you push Aurelia in or do you keep it safe right now? You got to keep her safe till you have the answers.
I think you do. So I think one of the important parts about Riftbound is this idea of even points, right? Because Riftbound, you have to double conquer to win. So the least amount of effort yet you can do is go 2, 4, 6, 8. And Aurelia is at 6. So she's always going to be one good turn away from winning. So she can just go, if I do invest so many resources and go for this conquer, I won't win the game. So I think I'm saying I'll take it slow. Hope that my opponent doesn't have the answer. I have a not so fast.
Well, you take that.
Okay, going in, do we have any kind of answer for this action? No. All right, going through.
Yeah,
spending
turn 1 and draw.
Charm. Charm is the card.
Oh, this is it.
Do we have
he could secure his win right here, to be honest.
Is that it?
Yeah, there it is.
There's
yeah.
Charm. We're gonna charm over Aurelia. We have the Defiant hand. We've kept it safe in our hand this entire time. This discipline of saying no, there's not so fast, but it's not gonna matter.
Get that out of here. Oh,
wrong card.
No, he wanted to play that. He didn't want to counter it.
Oh, no counter.
Right, but he has another charm. That's why. Okay, I was confused at first.
I was confused. I'm like, did he accidentally do that? What?
That's not a defy.
That's not a defy.
But he played that perfectly.
Okay, Valley. Now we have the defy for the incoming Starcross. Wait, this is.
That's GG's. And he's down by 2, and he made the game-winning play right there. A discipline, a Stellacorn herder, and a star cross in hand of the Aurelia player. It is just not enough. A Scuttle Crab is going to go in to secure the 7th point, but Akshan is going to be sent back to hand.
Right. This is where our Defy's gonna come in. Right.
Oh, this is gonna buy him time for 1 round. He could actually win this.
Right. So we can. Now we're on top deck draws from both players. Yi find the opportunity to kind of win us the game. We're gonna go up to 6 points. Both players are gonna be 1 turn away from winning next turn.
I think Aurelia might have this.
I mean, that Stellacorn fixes so much of your hand issues. Oh, that's Defy again. Hold on, Belly, we might be going to a game 3 in our.
This is game finals. 3. There's no acceleration available.
This might be game 3. If we can gank over with the action, right? We don't have the answer to beat that. We have a boots on the side of Aurelia.
That Defy is going to be so strong.
That Defy. So not only do we have to find a way of beating 8 might with our 5 might. So we have to invest 1 card in to beat them, a Defiant Dance. But then we have to find another card, right? To do it again with the Defy.
Yeah, stack deck.
Trying to find answers.
Yeah, that's going to give him the answers that he needs, hopefully. And this deck is definitely full of it. I would defy this. I would defy it. I would
Yeah,
would
I think
million even if I didn't know what was in hand. I would say, "Oh, you're
Ooh.
looking for an answer." Oh, flash.
Oh, not seeing it. All right, we still have.
Yeah.
We can still have. This flash does represent another draw, right?
Yeah.
Because we can. What's the play? You can go in with the Celicorn, flash it back, draw a card, and then use your ganking boots to try and conquer again. So
you
we're not
gotta
out of
kill
options
Akshan.
just yet.
You gotta kill Akshan now, or that's it.
We're trying to find these answers, and it's all down to this.
This is terrifying.
I do not envy the position that this Aurelia player is in right now.
For a deck that is full of answers, man. For a deck that's full of answers, you're blanking on the tests right now. This is rough.
Oh, and taking the Aurelia.
He's gonna go in.
So Aurelia can be accelerated here with a discipline that is, I think, 8 might. If it goes through. Going for this Conquer, trying to get one more card.
Oh, charm. Okay.
Charm! Wait, okay, hold on.
Charm. What's the play here? What's the play?
Ooh, oh, this is...
You have a charm and discipline. What are you gonna do?
I think you have to discipline your own Stellacorn herder. Try and draw 2 cards. One from the discipline, one for the Sunken Temple. But we have to defy if that is the case.
The defy is there.
Now this is so charming him over. Now any small unit. Do we have any small unit in our deck that can be accelerated? Because remember, because we're on 7 points, right? We'll conquer this, and then he'll conquer the Sunken Temple. But if I have any small Poro, play the boots that we have in hand, go straight into Sunken for the win. So as much as it kind of sucks that we have to defy this seems like the right defy target. Yep.
Yeah, this is a play you have to make.
Right.
No more green runes Velos. We know that counters are not a viable option on the side of Master Yi. Aurelia doing what he can right now to pull out this win. 7-6 in the grand finals game 2. He has some very hard decisions to make.
6 runes, and I don't think we have any other answers from the side of Master Yi. That's 8 might we have to get rid of.
Ooh.
Again, this is... Yeah, I mean, one thing we can do is we can discipline, try and find another card, right, from the side of Aurelia.
But then you're only going to have so many runes left
Or
now.
runes.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. What can you give with 4 runes that could change the state of this game?
So there's one card that can swing this game for you.
What is that?
So imagine we're in Disneyland, right? We're in Disneyland, right? We get all the combos that we want. All right.
Yeah.
So we get discipline, we draw into a Defiant Dance, and then we have the Ganking Boots. And that's the only way we can do it. With 4 runes up, we need the Ganking Boots and we need the Defiant Dance. That's the Disneyland combo that we need to see right now.
You need to boost the swiftness. What is it?
Oh, it's Defy.
Oh, Defy. No. That's not what we wanted.
Okay, but we can still see it. We have one more opportunity because remember, we still move when we to ride the win.
When
we still
conquer,
have 2 more opportunities.
Here it is.
And so we draw a card. Not it.
Oh, was that another Stella? No.
That was a Stella. All right. We have one more opportunity here. One more card to be drawn. We have 5
Imagine if he top decks this. Imagine if he top decks this.
What does he get? What is he
You
get?
ready?
No!
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh.
That was... I mean, playing to your outs, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that there's one card that can win me this game, and that is Defiant Dance. Sadly not seeing it, right? But I mean, that's just. I mean, last game one, right? Master Yi, one card away from winning. Game 2, Aurelia, one card away from winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the caliber of play that we're seeing right now, Veli. The best of the best. Just one card, one opportunity to just win, and just not seeing it. I mean,
Loving it.
that's
I
two
gotta
masters.
say, yeah, the intensity of just those last three moves on the side of Aurelia, trying to top deck that buff that was needed desperately to take down Akshan. It wasn't found. Master Yi, he played it perfectly. Akshan seems to be the saving grace of this deck, by the way. We saw it against Sivir, taking away the Aurora. We saw it against Aurelia, taking away the boost of swiftness. That was just absolutely major. And not only that, saving those counters for the right opportunities, it's been everything for him. As a Yi player, you're not changing anything in your deck for this third game, are you?
No, I think you're the one thing I would change. I'm thinking about changing, right? Is because
Talk to
I
me.
know I will go second this game, right? So
Okay,
maybe
why is
what I
that?
do, because I mean, in Riftbound, you just lost the game, so the Relia player
Oh, yeah, yeah,
has
yeah. You're gonna
the
go
opportunity to go
second,
first
yeah.
or second, right? So then you know you gotta go second because he wants to go first. That means I know that on my starting turn I will have 3 runes, not 2.
Yes.
So that means what I can do is I can actually, instead of playing my Lonely Poro in my deck, I can actually switch it with First Mate, right? Because Lonely Poro is just a card that I want to play turn 1. And if
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be on 3 runes, I can go, okay, instead of going Lonely Poro and Scuttle as my turn 1 plays, I'll go Scuttle and First Mate. And the First Mate is, he's a much better card late game than Lonely Poro is, being able to ready a unit.
Powerful.
So that's the one thing I think I'll switch up. But other than that, I think we're about to see another slugfest. If
Yeah.
anything.
I want to see if anything's gonna be side decked on the side of Aurelia right now. It's just the buffs weren't there, and that was just too unfortunate. It would be nice to see that Aurelia get a lot more play if Akshan
Right.
wasn't on the board. Think about it. If that one card wasn't there and she was able to just utilize those boosts, dominate both battlefields, and get those wins, that'll be major. But the one big thing about Aurelia is if you don't get those buffs, you're kind of stuck. And that is the best case scenario if you go against her. You can have all the counters against me, but if you're not able to get that unit strong enough to win these fights, then
Right.
it's nothing. It's GG's.
Right, and that's exactly where the strength of the Aurelia versus Yi matchup comes into, right? Aurelia
Yeah.
has to invest more buffs than she usually does to kind of take over these battlefields. And because we're using them more in the early game, when it comes to that final turn, that final push, there's
Yeah.
a chance that we don't see the buff that we need, that Defiant Dance, that On Guard, anything.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, tuning in to what's happening in Sydney right now, I believe Rico won.
Ooh, yeah. I think that Rico's having his winner's interview. I think
Yeah,
that does mean Rico's in the finals, I think. No?
Rico's in the finals. Hey, shout out to China. Let's go.
Yeah, that's 2 Chinese Aurelias in the finals. I will
That's
say
saying something.
that is it. I will say one thing about Chinese Aurelias. There's always been this kind of like, no, I won't say beef, right? But this is like
Okay.
difference in mindset between how globally Aurelia is played and how in China Aurelia is played. China
Yeah.
kind of is more maybe creative, I'd say the word. They use different cards. They have the Edge of Night. I think they have. I think they were the first ones to play more units in their Aurelia decks, right? So they do have a kind of
NA.
different playstyle.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
NA, I see a lot of hate for Edge of Night, which is very
Yes.
it's weird to me, but it's you recycle one and you get +2.
Plus
I'll
three.
take that
With
+3. I'll take that
with
any day
Aurelia.
of the week.
Because when you equip, you choose it, right? So you will
Yeah,
get a
that's
+3 for a
major.
power. It's pretty huge, but it's not as well liked in the English meta, right? And
Yeah.
now, I mean, if you're the Chinese player, right, you're going, hey, talk all the crap you want. Not only do we have Aurelia in finals here, but also over there. So
True.
I mean, if you're a Chinese fan, especially an Aurelia fan, you're over the moon right now, seeing two representatives.
I'm loving this right now. Game 3 starting up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Aurelia, Master Yi. Aurelia, coming up short. I will say, the sequence to try to get that top deck pull, it was played
was-
well, extremely well, right?
Yeah.
But now we're just hoping for just a decent hand coming up. On the side of Master Yi, terrifying. Those charms are always there. There's always a defy, man. There's always something
always
you're gonna
one.
have to play around. Usually you play around the Aurelia. Against this Yi, he is the one that you have to play around. He controls the tempo.
Mm-hmm. I will say, yeah, I think missing our turn 1 drop from Yi kind of made us play a little bit slower game, but we did see
Yeah.
how impactful. I mean, Rengar kind of saying, "Oh, I had a slower start, but Rengar's a super fast card," so it kind of fixed itself in the end, right?
Yeah.
But now Aurelia's gonna be first. We want to see stuff like Stellacorn, stuff like Zonya's. We want to see ways to keep our queen safe, especially from the dastardly man called Akshan.
Yeah, I agree. If you are gonna take a battlefield now, as Aurelia, you got to prepare to bring her out at the right time, making sure that Master Yi's rune count isn't high enough to take her out
Right.
immediately. Because now that we know that he's being aggressive, that's just something you just have to keep in mind. I will say we did see other Aurelias in the deck to be played, but
Right.
yeah, I was rooting for Aurelia to win this. I don't feel comfortable with that pick anymore.
I will say, with this deck, with these decks have always had like this like head-to-head rivalry of, oh, which one is the best deck in the format in set 2.
Yeah.
And I feel like, honestly, I can't in good confidence say that Yi's gonna win this or Aurelia's gonna win this. It is so up. It's such a 50-50 between the two decks. They're two great
is.
players that I couldn't tell you in good confidence.
Yeah, let's get this game started, man. Listen, I just want to go.
Nerves.
Like that
they're
was
getting
exciting. Like the anticipation. And ladies and gentlemen, are they gonna do the fist bump cam again? We're jumping
love
into
it.
game 3 of the grand finals. Master Yi and Aurelia. Let's go ahead and jump on in right now. EK Pilot and your boy Veli on the mic. This is it, baby. Last game, winner takes all. This is the way I love it. How you feeling about this last game?
Oh my! I'm feeling stressed, and I'm not even playing this game. I can't imagine what these guys are feeling like. Getting rid of the GA. Ooh, not what I expected from the side of Master Yi.
Wow. Listen, I need it. He says I could take yours.
There's those first mates coming back into the deck. I think
Yeah.
just really liking the extra aggressiveness that this card does bring. Now, what does the Aurelia player do? Are we sticking with the exact same deck? Yeah, just sticking to our guns.
Yeah.
Nah.
Let's get it.
So now, I think 2 big battlefields here. We have Valmor's Lair, right? So if Aurelia ever goes in there and doesn't have the Genki boots, she is stuck with no way of getting out. And remember that we do have the action, so even if we do get the boots and we do say, oh, my Aurelia's going to be fine next turn, we can steal the boots from her, keep her stuck there. And then we have Abandoned Hall. Abandoned Hall, one of the strongest battlefields for Aurelia, right? Because it gives a +1 for any time you use a spell, right? And it chooses Aurelia. So actually, it's not just a +1 for any time you choose a spell, it's +2. So that discipline that was only a +2 is now a +4, right? So with a battlefield like that, I kind of have to give it to. It's just in terms of battlefields, right? Aurelia has the advantage, and there's that first mate being played early on. That's a 5-might defender.
Major, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pro's gonna hit the battlefield, a little bit of a stacked deck to see what tools we can have. All right,
There it is.
Zanya and the boots. I say you take the boots immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Zonius does keep our Aurelia safe from something like a charm, but the boost is
Yeah.
going to be integral if you want to stay up to this kind of point tempo, right? We need to have a way of escaping this Valmos layer, and this is where this Aurelia player has to be like cognizant of the next few turns. Do I need to escape this Valmos layer now, or
Do I wanna
do I keep
stack
my Aurelia
points?
safe?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if that were me as a Aurelia player, just like show me any other card, right? Why'd you show me 2 of the cards that I need right now? I don't want to be thinking about this.
Wait, which one did he take?
I don't know actually. I think just because you have to shuffle the cards. It's 2 cards, but technically they do have to get shuffled. And can we see what did he take?
Production, show us.
I think that's the Zonias. I think he took the Zonias. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
All right,
He's not
so
laying it out
choosing
on
to
the board. Yeah, he doesn't want to get stolen yet either.
Right, I think choosing to keep the Aurelia safe for the next turn when she shows up, right? Because we can play the Aurelia, because there's no way this Yeast player is going into the Poro with 3 runes up, right? That's Defiant Dance,
Yeah.
Discipline, so many cards like it could be. And you don't want to waste all your resources just to kill a single Poro. So going for this Valmont takeover, getting our chosen champion out. And this is where that first mate is happy to sit there the entire game, right? He's a 5-might
1,000,000%.
defender. Oh, and there's another way. We found it. So we didn't take the boots. Fine. We have no way of getting out of this Valmos. But drawing into Ride the Wind. Ride the Wind, the only
Perfect.
other card in our deck that can move us out of there. Now, this is the issue. If you try and hide, you try and play your Zonias and hide this incoming. What's his face? Hide your Zonias, play this Aurelia. You can fall under the Aurelia trap where you can get you trade with the Poro, and then Akshan the Zonias away and charm the Aurelia in. So
yes, sir.
we don't know what the hand of Master Yi is like, but this
He
is
wants to bring her
where
out.
it's risky. It's
So
very
risky.
risky, and he's going for it directly on the battlefield.
Ooh.
We're hiding that- we're
Zanya's
hiding
face
Zanya's.
down. We know what it is. He knows what it is. Yi is well aware. But now it's his turn. He has a fresh list of runes at his disposal. The draw. Scuttle.
Is it Fi in there? Is there a charm?
There's 1 rune up on the side of Aurelia.
There's a sabotage. We get to see. Does he defy this? If he defies this, we're completely vulnerable to any charm, any kind of engagement. And saying, choosing the on guard, trying to make this Aurelia as big as possible. Remember, she's a 4. She goes up by 2. She gets readied. That's up by 3. She's chosen up by 4, and then she gets a spell up by 5, and the battlefield's up by 6.
That is
So
insane. That
I'm
is
pretty
insane.
Sure that is a 10-might attacker. Write that in there. Defender, write that in there. Now, on the side of Master Yi, 1 punch first does get Yi up to 10, right? So we do have the capabilities of doing this. And remember, if we have 1 punch first, we have the charm in hand. So if we have any ways of beating this Aurelia not once but twice, the game is ours. Right then and there.
Yeah.
So there is +4, +6. That has 10 might on the Aurelia.
That is a big girl. Aurelia is muscle mommy right now. Just flexing on that battlefield. Now, the question is, what card do you take away? Charm and Ride the Wind, definitely the scariest ones there. Which one is it? I say you take away the ability of her to run away with Ride the Wind. That would be my choice.
Right, I think Ride the Wind here, probably the card to get rid of. You know, because if we do invest in a way of moving that Aurelia to the other battlefield, there's no way of getting rid of it. And we don't know what they took. We don't know what they took. So Scuttle draws a card. And just passing, we don't have the answers just yet.
Yeah, play it just a little bit safe. Bring out a Scuttle. Get that draw. And now it's time for Aurelia. What are we going to do?
No. Aurelia can now charm that Yi over, right? Get that free trade. And if it goes wrong, we have Zhonya's, right? So it's not the end of the world if that happens. There's a charm. Moving the Yi over. Now, again, there's no defies. I think we do have our own defy here. But we're really thinking about, do we want to use it now? Do I want to use this defy on this? Ride the Wind? Not so fast? There's so many cards. Defy is a good counter, but there's so many answers, right?
Or do you go for the fight, use your buffs, and, wish for the best, knowing that Aurelia is still going to live after this?
Mm-hmm. You have Aurelia's up by one more rune. And that card is always going to be a bigger, with that battlefield, that card can get huge like that, right?
Yeah.
We saw the On Guard getting a +6, I'm pretty sure it was. Or On Guard was like a +6 on its own. And I think this is one of those times where, going for the defy.
Keep him safe. Not a bad choice.
Now, Aurelia's really thinking about, hey, do I want to now push into this first mate? I want to be on even points, right?
I was going to say, so if you use Ride the Wind and jump on over there, I mean, there's no boots. You're on an island, pal. So this first mate sitting there on Valmos Lair is one of the biggest threats right now in the face of Aurelia. He's going to keep on stacking up points while this base is going to continue getting bigger.
Right, and now that Aurelia is not just a tank, right, on the abandoned hall. Any moment now, that thing can go from 4 might to 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
And Yeez has to respect that and say, you know what? You have 5 runes up. I'm just going to play all my units in base and hope that you are going to leave yourself open at one turn. He's really thinking about it. Oh, just passing, yeah.
He's passing.
Both players, the utmost of respect.
Star Cross is here now.
So even if we do draw into a punch first, Star Cross says no.
Yeah.
I mean, this game slowly but surely favoring this passing again. Pass.
I think he's wanting to make a move. He just has how many cards are in hands.
Right, it's passing, I think, right?
Wow,
yes.
Wow.
Again, this is the issue, right? We have a Rengar. This is the issue right now. Both players have to respect each other's hands, right?
Yes, sir.
It's completely easy for you to just go, all right, I'm gonna go all in, try and take out this card, try and take out this Aurelia and win the game, but it can be so easy. It can be so easy to just say, to use this kind of hot-headedness and try and win the game on the spot and just lose to a defy dance that not so fast. So both players are saying, you know what, I'm gonna play it slow.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab being utilized, he uses Death Knell, going in, being sent to the grave. Now Master Yi knows everything that's about to happen. He's able to see the Zhonya's Hourglass. He's able to see the entire hand of the Aurelia player. And now he can make his next move a lot more comfortably. This is going to be big. I wonder if he was able to draw another unit to stack in a base to go for that overtake, but
I think we might have drawn into a Rengar, right? So Rengar could be
okay.
played into base right now. Both players, a library in their hands by this point, right? And a library
Yes,
of
it's done.
many
Yes,
answers if need be. He has
you're
his own,
right.
so we can't kind of invest. Like we can't go for a, hey, I'm gonna go with my Yi, buff, buff, buff. You'll use your Zhonya's, I'll use my Zhonya's, right? Kind of go for
Yeah.
that Zhonya trade. Then again, you know, it's a tough position to be in, right? And if Aurelia finds these boots, you know, they'll be one turn away from them just kind of getting away, you know, using those boots, going back and forth between the two battlefields. And the Vilemo, the thing that you're kind of banking your entire game upon, might just go to waste. The longer we wait. Oh, Valley. I mean, what are you doing in this situation? Are you like
I'm sitting here. I was
Right.
thinking to myself, decisions have to be made, but at the whole Rengar in base.
In base.
All right, so he is planning to go for an attack on Aurelia next turn. He's bolstering up that base, and he's letting the Aurelia know either you're gonna stay there, we're gonna fight her. You're gonna move her out the way. You want to push her away. That is the play right there. Me personally, I'm thinking we gotta get Aurelia out of here. We can sit here
Right.
all day with first mate on Valmall's lair, but the threat is still looming. If you get enough buffs, you get that boost of swiftness, it could be over for me. So we got to get you out the picture, baby girl. And I think Massey is he's approaching this carefully, methodically, and he's doing this the right way. On the side of Aurelia, it's now her turn. There's 2 rooms up on the opposite side, and now he has to wonder, or he has to make the decision: is he just going to go on the aggressive, or is he going to move her back and wait for a big push?
Right, and you have to remember, right? Aurelia loves being on that battlefield, and if Aurelia ever leaves that battlefield, she becomes so much more vulnerable, right? That's +2 from every spell that we play.
Yeah.
And you know, if Aurelia loses that, if she gets charmed over, if she's forced to go into Valmos, which she'll have to, right? If we then have a way of protecting or beating the Aurelia there, then we have a chance of winning.
Is he going to move Poro in for the attack?
I mean, we have enough cards. We have the Defiant Dance. We can try and go in. Yeah, I think we were trying to get this Conquer point. If we do get this Conquer, so if this Conquer goes through, remember that we'll be at 6 points and we're 1 turn away from winning. So this is a very important Conquer from the side of Aurelia. So that's 4 might to 3 might.
Is he going to answer back? On guard has been popped. One more rune remaining on the side of Master Yi. He's going to hold in strong.
Remember, we do have Starcrossed in the emergency case of any sort of punch first or big cards that we don't want to see. So
this is big.
We have this discipline. Both players getting rid of their buffs.
But this is big for Master Yi. Discipline and on guard is Defiant Dance is out of here, and it was just using that portal to overtake your first mate. Look at your base. You got Master Yi, you got Rengar, and Azonia still. You want to exhaust Aurelia of all her resources as fast as possible, and the second on guard comes out. Major.
That's a charm. So we have a charm, a Ride the Wind. So there's I think going for discipline here. Oh, is this a second discipline or what is happening right now? Oh, no, sorry. I think we're just saying, that every single time I use a spell, I've been giving my Aurelius +2/+4s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So even if we have a way of killing this Poro, that Aurelia can always just move over. And we have Charm, we have Starcross, so we can get rid of our opponent's units.
Very true.
So how does this go through? I think first mate slightly, ahead in this combat.
3, 4, 5.
It's 6 to
7,
maybe
7.
not. Yes, yeah.
7-7. It's gonna be a draw. So they're just gonna let both units go. If I'm Master Yi, I would take that.
Yeah, I think you take. You kind of if it's anything but a conquer, you're loving this. You're loving this position, right?
Yeah,
and
that's
if he
a
has to
win for
invest
Yi.
another buff, right? You're also happy with that, you know.
Fully tapped. I'm okay with anything after this now.
Yeah, as long as if this first mate survives, you're in such a good position, and we're forced to use the star cross.
Wow, such an expensive turn to just take down the first mate. Oh,
and we're getting rid of the Rengar.
Rengar is gone.
Wait,
okay, all right. Let me think about this. He took the Pearl back and got rid of the Rengar.
We can play Rengar again next turn.
Yeah, there's ambush. I'm wondering. Oh, the thought process on this. Did he exhaust all of his buffs, and he's banking on Ride the Wind if he gets attacked by Master Yi next turn?
Maybe, right? I
feel like Aurelia. Yeah. What do you think the play is here?
So, Ride the Wind is a very dangerous card here because let's say we go in with our Yi, we go in with our Rengar, and we've put all of our cards into this abandoned hall, right? Aurelia can just say, that's cool, Ride the Wind over, conquer, hold, and then you're 7 points and you're about to win the game.
Yeah.
But again, this is the issue. Three runes up to Master Yi's 10. There's the Rengar coming back. I think we're just trying to force out any kind of interaction.
You have to. This was expected, though.
Ride the Wind. Ride the Wind does get up Aurelia to 6. Not just going for the Zhonyas.
Okay. Well, that shuffle's getting faster and faster on the side of Aurelia. I'm nervous.
I mean, I don't think that bringing back the Rengar was the correct choice because he can just play it again. Maybe.
I would send the Yi back if anything.
All right, there's a conquer. We know we have a charm. I'm pretty sure there might be a charm from the side of Master Yi, but we know there's a not so fast.
Okay.
And tables have been flipped. Yi is on the point lead. Yi is now 1 turn away from winning, and we're just passing. It is now up to Aurelia to not only conquer one, but both battlefields, and then defend against the incoming attack.
This is
that's also Zhonya's.
This is a tough one, EK. I really don't think sending Rengar back to hand was the play. I really don't. I think that decided the game.
I mean, to be fair, if it wasn't the Rengar being sent back to base, right? The Rengar was going to attack you no matter what. If you send the first mate, you'll get to pull him back with the first mate ability. So I think just trying to tax him on his runes, and that just might just be a sign of, hey, I messed up with that Poro play, and I'm paying the consequences now because I have to do this really unoptimal play of using the Star-Crossed. Okay, we drew into Defiant Dance. If there's any card that we'd love to draw right now, it's Defiant Dance. And I think you have to go in with Defiant Dance.
You have to.
And then find a way of trying to kill this first mate. And again, this is where Ride the Wind is going to be the card to see. And I'm pretty sure we still have it.
But no matter what, even if you try to take out that Rengar, right? Even if you manage to take him out, there still is only this Hourglass. So you're going to have to get rid of that first mate first. Oh, this is such a tough one.
So that's a Defiant Dance. So that was 5-5. Now it's choosing to put it on the Rengar.
Yeah.
So that's currently 6-5. Yeah, 6-5 on the side of Master Yi. Do we have a bus spell to kind of say no to this?
Yeah.
Not so fast.
So fast.
All right. That spell gets countered. Do we have another buff spell?
Yeah, and he has Discipline.
Discipline.
He's gonna go head on with the Aurelia. He's going might for might.
Right, so that's discipline. Remember, that gives a +1 to the Rengar, so that's from 6 down to 5 now, and that's 7 to 6 on the side of first mate versus Aurelia.
Oh, I think this might be it.
I mean, we have the right to win to kind of conquer over, but then again, there's that Zhonya's. That Zhonya's is gonna save you the game if you're on the side.
There's going to be an onslaught the next turn, and not only that, you still have to get the other battlefield. It won't be enough.
Because remember, if you use our right to win, we don't have buffs. There's no easy way of kind of. Let's say we do conquer the Bandit Hall. Now we have to protect against the onslaught. Let's say we do. We now have to find a way of also conquering the Vileboss. It's just so much. There's so many questions that have to be answered by Aurelia, and I don't think we have the cards or runes to do so.
No, not at all.
Again,
this is 4D chess right here. Right, the
There's
win
the
is
right
going to
to
get
win.
popped. He's going to go ahead and make that challenge happen against Rengar.
So one thing with the right to win, right, is even though you played it at another battlefield, when the spell, because the Bandit Hall says when a player plays a spell, you may give a +1 to a unit they control here, right? So when the right to win is done being played, the Aurelia is already in the Bandit Hall, so she gets the +1.
Yep.
So she will win this, right? She's at, I think, 10. 10 to Rengar's 7. One punch first, if we have it.
Oh, boy.
Punch first! Okay.
Let's go.
That's 12 to Aurelia's 10.
Oh. Usually it's Aurelia getting the buffs.
Right, so that's... Oh, sorry, it's not 12. We get a +1 from the battlefield. That's 13.
Oh, the battlefield, yeah. All right,
That's it, that's
GG's. Oh, the
Whoa.
excitement on his face. Master Yi pulling it off. We saw a big win against Silver Aurora, and now he takes down the Queen. EK, that was a masterclass Yi performance.
I mean, I could have not asked that game to be played any better, right? Both players, the utmost respect. They know their best. They know they can make these engagements on a whim. And this Master Yi player, using that Zhonya's, using that Rengar, having the way to just take this finals. I mean, I think this might be one of my favorite series I've ever had the joy of casting. And that's that Master
so
Yi.
great. Yeah. Shout out to the Aurelia player as well, doing whatever he could to make it work, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. But as a Master Yi player yourself, I mean, you got to be happy. You got to be ecstatic. Yi is king.
Yi is king. Now, the one thing I don't want to see is all my cards now being 10 times more expensive, right? I don't want to take a mortgage now to buy a Vilmos. But, you know, you have to give props when they're due. This player played his deck perfectly. We saw it against Aurora. We saw it against Aurelia, right? Having to deal with such different decks that, you know, we didn't see it, right? We didn't see Yi kind of have that same kind of impact in the Sydney Regional, but now in just taking the entire thing in China.
Plus, you've been in the background watching all this, my man.
Right. I think that was the longest matchup of the weekend, about approaching on 75 minutes. So roughly about an hour and a half there. Or not really, but hour 15 minutes. But epic conclusion to the Suzhou Regional Open this weekend. And Master Yi, we had a prediction. We had some kind of thought that I think it might be the best deck currently in set 3. It looks like China at least can agree for this weekend. We'll see how the set 3 meta continues to evolve going forward, because I know Sydney doesn't have a Master Yi in the final. For anyone that has been tuning in on Sydney, guys, what is the grand finals for Sydney? Do you, Belly?
It's on right now. Is Rico against Sold Out, and Aurora is in play against Aurelia. It's another Aurelia in the finals, and it's going against a dazzling Aurora right now.
Nice, nice, man. And I wish we could go ahead and cast that one, but I am beat on a little bit too long today, and I know we committed for the couple rounds. So I think that's going to be a wrap for the Runes and Rift co-stream of this regional. We do have a couple more coming up, so I'll keep you guys updated going forward. But Veli and EK, always a fantastic job when you guys are in the booth together. I know Veli a little bit newer to the Runes and Rift, and usually we got a little bit more hype in here, but we'll see. I guess people are really attentive to the Sydney Regional, which you can't blame them. It is the more hype place to be, but either way, I still had a good time spectating what the China meta had to say this weekend. And didn't disappoint. I know EK said it one of the best series he got the pleasure of witnessing, and it was a good one. Granted, I am the green-purple guy as well, so I wanted Aurelia to pull through, but I'm not too upset because Master Yi is like the second deck I want to play right now.
I mean, there's Sydney. You know, there is Sydney.
I want to say, EK, it was a pleasure. You're dominant on the mic, man. I love hearing your knowledge, your thought process. It was an absolute blast. Plus, I mean, what else can we say? You're the man. I truly appreciate the opportunity again. Waking me up at 2 a.m. to cast. Let's go. This was a blast, but I can't wait for the next one. Hey, Runes and Rift, you guys are the best, man. I love this. Thank you for putting this on.
For sure. Looking forward to a couple more times in the future. Anytime you have some free time, we are down to have you on. Same to you, EK. But for now, actually, before we throw it on, if you guys have any little closing remarks you're going to leave us on, or any little upcoming casts or events, or anywhere you guys think these guys can find you online before we go ahead and sign out, because like I said, I wish we could catch the RQ, but I'm gonna catch it while I'm getting some Z's or preparing to get some Z's in bed and just kind of seeing how that weekend ends, because a little bit long of a weekend for me already. Somehow, I don't know how I'm starting to lose my voice, but it tends to happen after back-to-back overnight stays for me. But Ike, I'll throw it over to you first if you want to let these guys know. Any little final shout outs from you?
Right. I think, you know, again, shout out to you plus and Valley. It's an honor to get to work with, you know, such amazing people, right? I never would have thought I would have the opportunity to not even cast a game, but cast the finals. And it's seeing my deck do it too. It just makes me the happiest man on earth right now. If I had to give any shout outs to the homies watching back at home in the UAE. I will say, be prepared in about like 2 weeks where I'm gonna win. There's a local tournament we're gonna win that all. It's gonna be fun. Hey. But I will say, Veli, I know you said you're from LA. I know we're getting a Set 5
Vegas
regional in LA, right?
Yeah.
So I want to see you up there in the casting booth.
You know, I appreciate that. My first time casting this game was with Runes and Rift, a week ago. It was a blast. If I do get the opportunity, I'm just saying I hope I get a co-caster as good as you. You've been the business. I hope to see you in the booth as well. And the future of Riftbound is bright, man. I can't wait. Thank you. I appreciate it. By the way, for everybody who's watching, everybody in the chat, without you guys, we're nothing. So once again, thank you. You guys are the absolute best. EK, thanks for the carry. Plus, you're the man. And that's all I got. I'm just happy to be here.
There we go. Looking forward for future events. For today, Master Yi was the best legend to take to today's tournament. / I wish we knew his name because I know it's just Chinese characters. So maybe some of you guys at home can know and let us know what his name is. I'll hit the quick little Google Translate after this and post it online. But Master Yi is not a deck to underestimate. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him a lot more going forward in set 3. And this might just be the beginning, but it looks like we thought Chaos was going to be really good, Body was going to be good, but maybe the common denominator being the calm domain, since Aurelia ended up squeezing there as well. So I'm excited. At the end of the day, this is the most diverse meta we've ever had in Riftbound history, and just like Veli said, the future is bright for Riftbound. But for now, that will be a wrap for today's co-stream. So chat, thank you so very much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of the Sydney RQ, which I'm going to go catch and myself as well. But thank you, Veli. Thank you, EK. And I'll see you guys around. Take care, chat, as well.
Yeah, take care. Have a good night.
Have a good night.